Help me get through it.
Firefighters came to the rescue within minutes.
We were able to take over care, start CPR, and deliver that first shock that got his heart back going.
Getting Steve to the hospital, where he underwent a series of procedures over the span of 14 days, turning to family and faith.
He came every day and prayed over Steve and gave him anointing of the sick when we didn't know if he was going to survive or not. We enjoy our life. We have fun together, you know, and these are our golden years to go have more fun. And in the darkest hours when you didn't know if he was going to survive, you have to start contemplating that. And I couldn't imagine living my life without him.
Finally, Steve was released with no permanent brain damage, and a new normal began for these empty nesters.
The fifth one you take 2 times a day, baby.
There's one of these I take twice a day.
A focus on health.
Oxygen's 98.
Now a top priority. Together, they're grateful.
It's a minor inconvenience.
For each other.
It's great to be alive.
And they're heroes. They met on the worst day of their lives.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris.
But now, they're a family.
They saved my family. I'm indebted to them. And but we've also said we're now family together, so we'll stay in touch.
It's part of the job and something that we do. When something like this happens, we don't mention it after work, but to have gotten to meet the family, getting to meet people who come out when things go well is really something different.
So glad it went well. Our thanks to Ellison Barber for that report. And that's going to do it for us this morning. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Stephen Romo. Go out there and have a great Monday. Tropical Storm Hillary drenching the Southwest. Tens of millions are preparing for life-threatening floodwaters from Idaho to northern Mexico. The latest on Hillary's path, plus the path of destruction it's already left behind. Former President Trump will not take the stage with his GOP rivals later this week. The reason, he says he's skipping the first Republican debate and the candidate who will be up there instead. A growing number of schools making the call to ban cell phones entirely from the classroom. Reception to that decision, a lot more positive for teachers than parents. We'll go inside that debate. One boot was all it took to lift Spain to their first championship in women's soccer. The exclusive group they now join with their Women's World Cup win over England. And police in Georgia honor a fallen deputy by escorting his daughter to her first day of school. Their heartwarming story ahead as we start your Monday, August 21st. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo. A lot to get to, but we do want to begin with the historic weather event that is happening right now on the West Coast. Hillary becoming the first tropical storm to slam into Southern California in decades. Rainfall totals have been shattered as river levels rise, and crews are searching for one person who may have been swept away in the Santa Clara River. Meanwhile, the roads are treacherous, especially in the mountains where mudslides continue to be a problem this morning. For more on Hillary's landfall, here's NBC's Aaron McLaughlin.
The powerful preview of the once-in-a-generation deadly storm that's smashing its way from Mexico into California and throughout the Southwest. In Baja, a wall of water turning this street into a river of mud. Hurricane Hillary, once a Category 4, now a tropical storm, impacting California for the first time in 26 years.
We're batting down the hatches.
It's all hands on deck with the California governor declaring a state of emergency. Residents and tourists on Catalina Island near LA evacuating, packing ferries for the mainland. So many others in the area terrified of the hours ahead.
I'm afraid people might die.
That fear most acute in the low-lying desert areas. Look at this flooding from Las Vegas. Palm Springs bracing for a year's worth of rain in a single day. Even light rain already a danger in Death Valley. Water already covering roads with national parks in the storm's path shut down. Even Disneyland closing early ahead of Hillary.
Did you ever think that this would happen? It is August.
No.
And in the mountains east of Los Angeles, evacuation orders. But many choosing to stay, including Brian Maloney.
Why are you staying?
Because we always stay. We wrote every one of them out, even the fires, right to the door, every time.
Around the corner, an ominous sign of the dangers ahead.
This is what officials are worried about. Last year, there was a massive mudslide that sawed that house in half and took out this huge redwood tree. All of this after a thunderstorm, nowhere near what's in the forecast. The Poliva family is still deciding what to do.
Right now, we're all standing under the sky, so barely any wind, barely any rain.
But it's coming.
But it is coming.
And no one knows just how much destruction Tropical Storm Hillary might bring.
It's already historic. Our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin for that report. And coming up, our Michelle Grossman is tracking the latest on the storm's threat. President Biden is set to travel to Maui today. That visit comes as the island is trying to recover from the devastating wildfires that started there nearly 2 weeks ago. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, the president's trip is not being welcomed by everyone. Do we know what he's expected to do while in Maui?
That's right. Good morning, Stephen. So President Biden and the First Lady will travel to Maui from Reno, Nevada, leaving around 9 a.m. Pacific time this morning. In a statement Sunday, President Biden said he'll meet with first responders and community members on the fire-ravaged island, saying he'll be there, quote, as long as it takes for Maui. This comes amidst growing criticism of the federal government's response to the deadly wildfires. Biden has been accused by some, including former President Trump, of waiting too long to address the damage caused by the fires. Some residents of the island are also saying they do not want him to visit. Here's what FEMA Administrator Chris Wells said about the president's response on Sunday.
I was in complete communication with him throughout this event, helping him understand what I was seeing and what needs are, what resources needed to come in. And he directed me to make sure that we are doing everything we can to help the people of Maui.
Go. And Chris Well added that the president will reassure the people of Maui that they will be able to rebuild and that the government will be there to support them, Stephen.
And Bree, as that death toll continues to rise in Hawaii, the local government response to the tragedy also coming under some scrutiny. What can you tell us?
Right, so the death toll from the fires is already the highest in modern U.S. history, with at least 114 people confirmed dead. State officials are warning that the number could surge in the coming weeks as they work to identify the estimated 1,000 people unaccounted for. This comes as Governor Josh Green walked back his initial support of Herman Ndaya, that's the head of the Maui Emergency Management Agency. Ndaya resigned last Thursday after facing criticism for saying he did not regret not activating the island's warning sirens. Green said on CBS Sunday that he did wish the sirens went off, and the answer given by Herman Ndaya was utterly unsatisfactory to the world, Stephen.
A lot of frustration and a shocking number of people still missing. Bree Jackson, thanks so much. Well, more on politics now. Former President Donald Trump has confirmed he will be skipping the first Republican primary debate, ending weeks of speculation about that. In a statement posted on social media, Mr. Trump pointed out that he's leading the GOP field by a wide margin and said he won't be going because, quote, the people know who I am. The debate will happen on Fox News at 9 p.m. Eastern Wednesday. 7 people will be up on that stage, among them former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, who just revealed last night that he'd met the polling and donor criteria to qualify. Well, Russia's first mission to the moon in nearly half a century ended in complete failure. The unmanned Luna 25 spacecraft crashed into the moon after running into a problem preparing for a pre-landing orbit this weekend. For more on that, let's go live now to NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga, who's following that story for us. Good morning, Claudio. So do we know why did this mission fail?
Good morning, Stephen. Well, Russia's space agency Roscosmos said that in the early hours of Saturday, the craft entered an unpredictable orbit, spun out of control, and then crashed on the moon. It also said that it will create a commission to investigate the reasons behind that crash. But whatever the reason, this was also a major crash landing for Russia's aspirations to become once again a major player in space exploration. As you mentioned, this was the first mission, moon mission for Russia since almost half a century century, 47 years since the times of the Soviet Union. And it was meant to prove that Russia could keep up or can keep up with the more advanced moon programs of the United States, China, and India. Now, the craft from Russia was meant to land today on the moon, on the south pole of the moon, the first spacecraft ever to land on the South Pole, where scientists believe there are vast reserves of frozen water, 2 days before a similar spacecraft from India. And that's perhaps why some analysts believe that Russia may have pushed itself a little too much in this mission in an attempt to win this space race with India, and ended up losing not only the race with India, but also the...
As more than 1,000 federal personnel.
All right, a lot of ups and downs of the current state of the space race. Claudio, thanks so much. All right, let's turn now to the wildfire situation that is currently developing in Washington state. 3 different fires have been burning outside Spokane since Friday. The largest has burned more than 10,000 acres and is only about 10% contained. At least 2 deaths are now believed to be linked to these fires. Thousands of people are under evacuation orders. Our Jesse Kirsch spoke to a woman who lost her home.
I can't even explain the feeling of knowing that like everything that you worked for is gone. Yeah, so there's going to be insurance and stuff, but it doesn't make up for what you see when you see all of your stuff turn to ash.
Heartbroken for them. Well, the National Weather Service reporting earlier the Spokane region's air quality was the worst in the United States and maybe even the worst in the world. Well, Tropical Storm Hillary drenching parts of California and the Southwest. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the latest on that for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, Stephen. Great to see you. Yeah, we had an historic day yesterday in Southern California. We saw a year's worth of rain in just one day. We saw anywhere from 2 to 4 inches, but some spots saw up to 11 inches of rain, mainly in the mountains, also the desert. So we saw some landslides, we saw some mudslides, debris flows, and we're going to see more of that today. Look at some of these totals, 11.55 inches of rain in some spots. That's more than a year's worth of rain. Right now, we're looking at Tropical Storm Hillary, still a tropical storm, a weak one, but still holding on to that name. Moving northwest at 28 miles per hour. It's about 75 miles northeast of Bakersfield, California. Still bringing heavy rain in spots. 27 million Americans under flood alerts. In the green, that's a flood watch. The flash flood warning is in red. That's where we're seeing flooding now, or it's imminent. And we saw that all day yesterday, where some roadways were flooded. We saw debris flows as well. We do have the risk for flash flooding as well, where we could see rainfall reads still at 1 inch per hour, and we could see an additional 3 to 4 inches of rain. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures so warm in the north, the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, temperatures into the triple digits in Omaha City. And it's a warm one, too, once again, in the south central states, the southeast, into the 90s, and also triple digits. All right, a busy day in Southwest California yesterday, Southern California. We're also looking at the chance for some really high heat in the middle of the country. We'll talk more about that coming up.
All right, a large variety. Michelle, thank you.
Yeah. Sure.
All right, to some sad news now. The oldest orca in captivity has died there in Miami. Lolita spent more than 50 years at Miami Seaquarium after arriving from the Puget Sound near Washington State. Officials say the whale suddenly started showing signs of discomfort, but even a full medical team could not fix it. A social media message posted by the Seaquarium in memory of Lolita saying, "You will always be in our hearts. Thank you for inspiring us every day." She was 57 years old. We'll be right back after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As students head back to school this year, many are learning a tough new lesson, how to live without a cell phone. More districts are banning the devices, and while teachers love that policy, some parents are actually not too thrilled about it. Marissa Parra has that story.
At Montgomery, Alabama's Carver High, the morning rush to school is now a morning rush to scroll.
Power your phone off.
New this year, middle and high school students now forced to lock away their phones before the bell rings.
When did they get it back?
2:45.
2:45.
Right.
Principal Gary Hall pushed for the policy and the pouch to enforce it.
They were texting, tweeting, you name it, while classes were going on.
Put it in the pouch, then.
Here's how it works. At the beginning of the day, students put their cell phones in these pouches.
Once it's locked, it is really hard to get back open.
They can keep it with them, they just can't open them. They're sealed.
There you go. Have a good day.
This unlocking magnet, the only thing designed to free them. It's not completely foolproof.
We found a lot of cell phone cases with no phone.
For students,
show of hands, who doesn't like the pouch?
It's a painful adjustment.
I just love watching TikTok, so I gotta have my phone.
Why don't you like the pouch?
I don't like the pouch because when I'm in math class, I like to take pictures of the notes and stuff.
What's your favorite part?
We communicate more with each other now that our phone is locked up.
It make me pay attention when I don't got my phone.
Who would be using their cell phone if it weren't for the pouch? That's a lot of hands. What would you be doing?
Cheating.
Montgomery Public Schools isn't alone. The maker of the pouch, Yonder, says they're seeing an estimated 150% increase in schools using them in 2023. Now working with over 2,000 schools across the country. While most parents are for the pouch, others fear their children will not have their phone when they need it most.
If there's an emergency, how can I contact my child?
That means I'm in panic waiting until someone from the school calls and say, well, hey, there's a shooting.
It's been 1 week. Has it gone the way you thought it would?
Things are going really well.
District Superintendent Dr. Melvin Brown tells us the benefits are worth the risk.
We have to find a happy medium, while at the same time, our ultimate goal is to make sure everybody's 100% as safe as possible.
All right, so moving on.
Just 1 week in, this school is already seeing a difference.
I just see engagement, honestly. I see talking. They're using their words.
It's revolutionized teaching for me this year. Work gets done faster. We move along faster.
A new routine.
Things are locking. Keep moving.
Educators hope will unlock their full potential. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Montgomery, Alabama.
Still to come, Spain is kicking it on top of the world for the soccer world. The breakdown of their big win down under. And the stars of the big leagues showcase their stuff at the Little League Classic. We'll have more on that when we come back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
It was open earlier. They've got numbers forward now. Late run from out of the box. In front. Go! Spain leads!
Nothing.
Time to break down the biggest stories in sports, starting with the most important goal of the Women's World Cup. Olga Carmona found the back of the net in the first half, and Spain held on to beat England 1-0 and capture the title. With the win, Spain joins Germany as the only nations on earth with a men's and women's World Cup title. But it was a melancholy day for the hero of the game. Olga Carmona was told after that game that her father had died. On social media, she said, quote, "Without knowing it, I had my own star before the game even started." And our thoughts are with her. Well, bringing it back to the U.S. and history made on the tennis court for Coco Gauff. The 19-year-old outlasted the Czech Republic's Karolina Muchova to win the Western and Southern Open. Gauff became the first teenager to win the tournament in more than 50 years. It's her first win at a Masters 1000 tournament, which are the events just before the Grand Slam. Meanwhile, the Little League World Series is in full swing, but all eyes were on the pros in Pennsylvania. The Nationals and Phillies played in Williamsport for this year's MLB Little League Classic in Washington, took home that 4-3 win. And for many, the game was something to write home about. Plenty of players from both teams decked out their bats to look like Crayola crayons or pencils, all in the spirit of the Little League World Series. Most of their spectators, by the way, were Little League players and their families. Well, it's going to be a summer scorcher for millions today. Michelle's tracking those high temps when we come back. And still to come, the Swiftie who held an Eras tour of her very own right from her living room.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please. Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question. We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up.
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election?
Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the conditions should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Monday. We're going to see the temperature soaring in the middle of the country into the 90s and triple digits. Hundreds of records will be broken over the next couple of days. We're looking at 73 million Americans under a heat alert from Texas into Minnesota, parts of the Ohio Valley as well. And take a look at some of these numbers. We're looking at triple digits as far north as Omaha, 101 today. The record there is 100 degrees, so probably breaking the record there, 106 in Dallas, 103 in Houston. Another hot one tomorrow. We're looking at temperatures once again into the 90s, the upper 90s, and the triple digits, which is 103, St. Louis 102, and we're looking at Omaha 104. Back to you.
Oof, yikes. All right, Michelle, thanks. Next up, a touching tribute to a deputy killed in the line of duty, what the department did for his daughter. That's coming up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It was a first day of school like no other after a Georgia sheriff and deputies escorted 4-year-old Zamira Knight to her class in honor of her late father, who died in the line of duty. Kristen Welker has more on this special moment.
At
At just 4 years old, Zamira Knight's life has already been touched by loss. In 2018, her dad, Sheriff's Deputy Christopher Knight, was killed in the line of duty. His wife, Brianna, says he was the love of their lives. Brianna, tell me about Zamira's dad, Christopher. What was he like?
He was a funny person. He loved Spider-Man. He loved dinosaurs. Dinosaurs was his favorite. He was like a big kid at heart.
To his fellow deputies in Bibb County, Georgia, he was also a hero.
I think we throw that around a lot, but people like Christopher who come to work every day to serve our community, and then while serving their community, they pay that ultimate sacrifice. Certainly, that is a definition of a hero.
That's why Sheriff David Davis and his deputies decided to honor Christopher's legacy, walking Zamira into her first day of school at Porter Elementary in Macon, standing in for the father who couldn't be there.
In honor of Daddy, Mr. Christopher Knight. Woo! Yeah!
There they are, making sure she has the support and smiles she needs for this new chapter in her own life.
Yeah, I'm in pre-K.
Pre-K, yes. What was it like for you to walk into the first day of pre-K with the sheriff and all of his deputies?
It was fun.
It meant the world to her mom. Brianna, what was that moment like for you?
It made me so overjoyed to see his brothers and sisters in black and blue bring my daughter to school.
Christopher's mom, Cheryl, says the sheriff's gesture helped restore the family's faith in kindness.
They were like, yes, they were all on board. And I was just so proud.
Proud to see Zamira still felt her dad's love through those who knew him best. Do you think you'll be there for her last day when she gets that diploma one day?
I sure hope so. You never know. Maybe she might want to follow in her dad's footsteps and become a deputy. We'll see.
Adorable. Glad she had that support. And our thanks to Kristen Welker for that report. Meanwhile, meet the Taylor Swift fan who became an overnight sensation from her living room.
You show me colors, you know I can't see with anyone else.
Chelsea Beal performed the entire 3.5-hour set list from her home in Pennsylvania and reached an audience of over 500,000. Thanks for watching. Breaking overnight, Tropical Storm Hilary lashes the southwest with whipping winds and torrential rain. Las Vegas sees flooding, while in California, the governor has declared a state of emergency after the storm turned roads into rivers of mud across Baja, Mexico. Michelle Grossman is tracking the path of the storm this morning. Nearly 2 weeks after deadly wildfires ravaged Hawaii, President Biden will get a first-hand look at the destruction today. But is it too little too late? We're live with the growing criticism coming ahead of his visit. A massive setback in Russia's space race. The country's first mission to the moon in nearly 50 years comes crashing down onto the lunar surface. A scary start to the NFL preseason. 2 players had to be carted off the field on stretchers in separate games, sparking new safety concerns ahead of the regular season. And blue beats pink at the theaters. The box office buzz as the Blue Beetle dethrones Barbie after her 4-week reign at the top. It's Monday, August 21st. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Stephen Romo. It's a busy Monday, and we begin this morning tracking Tropical Storm Hilary. It's already shattered rainfall records in Southern California, with river levels now soaring. Crews have also been searching overnight for one person believed to be missing in the Santa Clara River. Governor Gavin Newsom says his concern now is for people in hard-to-reach areas.
I'm worried about some of the more rural and remote areas in the eastern part of the state, some of the more mountainous regions where people could be trapped or there could be debris concerns. So that's where we're focusing a little bit more of our extra energy.
And here's an example of those rural areas that the governor was talking about. Road crews got this video near San Bernardino. Mudslides are a major problem during and after storms in this region. And Santa Clarita City shared this video of a road crumbling away into the rushing water. Let's get an update now on today's weather threats. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the latest on Hillary. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, it was a historic day yesterday. We saw a year's worth of rain in just one day. We're continuing to see the rain falling. We saw landslides, mudslides, debris flows, and we could see that once again today. Still a tropical storm. Hillary is at 40 miles per hour, so barely a tropical storm, but still dropping heavy amounts of rain. You can see yellow here on radar showing us where that heavy rain is falling. So flooding is still a concern, and because of that, we do have a flood watch. We have flash flood warnings as well. 27 million people impacted. Where you see the red, that means flooding is happening now or it's imminent. So that's a dangerous situation. On top of that, we have the concern for flash flooding as well. Where you see that darker blue, and that's a biggest concern for where we could see some flash flooding. We'll talk more about Tropical Storm Hillary in just a bit. Stephen?
All right, Michelle, thanks so much. Well, President Biden is set to travel to Maui today, and this visit comes as the island tries to recover from the devastating wildfires that started nearly 2 weeks ago. For more on this, we head to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, the president's trip is not being welcomed by everyone there. Criticism flaring now. Do we know what he's expected to do while he's there?
Good morning, Stephen. President Biden and the First Lady will travel for Maui from Reno, Nevada, just before 9 a.m. Pacific time. In a statement Sunday, President Biden said he'll be meeting with first responders and community members on the fire-ravaged island, saying he'll be there as long as it takes for Maui. Now, this comes amidst growing criticism of the federal government's response to the deadly wildfires. Biden has been accused by some, including former President Trump, of waiting too long to address the damage caused by the fires. Some residents of the island are also saying they do not want him to visit. Here's what FEMA Administrator Chris Weil said about the president's response on Sunday.
I was in complete communication with him throughout this event, helping him understand what I was seeing and what needs are, what resources needed to come in. And he directed me to make sure that we are doing everything we can to help the people of Maui.
And Chris Weil added that the president will reassure the people of Maui that they will be able to rebuild and that the government will be there to support them.
And Bria, I know the death toll is continuing to rise there in Hawaii, and the local government response to that tragedy is now coming under some pretty intense scrutiny. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right. It is, Stephen. So the death toll from the fires is already the highest in modern U.S. history, with at least 114 confirmed deaths. State officials are warning that that number could surge in the coming weeks as they work to identify the estimated 1,000 people unaccounted for. This comes as Governor Josh Green walked back his initial support of Herman Andaya, the head of the Maui Emergency Management Agency. Andaya resigned last Thursday after facing criticism for saying he did not regret not activating the island's warning sirens. Green said on CBS Sunday that he wished the sirens went off, and the answer given by Herman Andaya was utterly unsatisfactory to the world. Stephen, back to you.
1,000 people still missing. All right, Bree, thank you. Well, another dangerous wildfire threat is happening right now. This is happening in eastern Washington state. Multiple fires have forced thousands to evacuate, with the largest inferno only 10% contained right now. Our Jesse Kirsch brings us the latest.
The wildfires ripping across eastern Washington state are unrelenting. Different blazes have been raging outside Spokane since Friday.
Oh, you're not doing anything to that.
The largest, the out-of-control Gray Fire, spanning more than 10,000 acres, tied to at least one death. Also burning the Oregon Road Fire and the far smaller Winona Fire. The trio fueled by excessive heat and high winds, destroying dozens of structures with thousands ordered to evacuate, like Melissa Thurman, who says her home burned down.
I can't even explain the feeling of knowing that like everything that you worked for is gone. You know, yeah, so there's going to be insurance and stuff, but it doesn't make up for, you know, what you see when you see all of your stuff turned to ash.
Governor Jay Inslee touring an evacuation shelter.
This has been horrendous fires. The aridity, the wind, this fire moved 7 miles in one afternoon.
And earlier, the National Weather Service reporting the Spokane region's air quality was the worst in the U.S. and perhaps the whole world. Another challenge for people fleeing danger.
It was scary. I was shaking. My mom was crying. My dad was starting to cry because we don't want to watch our house go up in flames.
Some families holding on to memories as they leave so much else behind. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Heartbroken for them as well. Well, a California store owner was shot and killed on Friday, and investigators say it happened due to anger over her pride flag. The San Bernardino Sheriff's Department says Lori Carlton, a mother of 9 children, was killed by a gunman who made several disparaging remarks about the flag hanging outside Carlton's clothing shop. The suspect ended up being killed in a confrontation with deputies. Community leaders describe Carlton as an advocate for everyone and say she touched many lives. An Ohio teenager faces the possibility of life in prison after she was found guilty of murdering her boyfriend. Mackenzie Sharilla will be sentenced today to the 2022 deaths of Dominic Russo and Davion Flanagan. Mackenzie was convicted of crashing her car at 100 miles an hour last July, killing the passengers. She survived, and prosecutors argue she had an increasingly toxic relationship with Russo, including previous threats to crash her car with him in it. Russo's father told NBC News on Friday that he does not support a life sentence for Mackenzie, saying it wouldn't make him feel any better. All right, let's turn now back to Southern California, where they were shaken by more than just a tropical storm. Ventura County also rocked by a 5.1 magnitude earthquake. People in the southern part of Los Angeles County also reported that they felt the shaking as well. Officials say there were no reports of significant damage, but did warn of potential aftershocks. Well, Russia's first mission to the moon in nearly half a century ended in complete failure. The unmanned Luna 25 spacecraft crashed into the moon after running into a problem preparing for pre-landing orbit this weekend. For the latest on this, let's head to NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga, who's following that for us. Good morning, Claudio. A lot of disappointment with this one. So do we know why the mission failed?
Good morning, Stephen. Well, Russia's space agency Roscosmos said that in the early hours of Saturday, the craft entered an unpredictable orbit, spun out of control, and then crashed on the moon. It also said that it will create a special commission to investigate reasons behind the crash. But whatever the reasons, this was also a major crash landing for Russia's aspirations to become once again a major player in the space race. As you mentioned, this was the first moon mission in almost half a century, 47 years, since the times of the Soviet Union, and it was meant to prove that Russia can keep up with the more advanced space programs from the United States, China, but also India. Now, the craft from Russia was supposed to land today on the moon, the first spacecraft they hope that will land on the south pole of the moon, where scientists believe there are vast reserves of frozen water, 2 days before a similar spacecraft launched by India, which is expected to land on Wednesday, which is why some analysts believe or think that perhaps Russia pushed itself or the mission too far in an attempt to win this space race with Russia, but ended up losing the space race, the craft, and also its reputation, perhaps, in the world of space exploration, Stephen.
A lot of big losses there. All right, Claudio, thank you. Well, a recall to tell you about now. Car maker Nissan recalling nearly 250,000 of its Sentra sedans due to the faulty tie rod they've been telling us about in the car's suspension. In documents sent to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Nissan says both tie rods in the 2022 and 2020 models might bend on impact, interfering with the safe steering of the vehicle. Owners will have the tie rods replaced free of charge and are urged to contact Nissan or their car dealership. Tropical storm Hillary sending summer rain to the southwest, and a lot of it. Let's head to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman to take a look at what we can expect on the West Coast today. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, Stephen. Yeah, there was a lot of rain, generally 2 to 4 inches of rain. May not seem like a lot on the East Coast, but this is a year's worth of rain in just one day. But some spots in the mountains, the deserts, saw nearly a foot of rain. That is a ton of rain for Southern California. We're looking at Mount Laguna, saw over 7 inches of rain. We're going to see more rain today in spots, even up to 4 inches, where you see those brighter colors, especially in portions of the Intermountain West. We're expecting a lot of rain there as well. Could see some flooding, some flash flooding. We're concerned about that. Could also see the chance of some strong storms stretching from Tucson to Flagstaff, Salt Lake City, even into Jackson. Could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, some damaging hail, a low chance for tornadoes, but still we're looking at a rough day there. And we're also looking at the chance for some gusty winds as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, summer-like and heating up in the middle of the country. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s, into the 100s, 101 today in Omaha. And it's another hot one in the south central states, the Gulf Coast states, into the southeast, into the 90s and 100s. All right, Stephen, when I come back, we're going to talk about the middle of the country heating up into the 90s and 100s, and lots of records will be broken. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Lots to talk about there. All right, Michelle, thank you.
Yeah.
Early today, we'll be back in 60 seconds with the NFL recap as startling injuries rock teams before the season even begins. That's coming up after the break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. It's still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we gear up for football season, a pair of scary incidents at NFL preseason games this weekend. 2 different players taken off the field on stretchers. The incidents once again raising questions about player safety. Raf Sanchez has the details.
Holmes getting in there for the sack.
This weekend, not one, but 2 scary moments in preseason NFL games. New England cornerback Isaiah Baldwin colliding with a teammate.
Calling for the medical team off the sideline.
Lying motionless on the field for several minutes. His fellow Patriots taking the knee in a protective circle around him. Their game against Green Bay called off with 10 minutes still on the clock. The 2 teams coming together. In a different game, John Wolford, a third-string quarterback for Tampa Bay, hit hard.
The head whip a bit on the first initial hit.
Also lying on the field, his teammates surrounding him. Eventually carted away with a neck injury.
You recognize the risks playing this game.
But managing a thumbs up from the stretcher. Both players have now been released from hospital and are expected to recover. But for those teammates, frightening echoes of Damar Hamlin's on-field cardiac arrest.
They brought that Damar feeling of, and it's just scary.
Hamlin made a triumphant return to the gridiron last weekend, just 7 months after the near-fatal accident.
I'm rooted in, the love of
that I receive from my family, my teammates.
But even before this season formally starts, the NFL already facing painful questions about the safety of the sport.
Another example that the NFL is not a contact sport, it is a collision sport. And these players, they are risking it all out there.
The league has introduced new rules this season. One designed to reduce collisions during kickoff. Another adds a penalty if you use parts of your helmet against another player's head. The question, will it be enough to keep players safe this season? Raf Sanchez, NBC News.
Raf, thanks. Well, still to come, it was a battle at the weekend box office. More on the movie that finally ousted Barbie from the top spot. And despite a streaming surge, Suits fans might have an objection to the latest news from the show's creator. We'll be back.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you doing the dishes,
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Feel for your family makes you weak. You're wrong. My family, that's what makes me strong.
Early Today is back, breaking down the latest in entertainment this morning, and it's official. Barbie has been boxed out of its box office throne. Blue Beetle opened in theaters this weekend with just over $25 million in U.S. ticket sales. That puts an end to Barbie's 4-week reign by nearly $4 million. While Margot Robbie's blockbuster has been having a historic run, there's a lot of excitement for the Blue Beetle. The action-packed film features the first live-action movie that has a Latino superhero. And from the silver screen to streaming, an old network favorite is back on the charts.
That's fair. And sometimes I like to hang out with people who aren't that bright, just to see how the other half lives. Move over. I'm emailing the firm. I just found our next associate.
According to Nielsen's, Meghan Markle's former stomping ground Suits hit 3.1 billion minutes watched in just 1 week across Peacock and Netflix. And that's despite it being off the air for 4 years now. It makes it the most watched show acquired by a streaming platform. But the show's creator let fans down gently, saying that there are no current plans for a reboot despite that streaming boom. My in-laws just found that show. They love it. And Hollywood mourns the loss of the talented Ron Cephas Jones. The Emmy Award-winning actor passed away after battling a long-standing pulmonary illness. He was probably best known for his role in the hit series This Is Us and for earning a Tony nomination for his performance in Broadway's Clyde. His This Is Us co-stars Sterling K. Brown and Mandy Moore shared tributes remembering him as wonderful and pure magic. Ron Cephas Jones was 66 years old, and he will be missed. When we come back, Michelle's tracking the latest soaring temps scorching the middle of the country.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
you gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Welcome back on this Monday. We're looking at a really hot day from the South Central states to the Northern Plains, the Midwest, the Ohio Valley. 87 million Americans under heat alerts. Excessive heat warnings, that is in the hot pink, stretching from Texas all the way to Minnesota and also parts of the Ohio Valley. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s, into the 100s. Over 100 records will be broken. 101 today in Jackson. We'll be right back.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Scotty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expeditions
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's great to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
With just a few months on the job, a 911 dispatcher has earned his stripes after helping a woman perform CPR on her husband who went into cardiac arrest. Ellison Barber has more on the historic phone call.
Fire department wants you out of the emergency.
Yeah, my husband just had a heart attack. He collapsed on the floor. He's turning red and purple. Please come.
The Orange County Fire Department had rookies on the job the day Sharon Kilty dialed 911.
How old is the patient? Especially so early in my career, I have to say this was a little unexpected.
Chris Carvalho was a dispatcher in training when he got the call.
He just went down. He made just a deadly sound I can't even imagine. I think it's probably his last breath.
Sharon was desperate after she saw her husband of 34 years collapse after complaining of chest tightness. But Chris knew exactly what to do.
I need you to press hard and fast at a rate of about 100 per minute, okay? You're going to follow this cadence. 1, 2, 3.
My savior, Chris, came on the phone immediately.
It doesn't seem like he has a pulse.
Keep going. You're acting as his pulse right now. Remember that. So just keep going.
Okay. I didn't feel alone in the moment. Helped me get through it.
Firefighters came to the rescue within minutes.
We were able to take over care, start CPR, and deliver that first shock that got his heart back going.
Getting Steve to the hospital, where he underwent a series of procedures over the span of 14 days, turning to family and faith.
He came every day and prayed over Steve and gave him anointing of the sick when we didn't know if he was going to survive or not. We enjoy our life. We have fun together, you know, and these are our golden years to go have more fun. And in the darkest hours when you didn't know if he was going to survive, you have to start contemplating that. And I couldn't imagine living my life without him.
Finally, Steve was released with no permanent brain damage, and a new normal began for these empty nesters.
The fifth one you take 2 times a day, baby.
There's one of these I take twice a day.
A focus on health.
Oxygen's 98.
Now a top priority. Together they're grateful.
It's a minor inconvenience.
For each other.
It's great to be alive.
And they're heroes. They met on the worst day of their lives.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris.
But now they're a family.
They saved my family. I'm indebted to them. And but we've also said we're now family together, so we'll stay in touch.
It's part of the job and something that we do. When something like this happens, we don't mention it after work, but to have gotten to meet the family, getting to meet people who come out when things go well is really something different.
So glad it went well. Our thanks to Ellison Barber for that report. And that's going to do it for us this morning. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Stephen Romo. Go out there and have a great Monday.
Right now on Morning News Now, double threat. Millions on the West Coast are dealing with the threat of serious flooding from the remnants of Hillary. And at the same time, Southern California was also rocked by one of the most powerful earthquakes to hit the area in decades. The historic 1-2 punch dumping rain that's caused flash flooding and downing power lines. And there could be even more trouble ahead. We're on the ground with the latest on the ongoing threat, the impact, and where the storm is heading now. Also this morning, a presidential visit. President Biden is set to tour the devastated island of Maui as families begin to pick up the pieces. But his arrival isn't without controversy as anger over the state and federal response continues to grow. What we're hearing from locals and the new warning this morning as hundreds are listed as officially missing.
Plus, split-screen programming as GOP presidential hopefuls prepare to take the stage for the first time. Former President Donald Trump prepares to surrender for the fourth indictment filed against him. But the ongoing legal drama surrounding the former president seems to have done little to stifle his support. We're breaking down a new NBC News Des Moines Register poll this morning. And Viva La Roja. It was a fiesta in Sydney as Spain knocked off England to win its first ever Women's World Cup. From the celebration to the controversies surrounding the Spanish coach, we've got everything you need to know.
1-0, a nice little game.
Yeah,
One goal
there you
scored,
go.
and that meant
Yeah.
everything. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Monday. I'm Joe Fryer.
Yeah, thanks for starting your week with us. I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin this morning with the historic storm lashing the West Coast with heavy rains and strong winds.
Hillary is the first tropical storm to directly impact Southern California in 84 years. The last time the region was threatened by a storm like this was back in the 1970s, but in that case, the storm did not make landfall. This one did. Hillary was once a Category 4 hurricane. Then it weakened to a tropical storm before making landfall Sunday on the Baja California peninsula of Mexico. From there, the storm slowly made its way north, crossing into the U.S. near San Diego. Hillary has brought flooding and mudslides to the region, prompting Governor Gavin Newsom to declare a state of emergency. And if that weren't enough, a magnitude 5.1 earthquake also hit parts of Southern California. This video shows the quake as it happened inside a restaurant. There were no reports of significant damage, but the region has felt at least a dozen aftershocks. Governor Newsom says state officials will be on the ground checking for damage caused by both the storm and the earthquake.
The original assessment is not major damage, but I don't believe that at the moment until I see it. And then we'll continue to be around all week to make sure the recovery is going along well.
We have full coverage of Hillary's impact in both California and Nevada this morning. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas, who joins us from San Diego with the latest. So, Guad, set the scene for us. The storm moved through that area yesterday. What's the latest on the ground where you are?
Joe, it did come through this part of Southern California. Now, we know that it made landfall in Mexico, south of the border, and it moved east. It moved inland. So the center and the worst part of the storm came through this part of Southern California on the east part of San Diego. This is a mountain area closer to the desert. So authorities had time to prepare. They wanted residents to be ready, especially those in parts of Southern California that live in areas where they know they have flooding. So the possibility of flash floods was really the main warning for customers. Authorities asked people to stay off the roads in this part of San Diego. They did. So we had hours of rain, which of course caused that flooding, and heavy winds in all of the San Diego area. So this morning we're seeing a lot of branches across the roadways. We've seen some downed trees in the San Diego area. There were some power outages reported throughout the day. Yesterday, a couple thousand customers were affected, but for the most part, the infrastructure held here in the San Diego area, with the worst of the storm again coming through that mountain area and then moving its way north into the Riverside and San Bernardino counties, which are east of Los Angeles. Let's hear from the authorities in LA speaking about the storm.
LA County Public Health has issued a warning. People should stay out of the water in our beaches for 72 hours.
I'm worried about some of the more rural and remote areas in the eastern part of the state, some of the more mountainous regions where people could be trapped, or there could be debris concerns. So that's where we're focusing a little bit more of our extra energy.
Governor Newsom talks about the eastern parts of the states. These are the mountains that directly connect to the desert areas, more remote communities. They got a lot of heavy rain and heavy wind, and this is also the area where more flooding was expected. So overnight, authorities were paying close attention to that. So this morning, we'll be able to assess some of the damage that could have been caused by that storm.
So, Guad, let's be clear. Southern California does not normally see storms like this. Even a little rain can cause some chaos. So tell us more about the infrastructure in the region and just their ability to handle this kind of extreme weather.
So, as you mentioned, California does not see storms like this one. Now, California did get a lot of rain earlier this year, so they were able to experience some of that flooding. They knew what to expect. So going into this, state, local, county, and city officials from San Diego to the LA area were prepared for this. They asked customers to get sand and use sandbags to protect their property. They wanted people to keep in mind that flooding could be happening in their areas. They declared a local emergency here in San Diego County and LA County. So the resources were there. And California does deal with natural disasters like wildfires, which are, of course, completely different, but they do have the infrastructure with first responders standing by. I'll give you an example. The main freeway that connects the San Diego area to the deserts that goes east to west had a boulder slide off the mountain. Now, that part of the freeway was quickly shut down. Authorities were communicating well with drivers, telling them to stay off the road. So there's an infrastructure in California to respond to emergencies. And also, as I mentioned, residents had enough time to prepare, especially those that lived in areas that flooded. California is not flat like some parts of Florida where they get a lot of tropical storms. We have a lot of mountains and hills, so people know what the geography is like where they live, and they knew what to expect, Joe.
So many different types of hazards, Guad. So today, clearly, weather conditions are better there. What can we expect in terms of surveying the damage and starting the cleanup?
Well, we're starting to get some of those rainfall totals for different parts of Southern California this morning. Inches of rain all across the region. We still have some wind, so the wind, of course, is not what we had overnight. The rain has stopped here in San Diego, so it's expected to clear later in the day. So it'll be an effort to assess the damage. I can tell you here in the San Diego area, there's reports of falling large trees, some even on structures. The streets are full of debris, mainly from palm trees and from other items that just fell into the road. So it'll be a day to see what kind of damage was caused by the storm all across the area here. And of course, moving north into other desert areas north of San Diego, Palm Springs, and going into the high deserts towards Nevada, where the storm made its way through.
And we'll take a closer look at those areas coming up now. Guad, thank you so much.
Yeah, that was a great setup, because now we're going to bring in the mayor of Palm Springs, California, Mayor Grace Garner. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, Mayor. First, just tell us, how are conditions there right now?
Well, conditions I'm unclear on what the conditions are completely, because I was also sheltering in place in my drive to City Hall this morning. You could see that there was debris on the road. Thankfully, some of the areas that were flooded are not as flooded in the moment, just on our main city streets. However, our 911 is down at the moment. We are asking residents to text 911 or to call the non-emergency lines. This is something that's happening not just in Palm Springs, but throughout the Coachella Valley. So anyone that needs 911 services should contact their non-emergency number in their city. And this is at 4 a.m. Pacific time. So please continue to check the city websites to make sure that you have the most up-to-date information.
And Mayor, when do you expect those 911 lines to be restored? And how much of a concern is it that they are down and that people might not know about those other options?
It's a huge concern. This happened late last night. We have immediately increased our patrols. Fire and police were out patrolling the streets, and our police chief and our fire chief and our city manager are all working on getting this back up as quickly as possible. We've also sent this information out all over our social media. That's part of why I want to make sure that everyone hears it here on the news as well. But again, we're going to work as hard as we can to get those back up. We are in touch with the county, with the state on this issue.
Do you have everything you need at this point from Governor Newsom to handle this storm? Have the resources been enough?
Right now, we have the resources that we need, but we haven't been able to assess the damage. Once the sun comes up and we're able to take drives around and really see what we're looking at, then we'll be able to communicate with the county and the state to let them know what else we need. But at this time, we feel very prepared for next steps. We just don't know completely what that will be.
Your guidance, I know, for residents of the area as of yesterday anyway, was to stay home. Please do not be on the roads. Please do not drive if possible. Is that still the advice? What do you want people at home to know? Should they continue to hunker down?
Yes, absolutely. Please stay home. Yes, there's going to be sun today, and that's fantastic. However, we have a lot of cleanup to do. We need to assess the damage, and if the roads are clear, that makes our job that much easier, and we're able to get those roads open much faster if people just stay in place. Schools are closed, many businesses are closed, and that's really the way it should be for today.
All right, Mayor Grace Garner, thank you for your time while you're dealing with us, and thank you for joining us so early. We appreciate it.
Parts of Nevada are now feeling the impact of Hillary. Our coverage continues with NBC News correspondent Jake Ward, who's in Las Vegas. So, Jake, I understand the governor of Nevada has also declared a state of emergency. It appears Vegas is escaping the worst of this storm. It's to the west of you, but what are you seeing on the ground there? What are the conditions like in other parts of the state?
Well, at this hour, Joe, it does seem that the worst has gone past Las Vegas after the storm moved beyond where Guad is in San Diego and then past Palm Springs. It has now moved up into a very rural, remote part of Nevada, north of where I am right now. At this hour, there is still a declaration of emergency across the state and here in Las Vegas. But at this point, we're getting the sense that there's very little actual concern at this hour. Just to the east of where I'm standing, Lake Mead had an evacuation and shelter center set up with cots and bedding for anybody, and they just closed it last night, reporting that no one had shown up. So at this point, it seems that the worst has gone past Las Vegas, and this city of 650,000 people seems to be safe, Joe.
Yeah, still, Vegas was bracing for perhaps a worst-case scenario. I understand the city has a rather unique infrastructure in place for something like this. Tell us about that.
It's very interesting, Joe. This place, the Las Vegas Valley, is essentially one big bowl. And over time, the geology, I had a lot of time to spend on this yesterday, the geology of it basically turns it into porcelain, such that water just shoots down from the mountains and into Las Vegas itself. I don't think the people who founded this city realized that at the time, but over the years, it's been a terrible problem. In 1999 and again in 2012, you had big flooding such that whitewater rapids moved down the strip. Since that time, city officials and the Clark County have put in a $1.9 billion piece of infrastructure. You're looking at some of it there that washes the mountain water down through the city and into a system of storm tunnels that are then designed there to move it many, many blocks under the city itself and then get rid of it. So at this point, having spent yesterday driving around and looking at this kind of infrastructure, it's truly made a fortress out of Sin City in the face of this kind of potential flooding.
Jake became a temporary geology expert over the weekend. So, let's be clear, Jake. This is Las Vegas. People go there to have fun, to party. Despite all of this, what's the mood like there?
This is the strangest part about reporting on anything from Las Vegas. You emerge from your hotel room at 1:30 in the morning and the people are doing exactly what they are always doing on the casino floor. We had the experience yesterday of, as we shot those images that you saw there of that wash coming through what's called the Link. It's one of the hotels here. We were told to move off of that property as quickly as we could. Hotel executives basically said they didn't like the impression that it gave. So there's very much the sense that you want business as usual when you run a casino here in Las Vegas. And wherever we went, it was tourists aplenty. Marijuana is now legal here in Nevada. So you had people literally with joints dangling from their lips, watching the waters go past. The sense was not one of strict emergency here. But that is, of course, the good news. We don't want people caught for something they are not prepared for. It seems very much that the invisible infrastructure under Sin City kept all the sin afloat as this storm moved past, Joe.
It's quite the image I have in my mind now. All right,
Yeah, wow.
Jake Ward in Las Vegas. Jake, thank you so much.
Well, we are now joined by John Steinbeck, the Clark County, Nevada Fire Chief. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us, Chief. So the Las Vegas Strip falls under the jurisdiction of Clark County. So we just heard there from Jake, it sounds like things a little bit better than expected, people not going to shelters and things like that. But tell us from your perspective where things stand on the Strip right now and what people should know, especially in light of what Jake just said of kind of, continuing business as usual on a trip to Las Vegas. What should people visiting or planning to visit today, tomorrow, know about what's happening in the city?
Yes, thank you for having me today, and we are very glad to report that the storm the bulk of the storm certainly did pass us by, and we seem to avoid most of the damage. We don't see any interruption in our opportunities for visitors, and very little disruption actually today in the lives of our residents. We did prepare diligently. Lots of extra resources up and monitoring. We do have some issues in the outlying areas that we're addressing, but within the Las Vegas Valley, where we have 2.3 million residents and hundreds of thousands of visitors every day, everything looks great.
I'm not sure if you can see the video that we're playing right now, but it's what our friend Jake was referencing in terms of this system that kind of shuffles all this water down into these storm tunnels. It looks pretty dramatic, I'd say, to somebody who's just watching thinking, wow, that's in the middle of Las Vegas. But like you just said, you had time to prepare. It looks like these systems worked in the way that they were supposed to. Is that correct? And tell me a little bit more about that preparation.
It is correct, and most of the preparation, that you see there is years in the making, regional flood efforts that we put together to keep the city safe from flooding that certainly occurred much more prevalent in the 90s, and that I certainly responded on. But it can still be overwhelmed if the rains hit a certain area like we were expecting. We expected some of these to be overwhelmed, and we were in position with extra resources and certainly with our emergency messaging. However, that didn't come to fruition. We didn't have those type of rains, and we're not out of the flash flood warnings yet. That doesn't end until 7 a.m. But right here in the area that you're looking at now, we don't expect that to get any worse than what you're seeing, and it's working as designed.
It's pretty amazing to see the way it's designed, again, in the middle of the city. How unusual is this weather for you all for this time of year? And between, the remnants of a tropical storm like this and then the extreme heat that you dealt with this summer, are you concerned moving forward about the different types of responses you're going to have to these extreme weather events?
Concerned, we're prepared, and we're continuing to prepare. We have a monsoon season every August. The heavy rains come in. That's why we have that infrastructure that's in place. We do have areas that will flood, but it's manageable, at least at that level. We thought that this time it was going to maybe come over the top and be a little bit more than what we've seen in the past. But we're prepared as long as we continue to prepare properly. Honestly, over the last 48 hours, we've done so much coordination and messaging that we had less emergency response than we would on a normal Sunday night. So wow. It all worked, and we're grateful for it.
That is very interesting to hear. Great to hear. Clark County, Nevada Fire Chief John Steinbeck, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Absolutely, and we do see what's happening in California, and we're watching that closely. And I do have a team in Maui, and our hearts certainly go out to them.
Absolutely. Thank you for telling us that. We'll check in with you. Thank you very much.
So what is next? Let's get the latest on Hillary's track.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us in studio. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So everyone can kind of tell the theme right now. We're following what happened going till dark. So we have those pictures to show you of definitely some mudslides, debris flows. We know we've had dozens, if not hundreds. And then once the sun comes back up, we'll see just where the worst of it was. And it would likely, by looking at the rainfall totals, the mountainous areas just to the north of Los Angeles really picked up on a lot of rain. I mean, look at almost 9 inches of rain. So this, if we have any really bad debris and mudslides and flows or on the burn scar areas, it's going to be in these areas, and also towards the mountains just east, heading down towards San Diego, all the mountains to the east of those areas. That's the highest rainfall total, by the way, almost a foot of rain at Mount San Jacinto. So again, we haven't heard of any communities that have been devastated. We haven't even heard of any neighborhoods that have completely slid off hillsides because of this storm. So every hour that goes by without those reports is great news. But we do have communities that are cut off because of these mud and debris flows in the mountainous areas. There's only like 1 or 2 roads into some of these communities, and those are cut off and the roads are blocked. So that'll be one of the themes today, is getting into these and trying to clear roads out all day long and likely all week long. We still have flash flood warnings for everywhere in maroon. So that's still a huge section of the mountainous areas from Bishop to Mammoth, the Yosemite southwards, just outside of Las Vegas, and into areas north of San Diego. And Los Angeles, by the way, that flash flood warning has just expired for you. So the center of the storm, it's no longer tropical. And by the way, that was the 4th time last night a tropical storm in our recorded history has ever been located over the state of California. So again, an extremely rare event. And now all that rain is just heading northwards into areas of Oregon and also into Idaho. As far as the addition additional problems, we're done really in Southern California. We may get a few showers and thunderstorms in Nevada today, but we'll watch our friends here in areas of eastern Oregon around Baker City. That's who could pick up 2 to 3 inches during the day today. Again, slight risk of flash flooding all through this region with isolated downpours. Again, the ground's already soggy. And as far as the winds went, this one actually, I went into the storm telling everyone about 5% of the damage would be from wind, 95% from water. And we did have some high wind gusts, 84 miles per hour, 79. And these were all in the mountainous areas. But we only have 50,000 people without power right now. That's fantastic. It could have been so much worse. And other concerns out there, as we look at these active problems in the Atlantic, this weekend we had 3 storms that formed: Franklin, Gert, and Emily. Now, Gert and Emily we're not going to worry about at all. There's also that little red X in the Gulf of Mexico, and we don't like storms forming that close to us anytime. That is going to likely become a tropical storm in the next 2 days, and we'll spend probably much of Wednesday covering a tropical storm heading into South Texas. It does appear that it'll mostly be the Corpus Christi area down towards Brownsville. And then for our friends in Puerto Rico, we're going to have to watch Franklin. This storm's going to take a little hook and head up towards the Dominican Republic. They're going to have concerns for flash flooding there. It shouldn't be a powerful hurricane, but a lot of heavy rain in mountainous areas is always bad, as we just saw in Southern California. But Puerto Rico is also going to get a lot of downpours from that storm also.
It's that time of year.
Yeah. It is. The peak of the hurricane season is the first weekend in September, so we're not there yet.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, all right. Thank you very much, Bill. Well, while the Southwest is dealing with the impact of Hillary, parts of the Pacific Northwest are being threatened by wildfires. There are 3 wildfires that are burning outside of Spokane, Washington. Some 25,000 acres have been burned, and thousands of people have been forced to evacuate. So far, there have been at least 2 confirmed deaths. 35-mile-per-hour winds have made it difficult for firefighters to try to contain the flames. But there is a chance for showers in the area today and tomorrow, and the winds are expected to die down.
Coming up, a growing movement to ban cell phones in schools. It's not just some students who are against the change. We'll tell you why some parents say it could be dangerous.
But first, more than a week after deadly wildfires ripped through Hawaii, President Biden is set to visit the devastated island. We are live from Maui coming up.
come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're back with the latest on the devastation in Hawaii. Maui residents continue to pick up the pieces after the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history.
Later today, President Biden will visit Maui, a trip that's facing criticism from some people on the island. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Maui with the latest. Hey, Steve, good morning. Thanks for being here. So let's start off with the latest on the search for victims. Maui's county mayor says 850 people have been officially counted as missing, and there's the possibility also of rain coming that could actually ultimately hurt recovery efforts, so search efforts. What can you tell us about the latest on this?
Yeah, 850 missing comes directly from the mayor. He put out an address overnight on social media talking about the effort to sort of combine lists. So this is the first time that we've actually gotten an official number from a government body. This is a combination of lists that were collected by the county, by the city, by certain other groups like the Red Cross, and finally putting it into a full list. Yeah, so 85% of that total search area has now been completed. It is a very slow, very grueling process, as we've been laying out, because those cadaver dogs have to search for remains that are very, very badly burned. And this is why we're talking about the rain. If rain is moving into the forecast, it could easily hamper those efforts, hamper the dog's ability to sort of find those remains and identify those remains. But also, it poses the danger of releasing toxins into bodies of water as that runoff would go off too. So multiple fronts, this is not good for the search and recovery effort. However, they're working as fast as they can. They're covering a great distance, and certainly we hear about improvements every single day.
So, Steve, President Biden is visiting the island today to tour the damage firsthand. First, what's on his schedule, but also, you know, we've talked plenty about concerns over the local response, but how are people there feeling about the federal response?
You know, I mean, nobody here is happy with the response, be that county, be that state, and be that federal. Obviously, the president will be here, and I think a lot of people are seeing that as a sign of respect, seeing that as a sign that the federal government is paying attention to the situation on the ground. And certainly when he meets with leadership and he tours the devastation, we don't know the exact details, but he will be here to do that. He will be met with government officials that are happy to see him, but I also expect him to be met with people who are not so happy. I think protests are likely to happen while he's here. There was a very big delay from what a lot of people would say, from his initial discovery and response to what happened to the wildfire about 2 days after that fire tore through this town, and then another week until he really made an official response to sort of talk about some of the things that the federal government is doing. So because of that gap, I think a lot of people, you know, aren't necessarily so happy with the president, but we will see when he arrives in just a few hours, guys.
Yeah, we know that you'll keep us updated both on what he does as well as those potential protests, and we'll keep covering that throughout the day. Steve, though, it does just seem we just keep on hearing these heartbreaking specific stories that are coming out of the recovery process. I know you came across a story about a boy and his dog. Tell us about that.
14-year-old Quiero Fuentes, and this fire is heartbreaking in so many ways, countless ways, but one of them is that the fire struck really as children were just getting out of school. So in a lot of cases, and we don't know how many children, of course, are among the wreckage, but it's expected to be a significant number, and he's one of them. His own family also found him huddled with his dog in his own room. I want you to hear from his brother, who talks about exactly what they came upon. Listen to this.
You know, he probably tried to save him, and, you know, he jumped on top of him and he hugged him.
Him in reference to his dog, Dexter. There's so many sad stories, and like you said, it's almost every single day that we encounter another one with this amount of people now notified as dead, but also the amount of missing, which is just tremendous here, guys.
Oh, it really is. All right, Steve Patterson, thanks so much for your reporting.
To international news now, and reports from state media say that North Korean leader Kim Jong-un oversaw a new cruise missile test.
NBC News correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us live from Rome with that and other world headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning. That's right. Photos from those reports show Kim Jong-un observing the test firing of the, quote, strategic cruise missile. Now, you can see that a cruise missile soaring from a patrol ship. This report comes just as the U.S. and South Korean militaries kicked off the major annual drills. Pyongyang views these efforts as a rehearsal for invasion, and the controversial test also comes just 3 days after the first standalone trilateral summit between the U.S., South Korea, and Japan. Now let's go literally to the moon. India's space agency just released some images as their spacecraft approaches the lunar South Pole. They expect it to land sometimes this week. For a while, it was a space race between Russia and India, both countries pushing to reach this lunar region for the first time. Images from India's space agency comes just a day after Russia's spacecraft crashed during its first moon mission in nearly 50 years. If India is successful, they will be the first country to land on the unexplored South Pole. We end our news tour of the world in Istanbul, where swimmers are celebrating after taking the water for the 35th edition of the Bosphorus Cross-Continental Swim Race. It's an annual event organized by the Turkish National Olympic Committee, and the competition is fierce. About 2,600 athletes from over 70 nations dove in for the challenging open water swim, stroking through the 4 miles of the Bosphorus Strait, one of the busiest waterways in the world. The winner in the men's category finished in just over 41 minutes, and the women's winner wrapped up the race in only a minute longer, 42 minutes. Congratulations to both.
I would still be swimming.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, for real.
Dog paddling. All right, Claudia, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Coming up, as Republican hopefuls prepare to take center stage for the first time, we're getting new insight into the race for the White House.
We'll have the latest on a new NBC News poll this morning, plus what former President Trump is planning after announcing he's going to skip that first primary debate.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We are staying on top of major news out west, where an unprecedented 1-2 punch from Mother Nature has parts of the West Coast reeling. People in Ventura and Los Angeles counties are being asked to stay at home after record-breaking rains from Hillary flooded roads. The storm also forced school closures in both California and Nevada as it moves north this morning. Well, in the middle of it all, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked parts of the Southern California coast. You can see that here in this video, people, inside this restaurant scramble to get outside. The U.S. Geological Survey reported there were at least a dozen aftershocks of magnitude 3 or greater in the area, but seismologists say the two events are not connected. We'll stay on top of both of these stories and have the very latest in our next hour.
Staying in California, where an investigation is underway, a business owner was fatally shot after someone allegedly took issue with an LGBTQ+ flag displayed at her store. San Bernardino police say the suspect made several comments about the flag before shooting Laura Ann Carlton. The suspect was also fatally shot by officers after confronting them with a weapon. Carlton was a mother of 9 and known in the community as an LGBTQ+ advocate. She did not identify as a member of the LGBTQ community.
Heartbreaking. Well, a new poll released this morning conducted by NBC News and the Des Moines Register shows former President Donald Trump continues to be the clear frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination.
But some other candidates are also starting to make some gains 2 days out from the first Republican presidential debate. For more, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He is in Des Moines, words we will utter many times over the next few months. Vaughn, good morning. So, as we said, the poll, it clearly shows former President Trump is still the current frontrunner for the Republican Party nomination. No surprise there. But the poll also shows a lot of people still haven't made up their minds. So what are we seeing?
Yeah, good morning, my friends. Look here, Donald Trump is still in a sturdy position. He's got a 23-point lead in our polling here, less than 5 months out to the Iowa caucus over Ron DeSantis. But the polling also shows that there are a number of candidates still being actively considered by Republican caucus goers here in Iowa. That includes South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy. Mike Pence is still even under consideration. And so when you're looking at these numbers, there is the open opportunity for an alternative to Donald Trump. But right now, the difficulty is that about 2/3 of folks who say they intend to caucus for Donald Trump say they will definitely caucus for him. And, you know, from some conversations we had with voters here, the question is who would be the most viable alternative to take him on and ultimately close that gap? That's the outstanding question here as we head to the fall.
Yeah, Vaughn, tell us more about these voters that you spoke with, specifically Republicans. How do they feel about the former president being back in the race and holding that lead?
Right. We actually talked to a few of the actual participants in the polls, the folks that actually picked up the phone and gave their responses. We sat down with them last night and had a little bit of conversation about Donald Trump and whether there is any chance that he does not win the Iowa caucus. Take a listen.
Personally, I think that a lot of people that are in my shoes that want someone other than Donald Trump aren't as vocal.
I think he has an excellent chance of winning in the general election. I think there will be a lot of support.
And that's a conversation we expect to take place over the months ahead. Who thinks a particular Republican could be in the best position to beat Joe Biden? Jody, the first woman you heard from, said that she would not vote for Donald Trump in a general election, but would vote for any one of the other Republicans here on the caucus ballot. And so that is sort of this debate that is taking place in real time.
Okay, so that last gentleman there said he thinks Trump can win the general election. I guess that's my next question. If Trump is the Republican nominee in 2024, how do Republicans rate his chances of beating the incumbent, President Joe Biden?
Right. And folks in this poll were asked whether they would pick a candidate most likely aligned with their issues or most have the best chance to beat Joe Biden. And it was by a 2-to-1 margin, essentially, folks saying issues versus most likely to beat Joe Biden. And so there's this dynamic that is really for these Republican candidates that they're having to grapple with. I want to let you listen to a little bit more of our conversation with 2 of the other voters we talked to.
I don't think he's going to lose the second time. I think it's worth the risk.
I think that if Donald Trump is the candidate, then I think we're looking at 4 more years of Democratic president.
4 more years of a Democratic president, you know, and I was talking to Bob, one of the gentlemen you heard from, though, who is the ardent Trump supporter. He said, look, there's a bunch of Trump supporters out there that otherwise likely wouldn't go vote if Donald Trump is not the nominee. And so this is sort of the American politics today. It's really tough. The best we can do is look at polling and have conversations with the voters like you just heard from.
All right, Vaughn, thank you so much.
Always a great conversation with Vaughn. Well, as the GOP gears up for its first debate on Wednesday, one candidate will be missing Missing from the stage, former President Trump confirmed Sunday that he will skip the first Republican presidential primary debate and indicated he also may not attend future ones. The former president wrote on his Truth social media platform that polling shows him leading in the Republican primary field by such a wide margin that he doesn't need to stand alongside his rivals. A source familiar with Trump's thinking said the decision applies to only the first two debates, which are affiliated with Fox News and Fox Business.
One candidate who will be at the debate Wednesday is North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. He is a software entrepreneur now in his second term as governor. On Sunday's Meet the Press, he laid out the basics for his platform. Here's moderator Chuck Todd with more on their conversation.
Well, hello there, Joe and Savannah. This week on Meet the Press, Republican presidential candidate Governor Doug Burgum joined me ahead of the first primary debate to discuss former President Trump's growing legal troubles. Take a look at what he had to say.
It's got the character and the integrity, the proven track record of being able to do that. And that's what I've done my whole life in every organization I've been, but people don't know that yet. So we absolutely are going to leave that to this whole industry. We've got to focus on telling our story and telling the story of what we've been able to get done in North Dakota.
You know, you are running for president. You don't think people need to know where you stand on these issues? You're asking to be the next guardrail of the American democracy. At the end of the day, this is the biggest stress test our country's faced in over 100 years.
Yes, and I think part of a stress test, whether it's for Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, everybody's innocent until they're proven guilty in this country, and lots of accusations that are being tossed around. But I think that if we're focused on January is when the first caucuses and primary are. That's when the voters get to decide. I do trust the voters. I trust that if we can show that we're a credible alternative, that we can deliver the things that Americans are looking for, because Americans do want this country to move forward. They want presidential elections to be about the future, a vision for the future. Then we have to offer that. If I'm just one more pundit, criticizing everything that's gone on in 2020, no one's gonna see that there's leadership there.
You can see my full interview and more at MeetThePress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
All right, Chuck, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, for the first time in 4 decades, Maryland has reported a locally acquired case of malaria.
What scientists are saying about this infection and the unusual trend they're seeing in cases. That's next.
story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with a concerning update on malaria in the U.S. Maryland is now reporting its first case of locally acquired malaria, something that hasn't happened in that state in 40 years. Experts say it's the latest in a string of cases popping up across the country. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details.
A new warning after a case of malaria was found in Maryland, hundreds of miles north of where recent cases have been. Health officials on edge because this was locally contracted. That means the patient didn't get it overseas or any place further south that has already seen infections.
It's certainly unusual. We want to let people know just so they can be on the lookout.
That patient now recovering after being hospitalized. So far, officials at a loss as to how they got infected. If it is in Maryland, could it be anywhere?
Well, I suppose it could. Conceivably, it could. It's probably going to be a pretty rare event, though. Trying to understand where this locally acquired case came from is going to be very difficult to understand.
It's the first this far north, with cases found in the warmer southern states of Florida and Texas.
We have the eggs, we have the larvae.
NBC News' Blaine Alexander got an exclusive look inside a CDC mosquito lab where a malaria response team is on high alert, with mosquitoes that carry malaria being found here at home for the first time in 20 years.
Why are we seeing these cases now?
It's a good question, and we don't have a good answer for absolutely why didn't we see it in 20 years and it came up now.
Malaria can appear a week to a month after infection and can cause fever, chill, and body aches. Experts say a national outbreak is unlikely, but they are tracking it closely. George Solis, NBC News.
All right, let's get you some financial news now. New reports say Meta's Threads could launch a desktop version this week.
NBC's Silvana Henao is live with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Meta's Threads is reportedly expected to launch a desktop version this week. This has been a top request by users, along with a chronological timeline, which was recently added. Experts say while links from Threads can be viewed on the web, a desktop version could help promote the app to a wider audience across the internet. Threads was launched in early July, but has seen user growth and engagement drop off. Packed airports this summer could be a sign of what's ahead. A report from the World Travel and Tourism Council is projecting travel to become a more than $15 trillion industry in the next decade. That accounts for more than 11% of the global economy. The most powerful travel and tourism economies, based on GDP, are the same as before the pandemic. The U.S., China, Germany, UK, and Japan. The industry is forecast to employ up to 430 million people by 2033, or roughly 1 of every 9 jobs worldwide. And your dream car may be way out of your price range. Rolls-Royce has unveiled the Drop Tail. It's the latest model in its exclusive coach-built series. The Roadster is inspired by high-speed sailing yachts from the 1930s. It seats 2 and comes with a removable carbon fiber hardtop. The price hasn't been announced, but it's estimated to cost more than $30 million. Rolls-Royce is only making 4, and buyers will be able to design the vehicle with specialized function to their liking. How about that?
What if they do financing for that, like a 500-year car loan or something?
Yeah, right? You know, like, how many lifetimes do you have to, live for?
$30 million for a car. Wow. Savannah, thank you.
You got it.
The students head back to the classroom. Some schools are laying down new rules about phones.
Yeah, students at an Alabama school have to lock their phones away for the entire day. And that policy is being met with some mixed reviews. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has the story.
At Montgomery, Alabama's Carver High, the morning rush to school is now a morning rush to scroll.
How are your phone off?
New this year, middle and high school students now forced to lock away their phones before the bell rings.
When did they get it back?
2:45.
2:45.
Right.
Principal Gary Hall pushed for the policy and the pouch to enforce it.
They were texting, tweeting, you name it, while classes were going on. Put it in the pouch, then.
Here's how it works. At the beginning of the day, students put their cell phones in these pouches.
Once it's locked, it is really hard to get back open.
They can keep it with them, they just can't open them. They're sealed.
There you go, have a good day.
This unlocking magnet, the only thing designed to free them. It's not completely foolproof.
We found a lot of cell phone cases with no phone.
For students,
Show of hands, who doesn't like the pouch?
it's a painful adjustment.
I just love watching TikTok, so I gotta have my phone.
Why don't you like the pouch?
I don't like the pouches because when I'm in math class, I like to take pictures of the notes and stuff.
What's your favorite part?
We communicate more with each other now that our phone is locked up.
It made me pay attention that I don't got my phone.
Who would be using their cell phone if it weren't for the pouch? That's a lot of hands. What would you be doing?
Cheating.
Montgomery Public Schools isn't alone. The maker of the pouch, Yonder, says they're seeing an estimated 150% increase in schools using them in 2023. Now working with over 2,000 schools across the country. While most parents are for the pouch, others fear their children will not have their phone when they need it most.
If there's an emergency, how can I contact my child?
That means I'm in panic waiting until someone from the school calls and say, well, hey, there's a shooting.
It's been 1 week. Has it gone the way you thought it would?
Things are going really well.
District Superintendent Dr. Melvin Brown tells us the benefits are worth the risk.
We have to find a happy medium, while at the same time, our ultimate goal is to make sure everybody's 100% as safe as possible.
All right, so moving on.
Just 1 week in, this school is already seeing a difference.
I just see engagement, honestly. I see talking. They're using their words.
It's revolutionized teaching for me this year.
Work gets done faster. We move along faster.
A new routine.
These are locking, keep moving.
Educators hope will unlock their full potential. Marissa Parham, NBC News, Montgomery, Alabama.
Well, as college students return to campuses, there's a shift in who's in the classroom. New statistics show lecture halls on college campuses will be filled with more women than men, and that could actually end up impacting politics on a national level. According to the 2021 census, 56% of students enrolled in college identify as a woman, compared to 44% of students identifying as a man. That number has been steadily climbing since 1970. Experts say they expect the gap also to grow in the coming years. So what does that mean outside the classroom? While more women are expected to hold higher level positions that require applicants to have degrees, it could also make a difference in the polls. Democrats won women voters by double digits in the 2020 election. Voters with bachelor's degrees also voted for Democrats by 12 points.
Coming up, a historic win in the Women's World Cup.
Up next, we'll take you through all the nail-biting action and the controversy surrounding the coach of the new world champs. Stick with us.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war content.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now. is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand delivered.
All right, it just did, too.
Welcome back. It looks like the Barbie box office reign has come to an end. The new DC superhero movie Blue Beetle landed in the top spot, taking in just over $25 million in sales. Now, that's not a huge opening for a DC superhero movie, but keep in mind the cast couldn't promote it because of the Hollywood strikes. Variety reports that Barbie is set to overtake Universal's Super Mario Bros. Movie as the biggest domestic release of the year. No surprise there. It seemed to be on that path.
Now it's about time for you to go see it.
Yes, I will.
I can't wait to talk to you about it.
Next month, soon. History was made at the Women's World Cup this weekend.
Spain beat England 1-0 in the final, securing their first ever trophy for the women's team. Let's bring in Alicia Delgado for more on this. She's the senior editor for USA Today Sports. Alicia, good to have you with us again. So walk us through this final match. How was Spain able to defeat England?
Yeah, this match was incredible. Oh my goodness. For those of you who woke up early, you got to see a really great match. Spain completely overpowered England most of the game and exploited their left side and was dynamic, fast, had tons of chances. And then Olga Carmona scored the game winner early in the game in the 29th minute, and England couldn't capitalize on their many chances either.
Let's talk about Spain's head coach. 15 of his players have raised concerns about his management style last October. The controversy, of course, cast a shadow over the team ever since the World Cup began. So they've won the World Cup now. Where do things stand with that after winning the tournament?
Yeah, so only 3 of those 15 players actually were called into the team, and they ended up, the Federation backed Vilda at the time, and shortly after the World Cup, the Federation backed him again. When they tweeted out what was seen by many as an insensitive post saying that Vilda is in, and you know, indicating that there is no change coming in terms of the coaching, and so the players still have a fight on their hands. They were fighting for opportunities. They were fighting against the environment that he created, and they were fighting for better conditions for themselves as well.
Let's talk about England now. I mean, a lot of people had them as favorites for this game. They're the reigning European champs, but they couldn't get this win. Where does this result leave that team?
I think this result's going to leave them just itching to get right back here 4 years from now, going into all the tournaments in the next 4 years that will lead up to this moment again. Very strong team, European champions, like you said. One of the best coaches in the world who actually a lot of people have pegged for the U.S. women's national team to go after as their coach. And despite her saying that, you know, she wants to stay with the team, she has no plans to go anywhere. Her contract is through 2025. So they have a really strong team and a strong program that could get them back here again.
So before we have another World Cup, of course, we have the Olympics next year. Is there sort of a feeling right now that these might be the 2 top teams competing for gold, or are there some other teams that have just as good of a shot?
I think that we saw in this World Cup that any team really has a shot at this point. A lot of the teams that are making it to this tournament have improved vastly. Their club teams have improved vastly in the last 4 years. Their coaching, their resources. So certainly the U.S. wants to make some changes to make sure that they are one of those top teams. But yeah, all of the teams that did well, Japan, Spain, Australia, like there's still some teams that need to qualify. Only 4 teams have qualified so far. So I think it's safe to say there'll be another interesting tournament.
All right. I love a tournament where you don't know who's going to win, and there's a lot of people who could do it. All right, Alicia Delgado, thanks so much for joining us throughout the World Cup. We appreciate it. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, and thank you for joining us on a Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, historic flooding. Tropical storm Hillary slams into Southern California. It's the first of its kind to hit the region in more than 80 years, unleashing unprecedented and life-threatening floods and bringing down 911 lines in Palm Springs. On top of all that, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake also shook the state, while the rains were lashing SoCal.
Only in Southern California can you have an earthquake and hurricane storm, and not to mention a 5,500-acre brush fire in Santa Barbara yesterday. What's next?
We've got the latest on the ground and a look at where the storm is heading next. Also this morning, fury and heartache. The president and first lady are bracing for an emotional visit to the Hawaiian island of Maui today following those devastating wildfires. We'll look at what could be waiting for him on the ground amid growing public anger over the handling of the disaster. Hard pass. Former President Donald Trump says he's going to skip the first GOP presidential primary debate. We'll have more on how his absence could impact the event and what we're learning from new NBC News polling about the state of the Republican race. Finally, forced screen break. We're going to take you to one school that's making students lock away their cell phones before class. More on what's behind this trend that is growing in popularity across the country, how students, even parents, are dealing with the new rules. Good to have you with us. Can you take your phone away?
I know, I was just going to ask, what do you think? I did a story on those pouches a few years ago, and I locked up Craig Melvin's phone over the Today Show. It was pretty funny. He was like, okay, get it back out now.
I want to know, how does this thing open?
You really can't open them until you use that.
Exactly.
You'll see a little device.
You'll see their reactions coming up in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with the impact of the first tropical storm to hit Southern California in decades.
Yeah, what was once Tropical Storm Hillary made landfall over the weekend in Baja California before making its way north over the U.S. border into Southern California. The storm is dumping several inches of rain in some areas, as much as 10 inches, causing serious flooding. And as Southern Californians were dealing with the impact of Hillary, they were also shook by a magnitude 5.1 earthquake. There have been several aftershocks, but no reports of extensive damage. We have complete coverage this morning, beginning with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin.
Hillary slamming the Southwest, officials calling the drenching and dangerous event a once-in-a-lifetime storm. As heavy bands of rain barreled toward Southern California, the National Hurricane Center warned of catastrophic and life-threatening flooding. Overnight mudslides forcing cars off the road and bringing traffic to a total standstill on I-10 near Palm Springs. The storms so severe there, the city announced overnight its 911 phone lines were down. And in Forest Falls, firefighters trapped after a mudslide cut off roads around their station. Around Los Angeles, a double dose of Mother Nature's power as a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rattled Ventura and LA counties.
Yeah, I felt something.
The state's Office of Emergency Services issuing tropical storm, earthquake, and tornado warnings, all within an hour of each other. Hillary now the first tropical storm to hit Southern California in nearly 3 decades, toppling trees, submerging cars, and triggering landslides. The massive system drenching the mountains and deserts, even flooding this emergency room in Rancho Mirage. Experts say the area's terrain make these downpours more dangerous and potentially more deadly. Residents in high-risk areas urged to evacuate, but some choosing to hunker down.
Why are you staying?
Because we always stay. We wrote every one of them out, even the fires, right to the door, every time.
The storm, once a Category 4 hurricane, first made landfall in Mexico, where treacherous flash floods turned roads into raging rivers. Mexican authorities say one person died after their car was swept away just north of Santa Rosalia. Now, as California deals with the deluge, Hillary's fury is moving north.
That was Aaron McLaughlin reporting. Well, Nevada's governor has already declared a state of emergency there, but as of this morning, it looks like Las Vegas was spared the worst of it.
We're joined now by the mayor of Palm Desert, California, Kathleen Kelly. Mayor Kelly, good to have you with us. You know, desert is literally in the name of your town, so a tropical storm, not something you'd expect to see there. I see you smiling. How are things looking there this morning?
The story in Palm Desert is that infrastructure investment works. We actually had tropical storm impacts in 1976 that left mud up to the rafters, and that led to a massive investment in flood control in Palm Desert, which served us well. We're not treating this like a once-in-a-lifetime experience. We're assessing weak spots where more investment is needed.
What are, Mayor, some of the biggest challenges you faced in the last 24 hours as the system moved in?
I'm going to be utterly candid. The biggest challenge is people who ignore advice and go out because they distract emergency services from critical work. So my advice to all your listeners is, before the storm, it always seems calm. It always seems benign. Listen to the news and stay home.
And do you still need people to stay home? Obviously, the worst has moved through, but you're going to be out, I know, this morning assessing damage. What is your advice to people this morning as they're going to be curious and want to see what things look like around town?
Folks here need to remember that mountain runoff is just as big a threat as the rain itself. And with close to 10 inches of rain falling in the mountains, today is a critical day to stay smart, stay home. Schools are closed. City employees are on the job, but largely working from home. Everyone should follow that pattern.
There you hear it. Schools are closed today, and of course, we've all gotten used to working from home, so there's the advice from the mayor. What is your priority today as the cleanup begins?
We have 4 key spots where we did have road stoppages. We're looking at those to see what we can do. We have arborists out checking for trees that might be on the verge of falling, because when heavy rain is followed by heavy wind, trees falling becomes a key safety risk.
All right. Mayor Kathleen Kelly, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Well, now our coverage moves to Nevada, which is now feeling the impact of Hillary. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward joins us from Las Vegas. Hey, Jake. So Las Vegas is essentially under an emergency declaration right now, but it seems the city has fared better than anticipated, not really getting this direct impact. Is that right? Tell us what you're seeing.
That's right, Savannah. The emergency declaration for Clark County, where I'm standing, is still in effect, and flash flood warnings for this region are still everywhere. But at this point, just a few minutes ago, the high wind advisory for this county expired, and at this point, the closest that we have seen to anything like an emergency response is that Nye County, the rural county just north of us between Las Vegas and Reno, has, out of an abundance of caution, said that schools are closed for the day. That's a region that's prone to flooding. But at this point, it seems that the bulk of the tropical storm has slipped past Las Vegas and is now in a very remote, very wild part of northern Nevada. And at this point, the worst effects that we might have expected here seem to have passed us by.
Jake, it's August in Vegas right now. I mean, the desert, this is usually when it's too hard to go outside, or if you are, you're just staying in a pool at one of these resorts. I mean, how different is the weather than compared to what people are used to for right now?
Well, I think one of the reasons you're bringing up such a great point here, Savannah, is that, local officials were really concerned about, they kept using the word unprecedented. The kind of warning that they were talking about here had to do with the unprecedented nature of this weather event. I mean, not only, right, are you seeing a tropical storm move across California in all sorts of ways, but seeing it here in Las Vegas would have been very strange. And I mean, right now where I'm standing, I mean, you look across the scene I'm in, and you might be forgiven for glancing at the television and thinking, Oh, it's a correspondent standing out there. Here's the thing. Right now, it should be 100 degrees. I shouldn't be wearing as much as I am. The fact that it's not even 70 degrees and that the peak temperature for the last few days has been in the mid-70s is really weird for a region that's supposed to see more than 100-degree temperatures in August. It is really, really crazy that that's the case. And when the rain did fall yesterday, Savannah, it would fall very intensely and very, very cold. Obviously, sort of a humidity and a coldness coming off of the Pacific that you don't typically expect in this region. So I think that's one of the reasons that people were batting down the hatches, is that this weather system is so strange and the effects could have been so disastrous if they really had arrived in Las Vegas in force. We just are lucky here that that didn't happen.
Absolutely. Jake, we have video on our screen right now. I'm not sure if you can see it, but you've been reporting for us throughout the morning, and you told us about this unique infrastructure that the city of Las Vegas has, and you actually went out and got some of this video, saw this in action. Explain to us what we're seeing. I understand it's some type of network of storm tunnels, but especially with the context of you saying, hey, look, it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. That's great news. This looks pretty intense for being essentially right at the base of hotels in Las Vegas. I mean, was this working properly? And explain where that water's rushing, that tunnel that you can sort of see. It almost looks like it's just an underground parking lot. What is that normally? What does that usually look like?
Well, this is the weird thing about Las Vegas, Savannah, right, is it was built as this sort of desert stopover for GIs, right, at a time when people were not really looking at the geology of this place. This place is essentially one big porcelain bowl, an enormous valley that runs right to the place where people decided to build all the casinos. That hotel, the Link that you're seeing there, is actually designed to have that water run through it. And about 90% of the year, it's bone dry. You can park your car in there. But every so often, when an emergency declaration comes through like this, that's when they make all the tourists move their cars, and that wash runs under there. The good news, of course, for the city is that that water does not any longer run across the Strip. In 1999 and 2012, it did terrible damage and turned the Strip into a whitewater rafting-style river. There is, of course, some danger here as well. Homelessness plagues this city, as it does so many cities across the nation, and the unhoused population here tends to take refuge in those tunnels. We've seen no reports of anyone actually hurt, but we've seen many people's belongings swept away in those tunnels. So there is some bad news for the unhoused population of Las Vegas here. But overall, the city seems to have survived this experience very, very well, in part because of the vast infrastructure of tunnels that the city has constructed, Savannah.
Yeah, wow. I'm just fascinated by that video, and it does really look like it's working exactly as it's supposed to, just shooting right down into that tunnel. Pretty incredible to see. Jake Ward, thank you so much, and good to get a little bit of good news for that city. Well, let's get a check on where Hillary is now and where it's headed. Bill Cairns is back with us this hour. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Savannah. And yeah, so many fascinating scenes, because we're just seeing a ton of water in areas that we just don't typically see it. I mean, yes, they will get monsoonal thunderstorms every now and then, but to be this widespread over all of Southern California and portions of Nevada is extremely rare. So here's some of the rainfall totals. This is just looking at Southern California. When you start to see the yellow and the oranges, and especially when we get to this maroon color, that's when we had significant issues. We know we've had dozens, if not hundreds, of landslides, mudslides, rock slides on the burn scar areas included. And that's going to be the story that we're going to have today. Once the sun rises in areas of Southern California and our helicopters from our local affiliates there, the NBC stations get up, they'll show us the pictures. We don't know yet if houses have been ruined. We don't know yet if it's just roads that have been blocked. We know we have communities that are cut off. Obviously, we haven't heard anything about injuries or fatalities yet either. So there's always that 24 to 36 hour window after these storms where we kind of have to collect the data. Communication's not really great. First responders are out there doing their thing, and then in the media we find out the information a little bit later. So, you know, don't be fooled by thinking nothing happened, because with this much rain, 8 inches, almost a foot in some of the mountains, we know that we had significant problems with runoff, landslide, mudslides, and landslides. Here's the good news, though. The storm, we're in recovery mode now. The flash flood watch has been canceled for Los Angeles and for San Diego. That's great. We do have a couple areas that are under flash flood warnings, and we will see isolated areas of rain this afternoon, especially up here in areas of Oregon and Idaho. Las Vegas, you're still under the flash flood watch. You still have a chance of some isolated storms. So let me take you on this journey. Here's Hillary's journey. This is going back 3 days ago when it was a Category 4. This black line shows you the historic line of where the storm had traveled in the past. You could see where the eye was there, a very powerful storm. Then as it headed northwards, it lost to the east side of it, the west side actually. That's where the dry air was coming in. That's where the storm was going over cooler water. It began to weaken. And by the time it actually made landfall here in this little sliver of the Baja, it was down to a Category 1 hurricane. Then it made a second landfall in the northern portions of the Baja, and then it crossed into California officially as a tropical storm. It was kind of making the transition to what we call an extratropical storm, or just a regular storm that we deal with. But still, this is only the 4th time in recorded history in California that that's happened. So that's the, the historic textbook part of this storm. And then now the storm's just racing through Nevada, and it's falling apart. We're no longer tracking it as a tropical system. It's what we call post-tropical Hillary. I mean, the rainfall from it is all the way up here in the northern Idaho and even in Montana. It's more like just tropical moisture streaming northwards. There are some showers in Los Angeles now, but that's not even directly related to this storm. So as far as the forecast goes, additionally, isolated areas of rain, mostly west of Las Vegas, and then Savannah, it looks like areas there around Baker City here as we go through Oregon and Idaho. If we get any flash flooding concerns today, that's where we'll be watching.
Yeah. Oh, and like I just said with Jake, it was good to hear a little bit of good news for Las Vegas, obviously, of course, where so many tourists are. Tell us any threats that we should be looking at now. Obviously, I know this is hurricane season. We are anticipating this.
Yeah, this is the time of year where, I don't like to make any plans because they're all going to get ruined. So this weekend was very rare. I mean, we had 3 tropical storms form in the Atlantic. We have Emily, Gert, and Franklin. You see, Franklin's the closest to the U.S. and closest to Puerto Rico. That's the storm that's going to have concerns. And then the Hurricane Center is tracking a tropical wave in the Gulf of Mexico, and that one has an 80% chance of development. So anytime anything's in the Gulf of Mexico, it's extremely warm water. That's the fuel, and then it's surrounded by land, so that's just troublesome. So it looks like this is heading westward, almost due west, and that's going to be a concern for Brownsville to Corpus Christi, maybe to Victoria. We'll watch this closely. You likely will deal with a tropical storm come Wednesday. It does not look like it probably has enough time to get to a hurricane strength, but of course, this time of year we got to track that. And for our friends in Puerto Rico, this storm, the Franklin that's heading for Dominican Republic, will bring some rainfall to Puerto Rico, but no major concerns. So no horrible storms are coming.
All right, that is a little bit of good news again there, and we know it'll be a busy few weeks for you. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Well, this morning, deadly wildfires are burning out of control in parts of Washington state. Thousands of people have been forced to evacuate, and at least 2 people have been killed. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest.
The wildfires ripping across eastern Washington state are unrelenting. Different blazes have been raging outside Spokane since Friday.
Oh, you're not doing anything with that.
The largest, the out-of-control Gray Fire, spanning more than 10,000 acres, tied to at least 1 death. Also burning the Oregon Road Fire and the far smaller Winona Fire. The trio fueled by excessive heat and high winds, destroying dozens of structures with thousands ordered to evacuate, like Melissa Thurman, who says her home burned down.
I can't even explain the feeling of knowing that everything that you worked for is gone. So there's going to be insurance and stuff, but it doesn't make up for, what you see when you see all of your stuff turn to ash.
Governor Jay Inslee touring an evacuation shelter.
This has been horrendous fires. The aridity, the wind, this fire moved 7 miles in one afternoon.
The National Weather Service reporting the Spokane region's air quality was the worst in the U.S. and perhaps the whole world. Another challenge for people fleeing danger.
It was scary. I was shaking. My mom was crying. My dad was starting to cry because we don't want to watch our house go up in flames.
Some families holding on to memories as they leave so much else behind. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
All right, well, this morning we're remembering Emmy Award-winning actor Ron Cephas Jones, who passed away over the weekend. NBC's Ann Thompson has more on how the This Is Us co-stars are paying their own tributes.
Hey there, Ron Cephas Jones' death is described this morning as a massive loss. The 66-year-old finding renown late in life on the hit show This Is Us, creating an award-winning performance that was very much rooted in his own experience.
Starting to not feel so bad about leaving you at that fire station.
If Ron Cephas Jones made you feel William Hill's pain on This Is Us,
it just makes me feel sicker.
An unexpected joy as the biological father to Sterling K. Brown's character.
Okay does not do justice to how I feel.
It's because Jones, too, was a former drug addict and suffered from disease. The actor saying, "I realized that so much of the man is inside of me and my history." Jones would win 2 Emmys for his performance as William Hill.
I want to thank my daughter, Jasmine. I love you.
With Jasmine, they would become the first father-daughter duo to win Emmys the same year. At the time, Jones posting, "Second time around, how sweet it is. History. Father-daughter Emmys same year." The accolades continued on Broadway, where Jones was nominated for a Tony for his work in the play Clydes, just a year after receiving a double lung transplant. But this morning, it is Ron Cephas Jones, the person, lauded by his former cast members. Mandy Moore captioning a photo in part, "He was pure magic as a human and an artist. I will treasure all of the moments forever." And Sterling K. Brown, who played Randall Pearson, the son of Jones' character, writing, "One of the most wonderful people the world has ever seen is no longer with us. The world is a little less bright."
This is quite sad, isn't it? The end?
Oh, I don't know. The way I see it, if something makes you sad when it ends, it must have been pretty wonderful when it was happening.
Though you probably know Jones from TV, it's the stage that nurtured him and where he honed his talent, both on and off Broadway, telling the New York Times, "My whole life has been the stage." Back to you.
All right, Ann Thompson, thank you very much. Well, coming up, bracing for anger. We're in Maui this morning as President Biden prepares to survey the damage of those catastrophic wildfires. We'll have more on what kind of welcome he could expect there. Plus, India attempts to land on the moon just days after Russia's own spacecraft crashed there. We will have the details of that space race coming up next.
Scotty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth,
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on the devastation in Hawaii. Maui residents continue to pick up the pieces after the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history.
Later today, President Biden will visit Maui, a trip that's facing criticism from some people on the island. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Maui with the latest. Hey, Steve, good morning. Thanks for being here. So let's start off with the latest on the search for victims. Maui's county mayor says 850 people have been officially counted as missing, and there's the possibility also of rain coming that could actually ultimately hurt recovery efforts, so search efforts. What can you tell us about the latest on this?
Yeah, 850 missing comes directly from the mayor. He put out an address overnight on social media talking about the effort to sort of combine lists. So this is the first time that we've actually gotten an official number from a government body. This is a combination of lists that were collected by the county, by the city, by certain other groups like the Red Cross, and finally putting it into a full list. Yeah, so 85% of that total search area has now been completed. It is a very slow, very grueling process, as we've been laying out, because those cadaver dogs have to search for remains that are very, very badly burned. And this is why we're talking about the rain. If rain is moving into the forecast, it could easily hamper those efforts, hamper the dog's ability to sort of find those remains and identify those remains. But also, it poses the danger of releasing toxins into bodies of water as that runoff would go off too. So multiple fronts, this is not good for the search and recovery effort. However, they're working as fast as they can. They're covering a great distance, and certainly we hear about improvements every single day.
So, Steve, President Biden is visiting the island today to tour the damage firsthand. First, what's on his schedule, but also, you know, we've talked plenty about concerns over the local response, but how are people there feeling about the federal response?
You know, I mean, nobody here is happy with the response, be that county, be that state, and be that federal. Obviously, the president will be here, and I think a lot of people are seeing that as a sign of respect, seeing that as a sign that the federal government is paying attention to the situation on the ground. And certainly when he meets with leadership and he tours the devastation, we don't know the exact details, but he will be here to do that. He will be met with government officials that are happy to see him, but I also expect him to be met with people who are not so happy. I think protests are likely to happen while he's here. There was a very big delay from what a lot of people would say, from his initial discovery and response to what happened to the wildfire about 2 days after that fire tore through this town, and then another week until he really made an official response to sort of talk about some of the things that the federal government is doing. So because of that gap, I think a lot of people, you know, aren't necessarily so happy with the president, but we will see when he arrives in just a few hours, guys.
Yeah, we know that you'll keep us updated both on what he does as well as those potential protests, and we'll keep covering that throughout the day. Steve, though, it does just seem we just keep on hearing these heartbreaking specific stories that are coming out of the recovery process. I know you came across a story about a boy and his dog. Tell us about that.
14-year-old Quiero Fuentes, and this fire is heartbreaking in so many ways, countless ways, but one of them is that the fire struck really as children were just getting out of school. So in a lot of cases, and we don't know how many children, of course, are among the wreckage, but it's expected to be a significant number, and he's one of them. His own family also found him huddled with his dog in his own room. I want you to hear from his brother, who talks about exactly what they came upon. Listen to this.
You know, he probably tried to save him, and, you know, he jumped on top of him and he hugged him.
Him in reference to his dog, Dexter. There's so many sad stories, and like you said, it's almost every single day that we encounter another one with this amount of people now notified as dead, but also the amount of missing, which is just tremendous here, guys.
Oh, it really is. All right, Steve Patterson, thanks so much for your reporting.
To international news now, and reports from state media say that North Korean leader Kim Jong-un oversaw a new cruise missile test.
NBC News correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us live from Rome with that and other world headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning. That's right. Photos from those reports show Kim Jong-un observing the test firing of the, quote, strategic cruise missile. Now, you can see that a cruise missile soaring from a patrol ship. This report comes just as the U.S. and South Korean militaries kicked off the major annual drills. Pyongyang used these efforts as a rehearsal for invasion, and the controversial test also comes just 3 days after the first standalone trilateral summit between the U.S., South Korea, and Japan. Now let's go literally to the moon. India's space agency just released some images as their spacecraft approaches the lunar South Pole. They expect it to land sometimes this week. For a while, it was a space race between Russia and India, both countries pushing to reach this lunar region for the first time. Images from India's space agency comes just a day after Russia's spacecraft crashed during its first moon mission in nearly 50 years. If India is successful, they will be the first country to land on the unexplored South Pole. We end our news tour of the world in Istanbul, where swimmers are celebrating after taking the water for the 35th edition of the Bosphorus Cross-Continental Swim Race. It's an annual event organized by the Turkish National Olympic Committee, and the competition is fierce. About 2,600 athletes from over 70 nations dove in for the challenging open water swim, stroking through the 4 miles of the Bosphorus Strait, one of the busiest waterways in the world. The winner in the men's category finished in just over 41 minutes, and the women's winner wrapped up the race in only a minute longer, 42 minutes. Congratulations to both.
I would still be
swimming. Back to you guys.
Yeah, for real.
Dog paddling. All right, Claudia, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Coming up, as Republican hopefuls prepare to take center stage for the first time, we're getting new insight into the race for the White House.
We'll have the latest on a new NBC News poll this morning, plus what former President Trump is planning after announcing he's going to skip that first primary debate.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the big conditions
allegations of Russian organizing.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We are staying on top of major news out west, where an unprecedented 1-2 punch from Mother Nature has parts of the West Coast reeling. People in Ventura and Los Angeles counties are being asked to stay at home after record-breaking rains from Hillary flooded roads. The storm also forced school closures in both California and Nevada as it moves north this morning. Well, in the middle of it all, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked parts of the Southern California coast. You can see that here in this video. People inside this restaurant scramble to get outside. The U.S. Geological Survey reported there were at least a dozen aftershocks of magnitude 3 or greater in the area, but seismologists say the two events are not connected. We'll stay on top of both of these stories and have the very latest in our next hour.
Staying in California, where an investigation is underway, a business owner was fatally shot after someone allegedly took issue with an LGBTQ+ flag displayed at her store. San Bernardino police say the suspect made several comments about the flag before shooting Laura Ann Carlton. The suspect was also fatally shot by officers after confronting them with a weapon. Carlton was a mother of 9 and known in the community as an LGBTQ+ advocate. She did not identify as a member of the LGBTQ community.
Heartbreaking. Well, a new poll released this morning conducted by NBC News and the Des Moines Register shows former President Donald Trump continues to be the clear frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination.
But some other candidates are also starting to make some gains 2 days out from the first Republican presidential debate. For more, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He is in Des Moines, words we will utter many times over the next few months. Vaughn, good morning. So, as we said, the poll, it clearly shows former President Trump is still the current frontrunner for the Republican Party nomination. No surprise there. But the poll also shows a lot of people still haven't made up their minds. So what are we seeing?
Yeah, good morning, my friends. Look here, Donald Trump is still in a sturdy position. He's got a 23-point lead in our polling here, less than 5 months out to the Iowa caucus over Ron DeSantis. But the polling also shows that there are a number of candidates still being actively considered by Republican caucus goers here in Iowa. That includes South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy. Mike Pence is still even under consideration. And so when you're looking at these numbers, there is the open opportunity for an alternative to Donald Trump. But right now, the difficulty is that about 2/3 of folks who say they intend to caucus for Donald Trump say they will definitely caucus for him. And, you know, from some conversations we had with voters here, the question is who would be the most viable alternative to take him on and ultimately close that gap? That's the outstanding question here as we head to the fall.
Yeah, Vaughn, tell us more about these voters that you spoke with, specifically Republicans. How do they feel about the former president being back in the race and holding that lead?
Right. We actually talked to a few of the actual participants in the polls, the folks that actually picked up the phone and gave their responses. We sat down with them last night and had a little bit of conversation about Donald Trump and whether there is any chance that he does not win the Iowa caucus. Take a listen.
Personally, I think that a lot of people that are in my shoes that want someone other than Donald Trump aren't as vocal.
I think he has an excellent chance of winning in the general election. I think there will be a lot of support.
And that's a conversation we expect to take place over the months ahead. Who thinks a particular Republican could be in the best position to beat Joe Biden? Jody, the first woman you heard from, said that she would not vote for Donald Trump in a general election, but would vote for any one of the other Republicans here on the caucus ballot. And so that is sort of this debate that is taking place in real time.
Okay, so that last gentleman there said he thinks Trump can win the general election. I guess that's my next question. If Trump is the Republican nominee in 2024, how do Republicans rate his chances of beating the incumbent, President Joe Biden?
Right. And folks in this poll were asked whether they would pick a candidate most likely aligned with their issues or most have the best chance to beat Joe Biden. And it was by a 2-to-1 margin, essentially, folks saying issues versus most likely to beat Joe Biden. And so there's this dynamic that is really for these Republican candidates that they're having to grapple with. I want to let you listen to a little bit more of our conversation with 2 of the other voters we talked to.
I don't think he's going to lose the second time. I think it's worth the risk.
I think that if Donald Trump is the candidate, then I think we're looking at 4 more years of Democratic president.
4 more years of a Democratic president, you know, and I was talking to Bob, one of the gentlemen you heard from, though, who is the ardent Trump supporter. He said, look, there's a bunch of Trump supporters out there that otherwise likely wouldn't go vote if Donald Trump is not the nominee. And so this is sort of the American politics today. It's really tough. The best we can do is look at polling and have conversations with the voters like you just heard from.
All right, Vaughn, thank you so much.
Always a great conversation with Vaughn. Well, as the GOP gears up for its first debate on Wednesday, one candidate will be missing from the stage. Former President Trump confirmed Sunday that he will skip the first Republican presidential primary debate and indicated he also may not attend future ones. The former president wrote on his Truth social media platform that polling shows him leading in the Republican primary field by such a wide margin that he doesn't need to stand alongside his rivals. A source familiar with Trump's thinking said the decision applies to only the first two debates, which are affiliated with Fox News and Fox Business.
One candidate who will be at the debate Wednesday is North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. He is a software entrepreneur now in his second term as governor. On Sunday's Meet the Press, he laid out the basics for his platform. Here's moderator Chuck Todd with more on their conversation.
Well, hello there, Joe and Savannah. This week on Meet the Press, Republican presidential candidate Governor Doug Burgum joined me ahead of the first primary debate to discuss former President Trump's growing legal troubles. Take a look at what he had to say.
It's got the character and the integrity, the proven track record of being able to do that. And that's what I've done my whole life in every organization I've been, but people don't know that yet. So we absolutely are going to leave that to this whole industry. We've got to focus on telling our story and telling the story of what we've been able to get done in North Dakota.
You know, you are running for president. You don't think people need to know where you stand on these issues? You're asking to be the next guardrail of the American democracy. At the end of the day, this is the biggest stress test our country's faced in over 100 years.
Yes, and I think part of a stress test, whether it's for Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, everybody's innocent until they're proven guilty in this country, and lots of accusations that are being tossed around. But I think that if we're focused on January is when the first caucuses and primary are. That's when the voters get to decide. I do trust the voters. I trust that if we can show that we're a credible alternative, that we can deliver the things that Americans are looking for, because Americans do want this country to move forward. They want presidential elections to be about the future, a vision for the future. Then we have to offer that. If I'm just one more pundit, criticizing everything that's gone on in 2020, no one's gonna see that there's leadership there.
You can see my full interview and more at meetthepress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
All right, Chuck, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, for the first time in 4 decades, Maryland has reported a locally acquired case of malaria.
What scientists are saying about this infection and the unusual trend they're seeing in cases. That's next.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with a concerning update on malaria in the U.S. Maryland is now reporting its first case of locally acquired malaria, something that hasn't happened in that state in 40 years. Experts say it's the latest in a string of cases popping up across the country. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details.
A new warning after a case of malaria was found in Maryland, hundreds of miles north of where recent cases have been. Health officials on edge because this was locally contracted. That means the patient didn't get it overseas or any place further south that has already seen infections.
It's certainly unusual. We want to let people know just so they can be on the lookout.
That patient now recovering after being hospitalized. So far, officials at a loss as to how they got infected. If it is in Maryland, could it be anywhere?
Well, I suppose it could. Conceivably, it could. It's probably going to be a pretty rare event, though. Trying to understand where this locally acquired case came from is going to be very difficult to understand.
It's the first this far north, with cases found in the warmer southern states of Florida and Texas.
We have the eggs, we have the larvae.
NBC News' Blaine Alexander got an exclusive look inside a CDC mosquito lab where a malaria response team is on high alert, with mosquitoes that carry malaria being found here at home for the first time in 20 years.
Why are we seeing these cases now?
It's a good question, and we don't have a good answer for absolutely why didn't we see it in 20 years and it came up now.
Malaria can appear a week to a month after infection and can cause fever, chill, and body aches. Experts say a national outbreak is unlikely, but they are tracking it closely. George Solis, NBC News.
All right, let's get you some financial news now. New reports say Meta's Threads could launch a desktop version this week.
NBC's Silvana Henao is live with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Meta's Threads is reportedly expected to launch a desktop version this week. This has been a top request by users, along with a chronological timeline, which was recently added. Experts say while links from Threads can be viewed on the web, a desktop version could help promote the app to a wider audience across the internet. Threads was launched in early July, but has seen user growth and engagement drop off. Packed airports this summer could be a sign of what's ahead. A report from the World Travel and Tourism Council is projecting travel to become a more than $15 trillion industry in the next decade. That accounts for more than 11% of the global economy. The most powerful travel and tourism economies based on GDP are the same as before the pandemic. The U.S., China, Germany, UK, and Japan. The industry is forecast to employ up to 430 million people by 2033, or roughly 1 of every 9 jobs worldwide. And your dream car may be way out of your price range. Rolls-Royce has unveiled the Droptail. It's the latest model in its exclusive coach-built series. The Roadster is inspired by high-speed sailing yachts from the 1930s. It seats 2 and comes with a removable carbon fiber hardtop. The price hasn't been announced, but it's estimated to cost more than $30 million. Rolls-Royce is only making 4, and buyers will be able to design the vehicle with specialized function to their liking. How about that?
What if they do financing for that, like a 500-year car loan or something?
Yeah, right?
You know,
Like, how many lifetimes do you have to, live for?
$30 million for a car. Wow. Savannah, thank you.
You got it.
The students head back to the classroom. Some schools are laying down new rules about phones.
Yeah, students at an Alabama school have to lock their phones away for the entire day. And that policy is being met with some mixed reviews. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has the story.
At Montgomery, Alabama's Carver High, the morning rush to school is now a morning rush to scroll.
Power your phone on!
New this year, middle and high school students now forced to lock away their phones before the bell rings.
When do they get it back?
2:45.
2:45.
Right.
Principal Gary Hall pushed for the policy and the pouch to enforce it.
They were texting, tweeting, you name it, while classes were going on.
Put it in the pouch then. Here's how it works. At the beginning of the day, students put their cell phones in these pouches.
Once it's locked, it is really hard to get back open.
They can keep it with them, they just can't open them. They're sealed.
There you go, have a good day.
This unlocking magnet, the only thing designed to free them. It's not completely foolproof.
We found a lot of cell phone cases with no phone.
For students,
Show of hands, who doesn't like the pouch?
it's a painful adjustment.
I just love watching TikTok, so I gotta have my phone.
Why don't you like the pouch?
I don't like the pouches because, like, when I'm in math class, I like to take pictures of the notes and stuff.
What's your favorite part?
We communicate more with each other now that our phone be locked up.
It make me pay attention and I don't got my phone.
Who would be using their cell phone if it weren't for the pouch? That's a lot of hands. What would you be doing?
Cheating.
Montgomery Public Schools isn't alone. The maker of the pouch, Yonder, says they're seeing an estimated 150% increase in schools using them in 2023. Now working with over 2,000 schools across the country. While most parents are for the pouch, others fear their children will not have their phone when they need it most.
If there's an emergency, how can I contact my child?
That means I'm in panic waiting until someone from the school calls and say, well, hey, there's a shooting.
It's been 1 week. Has it gone the way you thought it would?
I think it's gone really well.
District Superintendent Dr. Melvin Brown tells us the benefits are worth the risk.
We have to find a happy medium, while at the same time, our ultimate goal is to make sure everybody's 100% as safe as possible.
All right, so moving on.
Just 1 week in, this school is already seeing a difference.
I just see engagement, honestly. I see talking. They're using their words.
It's revolutionized teaching for me this year. Work gets done faster. We move along faster.
A new routine.
These are locking, keep moving.
Educators hope will unlock their full potential. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Montgomery, Alabama.
Well, as college students return to campuses, there's a shift in who's in the classroom. New statistics show lecture halls on college campuses will be filled with more women than men, and that could actually end up impacting politics on a national level. According to the 2021 census, 56% of students enrolled in college identify as a woman, compared to 44% of students identifying as a man. That number has been steadily climbing since 1970. Experts say they expect the gap also to grow in the coming years. So what does that mean outside the classroom? While more women are expected to hold higher level positions that require applicants to have degrees, it could also make a difference in the polls. Democrats won women voters by double digits in the 2020 election. Voters with bachelor's degrees also voted for Democrats by 12 points.
Coming up, a historic win in the Women's World Cup.
Up next, we'll take you through all the nail-biting action and the controversy surrounding the coach of the new world champs. Stick with us.
Story is coming to you live, breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. It looks like the Barbie box office reign has come to an end. The new DC superhero movie Blue Beetle landed in the top spot, taking in just over $25 million in sales. Now, that's not a huge opening for a DC superhero movie, but keep in mind the cast couldn't promote it because of the Hollywood strikes. Variety reports that Barbie is set to overtake Universal's Super Mario Bros. Movie as the biggest domestic release of the year. No surprise there. It seemed to be on that path.
Now it's about time for you to go see it.
Yes, I will.
I can't wait to talk to you about it.
Next month, soon. Yeah. History was made at the Women's World Cup this weekend.
Spain beat England 1-0 in the final, securing their first ever trophy for the women's team. Let's bring in Alicia Delgado for more on this. She's the senior editor for USA Today Sports. Alicia, good to have you with us again. So walk us through this final match. How was Spain able to defeat England?
Yeah, this match was incredible. Oh my goodness. For those of you who woke up early, you got to see a really great match. Spain completely overpowered England most of the game and exploited their left side and was dynamic, fast, had tons of chances. And then Olga Carmona scored the game winner early in the game in the 29th minute, and England couldn't capitalize on their many chances either.
Let's talk about Spain's head coach. 15 of his players have raised concerns about his management style. Last October, the controversy, of course, cast a shadow over the team ever since the World Cup began. So they've won the World Cup now. Where do things stand with that after winning the tournament?
Yeah, so only 3 of those 15 players actually were called into the team, and they ended up, the Federation backed Vilda at the time, and shortly after the World Cup, the Federation backed him again. When they tweeted out what was seen by many as an insensitive post saying that Vilda is in, and you know, indicating that there is no change coming in terms of the coaching, and so the players still have a fight on their hands. They were fighting for opportunities. They were fighting against the environment that he created, and they were fighting for better conditions for themselves as well.
Let's talk about England now. I mean, a lot of people had them as favorites for this game. They're the reigning European champs, but they couldn't get this win. Where does this result leave that team?
I think this result's going to leave them just itching to get right back here 4 years from now, going into all the tournaments in the next 4 years that will lead up to this moment again. Very strong team, European champions, like you said. One of the best coaches in the world who actually a lot of people have pegged for the U.S. women's national team to go after as their coach. And despite her saying that, you know, she wants to stay with the team, she has no plans to go anywhere. Her contract is through 2025. So they have a really strong team and a strong program that could get them back here again.
So before we have another World Cup, of course, we have the Olympics next year. Is there sort of a feeling right now that these might be the 2 top teams competing for gold, or are there some other teams that have just as good of a shot?
I think that we saw in this World Cup that any team really has a shot at this point. A lot of the teams that are making it to this tournament have improved vastly. Their club teams have improved vastly in the last 4 years. Their coaching, their resources. So certainly the U.S. wants to make some changes to make sure that they are one of those top teams. But yeah, all of the teams that did well, Japan, Spain, Australia, like there's still some teams that need to qualify. Only 4 teams have qualified so far. So I think it's safe to say there'll be another interesting tournament.
All right. I love a tournament where you don't know who's going to win, and there's a lot of people who could do it. All right, Alicia Delgado, thanks so much for joining us throughout the World Cup. We appreciate it. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, double threat. Millions on the West Coast are dealing with the threat of serious flooding from the remnants of Hillary. And at the same time, Southern California was also rocked by one of the most powerful earthquakes to hit the area in decades. The historic 1-2 punch dumping rain that's caused flash flooding and downing power lines. And there could be even more trouble ahead. We're on the ground with the latest on the ongoing threat, the impact, and where the storm is heading now. Also this morning, a presidential visit. President Biden is set to tour the devastated island of Maui as families begin to pick up the pieces. But his arrival isn't without controversy as anger over the state and federal response continues to grow. What we're hearing from locals and the new warning this morning as hundreds are listed as officially missing. Plus, split-screen programming as GOP presidential hopefuls prepare to take the stage for the first time. Former President Donald Trump prepares to surrender for the fourth indictment filed against him. But the ongoing legal drama surrounding the former president seems to have done little to stifle his support. We're breaking down a new NBC News Des Moines Register poll this morning. And Viva La Roja. It was a fiesta in Sydney as Spain knocked off England to win its first ever Women's World Cup. From the celebration to the controversies surrounding the Spanish coach, we've got everything you need to know.
1-0, a nice little game.
Yeah,
One goal
there you
scored,
go.
and that meant
Yeah.
everything. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Monday. I'm Joe Fryer.
Yeah, thanks for starting your week with us. I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin this morning with the historic storm lashing the West Coast with heavy rains and strong winds.
Hillary is the first tropical storm to directly impact Southern California in 84 years. The last time the region was threatened by a storm like this was back in the 1970s. But in that case, the storm did not make landfall. This one did. Hillary was once a Category 4 hurricane. Then it weakened to a tropical storm before making landfall Sunday on the Baja California peninsula of Mexico. From there, the storm slowly made its way north, crossing into the U.S. near San Diego. Hillary has brought flooding and mudslides to the region, prompting Governor Gavin Newsom to declare a state of emergency. And if that weren't enough, a magnitude 5.1 earthquake also hit parts of Southern California. This video shows the quake as it happened inside a restaurant. There were no reports of significant damage, but the region has felt at least a dozen aftershocks. Governor Newsom says state officials will be on the ground checking for damage caused by both the storm and the earthquake.
The original assessment is not major damage, but I don't believe that at the moment until I see it. And then we'll continue to be around all week to make sure the recovery is going along well.
We have full coverage of Hillary's impact in both California and Nevada this morning. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas, who joins us from San Diego with the latest. So, Guad, set the scene for us. The storm moved through that area yesterday. What's the latest on the ground where you are?
Joe, it did come through this part of Southern California. Now, we know that it made landfall in Mexico, south of the border, and it moved east. It moved inland. So the center and the worst part of the storm came through this part of Southern California on the east part of San Diego. This is a mountain area closer to the desert. So authorities had time to prepare. They wanted residents to be ready, especially those in parts of Southern California that live in areas where they know they have flooding. So the possibility of flash floods was really the main warning for customers. Authorities asked people to stay off the roads in this part of San Diego. They did. So we had hours of rain, which of course caused that flooding, and heavy winds in all of the San Diego area. So this morning we're seeing a lot of branches across the roadways. We've seen some downed trees in the San Diego area. There were some power outages reported throughout the day. Yesterday, a couple thousand customers were affected, but for the most part, the infrastructure held here in the San Diego area, with the worst of the storm again coming through that mountain area and then moving its way north into the Riverside and San Bernardino counties, which are east of Los Angeles. Let's hear from the authorities in LA speaking about the storm.
LA County Public Health has issued a warning. People should stay out of the water in our beaches for 72 hours.
I'm worried about some of the more rural and remote areas in the eastern part of the state, some of the more mountainous regions where people could be trapped, where there could be debris concerns. So that's where we're focusing a little bit more of our extra energy.
Governor Newsom talks about the eastern parts of the states. These are the mountains that directly connect to the desert areas, more remote communities. They got a lot of heavy rain and heavy wind, and this is also the area where more flooding was expected. So overnight, authorities were paying close attention to that. So this morning, we'll be able to assess some of the damage that could have been caused by that storm.
So, Guad, let's be clear. Southern California does not normally see storms like this. Even a little rain can cause some chaos. So tell us more about the infrastructure in the region and just their ability to handle this kind of extreme weather.
So, as you mentioned, California does not see storms like this one. Now, California did get a lot of rain earlier this year, so they were able to experience some of that flooding. They knew what to expect. So going into this, state, local, county, and city officials from San Diego to the LA area were prepared for this. They asked customers to get sand and use sandbags to protect their property. They wanted people to keep in mind that flooding could be happening in their areas. They declared a local emergency here in San Diego County and LA County. So the resources were there. And California does deal with natural disasters like wildfires, which are, of course, completely different, but they do have the infrastructure with first responders standing by. I'll give you an example. The main freeway that connects the San Diego area to the deserts that goes east to west had a boulder slide off the mountain. Now, that part of the freeway was quickly shut down. Authorities were communicating well with drivers, telling them to stay off the road. So there's an infrastructure in California to respond to emergencies. And also, as I mentioned, residents had enough time to prepare, especially those that lived in areas that flooded. California is not flat like some parts of Florida where they get a lot of tropical storms. We have a lot of mountains and hills, so people know what the geography is like where they live, and they knew what to expect, Joe.
So many different types of hazards, Guad. So today, clearly, weather conditions are better there. What can we expect in terms of surveying the damage and starting the cleanup?
Well, we're starting to get some of those rainfall totals for different parts of Southern California this morning. Inches of rain all across the region. We still have some wind, so the wind, of course, is not what we had overnight. The rain has stopped here in San Diego, so it's expected to clear later in the day. So it'll be an effort to assess the damage. I can tell you here in the San Diego area, there's reports of falling large trees, some even on structures. The streets are full of debris, mainly from palm trees and from other items that just fell into the road. So it'll be a day to see what kind of damage was caused by the storm all across the area here. And of course, moving north into other desert areas north of San Diego, Palm Springs, and going into the high deserts towards Nevada, where the storm made its way through.
We'll take a closer look at those areas coming up now. Guad, thank you so much.
Yeah, that was a great setup, because now we're going to bring in the mayor of Palm Springs, California, Mayor Grace Garner. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, Mayor. First, just tell us, how are conditions there right now?
Well, conditions I'm unclear on what the conditions are completely, because I was also sheltering in place. In my drive to City Hall this morning, you could see that there was debris on the road. Thankfully, some of the areas that were flooded are not as flooded in the moment, just on our main city streets. However, our 911 is down at the moment. We are asking residents to text 911 or to call the non-emergency lines. This is something that's happening not just in Palm Springs, but throughout the Coachella Valley. So anyone that needs 911 services should contact their non-emergency number in their city. And this is at 4 a.m. Pacific time. So please continue to check the city websites to make sure that you have the most up-to-date information.
And Mayor, when do you expect those 911 lines to be restored? And how much of a concern is it that they are down and that people might not know about those other options?
It's a huge concern. This happened late last night. We have immediately increased our patrols. Fire and police were out patrolling the streets, and our police chief and our fire chief and our city manager are all working on getting this back up as quickly as possible. We've also sent this information out all over our social media. That's part of why I want to make sure that everyone hears it here on the news as well. But again, we're going to work as hard as we can to get those back up. We are in touch with the county, with the state on this issue.
Do you have everything you need at this point from Governor Newsom to handle the storm? Have the resources been enough?
Right now, we have the resources that we need, but we haven't been able to assess the damage. Once the sun comes up and we're able to take drives around and really see what we're looking at, then we'll be able to communicate with the county and the state to let them know what else we need. But at this time, we feel very prepared for next steps. We just don't know completely what that will be.
Your guidance, I know, for residents of the area as of yesterday anyway, was to stay home. Please do not be on the roads. Please do not drive if possible. Is that still the advice? What do you want people at home to know? Should they continue to hunker down?
Yes, absolutely. Please stay home. Yes, there's going to be sun today, and that's fantastic. However, we have a lot of cleanup to do. We need to assess the damage, and if the roads are clear, that makes our job that much easier, and we're able to get those roads open much faster if people just stay in place. Schools are closed, many businesses are closed, and that's really the way it should be for today.
All right, Mayor Grace Garner, thank you for your time while you're dealing with us, and thank you for joining us so early. We appreciate it.
Parts of Nevada are now feeling the impact of Hillary. Our coverage continues with NBC News correspondent Jake Ward, who's in Las Vegas. So, Jake, I understand the governor of Nevada has also declared a state of emergency. It appears Vegas is escaping the worst of this storm. It's to the west of you, but what are you seeing on the ground there? What are the conditions like in other parts of the state?
Well, at this hour, Joe, it does seem that the worst has gone past Las Vegas after the storm moved beyond where Guad is in San Diego and then past Palm Springs. It has now moved up into a very rural, remote part of Nevada, north of where I am right now. At this hour, there is still a declaration of emergency across the state and here in Las Vegas. But at this point, we're getting the sense that there's very little actual concern at this hour. Just to the east of where I'm standing, Lake Mead had an evacuation and shelter center set up with cots and bedding for anybody, and they just closed it last night, reporting that no one had shown up. So at this point, it seems that the worst has gone past Las Vegas, and this city of 650,000 people seems to be safe, Joe.
Yeah, still, Vegas was bracing for perhaps a worst-case scenario. I understand the city has a rather unique infrastructure in place for something like this. Tell us about that.
It's very interesting, Joe. This place, the Las Vegas Valley, is essentially one big bowl. And over time, the geology, I had a lot of time to spend on this yesterday, the geology of it basically turns it into porcelain, such that water just shoots down from the mountains and into Las Vegas itself. I don't think the people who founded this city realized that at the time, but over the years, it's been a terrible problem. In 1999 and again in 2012, you had big flooding, such that whitewater rapids moved down the strip. Since that time, city officials and the Clark County have put in a $1.9 billion piece of infrastructure. You're looking at some of it there that washes the mountain water down through the city and into a system of storm tunnels that are then designed there to move it many, many blocks under the city itself and then get rid of it. So at this point, having spent yesterday driving around and looking at this kind of infrastructure, it's truly made a fortress out of Sin City in the face of this kind of potential flooding.
Jake became a temporary geology expert over the weekend. So, let's be clear, Jake. This is Las Vegas. People go there to have fun, to party. Despite all of this, what's the mood like there?
This is the strangest part about reporting on anything from Las Vegas. You emerge from your hotel room at 1:30 in the morning and the people are doing exactly what they are always doing on the casino floor. We had the experience yesterday of, as we shot those images that you saw there of that wash coming through what's called the Link. It's one of the hotels here. We were told to move off of that property as quickly as we could. Hotel executives basically said they didn't like the impression that it gave. So there's very much the sense that you want business as usual when you run a casino here in Las Vegas. And wherever we went, it was tourists aplenty. Marijuana is now legal here in Nevada. So you had people literally with joints dangling from their lips, watching the waters go past. The sense was not one of strict emergency here. But that is, of course, the good news. We don't want people caught for something they are not prepared for. It seems very much that the invisible infrastructure under Sin City kept all the sin afloat as this storm moved past, Joe.
It's quite the image. I have in my mind now. All right,
Yeah,
Jake
wow.
Ward in Las Vegas. Jake, thank you so much.
Well, we are now joined by John Steinbeck, the Clark County, Nevada Fire Chief. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us, Chief. So the Las Vegas Strip falls under the jurisdiction of Clark County. So we just heard there from Jake, it sounds like things a little bit better than expected, people not going to shelters and things like that. But tell us from your perspective where things stand on the Strip right now and what people should know, especially in light of what Jake just said of kind of, continuing business as usual on a trip to Las Vegas. What should people visiting or planning to visit today, tomorrow, know about what's happening in the city?
Yes, thank you for having me today, and we are very glad to report that the storm the bulk of the storm certainly did pass us by, and we seem to avoid most of the damage. We don't see any interruption in our opportunities for visitors, and very little disruption actually today in the lives of our residents. We did prepare diligently. Lots of extra resources up and monitoring. We do have some issues in the outlying areas that we're addressing, but within the Las Vegas Valley, where we have 2.3 million residents and hundreds of thousands of visitors every day, everything looks great.
I'm not sure if you can see the video that we're playing right now, but it's what our friend Jake was referencing in terms of this system that kind of shuffles all this water down into these storm tunnels. It looks pretty dramatic, I'd say, to somebody who's just watching thinking, wow, that's in the middle of Las Vegas. But like you just said, you had time to prepare. It looks like these systems worked in the way that they were supposed to. Is that correct? And tell me a little bit more about that preparation.
It is correct, and most of the preparation that you see there is years in the making, regional flood efforts that we put together to keep the city safe from flooding that certainly occurred much more prevalent in the 90s, and that I certainly responded on. But it can still be overwhelmed if the rains hit a certain area like we were expecting.
Mm-hmm.
We expected some of these to be overwhelmed, and we were in position with extra resources and certainly with our emergency messaging. However, that didn't come to fruition. We didn't have those type of rains, and we're not out of the flash flood warnings yet. That doesn't end till 7 a.m. But right here in the area that you're looking at now, we don't expect that to get any worse than what you're seeing, and it's working as designed.
It's pretty amazing to see the way it's designed, again, in the middle of the city. How unusual is this weather for you all for this time of year? And between, the remnants of a tropical storm like this and then the extreme heat that you dealt with this summer, are you concerned moving forward about the different types of responses you're going to have to these extreme weather events?
Concerned, we're prepared, and we're continuing to prepare. We have a monsoon season every August. The heavy rains come in. That's why we have that infrastructure that's in place. We do have areas that will flood, but it's manageable, at least at that level. We thought that this time it was going to maybe come over the top and be a little bit more than what we've seen in the past. But we're prepared as long as we continue to prepare properly. Honestly, over the last 48 hours, we've done so much coordination and messaging that we had less emergency response than we would on a normal Sunday night. So
wow.
It all worked, and we're grateful for it.
That is very interesting to hear. Great to hear. Clark County, Nevada Fire Chief John Steinbeck, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Absolutely, and we do see what's happening in California, and we're watching that closely. And I do have a team in Maui, and our hearts certainly go out to them.
Absolutely. Thank you for telling us that. We'll check in with you. Thank you very much.
So what is next? Let's get the latest on Hillary's track.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us in studio. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So everyone can kind of tell the theme right now. We're following what happened going till dark. So we have those pictures to show you of definitely some mudslides, debris flows. We know we've had dozens, if not hundreds. And then once the sun comes back up, we'll see just where the worst of it was. And it would likely, by looking at the rainfall totals, the mountainous areas just to the north of Los Angeles really picked up on a lot of rain. I mean, look at almost 9 inches of rain. So this, if we have any really bad debris and mudslides and flows or on the burn scar areas, it's going to be in these areas, and also towards the mountains just east, heading down towards San Diego, all the mountains to the east of those areas. That's the highest rainfall total, by the way, almost a foot of rain at Mount San Jacinto. So again, We haven't heard of any communities that have been devastated. We haven't even heard of any neighborhoods that have completely slid off hillsides because of this storm. So every hour that goes by without those reports is great news. But we do have communities that are cut off because of these mud and debris flows in the mountainous areas. There's only like 1 or 2 roads into some of these communities, and those are cut off and the roads are blocked. So that'll be one of the themes today, is getting into these and trying to clear roads out all day long and likely all week long. We still have flash flood warnings for everywhere in maroon. So that's still a huge section of the mountainous areas from Bishop to Mammoth, the Yosemite southwards, just outside of Las Vegas, and into areas north of San Diego. And Los Angeles, by the way, that flash flood warning has just expired for you. So the center of the storm, it's no longer tropical. And by the way, that was the 4th time last night a tropical storm in our recorded history has ever been located over the state of California. So again, an extremely rare event. And now all that rain is just heading northwards into areas of Oregon and also into Idaho. As far as the additional problems, we're done really in Southern California. We may get a few showers and thunderstorms in Nevada today, but we'll watch our friends here in areas of eastern Oregon around Baker City. That's who could pick up 2 to 3 inches during the day today. Again, slight risk of flash flooding all through this region with isolated downpours. Again, the ground's already soggy. And as far as the winds went, this one actually, I went into the storm telling everyone about 5% of the damage would be from wind, 95% from water. And we did have some high wind gusts, 84 miles per hour, 79. And these were all in the mountainous areas. But we only have 50,000 people without power right now. That's fantastic. It could have been so much worse. And other concerns out there, as we look at these active problems in the Atlantic, this weekend we had 3 storms that formed: Franklin, Gert, and Emily. Now, Gert and Emily we're not going to worry about at all. There's also that little red X in the Gulf of Mexico, and we don't like storms forming that close to us anytime. That is going to likely become a tropical storm in the next 2 days, and we'll spend probably much of Wednesday covering a tropical storm heading into South Texas. It does appear that it'll mostly be the Corpus Christi area down towards Brownsville. And then for our friends in Puerto Rico, we're going to have to watch Franklin. This storm's going to take a little hook and head up towards the Dominican Republic. They're going to have concerns for flash flooding there. It shouldn't be a powerful hurricane, but a lot of heavy rain in mountainous areas is always bad, as we just saw in Southern California. But Puerto Rico is also going to get a lot of downpours from that storm also.
It's that time of year.
Yeah. It is. The peak of the hurricane season is the first weekend in September, so we're not there yet.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thank you very much, Bill. Well, while the Southwest is dealing with the impact of Hillary, parts of the Pacific Northwest are being threatened by wildfires. There are 3 wildfires that are burning outside of Spokane, Washington. Some 25,000 acres have been burned, and thousands of people have been forced to evacuate. So far, there have been at least 2 confirmed deaths. 35-mile-per-hour winds have made it difficult for firefighters to try to contain the flames. But there is a chance for showers in the area today and tomorrow, and the winds are expected to die down.
Coming up, a growing movement to ban cell phones in schools. It's not just some students are against the change. We'll tell you why some parents say it could be dangerous.
But first, more than a week after deadly wildfires ripped through Hawaii, President Biden is set to visit the devastated island. We are live from Maui coming up.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, President.
All right, nice to see you tonight.
Top stories
coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Now is raw. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on the devastation in Hawaii. Maui residents continue to pick up the pieces after the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history.
Later today, President Biden will visit Maui, a trip that's facing criticism from some people on the island. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Maui with the latest. Hey, Steve, good morning. Thanks for being here. So let's start off with the latest on the search for victims. Maui's county mayor says 850 people have been officially counted as missing, and there's the possibility also of rain coming that could actually ultimately hurt recovery efforts, so search efforts. What can you tell us about the latest on this?
Yeah, 850 missing comes directly from the mayor. He put out an address overnight on social media talking about the effort to sort of combine lists. So this is the first time that we've actually gotten an official number from a government body. This is a combination of lists that were collected by the county, by the city, by certain other groups like the Red Cross, and finally putting it into a full list. Yeah, so 85% of that total search area has now been completed. It is a very slow, very grueling process, as we've been laying out, because those cadaver dogs have to search for remains that are very, very badly burned. And this is why we're talking about the rain. If rain is moving into the forecast, it could easily hamper those efforts, hamper the dog's ability to sort of find those remains and identify those remains. But also, it poses the danger of releasing toxins into bodies of water as that runoff would go off too. So multiple fronts, this is not good for the search and recovery effort. However, they're working as fast as they can. They're covering a great distance, and certainly we hear about improvements every single day.
So, Steve, President Biden is visiting the island today to tour the damage firsthand. First, what's on his schedule, but also, you know, we've talked plenty about concerns over the local response, but how are people there feeling about the federal response?
You know, I mean, nobody here is happy with the response, be that county, be that state, and be that federal. Obviously, the president will be here, and I think a lot of people are seeing that as a sign of respect, seeing that as a sign that the federal government is paying attention to the situation on the ground. And certainly when he meets with leadership and he tours the devastation, we don't know the exact details, but he will be here to do that. He will be met with government officials that are happy to see him, but I also expect him to be met with people who are not so happy. I think protests are likely to happen while he's here. There was a very big delay from what a lot of people would say, from his initial discovery and response to what happened to the wildfire about 2 days after that fire tore through this town, and then another week until he really made an official response to sort of talk about some of the things that the federal government is doing. So because of that gap, I think a lot of people, you know, aren't necessarily so happy with the president, but we will see when he arrives in just a few hours, guys.
Yeah, we know that you'll keep us updated both on what he does as well as those potential protests, and we'll keep covering that throughout the day. Steve, though, it does just seem we just keep on hearing these heartbreaking specific stories that are coming out of the recovery process. I know you came across a story about a boy and his dog. Tell us about that.
14-year-old Quiero Fuentes. And this fire is heartbreaking in so many ways, countless ways. But one of them is that the fire struck really as children were just getting out of school. So in a lot of cases, and we don't know how many children, of course, are among the wreckage, but it's expected to be a significant number, and he's one of them. His own family also found him huddled with his dog in his own room. I want you to hear from his brother, who talks about exactly what they came upon. Listen to this.
You know, he probably tried to save him, and, you know, he jumped on top of him and he hugged him.
Him in reference to his dog, Dexter. There's so many sad stories, and like you said, it's almost every single day that we encounter another one with this amount of people now notified as dead, but also the amount of missing, which is just tremendous here, guys.
Oh, it really is. All right, Steve Patterson, thanks so much for your reporting.
To international news now, and reports from state media say that North Korean leader Kim Jong-un oversaw a new cruise missile test.
NBC News correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us live from Rome with that and other world headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning. That's right. Photos from those reports show Kim Jong-un observing the test firing of the, quote, strategic cruise missile. Now, you can see that a cruise missile soaring from a patrol ship. This report comes just as the U.S. and South Korean militaries kicked off the major annual drills. Pyongyang used these efforts as a rehearsal for invasion, and the controversial test also comes just 3 days after the first standalone trilateral summit between the U.S., South Korea, and Japan. Now let's go literally to the moon. India's space agency just released some images as their spacecraft approaches the lunar South Pole. They expect it to land sometimes this week. For a while, it was a space race between Russia and India, both countries pushing to reach this lunar region for the first time. Images from India's space agency comes just a day after Russia's spacecraft crashed during its first moon mission in nearly 50 years. If India is successful, they will be the first country to land on the unexplored South Pole. We end our news tour of the world in Istanbul, where swimmers are celebrating after taking the water for the 35th edition of the Bosphorus Cross-Continental Swim Race. It's an annual event organized by the Turkish National Olympic Committee, and the competition is fierce. About 2,600 athletes from over 70 nations dove in for the challenging open water swim, stroking through the 4 miles of the Bosphorus Strait, one of the busiest waterways in the world. The winner in the men's category finished in just over 41 minutes, and the women's winner wrapped up the race in only a minute longer, 42 minutes. Congratulations to both.
I would still be swimming.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, for real.
Dog paddling. All right, Claudia, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Coming up, as Republican hopefuls prepare to take center stage for the first time, we're getting new insight into the race for the White House.
We'll have the latest on a new NBC News poll this morning, plus what former President Trump is planning after announcing he's going to skip that first primary debate.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. We are staying on top of major news out west, where an unprecedented 1-2 punch from Mother Nature has parts of the West Coast reeling. People in Ventura and Los Angeles counties are being asked to stay at home after record-breaking rains from Hillary-flooded roads. The storm also forced school closures in both California and Nevada as it moves north this morning. Well, in the middle of it all, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked parts of the Southern California coast. You can see that here in this video. People inside this restaurant scramble to get outside. The U.S. Geological Survey reported there were at least a dozen aftershocks of magnitude 3 or greater in the area, but seismologists say the two events are not connected. We'll stay on top of both of these stories and have the very latest in our next hour.
Staying in California, where an investigation is underway, a business owner was fatally shot after someone allegedly took issue with an LGBTQ+ flag displayed at her store. San Bernardino police say the suspect made several comments about the flag before shooting Laura Ann Carlton. The suspect was also fatally shot by officers after confronting them with a weapon. Carlton was a mother of 9 and known in the community as an LGBTQ+ advocate. She did not identify as a member of the LGBTQ community.
Heartbreaking. Well, a new poll released this morning conducted by NBC News and the Des Moines Register shows former President Donald Trump continues to be the clear frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination.
But some other candidates are also starting to make some gains 2 days out from the first Republican presidential debate. For more, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He is in Des Moines, words we will utter many times over the next few months. Vaughn, good morning. So, as we said, the poll, it clearly shows former President Trump is still the current frontrunner for the Republican Party nomination. No surprise there. But the poll also shows a lot of people still haven't made up their minds. So what are we seeing?
Yeah, good morning, my friends. Look here, Donald Trump is still in a sturdy position. He's got a 23-point lead in our polling here, less than 5 months out to the Iowa caucus over Ron DeSantis. But the polling also shows that there are a number of candidates still being actively considered by Republican caucus goers here in Iowa. That includes South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy. Mike Pence is still even under consideration. And so when you're looking at these numbers, there is the open opportunity for an alternative to Donald Trump. But right now, the difficulty is that about 2/3 of folks who say they intend to caucus for Donald Trump say they will definitely caucus for him. And, you know, from some conversations we had with voters here, the question is who would be the most viable alternative to take him on and ultimately close that gap? That's the outstanding question here as we head to the fall.
Yeah, Vaughn, tell us more about these voters that you spoke with, specifically Republicans. How do they feel about the former president being back in the race and holding that lead?
Right. We actually talked to a few of the actual participants in the polls, the folks that actually picked up the phone and gave their responses. We sat down with them last night and had a little bit of conversation about Donald Trump and whether there is any chance that he does not win the Iowa caucus. Take a listen.
Personally, I think that a lot of people that are in my shoes that want someone other than Donald Trump aren't as vocal.
I think he has an excellent chance of winning in the general election. I think there will be a lot of support.
And that's a conversation we expect to take place over the months ahead. Who thinks that a particular Republican could be in the best position to beat Joe Biden? Jody, the first woman you heard from, said that she would not vote for Donald Trump in a general election, but would vote for any one of the other Republicans here on the caucus ballot. And so that is sort of this debate that is taking place in real time.
Okay, so that last gentleman there said he thinks Trump can win the general election. I guess that's my next question. If Trump is the Republican nominee in 2024, how do Republicans rate his chances of beating the incumbent, President Joe Biden?
Right. And folks in this poll were asked whether they would pick a candidate most likely aligned with their issues or most have the best chance to beat Joe Biden. And it was by 2-to-1 margin, essentially, folks saying issues versus most likely to beat Joe Biden. And so there's this dynamic that is really for these Republican candidates that they're having to grapple with. I want to let you listen to a little bit more of our conversation with two of the other voters we talked to.
I don't think he's going to lose the second time. I think it's worth the risk.
I think that if Donald Trump is the candidate, then I think we're looking at 4 more years of Democratic president.
4 more years of a Democratic president, you know, and I was talking to Bob, one of the gentlemen you heard from, though, who is the ardent Trump supporter. He said, look, there's a bunch of Trump supporters out there that otherwise likely wouldn't go vote if Donald Trump is not the nominee. And so this is sort of the American politics today. It's really tough. The best we can do is look at polling and have conversations with the voters like you just heard from.
All right, Vaughn, thank you so much.
Always a great conversation with Vaughn. Well, as the GOP gears up for its first debate on Wednesday, one candidate will be missing from the stage. Former President Trump confirmed Sunday that he will skip the first Republican presidential primary debate and indicated he also may not attend future ones. The former president wrote on his Truth social media platform that polling shows him leading in the Republican primary field by such a wide margin that he doesn't need to stand alongside his rivals. A source familiar with Trump's thinking said the decision applies to only the first 2 debates, which are affiliated with Fox News and Fox Business.
One candidate who will be at the debate Wednesday is North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. He is a software entrepreneur now in his 2nd term as governor. On Sunday's Meet the Press, he laid out the basics for his platform. Here's moderator Chuck Todd with more on their conversation.
Well, hello there, Joe in Savannah. This week on Meet the Press, Republican presidential candidate Governor Doug Burgum joined me ahead of the first primary debate to discuss former President Trump's growing legal troubles. Take a look at what he had to say.
It's got the character and the integrity, the proven track record of being able to do that. And that's what I've done my whole life in every organization I've been, but people don't know that yet. So we absolutely are going to leave that to this whole industry. We've got to focus on telling our story and telling the story of what we've been able to get done in North Dakota.
You know, you are running for president. You don't think people need to know where you stand on these issues? You're asking to be the next guardrail of the American democracy. At the end of the day, this is the biggest stress test our country's faced in over 100 years.
Yes, and I think part of a stress test, whether it's for Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, everybody's innocent until they're proven guilty in this country, and lots of accusations that are being tossed around. But I think that if we're focused on January is when the first caucuses and primary are. That's when the voters get to decide. I do trust the voters. I trust that if we can show that we're a credible alternative, that we can deliver the things that Americans are looking for, because Americans do want this country to move forward. They want presidential elections to be about the future, a vision for the future. Then we have to offer that. If I'm just one more pundit, criticizing everything that's gone on in 2020, no one's gonna see that there's leadership there.
You can see my full interview and more at MeetThePress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
All right, Chuck, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, for the first time in 4 decades, Maryland has reported a locally acquired case of malaria.
What scientists are saying about this infection and the unusual trend they're seeing in cases. That's next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that you waste the dishes, you leave.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
Man, it's great to see you. So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with a concerning update on malaria in the U.S. Maryland is now reporting its first case of locally acquired malaria, something that hasn't happened in that state in 40 years. Experts say it's the latest in a string of cases popping up across the country. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details.
A new warning after a case of malaria was found in Maryland, hundreds of miles north of where recent cases have been. Health officials on edge because this was locally contracted. That means the patient didn't get it overseas or any place further south that has already seen infections.
It's certainly unusual. We want to let people know just so they can be on the lookout.
That patient now recovering after being hospitalized. So far, officials at a loss as to how they got infected. If it is in Maryland, could it be anywhere?
Well, I suppose it could. Conceivably, it could. It's probably going to be a pretty rare event, though. Trying to understand where this locally acquired case came from is going to be very difficult to understand.
It's the first this far north, with cases found in the warmer southern states of Florida and Texas.
We have the eggs, we have the larvae.
NBC News' Blaine Alexander got an exclusive look inside a CDC mosquito lab where a malaria response team is on high alert, with mosquitoes that carry malaria being found here at home for the first time in 20 years.
Why are we seeing these cases now?
It's a good question, and we don't have a good answer for absolutely why didn't we see it in 20 years and it came up now.
Malaria can appear a week to a month after infection and can cause fever, chill, and body aches. Experts say a national outbreak is unlikely, but they are tracking it closely. George Solis, NBC News.
All right, let's get you some financial news now. New reports say Meta's Threads could launch a desktop version this week.
CNBC's Silvana Henao is live with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Meta's Threads is reportedly expected to launch a desktop version this week. This has been a top request by users, along with a chronological timeline, which was recently added. Experts say while links from Threads can be viewed on the web, a desktop version could help promote the app to a wider audience across the internet. Threads was launched in early July, but has seen user growth and engagement drop off. Packed airports this summer could be a sign of what's ahead. A report from the World Travel and Tourism Council is projecting travel to become a more than $15 trillion industry in the next decade. That accounts for more than 11% of the global economy. The most powerful travel and tourism economies based on GDP are the same as before the pandemic. The U.S., China, Germany, UK, and Japan. The industry is forecast to employ up to 430 million people by 2033, or roughly 1 of every 9 jobs worldwide. And your dream car may be way out of your price range. Rolls-Royce has unveiled the Droptail. It's the latest model in its exclusive coach-built series. The Roadster is inspired by high-speed sailing yachts from the 1930s. It seats 2 and comes with a removable carbon fiber hardtop. The price hasn't been announced, but it's estimated to cost more than $30 million. Rolls-Royce is only making 4, and buyers will be able to design the vehicle with specialized function to their liking. How about that?
What if they do financing for that, like a 500-year car loan or something?
Right? Like, how many lifetimes do you have to, live for?
$30 million for a car. Wow. Savannah, thank you.
You got it.
The students head back to the classroom. Some schools are laying down new rules about phones.
Yeah, students at an Alabama school have to lock their phones away for the entire day. And that policy is being met with some mixed reviews. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has the story.
At Montgomery, Alabama's Carver High, the morning rush to school is now a morning rush to scroll.
Power your phone off!
New this year, middle and high school students now forced to lock away their phones before the bell rings.
When do they get it back?
2:45.
2:45.
Right.
Principal Gary Hall pushed for the policy and the pouch to enforce it.
They were texting, tweeting, you name it, while classes were going on. Put it in the pouch then.
Here's how it works. At the beginning of the day, students put their cell phones in these pouches.
Once it's locked, it is really hard to get back open.
They can keep it with them, they just can't open them. They're sealed.
There you go. Have a good day.
This unlocking magnet, the only thing designed to free them. It's not completely foolproof.
We found a lot of cell phone cases with no phone.
For students,
show of hands, who doesn't like the pouch?
It's a painful adjustment.
I just love watching TikTok, so I gotta have my phone.
Why don't you like the pouch?
I don't like the pouches because when I'm in math class, I like to take pictures of the notes and stuff.
What's your favorite part?
We communicate more with each other now that our phone is locked up.
It make me pay attention when I don't got my phone.
Who would be using their cell phone if it weren't for the pouch? That's a lot of hands. What would you be doing?
Cheating.
Montgomery Public Schools isn't alone. The maker of the pouch, Yonder, says they're seeing an estimated 150% increase in schools using them in 2023. Now working with over 2,000 schools across the country. While most parents are for the pouch, others fear their children will not have their phone when they need it most.
If there's an emergency, how can I contact my child?
That means I'm in panic waiting until someone from the school calls and say, well, hey, there's a shooting.
It's been 1 week. Has it gone the way you thought it would?
I think it's gone really well.
District Superintendent Dr. Melvin Brown tells us the benefits are worth the risk.
We have to find a happy medium, while at the same time, our ultimate goal is to make sure everybody's 100% as safe as possible.
All right, so moving on.
Just 1 week in, this school is already seeing a difference.
I just see engagement, honestly. I see talking. They're using their words.
It's revolutionized teaching for me this year. Work gets done faster. We move along faster.
A new routine.
These are locking, keep moving.
Educators hope will unlock their full potential. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Montgomery, Alabama.
Well, as college students return to campuses, there's a shift in who's in the classroom. New statistics show lecture halls and college campuses will be filled with more women than men, and that could actually end up impacting politics on a national level. According to the 2021 census, 56% of students enrolled in college identify as a woman, compared to 44% of students identifying as a man. That number has been steadily climbing since 1970. Experts say they expect the gap also to grow in the coming years. So what does that mean outside the classroom? While more women are expected to hold higher level positions that require applicants to have degrees, it could also make a difference in the polls. Democrats won women voters by double digits in the 2020 election. Voters with bachelor's degrees also voted for Democrats by 12 points.
Coming up, a historic win in the Women's World Cup.
Up next, we'll take you through all the nail-biting action and the controversy surrounding the coach of the new world champs. Stick with us.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. It looks like the Barbie box office reign has come to an end. The new DC superhero movie, Blue Beetle, landed in the top spot, taking in just over $25 million in sales. Now, that's not a huge opening for a DC superhero movie, but keep in mind the cast couldn't promote it because of the Hollywood strikes. Variety reports that Barbie is set to overtake Universal's Super Mario Bros. Movie as the biggest domestic release of the year. No surprise there. It seemed to be on that path.
Now it's about time for you to go see it.
Yes, I will.
I can't wait to talk to you about it.
Next month, soon. Yeah. History was made at the Women's World Cup this weekend.
Spain beat England 1-0 in the final, securing their first ever trophy for the women's team. Let's bring in Alicia Delgado for more on this. She's the senior editor for USA Today Sports. Alicia, good to have you with us again. So walk us through this final match. How was Spain able to defeat England?
Yeah, this match was incredible. Oh my goodness. For those of you who woke up early, you got to see a really great match. Spain completely overpowered England most of the game and exploited their left side and was dynamic, fast, had tons of chances. And then Olga Carmona scored the game winner early in the game in the 29th minute, and England couldn't capitalize on their many chances either.
Let's talk about Spain's head coach. 15 of his players have raised concerns about his management style last October. The controversy, of course, cast a shadow over the team ever since the World Cup began. So they've won the World Cup now. Where do things stand with that after winning the tournament?
Yeah, so only 3 of those 15 players actually were called into the team, and they ended up, the federation backed Vilda at the time, and shortly after the World Cup, the Federation backed him again when they tweeted out what was seen by many as an insensitive post saying that Vilda is in, and you know, indicating that there is no change coming in terms of the coaching. And so the players still have a fight on their hands. They were fighting for opportunities. They were fighting against the environment that he created, and they were fighting for better conditions for themselves as well.
Let's talk about England now. I mean, a lot of people had them as favorites for this game. They're the reigning European champs, but they couldn't get this win. Where does this result leave that team?
I think this result's going to leave them just itching to get right back here 4 years from now, going into all the tournaments in the next 4 years that will lead up to this moment again. Very strong team, European champions, like you said. One of the best coaches in the world who actually a lot of people have pegged for the U.S. women's national team to go after as their coach. And despite her saying that, you know, she wants to stay with the team, she has no plans to go anywhere. Her contract is through 2025. So they have a really strong team and a strong program that could get them back here again.
So before we have another World Cup, of course, we have the Olympics next year. Is there sort of a feeling right now that these might be the two top teams competing for gold, or are there some other teams that have just as good of a shot?
I think that we saw in this World Cup that any team really has a shot at this point. A lot of the teams that are making it to this tournament have improved vastly. Their club teams have improved vastly in the last 4 years. Their coaching, their resources. So certainly the U.S. wants to make some changes to make sure that they are one of those top teams. But yeah, all of the teams that did well, Japan, Spain, Australia, like there's still some teams that need to qualify. Only 4 teams have qualified so far. So I think it's safe to say there'll be another interesting tournament.
All right. I love a tournament where you don't know who's going to win, and there's a lot of people who could do it. All right, Alicia Delgado, thanks so much for joining us throughout the World Cup. We appreciate it. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and thank you for joining us on a Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, historic flooding. Tropical storm Hillary slams into Southern California. It's the first of its kind to hit the region in more than 80 years, unleashing unprecedented and life-threatening floods and bringing down 911 lines in Palm Springs. Top of all that, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake also shook the state, while the rains were lashing SoCal.
Only in Southern California can you have an earthquake and hurricane storm, and not to mention a 5,500-acre brush fire in Santa Barbara yesterday. What's next?
We've got the latest on the ground and a look at where the storm is heading next. Also this morning, fury and heartache. The president and first lady are bracing for an emotional visit to the Hawaiian island of Maui today following those devastating wildfires. We'll look at what could be waiting for him on the ground amid growing public anger over the handling of the disaster. Hard pass. Former President Donald Trump says he's going to skip the first GOP presidential primary debate. We'll have more on how his absence could impact the event and what we're learning from new NBC News polling about the state of the Republican race. Finally, forced screen break. We're going to take you to one school that's making students lock away their cell phones before class. More on what's behind this trend that is growing in popularity across the country, how students, even parents, are dealing with the new rules. Good to have you with us. Can you take your phone away?
I know, I was just going to ask, what do you think? I did a story on those pouches a few years ago, and I locked up Craig Melvin's phone over the Today Show. It was pretty funny. He was like, okay, get it back out now.
I want to know, how does this thing open?
You really can't open them until you use that.
Exactly.
You'll see a little device.
You'll see their reactions coming up in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with the impact of the first tropical storm to hit Southern California in decades.
Yeah, what was once Tropical Storm Hillary made landfall over the weekend in Baja California before making its way north over the U.S. border into Southern California. The storm is dumping several inches of rain, in some areas as much as 10 inches, causing serious flooding. And as Southern Californians were dealing with the impact of Hillary, they were also shook by a magnitude 5.1 earthquake. There have been several aftershocks, but no reports of extensive damage. We have complete coverage this morning, beginning with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin.
Hillary slamming the Southwest, officials calling the drenching and dangerous event a once-in-a-lifetime storm. As heavy bands of rain barreled towards Southern California, the National Hurricane Center warned of catastrophic and life-threatening flooding. Overnight mudslides forcing cars off the road and bringing traffic to a total standstill on I-10 near Palm Springs. The storms so severe there, the city announced overnight its 911 phone lines were down. And in Forest Falls, firefighters trapped after a mudslide cut off roads around their station. Around Los Angeles, a double dose of Mother Nature's power as a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rattled Ventura and LA counties.
Yeah, I felt something.
The state's Office of Emergency Services issuing tropical storm, earthquake, and tornado warnings, all within an hour of each other. Hillary now the first tropical storm to hit Southern California in nearly 3 decades, toppling trees, submerging cars, and triggering landslides. The massive system drenching the mountains and deserts, even flooding this emergency room in Rancho Mirage. Experts say the area's terrain make these downpours more dangerous and potentially more deadly. Residents in high-risk areas urged to evacuate, but some choosing to hunker down.
Why are you staying?
Because we always stay. We rode every one of them out, even the fires, right to the door, every time.
The storm, once a Category 4 hurricane, first made landfall in Mexico, where treacherous flash floods turned roads into raging rivers. Mexican authorities say one person died after their car was swept away just north of Santa Rosalia. Now, as California deals with the deluge, Hillary's fury is moving north.
That was Aaron McLaughlin reporting. Well, Nevada's governor has already declared a state of emergency there, but as of this morning, it looks like Las Vegas was spared the worst of it.
We're joined now by the mayor of Palm Desert, California, Kathleen Kelly. Mayor Kelly, good to have you with us. You know, desert is literally in the name of your town, so a tropical storm, not something you'd expect to see there. I see you smiling. How are things looking there this morning?
The story in Palm Desert is that infrastructure investment works. We actually had tropical storm impacts in 1976 that left mud up to the rafters, and that led to a massive investment in flood control in Palm Desert, which served us well. We're not treating this like a once-in-a-lifetime experience. We're assessing weak spots where more investment is needed.
What are, Mayor, some of the biggest challenges you faced in the last 24 hours as the system moved in?
I'm going to be utterly candid. The biggest challenge is people who ignore advice and go out because they distract emergency services from critical work. So my advice to all your listeners is, before the storm, it always seems calm. It always seems benign. Listen to the news and stay home.
And do you still need people to stay home? Obviously, the worst has moved through, but you're going to be out, I know, this morning assessing damage. What is your advice to people this morning as they're going to be curious and want to see what things look like around town?
Folks here need to remember that mountain runoff is just as big a threat as the rain itself. And with close to 10 inches of rain falling in the mountains, today is a critical day to stay smart, stay home. Schools are closed. City employees are on the job, but largely working from home. Everyone should follow that pattern.
There you hear it. Schools are closed today, and of course, we've all gotten used to working from home, so there's the advice from the mayor. What is your priority today as the cleanup begins?
We have 4 key spots where we did have road stoppages. We're looking at those to see what we can do. We have arborists out checking for trees that might be on the verge of falling. because when heavy rain is followed by heavy wind, trees falling becomes a key safety risk.
All right. Mayor Kathleen Kelly, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Well, now our coverage moves to Nevada, which is now feeling the impact of Hillary. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward joins us from Las Vegas. Hey, Jake. So Las Vegas is essentially under an emergency declaration right now, but it seems the city has fared better than anticipated, not really getting this direct impact. Is that right? Tell us what you're seeing.
That's right, Savannah. The emergency declaration for Clark County, where I'm standing, is still in effect, and flash flood warnings for this region are still everywhere. But at this point, just a few minutes ago, the high wind advisory for this county expired, and at this point, the closest that we have seen to anything like an emergency response is that Nye County, the rural county just north of us between Las Vegas and Reno, has, out of an abundance of caution, said that schools are closed for the day. That's a region that's prone to flooding. But at this point, it seems that the bulk of the tropical storm has slipped past Las Vegas and is now in a very remote, very wild part of northern Nevada. And at this point, the worst effects that we might have expected here seem to have passed us by.
Jake, it's August in Vegas right now. I mean, the desert, this is usually when it's too hard to go outside, or if you are, you're just staying in a pool at one of these resorts. I mean, how different is the weather than compared to what people are used to for right now?
Well, I think one of the reasons you're bringing up such a great point here, Savannah, is that, local officials were really concerned about, they kept using the word unprecedented. The kind of warning that they were talking about here had to do with the unprecedented nature of this weather event. I mean, not only, right, are you seeing a tropical storm move across California in all sorts of ways, but seeing it here in Las Vegas would have been very strange. And I mean, right now where I'm standing, I mean, you look across the scene I'm in, and you'd sort of you might be forgiven for glancing at the television and thinking, oh, it's a correspondent standing out there. Here's the thing. Right now, it should be 100 degrees. I shouldn't be wearing as much as I am. The fact that it's not even 70 degrees and that the peak temperature for the last few days has been in the mid-70s is really weird for a region that's supposed to see more than 100-degree temperatures in August. It is really, really crazy that that's the case. And when the rain did fall yesterday, Savannah, it would fall very intensely and very, very cold. Obviously, sort of a humidity and a coldness coming off of the Pacific that you don't typically expect in this region. So I think that's one of the reasons that people were battening down the hatches, is that this weather system is so strange, and the effects could have been so disastrous if they really had arrived in Las Vegas in force. We just are lucky here that that didn't happen.
Absolutely. Jake, we have video on our screen right now. I'm not sure if you can see it, but you've been reporting for us throughout the morning, and you told us about this unique infrastructure that the city of Las Vegas has, and you actually went out and got some of this video, saw this in action. Explain to us what we're seeing. I understand it's some type of network of storm tunnels, but especially with the context of you saying, hey, look, it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. That's great news. This looks pretty intense for being essentially right at the base of hotels in Las Vegas. I mean, was this working properly? And explain where that water's rushing, that tunnel that you can sort of see. It almost looks like it's just an underground parking lot. What is that normally? What does that usually look like?
Well, this is the weird thing about Las Vegas, Savannah, right, is it was built as this sort of desert stopover for GIs, right, at a time when people were not really looking at the geology of this place. This place is essentially one big porcelain bowl, an enormous valley that runs right to the place where people decided to build all the casinos. That hotel, the link that you're seeing there, is actually designed to have that water run through it. And about 90% of the year, it's bone dry. You can park your car in there. But every so often, when an emergency declaration comes through like this, that's when they make all the tourists move their cars, and that wash runs under there. The good news, of course, for the city is that that water does not any longer run across the Strip. In 1999 and 2012, it did terrible damage and turned the Strip into a whitewater rafting-style river. There is, of course, some danger here as well. Homelessness plagues this city, as it does so many cities across the nation, and the unhoused population here tends to take refuge in those tunnels. We've seen no reports of anyone actually hurt, but we've seen many people's belongings swept away in those tunnels. So there is some bad news for the unhoused population of Las Vegas here. But overall, the city seems to have survived this experience very, very well, in part because of the vast infrastructure infrastructure of tunnels that the city has constructed, Savannah.
Yeah, wow. I'm just fascinated by that video, and it does really look like it's working exactly as it's supposed to, just shooting right down into that tunnel. Pretty incredible to see. Jake Ward, thank you so much, and good to get a little bit of good news for that city. Well, let's get a check on where Hillary is now and where it's headed. Bill Cairns is back with us this hour. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Savannah. And yeah, so many fascinating scenes because we're just seeing a ton of water in areas that we just don't typically see it. I mean, yes, they will get monsoonal thunderstorms every now and then, but to be this widespread over all of Southern California and portions of Nevada is extremely rare. So here's some of the rainfall totals. This is just looking at Southern California. When you start to see the yellow and the oranges, and especially when we get to this maroon color, that's when we had significant issues. We know we've had dozens, if not hundreds, of landslides, mudslides, rock slides on the burn scar areas included. And that's going to be the story that we're going to have today. Once the sun rises in areas of Southern California and our helicopters from our local affiliates there, the NBC stations get up, they'll show us the pictures. We don't know yet if houses have been ruined. We don't know yet if it's just roads that have been blocked. We know we have communities that are cut off. Obviously, we haven't heard anything about injuries or fatalities yet either. So there's always that 24 to 36-hour window after these storms where we kind of have to collect the data. Communication's not really great. First responders are out there doing their thing. And then in the media, we find out the information a little bit later. So, you know, don't be fooled by thinking nothing happened because with this much rain, 8 inches, almost a foot in some of the mountains, we know that we had significant problems with runoff, landslide, mudslides, and landslides. Here's the good news, though. The storm, we're in recovery mode now. The flash flood watch has been canceled for Los Angeles and for San Diego. That's great. We do have a couple areas that are under flash flood warnings, and we will see isolated areas of rain this afternoon, especially up here in areas of Oregon and Idaho. Las Vegas, you're still under the flash flood watch. You still have a chance of some isolated storms. So let me take you on this journey. Here's Hillary's journey. This is going back 3 days ago when it was a Category 4. This black line shows you the historic line of where the storm had traveled in the past. You could see where the eye was there, a very powerful storm. Then as it headed northwards, it lost to the east side of it, the west side actually. That's where the dry air was coming in. That's where the storm was going over cooler water. It began to weaken. And by the time it actually made landfall here in this little sliver of the Baja, it was down to a Category 1 hurricane. Then it made a second landfall in the northern portions of the Baja, and then it crossed into California officially as a tropical storm. It was kind of making the transition to what we call an extratropical storm or just a regular storm that we deal with. But still, this is only the 4th time in recorded history in California that that's happened. So that's the, you know, the historic textbook part of this storm. And then now the storm's just racing through Nevada and it's falling apart. We're no longer tracking it as a tropical system. It's what we call post-tropical Hillary. I mean, the rainfall from it, it's all the way up here in the northern Idaho and even in Montana. It's more like just tropical moisture streaming northwards. There are some showers in Los Angeles now, but that's not even directly related to this storm. So as far as the forecast goes, additionally, isolated areas of rain, mostly west of Las Vegas, and then Savannah, it looks like areas there around Baker City here as we go through Oregon and Idaho. If we get any flash flooding concerns today, that's where we'll be watching.
Yeah. Oh, and like I just said with Jake, it was good to hear a little bit of good news for Las Vegas, obviously, of course, where so many tourists are. Tell us any threats that we should be looking at now. Obviously, I know like this is hurricane season. We are anticipating this. Yeah, this
is the time of year where, you know, I don't like to make any plans because they're all going to get ruined. So this weekend was very rare. I mean, we had 3 tropical storms form in the Atlantic. We have Emily, Gert, and Franklin. You see, Franklin's the closest to the U.S. and closest to Puerto Rico. That's the storm that's going to have concerns. And then the Hurricane Center is tracking a tropical wave in the Gulf of Mexico, and that one has an 80% chance of development. So anytime anything's in the Gulf of Mexico, it's extremely warm water. That's the fuel, and then it's surrounded by land, so that's just troublesome. So it looks like this is heading westward, almost due west, and that's going to be a concern for Brownsville to Corpus Christi, maybe to Victoria. We'll watch this closely. You likely will deal with a tropical storm come Wednesday. It does not look like it probably has enough time to get to a hurricane strength, but of course, this time of year we got to track that. And for our friends in Puerto Rico, this storm, the Franklin that's heading for Dominican Republic, will bring some rainfall to Puerto Rico, but no major concerns. So no horrible storms are coming.
All right. That is a little bit of good news again there. And we know it'll be a busy few weeks for you. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Well, this morning, deadly wildfires are burning out of control in parts of Washington state. Thousands of people have been forced to evacuate, and at least 2 people have been killed. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest.
The wildfires ripping across eastern Washington state are unrelenting. Different blazes have been raging outside Spokane since Friday.
Oh, you're not doing anything with that.
the largest, the out-of-control Gray Fire, spanning more than 10,000 acres, tied to at least one death. Also burning the Oregon Road Fire and the far smaller Winona Fire. The trio fueled by excessive heat and high winds, destroying dozens of structures with thousands ordered to evacuate, like Melissa Thurman, who says her home burned down.
I can't even explain the feeling of knowing that like everything that you worked for is gone. You know, yeah, so there's going to be insurance and stuff, but it doesn't make up for, you know, what you see when you see all of your stuff turn to ash.
Governor Jay Inslee touring an evacuation shelter.
This has been horrendous fires. The aridity, the wind, this fire moved 7 miles in one afternoon.
The National Weather Service reporting the Spokane region's air quality was the worst in the U.S. and perhaps the whole world. Another challenge for people fleeing danger.
It was scary. I was shaking. My mom was crying. My dad was starting to cry because we don't want to watch our house go up in flames.
Some families holding on to memories as they leave so much else behind. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
All right, well, this morning we're remembering Emmy Award-winning actor Ron Cephas Jones, who passed away over the weekend. NBC's Ann Thompson has more on how the This Is Us co-stars are paying their own tributes.
Hey there, Ron Cephas Jones' death is described this morning as a massive loss. The 66-year-old finding renown late in life on the hit show This Is Us, creating an award-winning performance that was very much rooted in his own experience.
Starting to not feel so bad about leaving you at that fire station.
If Ron Cephas Jones made you feel William Hill's pain on This Is Us,
it just makes me feel sicker.
An unexpected joy as the biological father to Sterling K. Brown's character.
Okay does not do justice to how I feel.
It's because Jones, too, was a former drug addict and suffered from disease. The actor saying, "I realize that so much of the man is inside of me and my history." Jones would win 2 Emmys for his performance as William Hill.
I want to thank my daughter, Jasmine. I love you.
With Jasmine, they would become the first father-daughter duo to win Emmys the same year. At the time, Jones posting, "Second time around, how sweet it is. History, father-daughter Emmys same year." The accolades continued on Broadway, where Jones was nominated for a Tony for his work in the play Clydes, just a year after receiving a double lung transplant. But this morning, it is Ron Cephas Jones, the person, lauded by his former cast members. Mandy Moore captioning a photo in part, "He was pure magic as a human and an artist. I will treasure all of the moments forever." And Sterling K. Brown, who played Randall Pearson, the son of Jones' character, writing, "One of the most wonderful people the world has ever seen is no longer with us. The world is a little less bright."
This is quite sad, isn't it? The end.
Oh, I don't know. The way I see it, if something makes you sad when it ends, it must have been pretty wonderful when it was happening.
Though you probably know Jones from TV, it's the stage that nurtured him and where he honed his talent, both on and off Broadway, telling the New York Times, "My whole life has been the stage." Back to you.
All right, Ann Thompson, thank you very much. Well, coming up, bracing for anger. We're in Maui this morning as President Biden prepares to survey the damage of those catastrophic wildfires. We'll have more on what kind of welcome he could expect there. Plus, India attempts to land on the moon just days after Russia's own spacecraft crashed there. We will have the details of that space race coming up next.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's great to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
you're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on the devastation in Hawaii. Maui residents continue to pick up the pieces after the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history.
Later today, President Biden will visit Maui, a trip that's facing criticism from some people on the island. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Maui with the latest. Hey, Steve, good morning. Thanks for being here. So let's start off with the latest on the search for victims. Maui's county mayor says 850 people have been officially counted as missing, and there's the possibility also of rain coming that could actually ultimately hurt recovery efforts, so search efforts. What can you tell us about the latest on this?
Yeah, 850 missing comes directly from the mayor. He put out an address overnight on social media talking about the effort to sort of combine lists. So this is the first time that we've actually gotten an official number from a government body. This is a combination of lists that were collected by the county, by the city, by certain other groups like the Red Cross, and finally putting it into a full list. Yeah, so 85% of that total search area has now been completed. It is a very slow, very grueling process, as we've been laying out, because those cadaver dogs have to search for remains that are very, very badly burned. And this is why we're talking about the rain. If rain is moving into the forecast, it could easily hamper those efforts, hamper the dog's ability to sort of find those remains and identify those remains. But also, it poses the danger of releasing toxins into bodies of water as that runoff would go off too. So multiple fronts, this is not good for the search and recovery effort. However, they're working as fast as they can. They're covering a great distance, and certainly we hear about improvements every single day.
So, Steve, President Biden is visiting the island today to tour the damage firsthand. First, what's on his schedule, but also, you know, we've talked plenty about concerns over the local response, but how are people there feeling about the federal response?
You know, I mean, nobody here is happy with the response, be that county, be that state, and be that federal. Obviously, the president will be here, and I think a lot of people are seeing that as a sign of respect, seeing that as a sign that the federal government is paying attention to the situation on the ground. And certainly when he meets with leadership and he tours the devastation, we don't know the exact details, but he will be here to do that. He will be met with government officials that are happy to see him, but I also expect him to be met met with people who are not so happy. I think protests are likely to happen while he's here. There was a very big delay from what a lot of people would say, from his initial discovery and response to what happened to the wildfire about 2 days after that fire tore through this town, and then another week until he really made an official response to sort of talk about some of the things that the federal government is doing. So because of that gap, I think a lot of people, aren't necessarily so happy with the president. But we will see when he arrives in just a few hours, guys.
Yeah, we know that you'll keep us updated both on what he does as well as those potential protests, and we'll keep covering that throughout the day. Steve, though, it does just seem we just keep on hearing these heartbreaking, specific stories that are coming out of the recovery process. I know you came across a story about a boy and his dog. Tell us about that.
14-year-old Quiero Fuentes, and this fire is heartbreaking in so many ways, countless ways, but one of them is that the fire struck really as children were just getting out of school. So in a lot of cases, and we don't know how many children, of course, are among the wreckage, but it's expected to be a significant number, and he's one of them. His own family also found him huddled with his dog in his own room. I want you to hear from his brother, who talks about exactly what they came upon. Listen to this.
He probably tried to save him, and, he jumped on top of him and he hugged him.
Him in reference to his dog, Dexter. There's so many sad stories, and like you said, it's almost every single day that we encounter another one with this amount of people now notified as dead, but also the amount of missing, which is just tremendous here, guys.
Oh, it really is. All right, Steve Patterson, thanks so much for your reporting.
To international news now, and reports from state media say that North Korean leader Kim Jong-un oversaw a new cruise missile test.
NBC News correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us live from Rome with that and other world headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning. That's right. Photos from those reports show Kim Jong-un observing the test firing of the, quote, strategic cruise missile. Now, you can see that a cruise missile soaring from a patrol ship. This report comes just as the U.S. and South Korean militaries kicked off the major annual drills. Pyongyang used these efforts as a rehearsal for invasion, and the controversial test also comes just 3 days after the first standalone trilateral summit between the U.S., South Korea, and Japan. Now let's go literally to the moon. India's space agency just released some images as their spacecraft approaches the lunar South Pole. They expect it to land sometimes this week. For a while, it was a space race between Russia and India, both countries pushing to reach this lunar region for the first time. Images from India's space agency comes just a day after Russia's spacecraft crashed during its first moon mission in nearly 50 years. If India is successful, they will be the first country to land on the unexplored South Pole. We end our news tour of the world in Istanbul, where swimmers are celebrating after taking the water for the 35th edition of the Bosphorus Cross-Continental Swim Race. It's an annual event organized by the Turkish National Olympic Committee, and the competition is fierce. About 2,600 athletes from over 70 nations dove in for the challenging open water swim, stroking through the 4 miles of the Bosphorus Strait, one of the busiest waterways in the world. The winner in the men's category finished in just over 41 minutes, and the women's winner wrapped up the race in only a minute longer, 42 minutes. Congratulations to both.
I would still be
swimming. Back to you guys.
Yeah, for real.
Dog paddling. All right, Claudia, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Coming up, as Republican hopefuls prepare to take center stage for the first time, we're getting new insight into the race for the White House.
We'll have the latest on a new NBC News poll this morning, plus what former President Trump is planning after announcing he's going to skip that first primary debate.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We are staying on top of major news out west, where an unprecedented 1-2 punch from Mother Nature has parts of the West Coast reeling. People in Ventura and Los Angeles counties are being asked to stay at home after record-breaking rains from Hillary flooded roads. The storm also forced school closures in both California and Nevada as it moves north this morning. Well, in the middle of it all, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked parts of the Southern California coast. You can see that here in this video. People inside this restaurant scramble to get outside. The U.S. Geological Survey reported there were at least a dozen aftershocks of magnitude 3 or greater in the area, but seismologists say the two events are not connected. We'll stay on top of both of these stories and have the very latest in our next hour.
Staying in California, where an investigation is underway, a business owner was fatally shot after someone allegedly took issue with an LGBTQ+ flag displayed at her store. San Bernardino police say the suspect made several comments about the flag before shooting Laura Ann Carlton. The suspect was also fatally shot by officers after confronting them with a weapon. Carlton was a mother of 9 and known in the community as an LGBTQ+ advocate. She did not identify as a member of the LGBTQ community.
Heartbreaking. Well, a new poll released this morning conducted by NBC News and the Des Moines Register shows former President Donald Trump continues to be the clear frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination.
But some other candidates are also starting to make some gains 2 days out from the first Republican presidential debate. For more, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He is in Des Moines, words we will utter many times over the next few months. Vaughn, good morning. So, as we said, the poll, it clearly shows former President Trump is still the current frontrunner for the Republican Party nomination. No surprise there. But the poll also shows a lot of people still haven't made up their minds. So what are we seeing?
Yeah, good morning, my friends. Look here, Donald Trump is still in a sturdy position. He's got a 23-point lead in our polling here, less than 5 months out to the Iowa caucus over Ron DeSantis. But the polling also shows that there are a number of candidates still being actively considered by Republican caucus goers here in Iowa. That includes South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy. Mike Pence is still even under consideration. And so when you're looking at these numbers, there is the open opportunity for an alternative to Donald Trump. But right now, the difficulty is that about 2/3 of folks who say they intend to caucus for Donald Trump say they will definitely caucus for him. And, you know, from some conversations we had with voters here, the question is who would be the most viable alternative to take him on and ultimately close that gap? That's the outstanding question here as we head to the fall.
Yeah, Vaughn, tell us more about these voters that you spoke with, specifically Republicans. How do they feel about the former president being back in the race and holding that lead?
Right. We actually talked to a few of the actual participants in the polls, the folks that actually picked up the phone and gave their responses. We sat down with them last night and had a little bit of conversation about Donald Trump and whether there is any chance that he does not win the Iowa caucus. Take a listen.
Personally, I think that a lot of people that are in my shoes that want someone other than Donald Trump aren't as vocal.
I think he has an excellent chance of winning in the general election. I think there will be a lot of support.
And that's a conversation we expect to take place over the months ahead. Who thinks that who thinks a particular Republican could be in the best position to beat Joe Biden. Jody, the first woman you heard from, said that she would not vote for Donald Trump in a general election, but would vote for any one of the other Republicans here on the caucus ballot. And so that is sort of this debate that is taking place in real time.
Okay, so that last gentleman there said he thinks Trump can win the general election. I guess that's my next question. If Trump is the Republican nominee in 2024, how do Republicans rate his chances of beating the incumbent, President Joe Biden?
Right. And folks in this poll were asked whether they would pick a candidate most likely aligned with their issues or most have the best chance to beat Joe Biden. And it was by a 2-to-1 margin, essentially, folks saying issues versus most likely to beat Joe Biden. And so there's this dynamic that is really for these Republican candidates that they're having to grapple with. I want to let you listen to a little bit more of our conversation with 2 of the other voters we talked to.
I don't think he's going to lose the second time. I think it's worth the risk.
I think that if Donald Trump is the candidate, then I think we're looking at 4 more years of Democratic president.
4 more years of a Democratic president, you know, and I was talking to Bob, one of the gentlemen you heard from, though, who is the ardent Trump supporter. He said, look, there's a bunch of Trump supporters out there that otherwise likely wouldn't go vote if Donald Trump is not the nominee. And so this is sort of the American politics today. It's really tough. The best we can do is look at polling and have conversations with the voters like you just heard from.
All right, Vaughn, thank you so much.
Always a great conversation with Vaughn. Well, as the GOP gears up for its first debate on Wednesday, one candidate will be missing from the stage. Former President Trump confirmed Sunday that he will skip the first Republican presidential primary debate and indicated he also may not attend future ones. The former president wrote on his Truth social media platform that polling shows him leading in the Republican primary field by such a wide margin that he doesn't need to stand alongside his rivals. A source familiar with Trump's thinking said the decision applies to only the first 2 debates, which are affiliated with Fox News and Fox Business.
One candidate who will be at the debate Wednesday is North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. He is a software entrepreneur now in his 2nd term as governor. On Sunday's Meet the Press, he laid out the basics for his platform. Here's moderator Chuck Todd with more on their conversation.
Well, hello there, Joe and Savannah. This week on Meet the Press, Republican presidential candidate Governor Doug Burgum joined me ahead of the first primary debate to discuss former President Trump's growing legal troubles. Take a look at what he had to say.
It's got the character and the integrity, the proven track record of being able to do that. And that's what I've done my whole life in every organization I've been, but people don't know that yet. So we absolutely are going to leave that to this whole industry. We've got to focus on telling our story and telling the story of what we've been able to get done in North Dakota.
You know, you are running for president. You don't think people need to know where you stand on these issues? You're asking to be the next guardrail of the American democracy. At the end of the day, this is the biggest stress test our country's faced in over 100 years.
Yes, and I think part of a stress test, whether it's for Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, everybody's innocent until they're proven guilty in this country, and lots of accusations that are being tossed around. But I think that if, you know, we're focused on January is when the first caucuses and primary are. That's when the voters get to decide. I do trust the voters. I trust that if we can show that we're a credible alternative, that we can deliver the things that Americans are looking for, because Americans do want this country to move forward. They want presidential elections to be about the future, a vision for the future. Then we have to offer that. If I'm just one more pundit, you know, criticizing everything that's gone on in 2020, no one's gonna see that there's leadership there.
You can see my full interview and more at MeetThePress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
All right, Chuck, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, for the first time in 4 decades, Maryland has reported a locally acquired case of malaria.
What scientists are saying about this infection and the unusual trend they're seeing in cases. That's next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of corruption, all kinds of.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with a concerning update on malaria in the U.S. Maryland is now reporting its first case of locally acquired malaria, something that hasn't happened in that state in 40 years. Experts say it's the latest in a string of cases popping up across the country. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details.
A new warning after a case of malaria was found in Maryland, hundreds of miles north of where recent cases have been. Health officials on edge because this was locally contracted. That means the patient didn't get it overseas or any place further south that has already seen infections.
It's certainly unusual. We want to let people know just so they can be on the lookout.
That patient now recovering after being hospitalized. So far, officials at a loss as to how they got infected. If it is in Maryland, could it be anywhere?
Well, I suppose it could. Conceivably, it could. It's probably going to be a pretty rare event, though. Trying to understand where this locally acquired case came from is going to be very difficult to understand.
It's the first this far north, with cases found in the warmer southern states of Florida and Texas.
We have the eggs, we have the larvae.
NBC News' Blaine Alexander got an exclusive look inside a CDC mosquito lab where a malaria response team is on high alert, with mosquitoes that carry malaria being found here at home for the first time in 20 years.
Why are we seeing these cases now?
It's a good question, and we don't have a good answer for absolutely why didn't we see it in 20 years and it came up now.
Malaria can appear a week to a month after infection and can cause fever, chill, and body aches. Experts say a national outbreak is unlikely, but they are tracking it closely. George Solis, NBC News.
All right, let's get you some financial news now. New reports say Meta's Threads could launch a desktop version this week.
NBC's Silvana Henao is live with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Meta's Threads is reportedly expected to launch a desktop version this week. This has been a top request by users, along with a chronological timeline, which was recently added. Experts say while links from Threads can be viewed on the web, a desktop version could help promote the app to a wider audience across the internet. Threads was launched in early July, but has seen user growth and engagement drop off. Packed airports this summer could be a sign of what's ahead. A report from the World Travel and Tourism Council is projecting travel to become a more than $15 trillion industry in the next decade. That accounts for more than 11% of the global economy. The most powerful travel and tourism economies based on GDP are the same as before the pandemic. The U.S., China, Germany, UK, and Japan. The industry is forecast to employ up to 430 million people by 2033, or roughly 1 of every 9 jobs worldwide. And your dream car may be way out of your price range. Rolls-Royce has unveiled the Droptail. It's the latest model in its exclusive coach-built series. The Roadster is inspired by high-speed sailing yachts from the 1930s. It seats 2 and comes with a removable carbon fiber hardtop. The price hasn't been announced, but it's estimated to cost more than $30 million. Rolls-Royce is only making 4, and buyers will be able to design the vehicle with specialized function to their liking. How about that?
What if they do financing for that, like a 500-year car loan or something?
Yeah, right?
You know?
Like, how many lifetimes do you have to, live for?
$30 million for a car. Wow. Savannah, thank you.
You got it.
The students head back to the classroom. Some schools are laying down new rules about phones.
Yeah, students at an Alabama school have to lock their phones away for the entire day. And that policy is being met with some mixed reviews. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has the story.
At Montgomery, Alabama's Carver High, the morning rush to school is now a morning rush to scroll.
Power your phone off!
New this year, middle and high school students now forced to lock away their phones before the bell rings.
When do they get it back?
2:45.
2:45.
Right.
Principal Gary Hall pushed for the policy and the pouch to enforce it.
They were texting, tweeting, you name it, while classes were going on.
Put it in the pouch then.
Here's how it works. At the beginning of the day, students put their cell phones in these pouches.
Once it's locked, it is really hard to get back open.
They can keep it with them, they just can't open them. They're sealed.
There you go. Have a good day.
This unlocking magnet, the only thing designed to free them. It's not completely foolproof.
We found a lot of cell phone cases with no phone.
For students,
Show of hands, who doesn't like the pouch?
it's a painful adjustment.
I just love watching TikTok, so I gotta have my phone.
Why don't you like the pouch?
I don't like the pouch because when I'm in math class, I like to take pictures of the notes and stuff.
What's your favorite part?
We communicate more with each other now that our phone is locked up.
It make me pay attention that I don't got my phone.
Who would be using their cell phone if it weren't for the pouch? That's a lot of hands. What would you be doing?
Cheating.
Montgomery Public Schools isn't alone. The maker of the pouch, Yonder, says they're seeing an estimated 150% increase in schools using them in 2023. Now working with over 2,000 schools across the country. While most parents are for the pouch, others fear their children will not have their phone when they need it most.
If there's an emergency, how can I contact my child?
That means I'm in panic waiting until someone from the school calls and say, well, hey, there's a shooting.
It's been 1 week. Has it gone the way you thought it would?
I think it's gone really well.
District Superintendent Dr. Melvin Brown tells us the benefits are worth the risk.
We have to find a happy medium, while at the same time, our ultimate goal is to make sure everybody's 100% as safe as possible.
All right, so moving on.
Just 1 week in, this school is already seeing a difference.
I just see engagement, honestly. I see talking. They're using their words.
It's revolutionized teaching for me this year. Work gets done faster. We move along faster.
A new routine.
Things are locked and keep moving.
Educators hope will unlock their full potential. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Montgomery, Alabama.
Well, as college students return to campuses, there's a shift in who's in the classroom. New statistics show lecture halls and college campuses will be filled with more women than men, and that could actually end up impacting politics on a national level. According to the 2021 census, 56% of students enrolled in college identify as a woman, compared to 44% of students identifying as a man. That number has been steadily climbing since 1970. Experts say they expect the gap also to grow in the coming years. So what does that mean outside the classroom? While more women are expected to hold higher level positions that require applicants to have degrees, it could also make a difference in the polls. Democrats won women voters by double digits in the 2020 election. Voters with bachelor's degrees also voted for Democrats by 12 points.
Coming up, a historic win in the Women's World Cup.
Up next, we'll take you through all the nail-biting action and the controversy surrounding the coach of the new world champs. Stick with us.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. It looks like the Barbie box office reign has come to an end. The new DC superhero movie, Blue Beetle, landed in the top spot, taking in just over $25 million in sales. Now, that's not a huge opening for a DC superhero movie, but keep in mind the cast couldn't promote it because of the Hollywood strikes. Variety reports that Barbie is set to overtake Universal's Super Mario Bros. Movie as the biggest domestic release of the year. No surprise there. It seemed to be on that path.
Now it's about time for you to go see it.
Yes, I will.
I can't wait to talk to you about it.
Next month, soon. Yeah. History was made at the Women's World Cup this weekend.
Spain beat England 1-0 in the final, securing their first ever trophy for the women's team. Let's bring in Alicia Delgado for more on this. She's the senior editor for USA Today Sports. Alicia, good to have you with us again. So walk us through this final match. How was Spain able to defeat England?
Yeah, this match was incredible. Oh my goodness. For those of you who woke up early, you got to see a really great match. Spain completely overpowered England most of the game and exploited their left side and was dynamic, fast, had tons of chances. And then Olga Carmona scored the game winner early in the game in the 29th minute, and England couldn't capitalize on their many chances either.
Let's talk about Spain's head coach. 15 of his players have raised concerns about his management style last October. The controversy, of course, cast a shadow over the team ever since the World Cup began. So they've won the World Cup now. Where do things stand with that after winning the tournament?
Yeah, so only 3 of those 15 players actually were called into the team, and they ended up, the federation backed Vilda at the time, and shortly after the World Cup, the Federation backed him again when they tweeted out what was seen by many as an insensitive post saying that Vilda is in, and indicating that there is no change coming in terms of the coaching. And so the players still have a fight on their hands. They were fighting for opportunities. They were fighting against the environment that he created, and they were fighting for better conditions for themselves as well.
Let's talk about England now. I mean, a lot of people had them as favorites for this game. They're the reigning European champs, but they couldn't get this win. Where does this result leave that team?
I think this result's going to leave them just itching to get right back here 4 years from now, going into all the tournaments in the next 4 years that will lead up to this moment again. Very strong team, European champions, like you said. One of the best coaches in the world who actually a lot of people have pegged for the U.S. women's national team to go after as their coach. And despite her saying that, she wants to stay with the team, she has no plans to go anywhere. Her contract is through 2025. So they have a really strong team and a strong program that could get them back here again.
So before we have another World Cup, of course, we have the Olympics next year. Is there sort of a feeling right now that these might be the two top teams competing for gold, or are there some other teams that have just as good of a shot?
I think that we saw in this World Cup that any team really has a shot at this point. A lot of the teams that are making it to this tournament have improved vastly. Their club teams have improved vastly in the last 4 years. Their coaching, their resources. So certainly the U.S. wants to make some changes to make sure that they are one of those top teams. But yeah, all of the teams that did well, Japan, Spain, Australia, there's still some teams that need to qualify. Only 4 teams have qualified so far. So I think it's safe to say there'll be another interesting tournament.
All right. I love a tournament where you don't know who's going to win, and there's a lot of people who could do it. All right, Alicia Delgado, thanks so much for joining us throughout the World Cup. We appreciate it. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, and thank you for joining us on a Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, historic flooding. Tropical storm Hillary slams into Southern California. It's the first of its kind to hit the region in more than 80 years, unleashing unprecedented and life-threatening floods and bringing down 911 lines in Palm Springs. On top of all that, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake also shook the state, while the rains were lashing SoCal.
Only in Southern California can you have an earthquake and hurricane storm, and not to mention a 5,500-acre brush fire in Santa Barbara yesterday. What's next?
We've got the latest on the ground and a look at where the storm is heading next. Also this morning, fury and heartache. The president and first lady are bracing for an emotional visit to the Hawaiian island of Maui today following those devastating wildfires. We'll look at what could be waiting for him on the ground amid growing public anger over the handling of the disaster. Hard pass. Former President Donald Trump says he's going to skip the first GOP presidential primary debate. We'll have more on how his absence could impact the event and what we're learning from new NBC News polling about the state of the Republican race. Finally, forced screen break. We're going to take you to one school that's making students lock away their cell phones before class. More on what's behind this trend that is growing in popularity across the country, how students, even parents, are dealing with the new rules. Good to have you with us. Can you take your phone away?
I know, I was just going to ask, what do you think? I did a story on those pouches a few years ago, and I locked up Craig Melvin's phone over the Today Show. It was pretty funny. He was like, okay, get it back out now.
I want to know, how does this thing open?
Yeah, you really can't open them until you use that. You'll see a little device.
You'll see their reactions coming up in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with the impact of the first tropical storm to hit Southern California in decades.
Yeah, what was once Tropical Storm Hillary made landfall over the weekend in Baja California before making its way north over the U.S. border into Southern California. The storm is dumping several inches of rain in some areas, as much as 10 inches, causing serious flooding. And as Southern Californians were dealing with the impact of Hillary, they were also shook by a magnitude 5.1 earthquake. There have been several aftershocks, but no reports of extensive damage. We have complete coverage this morning, beginning with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin.
Hillary slamming the Southwest, officials calling the drenching and dangerous event a once-in-a-lifetime storm. As heavy bands of rain barreled towards Southern California, the National Hurricane Center warned of catastrophic and life-threatening flooding. Overnight mudslides forcing cars off the road and bringing traffic to a total standstill on I-10 near Palm Springs. The storms so severe there, the city announced overnight its 911 phone lines were down. And in Forest Falls, firefighters trapped after a mudslide cut off roads around their station. Around Los Angeles, a double dose of Mother Nature's power as a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rattled Ventura and LA counties.
Yeah, I felt something.
The state's Office of Emergency Services issuing tropical storm, earthquake, and tornado warnings, all within an hour of each other. Hillary now the first tropical storm to hit Southern California in nearly 3 decades, toppling trees, submerging cars, and triggering landslides. The massive system drenching the mountains and deserts, even flooding this emergency room in Rancho Mirage. Experts say the area's terrain make these downpours more dangerous and potentially more deadly. Residents in high-risk areas urged to evacuate, but some choosing to hunker down.
Why are you staying?
Because we always stay. We wrote every one of them out, even the fires, right to the door, every time.
The storm, once a Category 4 hurricane, first made landfall in Mexico, where treacherous flash floods turned roads into raging rivers. Mexican authorities say one person died after their car was swept away just north of Santa Rosalia. Now, as California deals with the deluge, Hillary's fury is moving north.
That was Erin McLaughlin reporting. Well, Nevada's governor has already declared a state of emergency there, but as of this morning, it looks like Las Vegas was spared the worst of it.
We're joined now by the mayor of Palm Desert, California, Kathleen Kelly. Mayor Kelly, good to have you with us. You know, desert is literally in the name of your town, so a tropical storm, not something you'd expect to see there. I see you smiling. How are things looking there this morning?
The story in Palm Desert is that infrastructure investment works. We actually had tropical storm impacts in 1976 that left mud up to the rafters, and that led to a massive investment in flood control in Palm Desert, which served us well. We're not treating this like a once-in-a-lifetime experience. We're assessing weak spots where more investment is needed.
What are, Mayor, some of the biggest challenges you faced in the last 24 hours as the system moved in?
I'm going to be utterly candid. The biggest challenge is people who ignore advice and go out because they distract emergency services from critical work. So my advice to all your listeners is, before the storm, it always seems calm. It always seems benign. Listen to the news and stay home.
And do you still need people to stay home? Obviously, the worst has moved through, but you're going to be out, I know, this morning assessing damage. What is your advice to people this morning as they're going to be curious and want to see what things look like around town?
Folks here need to remember that mountain runoff is just as big a threat as the rain itself. And with close to 10 inches of rain falling in the mountains, today is a critical day to stay smart, stay home. Schools are closed, city employees are on the job, but largely working from home. Everyone should follow that pattern.
There you hear it. Schools are closed today, and of course, we've all gotten used to working from home, so there's the advice from the mayor. What is your priority today as the cleanup begins?
We have 4 key spots where we did have road stoppages. We're looking at those to see what we can do. We have arborists out checking for trees that might be on the verge of falling. because when heavy rain is followed by heavy wind, trees falling becomes a key safety risk.
All right. Mayor Kathleen Kelly, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it.
Well, now our coverage moves to Nevada, which is now feeling the impact of Hillary. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward joins us from Las Vegas. Hey, Jake. So Las Vegas is essentially under an emergency declaration right now, but it seems the city has fared better than anticipated, not really getting this direct impact. Is that right? Tell us what you're seeing.
That's right, Savannah. The emergency declaration for Clark County, where I'm standing, is still in effect, and flash flood warnings for this region are still everywhere. But at this point, just a few minutes ago, the high wind advisory for this county expired, and at this point, the closest that we have seen to anything like an emergency response is that Nye County, the rural county just north of us between Las Vegas and Reno, has, out of an abundance of caution, said that schools are closed for the day. That's a region that's prone to flooding. But at this point, it seems that the bulk of the tropical storm has slipped past Las Vegas and is now in a very remote, very wild part of northern Nevada. And at this point, the worst effects that we might have expected here seem to have passed us by.
Jake, it's August in Vegas right now. I mean, the desert, this is usually when it's too hard to go outside, or if you are, you're just staying in a pool at one of these resorts. I mean, how different is the weather than compared to what people are used to for right now?
Well, I think one of the reasons you're bringing up such a great point here, Savannah, is that, local officials were really concerned about, they kept using the word unprecedented. The kind of warning that they were talking about here had to do with the unprecedented nature of this weather event. I mean, not only, right, are you seeing a tropical storm move across California in all sorts of ways, but seeing it here in Las Vegas would have been very strange. And I mean, right now where I'm standing, I mean, you look across the scene I'm in, and you might be forgiven for glancing at the television and thinking, oh, it's a correspondent standing out there. Here's the thing. Right now, it should be 100 degrees. I shouldn't be wearing as much as I am. The fact that it's not even 70 degrees and that the peak temperature for the last few days has been in the mid-70s is really weird for a region that's supposed to see more than 100-degree temperatures in August. It is really, really crazy that that's the case. And when the rain did fall yesterday, Savannah, it would fall very intensely and very, very cold. Obviously, sort of a humidity and a coldness coming off of the Pacific that you don't typically expect in this region. So I think that's one of the reasons that people were batting down the hatches, is that this weather system is so strange, and the effects could have been so disastrous if they really had arrived in Las Vegas in force. We just are lucky here that that didn't happen.
Absolutely. Jake, we have video on our screen right now. I'm not sure if you can see it, but you've been reporting for us throughout the morning, and you told us about this unique infrastructure that the city of Las Vegas has, and you actually went out and got some of this video, saw this in action. Explain to us what we're seeing. I understand it's some type of network of storm tunnels, but especially with the context of you saying, hey, look, it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. That's great news. This looks pretty intense for being essentially right at the base of hotels in Las Vegas. I mean, was this working properly? And explain where that water's rushing, that tunnel that you can sort of see. It almost looks like it's just an underground parking lot. What is that normally? What does that usually look like?
Well, this is the weird thing about Las Vegas, Savannah, right, is it was built as this sort of desert stopover for GIs, right, at a time when people were not really looking at the geology of this place. This place is essentially one big porcelain bowl, an enormous valley that runs right to the place where people decided to build all the casinos. That hotel, the Link that you're seeing there, is actually designed to have that water run through it. And about 90% of the year, it's bone dry. You can park your car in there. But every so often, when an emergency declaration comes through like this, that's when they make all the tourists move their cars, and that wash runs under there. The good news, of course, for the city is that that water does not any longer run across the Strip. In 1999 and 2012, it did terrible damage and turned the Strip into a whitewater rafting-style river. There is, of course, some danger here as well. Homelessness plagues this city, as it does so many cities across the nation. And the unhoused population here tends to take refuge in those tunnels. We've seen no reports of anyone actually hurt, but we've seen many people's belongings swept away in those tunnels. So there is some bad news for the unhoused population of Las Vegas here. But overall, the city seems to have survived this experience very, very well, in part because of the vast infrastructure of tunnels that the city has constructed, Savannah.
Yeah, wow. I'm just fascinated by that video, and it does really look like it's working exactly as it's supposed to, just shooting right down into that tunnel. Pretty incredible to see. Jake Ward, thank you so much, and good to get a little bit of good news for that city. Well, let's get a check on where Hillary is now and where it's headed. Bill Cairns is back with us this hour. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Savannah. And yeah, so many fascinating scenes because we're just seeing a ton of water in areas that we just don't typically see it. I mean, yes, they will get monsoonal thunderstorms every now and then, but to be this widespread over all of Southern California and portions of Nevada is extremely rare. So here's some of the rainfall totals. This is just looking at Southern California. When you start to see the yellow and the oranges, and especially when we get to this maroon color, that's when we had significant issues. We know we've had dozens, if not hundreds, of landslide, mudslides, rock slides on the burn scar areas included. And that's going to be the story that we're going to have today. Once the sun rises in areas of Southern California and our helicopters from our local affiliates there, the NBC stations get up, they'll show us the pictures. We don't know yet if houses have been ruined. We don't know yet if it's just roads that have been blocked. We know we have communities that are cut off. Obviously, we haven't heard anything about injuries or fatalities yet either. So there's always that 24 to 36 hour window after these storms where we kind of have to collect the data. Communication's not really great. First responders are out there doing their thing. And then in the media, we find out the information a little bit later. So, don't be fooled by thinking nothing happened, because with this much rain, 8 inches, almost a foot in some of the mountains, we know that we had significant problems with runoff, landslide, mudslides, and landslides. Here's the good news, though. The storm, we're in recovery mode now. The flash flood watch has been canceled for Los Angeles and for San Diego. That's great. We do have a couple areas that are under flash flood warnings, and we will see isolated areas of rain this afternoon, especially up here in areas of Oregon and Idaho. Las Vegas, you're still under the flash flood watch. You still have a chance of some isolated storms. So let me take you on this journey. Here's Hillary's journey. This is going back 3 days ago when it was a Category 4. This black line shows you the historic line of where the storm had traveled in the past. You could see where the eye was there, a very powerful storm. Then as it headed northwards, it lost to the east side of it, the west side actually. That's where the dry air was coming in. That's where the storm was going over cooler water. It began to weaken. And by the time it actually made landfall here in this little sliver of the Baja, it was down to a Category 1 hurricane. Then it made a second landfall in the northern portions of the Baja, and then it crossed into California officially as a tropical storm. It was kind of making the transition to what we call an extratropical storm, or just a regular storm that we deal with. But still, this is only the 4th time in recorded history in California that that's happened. So that's the the historic textbook part of this storm. And then now the storm's just racing through Nevada, and it's falling apart. We're no longer tracking it as a tropical system. It's what we call post-tropical Hillary. I mean, the rainfall from it is all the way up here in the northern Idaho and even in Montana. It's more like just tropical moisture streaming northwards. There are some showers in Los Angeles now, but that's not even directly related to this storm. So as far as the forecast goes, additionally, isolated areas of rain, mostly west of Las Vegas, and then Savannah, it looks like areas there around Baker City here as we go through Oregon and Idaho. If we get any flash flooding concerns today, that's where we'll be watching.
Yeah. Oh, and like I just said with Jake, it was good to hear a little bit of good news for Las Vegas, obviously, of course, where so many tourists are. Tell us any threats that we should be looking at now. Obviously, I know this is hurricane season. We are anticipating this.
Yeah, this is the time of year where, I don't like to make any plans because they're all going to get ruined. So this weekend was very rare. I mean, we had 3 tropical storms form in the Atlantic. We have Emily, Gert, and Franklin. You see, Franklin's the closest to the U.S. and closest to Puerto Rico. That's the storm that's going to have concerns. And then the Hurricane Center is tracking a tropical wave in the Gulf of Mexico, and that one has an 80% chance of development. So anytime anything's in the Gulf of Mexico, it's extremely warm water. That's the fuel. And then it's surrounded by land, so that's just troublesome. So it looks like this is heading westward, almost due west, and that's going to be a concern for Brownsville to Corpus Christi, maybe to Victoria. We'll watch this closely. You likely will deal with a tropical storm come Wednesday. It does not look like it probably has enough time to get to a hurricane strength, but of course, this time of year we got to track that. And for our friends in Puerto Rico, this storm, the Franklin that's heading for Dominican Republic, will bring some rainfall to Puerto Rico, but no major concerns. So no horrible storms are coming.
All right, that is a little bit of good news again there, and we know it'll be a busy few weeks for you. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Well, this morning, deadly wildfires are burning out of control in parts of Washington state. Thousands of people have been forced to evacuate, and at least 2 people have been killed. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest.
The wildfires ripping across eastern Washington state are unrelenting. Different blazes have been raging outside Spokane since Friday.
Oh, you're not doing anything with that.
The largest, the out-of-control Gray Fire, spanning more than 10,000 acres, tied to at least 1 death. Also burning the Oregon Road Fire and the far smaller Winona Fire. The trio fueled by excessive heat and high winds, destroying dozens of structures with thousands ordered to evacuate, like Melissa Thurman, who says her home burned down.
I can't even explain the feeling of knowing that like everything that you worked for is gone. You know, yeah, so there's going to be insurance and stuff, but it doesn't make up for, you know, what you see when you see all of your stuff turn to ash.
Governor Jay Inslee touring an evacuation shelter.
This has been horrendous fires. The aridity, the wind, this fire moved 7 miles in one afternoon.
The National Weather Service reporting the Spokane region's air quality was the worst in the U.S. and perhaps the whole world. Another challenge for people fleeing danger.
It was scary. I was shaking. My mom was crying. My dad was starting to cry because we don't want to watch our house go up in flames.
Some families holding on to memories as they leave so much else behind. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
All right, well, this morning we're remembering Emmy Award-winning actor Ron Cephas Jones, who passed away over the weekend. NBC's Ann Thompson has more on how the This Is Us co-stars are paying their own tributes.
Hey there, Ron Cephas Jones' death is described this morning as a massive loss. The 66-year-old finding renown late in life on the hit show This Is Us, creating an award-winning performance that was very much rooted in his own experience.
Starting to not feel so bad about leaving you at that fire station.
If Ron Cephas Jones made you feel William Hill's pain on This Is Us,
it just makes me feel sicker.
An unexpected joy as the biological father to Sterling K. Brown's character.
Okay does not do justice to how I feel.
It's because Jones, too, was a former drug addict and suffered from disease. The actor saying, "I realize that so much of the man is inside of me and my history." Jones would win 2 Emmys for his performance as William Hill.
I want to thank my daughter, Jasmine. I love you.
With Jasmine, they would become the first father-daughter duo to win Emmys the same year. At the time, Jones posting, "Second time around, how sweet it is. History, father-daughter Emmys same year." The accolades continued on Broadway, where Jones was nominated for a Tony for his work in the play Clydes, just a year after receiving a double lung transplant. But this morning, it is Ron Cephas Jones, the person, lauded by his former cast members. Mandy Moore captioning a photo in part, "He was pure magic as a human and an artist. I will treasure all of the moments forever." And Sterling K. Brown, who played Randall Pearson, the son of Jones' character, writing, "One of the most wonderful people the world has ever seen is no longer with us. The world is a little less bright."
This is quite sad, isn't it? The end.
Oh, I don't know. The way I see it, if something makes you sad when it ends, it must have been pretty wonderful when it was happening.
Though you probably know Jones from TV, it's the stage that nurtured him and where he honed his talent, both on and off Broadway, telling the New York Times, "My whole life has been the stage." Back to you.
All right, Ann Thompson, thank you very much. Well, coming up, bracing for anger. We're in Maui this morning as President Biden prepares to survey the damage of those catastrophic wildfires. We'll have more on what kind of welcome he could expect there. Plus, India attempts to land on the moon just days after Russia's own spacecraft crashed there. We will have the details of that space race coming up next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very unquestioned.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House.
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on the devastation in Hawaii. Maui residents continue to pick up the pieces after the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history.
Later today, President Biden will visit Maui, a trip that's facing criticism from some people on the island. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Maui with the latest. Hey, Steve, good morning. Thanks for being here. So let's start off with the latest on the search for victims. Maui's county mayor says 850 people have been officially counted as missing, and there's the possibility also of rain coming that could actually ultimately hurt recovery efforts, so search efforts. What can you tell us about the latest on this?
Yeah, 850 missing comes directly from the mayor. He put out an address overnight on social media talking about the effort to sort of combine lists. So this is the first time that we've actually gotten an official number from a government body. This is a combination of lists that were collected by the county, by the city, by certain other groups like the Red Cross, and finally putting it into a full list. Yeah, so 85% of that total search area has now been completed. It is a very slow, very grueling process, as we've been laying out, because those cadaver dogs have to search for remains that are very, very badly burned. And this is why we're talking about the rain. If rain is moving into the forecast, it could easily hamper those efforts, hamper the dog's ability to sort of find those remains and identify those remains. But also, it poses the danger of releasing toxins into bodies of water as that runoff would go off too. So multiple fronts, this is not good for the search and recovery effort. However, they're working as fast as they can. They're covering a great distance, and certainly we hear about improvements every single day.
So, Steve, President Biden is visiting the island today to tour the damage firsthand. First, what's on his schedule, but also, you know, we've talked plenty about concerns over the local response, but how are people there feeling about the federal response?
You know, I mean, nobody here is happy with the response, be that county, be that state, and be that federal. Obviously, the president will be here, and I think a lot of people are seeing that as a sign of respect, seeing that as a sign that the federal government is paying attention to the situation on the ground. And certainly when he meets with leadership and he tours the devastation, we don't know the exact details, but he will be here to do that. He will be met with government officials that are happy to see him, but I also expect him to be met with people who are not so happy. I think protests are likely to happen while he's here. There was a very big delay from what a lot of people would say, from his initial discovery and response to what happened to the wildfire about 2 days after that fire tore through this town, and then another week until he really made an official response to sort of talk about some of the things that the federal government is doing. So because of that gap, I think a lot of people, you know, aren't necessarily so happy with the president, but we will see when he arrives in just a few hours, guys.
Yeah, we know that you'll keep us updated both on what he does as well as those potential protests, and we'll keep covering that throughout the day. Steve, though, it does just seem we just keep on hearing these heartbreaking specific stories that are coming out of the recovery process. I know you came across a story about a boy and his dog. Tell us about that.
14-year-old Quiero Fuentes, and this fire is heartbreaking in so many ways, countless ways, but one of them is that the fire struck really as children were just getting out of school. So in a lot of cases, and we don't know how many children, of course, are among the wreckage, but it's expected to be a significant number, and he's one of them. His own family also found him huddled with his dog in his own room. I want you to hear from his brother, who talks about exactly what they came upon. Listen to this.
You know, he probably tried to save him, and, you know, he jumped on top of him and he hugged him.
Him in reference to his dog, Dexter. There's so many sad stories, and like you said, it's almost every single day that we encounter another one with this amount of people now notified as dead, but also the amount of missing, which is just tremendous here, guys.
Oh, it really is. All right, Steve Patterson, thanks so much for your reporting.
To international news now, and reports from state media say that North Korean leader Kim Jong-un oversaw a new cruise missile test.
NBC News correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us live from Rome with that and other world headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning. That's right. Photos from those reports show Kim Jong-un observing the test firing of the, quote, strategic cruise missile. Now, you can see that a cruise missile soaring from a patrol ship. This report comes just as the U.S. and South Korean militaries kicked off the major annual drills. Pyongyang used these efforts as a rehearsal for invasion, and the controversial test also comes just 3 days after the first standalone trilateral summit between the U.S., South Korea, and Japan. Now let's go literally to the moon. India's space agency just released some images as their spacecraft approaches the lunar South Pole. They're expected to land sometimes this week. For a while, it was a space race between Russia and India, both countries pushing to reach this lunar region for the first time. Images from India's space agency comes just a day after Russia's spacecraft crashed during its first moon mission in nearly 50 years. If India is successful, they will be the first country to land on the unexplored South Pole. We end our news tour of the world in Istanbul, where swimmers are celebrating after taking the water for the 35th edition of the Bosphorus Cross-Continental Swim Race. It's an annual event organized by the Turkish National Olympic Committee, and the competition is fierce. About 2,600 athletes from over 70 nations dove in for the challenging open water swim, stroking through the 4 miles of the Bosphorus Strait, one of the busiest waterways in the world. The winner in the men's category finished in just over 41 minutes, and the women's winner wrapped up the race in only a minute longer, 42 minutes. Congratulations to both.
I would still be
swimming. Back to you guys.
Yeah, for real.
Dog paddling. All right, Claudia, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Coming up, as Republican hopefuls prepare to take center stage for the first time, we're getting new insight into the race for the White House.
We'll have the latest on a new NBC News poll this morning, plus what former President Trump is planning after announcing he's going to skip that first primary debate.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition shouldn't have
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. We are staying on top of major news out west, where an unprecedented 1-2 punch from Mother Nature has parts of the West Coast reeling. People in Ventura and Los Angeles counties are being asked to stay at home after record-breaking rains from Hillary flooded roads. The storm also forced school closures in both California and Nevada as it moves north this morning. Well, in the middle of it all, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked parts of the Southern California coast. You can see that here in this video. People inside this restaurant scramble to get outside. The U.S. Geological Survey reported there were at least a dozen aftershocks of magnitude 3 or greater in the area, but seismologists say the two events are not connected. We'll stay on top of both of these stories and have the very latest in our next hour.
Staying in California, where an investigation is underway, a business owner was fatally shot after someone allegedly took issue with an LGBTQ+ flag displayed at her store. San Bernardino police say the suspect made several comments about the flag before shooting Laura Ann Carlton. The suspect was also fatally shot by officers after confronting them with a weapon. Carlton was a mother of 9 and known in the community as an LGBTQ+ advocate. She did not identify as a member of the LGBTQ community.
Heartbreaking. Well, a new poll released this morning conducted by NBC News and the Des Moines Register shows former President Donald Trump continues to be the clear frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination.
But some other candidates are also starting to make some gains 2 days out from the first Republican presidential debate. For more, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He is in Des Moines, words we will utter many times over the next few months. Vaughn, good morning. So, as we said, the poll, it clearly shows former President Trump is still the current frontrunner for the Republican Party nomination. No surprise there. But the poll also shows a lot of people still haven't made up their minds. So what are we seeing?
Yeah, good morning, my friends. Look here, Donald Trump is still in a sturdy position. He's got a 23-point lead in our polling here, less than 5 months out to the Iowa caucus over Ron DeSantis. But the polling also shows that there are a number of candidates still being actively considered by Republican caucus goers here in Iowa. That includes South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy. Mike Pence is still even under consideration. And so when you're looking at these numbers, there is the open opportunity for an alternative to Donald Trump. But right now, the difficulty is that about 2/3 of folks who say they intend to caucus for Donald Trump say they will definitely caucus for him. And, you know, from some conversations we had with voters here, the question is who would be the most viable alternative to take him on and ultimately close that gap? That's the outstanding question here as we head to the fall.
Yeah, Vaughn, tell us more about these voters that you spoke with, specifically Republicans. How do they feel about the former president being back in the race and holding that lead?
Right. We actually talked to a few of the actual participants in the polls, the folks that actually picked up the phone and gave their responses. We sat down with them last night and had a little bit of conversation about Donald Trump and whether there is any chance that he does not win the Iowa caucus. Take a listen.
Personally, I think that a lot of people that are in my shoes that want someone other than Donald Trump aren't as vocal.
I think he has an excellent chance of winning in the general election. I think there will be a lot of support.
And that's a conversation we expect to take place over the months ahead. Who thinks a particular Republican could be in the best position to beat Joe Biden? Jody, the first woman you heard from, said that she would not vote for Donald Trump in a general election, but would vote for any one of the other Republicans here on the caucus ballot. And so that is sort of this debate that is taking place in real time.
Okay, so that last gentleman there said he thinks Trump can win the general election. I guess that's my next question. If Trump is the Republican nominee in 2024, how do Republicans rate his chances of beating the incumbent, President Joe Biden?
Right. And folks in this poll were asked whether they would pick a candidate most likely aligned with their issues or most have the best chance to beat Joe Biden. And it was by a 2-to-1 margin, essentially, folks saying issues versus most likely to beat Joe Biden. And so there's this dynamic that is really for these Republican candidates that they're having to grapple with. I want to let you listen to a little bit more of our conversation with two of the other voters we talked to.
I don't think he's going to lose the second time. I think it's worth the risk.
I think that if Donald Trump is the candidate, then I think we're looking at 4 more years of Democratic president.
4 more years of a Democratic president, you know, and I was talking to Bob, one of the gentlemen you heard from, though, who is the ardent Trump supporter. He said, look, there's a bunch of Trump supporters out there that otherwise likely wouldn't go vote if Donald Trump is not the nominee. And so this is sort of the American politics today. It's really tough. The best we can do is look at polling and have conversations with the voters like you just heard from.
All right, Vaughn, thank you so much.
Always a great conversation with Vaughn. Well, as the GOP gears up for its first debate on Wednesday, one candidate will be missing from the stage. Former President Trump confirmed Sunday that he will skip the first Republican presidential primary debate and indicated he also may not attend future ones. The former president wrote on his Truth social media platform that polling shows him leading in the Republican primary field by such a wide margin that he doesn't need to stand alongside his rivals. A source familiar with Trump's thinking said the decision applies to only the first 2 debates, which are affiliated with Fox News and Fox Business.
One candidate who will be at the debate Wednesday is North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. He is a software entrepreneur now in his 2nd term as governor. On Sunday's Meet the Press, he laid out the basics for his platform. Here's moderator Chuck Todd with more on their conversation.
Well, hello there, Joe and Savannah. This week on Meet the Press, Republican presidential candidate Governor Doug Burgum joined me ahead of the first primary debate to discuss former President Trump's growing legal troubles. Take a look at what he had to say.
It's got the character and the integrity, the proven track record of being able to do that. And that's what I've done my whole life in every organization I've been, but people don't know that yet. So we absolutely are going to leave that to this whole industry. We've got to focus on telling our story and telling the story of what we've been able to get done in North Dakota.
You know, you are running for president. You don't think people need to know where you stand on these issues? You're asking to be the next guardrail of the American democracy. At the end of the day, This is the biggest stress test our country's faced in over 100 years.
Yes, and I think part of a stress test, whether it's for Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, everybody's innocent until they're proven guilty in this country, and lots of accusations that are being tossed around. But I think that if we're focused on January is when the first caucuses and primary are. That's when the voters get to decide. I do trust the voters. I trust that if we can show that we're a credible alternative, that we can deliver the things that Americans are looking for, because Americans do want this country to move forward. They want presidential elections to be about the future, a vision for the future. Then we have to offer that. If I'm just one more pundit, criticizing everything that's gone on in 2020, no one's gonna see that there's leadership there.
You can see my full interview and more at MeetThePress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
All right, Chuck, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, for the first time in 4 decades, Maryland has reported a locally acquired case of malaria.
What scientists are saying about this infection and the unusual trend they're seeing in cases. That's next.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the conditions
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with a concerning update on malaria in the U.S. Maryland is now reporting its first case of locally acquired malaria, something that hasn't happened in that state in 40 years. Experts say it's the latest in a string of cases popping up across the country. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details.
A new warning after a case of malaria was found in Maryland, hundreds of miles north of where recent cases have been. Health officials on edge because this was locally contracted. That means the patient didn't get it overseas or any place further south that has already seen infections.
It's certainly unusual. We want to let people know just so they can be on the lookout.
That patient now recovering after being hospitalized. So far, officials at a loss as to how they got infected. If it is in Maryland, could it be anywhere?
Well, I suppose it could. Conceivably, it could. It's probably going to be a pretty rare event, though. Trying to understand where this locally acquired case came from is going to be very difficult to understand.
It's the first this far north, with cases found in the warmer southern states of Florida and Texas.
We have the eggs, we have the larvae.
NBC News' Blaine Alexander got an exclusive look inside a CDC mosquito lab where a malaria response team is on high alert, with mosquitoes that carry malaria being found here at home for the first time in 20 years.
Why are we seeing these cases now?
It's a good question, and we don't have a good answer for absolutely why didn't we see it in 20 years and it came up now.
Malaria can appear a week to a month after infection and can cause fever, chill, and body aches. Experts say a national outbreak is unlikely, but they are tracking it closely. George Solis, NBC News.
All right, let's get you some financial news now. New reports say Meta's Threads could launch a desktop version this week.
CNBC's Silvana Henao is live with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Meta's Threads is reportedly expected to launch a desktop version this week. This has been a top request by users, along with a chronological timeline, which was recently added. Experts say while links from Threads can be viewed on the web, a desktop version could help promote the app to a wider audience across the internet. Threads was launched in early July, but has seen user growth and engagement drop off. Packed airports this summer could be a sign of what's ahead. A report from the World Travel and Tourism Council is projecting travel to become a more than $15 trillion industry in the next decade. That accounts for more than 11% of the global economy. The most powerful travel and tourism economies, based on GDP, are the same as before the pandemic. The U.S., China, Germany, UK, and Japan. The industry is forecast to employ up to 430 million people by 2033, or roughly 1 of every 9 jobs worldwide. And your dream car may be way out of your price range. Rolls-Royce has unveiled the Droptail. It's the latest model in its exclusive coach-built series. The Roadster is inspired by high-speed sailing yachts from the 1930s. It seats 2 and comes with a removable carbon fiber hardtop. The price hasn't been announced, but it's estimated to cost more than $30 million. Rolls-Royce is only making 4, and buyers will be able to design the vehicle with specialized function to their liking. How about that?
What if they do financing for that, like a 500-year car loan or something?
Yeah, right? Like, how many lifetimes do you have to, live for?
$30 million for a car. Wow. Savannah, thank you.
You got it.
The students head back to the classroom. Some schools are laying down new rules about phones.
Yeah, students at an Alabama school have to lock their phones away for the entire day. And that policy is being met with some mixed reviews. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has the story.
At Montgomery, Alabama's Carver High, the morning rush to school is now a morning rush to scroll.
Power your phone off!
New this year, middle and high school students now forced to lock away their phones before the bell rings.
When do they get it back?
2:45.
2:45.
Right.
Principal Gary Hall pushed for the policy and the pouch to enforce it.
They were texting, tweeting, you name it, while classes were going on.
Put it in the pouch then.
Here's how it works. At the beginning of the day, students put their cell phones in these pouches.
Once it's locked, it is really hard to get back open.
They can keep it with them, they just can't open them. They're sealed.
There you go. Have a good day.
This unlocking magnet, the only thing designed to free them. It's not completely foolproof.
We found a lot of cell phone cases with no phone.
For students,
show of hands, who doesn't like the pouch?
it's a painful adjustment.
I just love watching TikTok, so I gotta have my phone.
Why don't you like the pouch?
I don't like the pouch because like when I'm in math class, I like to take pictures of the notes and stuff.
What's your favorite part?
We communicate more with each other now that our phone be locked up.
It make me pay attention when I don't got my phone.
Who would be using their cell phone if it weren't for the pouch? That's a lot of hands. What would you be doing?
Cheating.
Montgomery Public Schools isn't alone. The maker of the pouch, Yonder, says they're seeing an estimated 150% increase in schools using them in 2023. Now working with over 2,000 schools across the country. While While most parents are for the pouch, others fear their children will not have their phone when they need it most.
If there's an emergency, how can I contact my child?
That means I'm in panic waiting until someone from the school calls and say, well, hey, there's a shooting.
It's been 1 week. Has it gone the way you thought it would?
I think it's gone really well.
District Superintendent Dr. Melvin Brown tells us the benefits are worth the risk.
We have to find a happy medium, while at the same time, our ultimate goal is to make sure everybody's 100% as safe as possible.
All right, so moving on.
Just 1 week in, this school is already seeing a difference.
I just see engagement, honestly. I see talking. They're using their words.
It's revolutionized teaching for me this year. Work gets done faster. We move along faster.
A new routine.
These are locking, keep moving.
Educators hope will unlock their full potential. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Montgomery, Alabama.
Well, as college students return to campuses, there's a shift in who's in the classroom. New statistics show lecture halls and college campuses will be filled with more women than men, and that could actually end up impacting politics on a national level. According to the 2021 census, 56% of students enrolled in college identify as a woman, compared to 44% of students identifying as a man. That number has been steadily climbing since 1970. Experts say they expect the gap also to grow in the coming years. So what does that mean outside the classroom? While more women are expected to hold higher level positions that require applicants to have degrees, it could also make a difference in the polls. Democrats won women voters by double digits in the 2020 election. Voters with bachelor's degrees also voted for Democrats by 12 points.
Coming up, a historic win in the Women's World Cup.
Up next, we'll take you through all the nail-biting action and the controversy surrounding the coach of the new world champs. Stick with us.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that you should wait for dishes, you
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House.
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It looks like the Barbie box office reign has come to an end. The new DC superhero movie Blue Beetle landed in the top spot, taking in just over $25 million in sales. Now, that's not a huge opening for a DC superhero movie, but keep in mind the cast couldn't promote it because of the Hollywood strikes. Variety reports that Barbie is set to overtake Universal's Super Mario Bros. Movie as the biggest domestic release of the year. No surprise there. It seemed to be on that path.
Now it's about time for you to go see it.
Yes, I will.
I can't wait to talk to you about it.
Next month, soon. History was made at the Women's World Cup this weekend.
Spain beat England 1-0 in the final, securing their first ever trophy for the women's team. Let's bring in Alicia Delgado for more on this. She's the senior editor for USA Today Sports. Alicia, good to have you with us again. So walk us through this final match. How was Spain able to defeat England?
Yeah, this match was incredible. Oh my goodness. For those of you who woke up early, you got to see a really great match. Spain completely overpowered England most of the game and exploited their left side and was dynamic, fast, had tons of chances. And then Olga Carmona scored the game winner early in the game in the 29th minute, and England couldn't capitalize on their many chances either.
Let's talk about Spain's head coach. 15 of his players have raised concerns about his management style last October. The controversy, of course, cast a shadow over the team ever since the World Cup began. So they've won the World Cup now. Where do things stand with that after winning the tournament?
Yeah, so only 3 of those 15 players actually were called into the team, and they ended up, the Federation backed Vilda at the time, and shortly after the World Cup, the Federation backed him again. When they tweeted out what was seen by many as an insensitive post saying that Vilda is in, and you know, indicating that there is no change coming in terms of the coaching, and so the players still have a fight on their hands. They were fighting for opportunities. They were fighting against the environment that he created, and they were fighting for better conditions for themselves as well.
Let's talk about England now. I mean, a lot of people had them as favorites for this game. They're the reigning European champs, but they couldn't get this win. Where does this result leave that team?
I think this result's going to leave them just itching to get right back here 4 years from now, going into all the tournaments in the next 4 years that will lead up to this moment again. Very strong team, European champions, like you said. One of the best coaches in the world who actually a lot of people have pegged for the U.S. women's national team to go after as their coach. And despite her saying that, you know, she wants to stay with the team, she has no plans to go anywhere. Her contract is through 2025. So they have a really strong team and a strong program that could get them back here again.
So before we have another World Cup, of course, we have the Olympics next year. Is there sort of a feeling right now that these might be the 2 top teams competing for gold, or are there some other teams that have just as good of a shot?
I think that we saw in this World Cup that any team really has a shot at this point. A lot of the teams that are making it to this tournament have improved vastly. Their club teams have improved vastly in the last 4 years. Their coaching, their resources. So certainly the U.S. wants to make some changes to make sure that they are one of those top teams. But yeah, all of the teams that did well, Japan, Spain, Australia, like there's still some teams that need to qualify. Only 4 teams have qualified so far. So I think it's safe to say there'll be another interesting tournament.
All right. I love a tournament where you don't know who's going to win, and there's a lot of people who could do it. All right, Alicia Delgado, thanks so much for joining us throughout the World Cup. We appreciate it. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hey everyone, happy Monday. We're so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
That's right. Thanks for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, August 21st. State of emergency, tropical storm, earthquake, and tornado warnings all issued within an hour of each other in California. How the state is handling the most severe weather it has seen in decades.
On the road, a driverless taxi collided with a fire truck in San Francisco, prompting a slew of questions about safety. Now that car's maker is being forced to slash its fleet by 50%.
Swamped schedule. Former President Donald Trump confirmed he will not be participating in this week's Republican presidential debate, what he plans to do instead, and when we can expect his surrender at the Fulton County Jail.
Conquering the classroom, many parents are gearing up to send their kids back to school if they're not there already. So coming up, we'll explain why health officials are warning student vaccinations are the key to a safer and a more successful school year.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. This Monday, we begin with the weather event some officials are calling a once-in-a-lifetime storm. Now, post-tropical cyclone Hillary is barreling up the West Coast, leaving at least 5 million people under flood alerts today. California's governor has declared a state of emergency after the storm slammed its southern coast on Sunday. Some areas getting more than 10 inches of rain in just a few hours, almost double what they usually get in an entire year.
That's right. Catastrophic flash floods, record-breaking rainfall. It triggered mudslides, toppled trees, and submerged cars, even killing one person near Baja California. That's after sweeping their car off the road. Schools in San Diego and Los Angeles, two of the largest districts here in the country, canceled classes today. Now, as if this storm wasn't bad enough and more historic, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked parts of LA on Sunday as Hillary was making landfall. Several people are dubbing it a hurricane. Our team is covering the storm from all angles. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking Hillary's path, and LA County Sheriff Robert G. Luna has updates from one of the country's largest cities. But let's go and start with NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas, who is live for us in San Diego, California. Guad, it's good to see you this Monday. We know that San Diego set the record for the wettest summer day on record just yesterday, getting almost 2 inches of rain. I see it there behind you. How bad is it?
Morgan, it is still wet in San Diego. You mentioned the 2 inches. That was here in the general San Diego area near downtown. But of course, they got a lot more rain east of us in the mountains, more than 2 inches. And of course, a lot of that rain that fell in the mountains will then come down and trigger into the rivers, make its way west into the ocean. And some of it will also go east towards the deserts. And that's where we saw some of that flooding. So the good thing about San Diego is that authorities have identified the areas that are more vulnerable to that flooding. So a lot of the residents in these areas knew to stay away from some of these roadways. Some of them were closed down before the storm came. So local authorities here in San Diego, county authorities and state attorneys were prepared. They had these emergency declarations to have all of the resources available. We did get rain all throughout the day yesterday after the tropical storm made landfall in Mexico. We saw those videos of the flooding first in Baja and then coming into Southern California. But as of now, the result was some flooding in the roadways. It did affect a major freeway that connects San Diego to the desert area with a large boulder that landed there. Some fallen trees here in the area, but no major damage to structures as of now. The power company also did inform that thousands of customers had their power interrupted during the storm, but the bulk of it has left. We've had some light drizzle and rain here in San Diego today, but the storm is now gone and moved north, of course, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Guad Venegas covering it from the beginning there in San Diego for us. Guad, thank you.
All right, we want to bring in Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert G. Luna now. Sheriff, thank you so much for being here with us today. Bring us up to speed. What are you seeing and what are you hearing from your deputies about the damage from this storm, and what's it like today?
Hello, Marina and Vicki. Thank you for having me. From our perspective, we're at the tail end of the storm. There is some rain that's expected, but as the meteorologist said, we got a lot of rain in the last 12 hours. But I'm happy to report that we didn't respond to what I'm going to call significant emergencies. We are still evaluating and looking at damage estimates. There was a lot of street flooding. There was a lot of wind overnight. But I believe from what I see now, and I'm cautiously optimistic, as I've said, that our team did very well, that we prepared and planned for this. We did get an earthquake in the middle of this in Ventura County, which is just north of us. Many people felt it here, but in talking to the sheriff up there, they didn't see, more importantly, nobody was injured that we're aware of, and very little damage, if any at all.
I mean, that's some good news and a silver lining there in the storm. Sheriff, this is Morgan speaking to you now. As the storm sort of dissipates and all the water starts running off from the mountains that sort of circle Los Angeles there, what are you telling people to do? What are the next steps? What should they do to stay safe? What's your advice if someone is caught, for example, on a flooded road?
Well, to get a hold of us immediately, we did a really good job in the last 24 hours of advising our communities to try and avoid going out, to try and avoid driving over flooded roads. And I'm happy to report that as we were driving around, we saw a lot less people out on the roads, and that was extremely helpful to us. And that's why when I'm stating that there were some people that were stuck, but not as many as we normally see, and we're very happy to report that.
That is great as we watch some of this video showing just how quickly the floodwaters are moving, Sheriff. What does the next 24 to 48 hours look like for you there in Southern California? What are you preparing your deputies to do? And hopefully you don't have to do any swift water rescues.
But we're ready to, because until the waterways, and here, if you're not familiar with the LA area, there's a lot of man-made concrete rivers. So, for example, we had an all-out effort to try and warn our unhoused population to get themselves away from there, offer them services, and house them. But the next 24 hours, we're still somewhat in response mode. But we are trying to assess the damage. I'm talking to a lot of people who are saying, hey, I have damage to my home. So those are things that we'll continue to see. We're asking people now that there's daylight to look at their, assess their own damage and then let us know if they need help.
Yeah, good advice. All right. I hope you and your deputies stay safe. LA County Sheriff Robert G. Luna, thank you so much for your time today.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, we were just talking to the sheriff about what to expect sort of in the next 24 hours. What are you seeing from your sort of bird's eye view?
Yeah, my experience with all these storms is that, it takes a while to gather all the information. First, you hear from the major cities, how they're doing, and then you get more rural areas, and we can see how bad the landslides and the mudslides were. But every hour that goes by that we don't hear about any towns that had water in them and ruined, or hillsides that collapsed with homes on them is a great hour, because we haven't heard of any loss of life at this point in California or Nevada, for that matter. So the storm itself is all the way racing northward in other areas of Oregon, of all places, and in Idaho. That's where the heavy rain threat is. Everything in California is over with. The rivers have receded. I haven't heard any reports of any new mudslides, landslides, rock slides, or debris burn flow areas. So everything is improving. We did see up to about a foot of rain in a few spots, and that was as advertised. But the storm was moving so quickly, I think it kept the rainfall rates down a little bit, especially compared to Kathleen in '76, which took almost an identical track. That one killed about 10 people and almost $200 million of damage. So we'll see when this is all said and done. But we only have one flash flood warning left, areas outside of Las Vegas, and a new one up here outside of Boise.
Bill, you're also monitoring some new storm systems in the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico. What do you know about them? Are those going to pose a big threat?
Just one is going to pose a threat to the lower 48, and then another one possibly some squally weather towards Puerto Rico. So let me get to the big picture here in the Atlantic, because we just fired up this weekend. So we got Franklin, we got Gert, Emily is now falling apart, and we have potential tropical system number 9. The reason they do that is it's not quite a system yet, but they think it's going to be. And so this was a new thing they did a couple of years ago, because they wanted to issue tropical storm warnings for the coast of Texas, because this big, massive clouds, it's not quite spinning enough yet to have a center of low pressure, and that's required to call this a tropical storm or a tropical depression. But the Hurricane Center does think that'll happen later on today, and they do bring it tomorrow morning. We will have a landfalling tropical storm somewhere between Brownsville and Corpus Christi. In some cases, though, these can be beneficial. They need the rain. This is not strong enough to big devastation. So as long as we avoid any isolated tornadoes, it should actually be helpful.
That's actually a silver
good
lining
news.
there.
Exactly.
Right. All right. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, thank you.
And it is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Cars are getting more expensive, and paying off a new car right now costs the average American 42 weeks of income. This is according to Cox Automotive.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. Deirdre, before the pandemic, it cost consumers about 33 weeks of pay on average. So why are affordable cars now becoming more difficult to buy?
So car makers, they increased prices during the pandemic because supply chain issues that kept inventory low. And at the same time, shoppers had more money from stimulus packages back then. Higher interest rates currently, that's also to blame. They raised the cost of borrowing. Now the average payment on a new car, according to Cox Automotive, above $750 a month with an interest rate of 9.5%. Meanwhile, fast casual salad chain Sweetgreen looking to expand. According to the Wall Street Journal, Sweetgreen hired a top marketing exec from Chipotle and a culinary exec from Burger King as part of the chain's strategy to expand beyond the big cities on the coast. And the Journal also reporting that Meta's microblogging app Threads could add a desktop version as soon as this week. According to analytics firm SimilarWeb, time spent on the app has dropped 85% since its launch, with users citing notable missing features, including a web-based version. Instagram chief Adam Mosseri says the web version is being tested internally, and they're working out bugs. It's kind of what killed it for me, guys. I need a web-based version. When you're going to tweet or thread stuff, you want to make sure
it's correct.
It's all good.
Yeah,
That's right.
and that you can do it on your computer. Is that what they're saying?
Desktop.
Like not just on your phone,
Yeah.
right? You're on there though?
Exactly.
You're active?
I don't know if you could call me active. I think I opened it when I created my account.
Same.
Yeah.
We got to get in on it, but I think it's really hard to break people's habits. If you're on Twitter /X/whatever.
Find the one that you're used to.
Yeah. All right. CNBC
I'm not really on either anymore.
Yeah. All right, Deirdre, thank you so much.
And coming up, President Joe Biden travels to Maui as crews work around the clock to recover what's left after the deadliest wildfire in recent history. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, President Biden and the First Lady are traveling to Maui today to survey the aftermath of those destructive wildfires. At least 114 people are dead, 850 more are missing, making it the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history. Mr. Biden has been facing mounting pressure to go there, and he's been vacationing during much of the aftermath, first at his Delaware beach house and then Camp David, and now spending the week at Lake Tahoe. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Maui. Dana, you've been following this. You've been there from the beginning. Tell us about the president's trip today.
Yeah, Morgan, good morning to you. We know that President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are en route to Maui as we speak. They departed Reno, Nevada. Within the last 20 minutes, they're expected to land here on Maui around 11 a.m. local time. He and the First Lady will make their way, possibly pass us on this highway that leads into Lahaina. They will be meeting with survivors, first responders, even local officials to see the decimated area that you're seeing on your screen right now up close and personal, likely being able to talk with some of those survivors to get a sense of what they really need most right now. There have been some concerns about the president's visit and if it could take away resources from the search and rescue team and possibly close down highways. As you know, the president travels in a motorcade. We haven't got many details on what that impact could be here. While his trip here is welcomed by some, it's also being met with criticism, some saying that they don't need the president to show up because a lot of the Hawaiians here have banded together to really provide the needs for one another, along with the assistance of FEMA and the Red Cross. He'll be on the island for about 5 hours and then once again depart back to Reno. Morgan?
And Dana, I know a lot of residents there, they've been pretty upset about how these wildfires have been handled from the state level to the federal level. Why is that?
The reason mainly has been, first of all, the fact that this wildfire spread without any warning. There have been concerns about those tsunami sirens that we have learned from the state of Hawaii, that Hawaii Emergency Management was informed that they could sound those alarms, and that didn't happen. We know that the top of that agency, the Emergency Management Agency here on Maui, has since resigned. He says that he does not regret sounding those alarms, but people say if he would have sounded those alarms, then it would have alerted people who were still inside their homes and had no idea that those flames were moving fast through that neighborhood, Morgan. There's also been concerns about the aid that has been coming through. We know that more people have been sheltered and only 16 remain in those shelters as of this morning. Morgan.
Wow. All right. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin for us there on the ground. Dana, thank you.
Morgan, a driverless taxi company in California hitting the brakes after a string of recent accidents. Cruise has yanked half of its fleet just a week after the state of California approved an expanded rollout of its cars. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward has more on the new safety concerns.
Look at this, guys.
This video posted to Citizen.com.
Have an emergency and pound.
Highlighting questions over robot taxis on the road.
They're going to ruin our life. That's right.
A driverless vehicle from GM's Cruise and a San Francisco fire truck collided Thursday night. Police say the truck had lights and sirens on as it entered the intersection. Cruise says its vehicle, with no driver and one passenger inside, had a green light. The passenger was treated on scene for minor injuries. The incident came 1 week after California regulators granted permission to Cruise, as well as Google's driverless car company Waymo, to expand their fleets to 24 hours of operation a day.
I'm seeing at least one incident a day now with autonomous vehicles.
The approval came despite long-standing concerns from first responders here.
When a fire department has to roll out on a call like this, if they can't get to a fire in time, every minute that goes by, the fire can double in size.
The technology is not ready for prime time.
A self-driving car ran, no driver.
Incidents like this collision with a city bus have fueled criticism. And although driverless car companies have touted their relative safety benefits, a recent NBC News investigation found that in California, driverless cars had been involved in 280 crashes over the past 5 years, though it was not clear in how many cases the autonomous vehicle was at fault.
You can see there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 Cruise cars blocking. No one can get through.
The very day after California approved the expanded use of driverless cars, nearly a dozen robo-taxis froze, creating a traffic jam in San Francisco's North Beach neighborhood.
I looked and there were no drivers in them.
Cruise posted on social media saying a large festival posed wireless bandwidth constraints causing delayed connectivity to our vehicles, and that it was investigating to prevent the situation from happening again. Cruise is now cutting its San Francisco fleet in half as the city is pushing the state to rescind its decision to let these vehicles operate around the clock. Jake Ward, NBC News, San Francisco.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Now to an alarming new case of malaria detected here in the U.S. For the first time in 40 years, the state of Maryland reported a locally acquired case of the deadly disease. It all comes amidst a string of cases across the country since May. NBC News correspondent George Solis has more.
A new warning after a case of malaria was found in Maryland, hundreds of miles north of where recent cases have been. Health officials on edge because this was locally contracted. That means the patient didn't get it overseas or any place further south that has already seen infections.
It's certainly unusual. We want to let people know just so they can be on the lookout.
That patient now recovering after being hospitalized. So far, officials at a loss as to how they got infected. If it is in Maryland, could it be anywhere?
Well, I suppose it could. Conceivably, it could. It's probably going to be a pretty rare event, though. Trying to understand where this locally acquired case came from is going to be very difficult to understand.
It's the first this far north, with cases found in the warmer southern states of Florida and Texas.
We have the eggs, we have the larvae.
NBC News' Blaine Alexander got an exclusive look inside a CDC mosquito lab where a malaria response team is on high alert, with mosquitoes that carry malaria being found here at home for the first time in 20 years.
Why are we seeing these cases now?
It's a good question, and we don't have a good answer for absolutely why didn't we see it in 20 years and it came up now.
Malaria can appear a week to a month after infection and can cause fever, chill, and body aches. Experts say a national outbreak is unlikely, but they are tracking it closely. George Solis, NBC News.
An Alabama school district says students are now unlocking their full potential thanks to a rule that requires them to lock up their phones. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra shows us how Yonder pouches are keeping distractions out of the classroom.
At Montgomery, Alabama's Carver High, the morning rush to school is now a morning rush to scroll.
Power your phone off.
New this year, middle and high school students now forced to lock away their phones before the bell rings.
When do they get it back?
2:45.
2:45.
Right.
Principal Gary Hall pushed for the policy and the pouch to enforce it.
They were texting, tweeting, you name it, while classes were going on.
Put it in the pouch then.
Here's how it works. At the beginning of the day, students put their cell phones in these pouches.
Once it's locked, it is really hard to get back open.
They can keep it with them, they just can't open them. They're sealed.
There you go. Have a good day.
This unlocking magnet, the only thing designed to free them. It's not completely foolproof.
We found a lot of cell phone cases with no phone.
For students,
Show of hands, who doesn't like the pouch?
it's a painful adjustment.
I just love watching TikTok, so I gotta have my phone.
Why don't you like the pouch?
I don't like the pouches because like, when I'm in math class, I like to take pictures of the notes and stuff.
What's your favorite part?
We communicate more with each other now that our phone is locked up.
It made me pay attention when I don't got my phone.
Who would be using their cell phone if it weren't for the pouch? That's a lot of hands. What would you be doing?
Cheating.
Montgomery Public Schools isn't alone. The maker of the pouch, Yonder, says they're seeing an estimated 150% increase in schools using them in 2023. Now working with over 2,000 schools across the country. While most parents are for the pouch, others fear their children will not have their phone when they need it most.
If there's an emergency, how can I contact my child?
That means I'm in panic waiting until someone from the school calls and say, well, hey, there's a shooting.
It's been 1 week. Has it gone the way you thought it would?
I think it's gone really well.
District Superintendent Dr. Melvin Brown tells us the benefits are worth the risk.
We have to find a happy medium, while at the same time, our ultimate goal is to make sure everybody's 100% as safe as possible.
All right, so moving on.
Just 1 week in, this school is already seeing a difference.
I just see engagement, honestly. I see talking. They're using their words.
It's revolutionized teaching for me this year. Work gets done faster. We move along faster.
A new routine.
These are locking, keep moving.
Educators hope will unlock their full potential. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Montgomery, Alabama.
Up next, we will break down Spain's historic win in the Women's World Cup on Sunday as the celebrations continue. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, of course, Peacock. We got the Plex, Zumo, Tubi as well. Morgan loves that one. Your news continues after this.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good Monday to you and welcome back to NBC News Daily. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. North Korea launching new strategic cruise missile tests as joint military drills between the United States and South Korea get underway. State media reports that North Korean leader Kim Jong-un watched the tests from a patrol ship while reviewing other weapons. These tests come just 3 days after leaders from the U.S., South Korea, and Japan held their first trilateral summit and agreed to work together to counter North Korea's threats.
2 U.S. servicemen have been arrested in Western Germany after a local man was stabbed to death at a German carnival on Saturday. Now, police say the stabbing occurred after an argument. Officials say the 2 suspects have been handed over to U.S. authorities and will remain in custody throughout the investigation.
And wildfires in Washington state continue to burn, forcing thousands of people to evacuate. Officials say at least 25,000 acres have been scorched in Spokane County so far, damaging hundreds of structures. At least 2 people have died in these fires. Authorities say the flames have not yet been contained.
Well, it is a jam-packed week for former President Donald Trump. On Wednesday, he's planning an interview with former Fox News host Tucker Carlson at the exact same time as the first Republican presidential primary debate that's happening.
Friday is the deadline for Mr. Trump to turn himself into authorities in Georgia for charges linked to his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. MSNBC anchor Katie Fang joins us now from Atlanta. Katie, it is good to see you. So let's start with this debate Wednesday. So Mr. Trump has confirmed he is skipping that event despite being the field's frontrunner, or maybe because he is the frontrunner. Let's talk about why and what do we know about that interview with Tucker? We're hearing reports it's already been recorded.
Yeah, so that interview with Tucker Carlson, from what we understand, has already been recorded. The big question, to which we don't have an answer yet, is when? Was it recorded before Donald Trump was facing his 4th indictment here in Fulton County, Georgia, or was it after? Now, if you're Donald Trump's lawyers, though, you're cringing no matter what, because you don't know what he said and whether or not he said something that would incriminate himself. As we know, Donald Trump does not like to listen to his lawyers and likes to be able to defend himself and to say that the prosecutions, plural, that he is currently facing, that they're witch hunts. But we do know that he's posted on Truth Social that he's not going to go to the debate on Wednesday. And let me be clear, he actually used the word debates, plural. And so a lot of us are left scratching our head as to whether or not that means that he's not going to go to any of the RNC debates. Putting that aside, he is the leader in all of the polls right now. And because of that, he figures out, you know what, I don't have anything to lose by not showing up. The lead is so big between myself and the second place guy, who is Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, Katie, look, the lead is big, but the stakes are high. Just moving on from the campaign trail to the courtroom, what do we know about Trump's expected surrender down in Georgia? What might that actually look like?
So the latest reporting is we should expect to see Donald Trump surrender himself this coming Thursday in just about 2 days at the Rice Street Jail. That is the jail where all 19 defendants that are facing that RICO indictment that's been brought by Fulton County DA Fani Willis will have to turn themselves in voluntarily prior to the deadline of noon on Friday. Now, of course, we're going to see a very large motorcade. Why? Because the former president of the United States has United States Secret Service protection after he left the office. Now, that won't be a typical defendant surrender, but we are going to be on the lookout for him. Once he's actually booked and processed, we have heard from the Fulton County Sheriff that Donald Trump should not be treated like any other defendant or inmate, so he should be booked, mugshotted, and he should be fingerprinted to be a part of the system. He will be an actual identified inmate in Fulton County, and then he'll have an arraignment. According to the Fani Willis Fulton County DA, she wants to see the arraignments the week of September 5th. We have not received confirmation from the judge that will happen then.
All right, MSNBC anchor Katie Fang following it all for us. Katie, thank you so much.
And Morgan, new polling from NBC News and the Des Moines Register reveals that former President Donald Trump has more than a 20-point lead over the rest of the Republican field. It is the largest lead recorded by the poll since 2000. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Des Moines, Iowa. So, Vaughn, What exactly does this polling say about the current state of the race? What are you hearing from voters in Iowa? And maybe this is why Mr. Trump said, yeah, I don't need to be in these debates.
Right, Vicki, this is sort of the gold standard of Iowa polling here. In history's past, NBC News is lucky to now be a partner in this poll. And what it indicates is that Donald Trump is in a very sturdy position here in the state of Iowa, leading 42% to 19% for Ron DeSantis. Now, there are other candidates who are still very much in this. You see the likes of Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, Mike Pence, Chris Christie. They are still very much under active consideration among the Republican electorate here in Iowa, which is known to make their decisions late. I want to let you listen to a few of the folks that we talked to, Republicans, here just in the last 24 hours. Do any of you think that somebody not named Donald Trump has a chance to win the Iowa caucus this next year?
Yes. I think that a lot of people that are in my shoes that want someone other than Donald Trump aren't as vocal as the Donald Trump supporters.
It's a possibility that remains, but it seems to be diminishing.
I think he has an excellent chance of winning in the general election.
Well, you heard from Jody and Dennis, those first two individuals. They were, number one, they were actual respondents in this NBC News poll, but they said that they will not caucus for Donald Trump in January, but they were both very much undecided about who they would caucus for, saying they are considering the likes of Ron DeSantis, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, as well as former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
And I would encourage people to look at the rest of the results of that poll about likability of candidates. It's very interesting. We know now Mr. Trump is facing 4 indictments. How do people there feel about those alleged crimes?
Right, this is the difficult part for any of the Republicans running against Donald Trump, because when you look at the responses from Iowa Republicans, by a 2-to-1 margin, Iowa Republicans said that they did not think that he has committed serious crimes. He is now facing 4 indictments here, as Katie was laying out, yet largely the Republican electorate, by a 2-to-1 margin, is sympathetic to Donald Trump and the legal peril that he faces. So tomorrow is going to be, I should say on Wednesday, is going to be the Republican debate. Donald Trump's not going, but it's going to be sort of tricky waters for those other Republicans who attack Donald Trump on the legal front when so many within their party feel that he is being unfairly victimized by the Department of Justice and district attorneys in New York and in Georgia.
Yeah, so fascinating. It's how the voters feel and also how the jurors may feel and if those things line up or not. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much, Vaughn.
Well, celebrations in the streets of Spain after its women's national soccer team took home its very first World Cup trophy. Their historic win against England in the finals this weekend became the most watched Women's World Cup ever. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now live from London. Matt, it's good to see you this Monday. Look, excitement on off the field. There was a big win, and of course, there was some controversy. What happened in those final moments for La Roja and immediately thereafter?
Yeah, Morgan, I mean, there was that controversy that you mentioned. That's actually kind of still developing, and we just heard only about an hour ago that Luis Rubiales, he's the head of Spain's National Soccer Federation, he apologized for behavior that shocked a lot of fans and players and reminded some of the challenges still facing women's sports. So it was just after Spain won the World Cup yesterday. Rubiales kissed the team's star forward, Jenny Hermoso, on the lips, and he also kind of at one point grabbed his crotch in a sort of victory gesture, basically just not very gentlemanly behavior. And the reaction was swift and scathing. And Spain's equality minister said it was a form of sexual violence that we women suffer on a daily basis. So as you can see, this was something that really shocked a lot of people.
And also, Matt, I mean, the star player scoring that final goal found out just moments after that her father passed away. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a real tragedy. That's something that we're sort of hearing more and more details about. It's been, this is something that was kind of kept from the public and obviously kind of kept from her. So, but this was something that we haven't really heard a lot of additional details, and that's because of the privacy involved, with this player and the obviously emotional roller coaster she had to endure yesterday as she went from massive champion to finding out her father had died.
Yeah, roller coaster indeed. But congratulations to La Roja as a full team there. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley for us there. Matt, thank you.
Well, New England Patriots rookie cornerback Isaiah Bolden back on his feet today after a really scary incident on the field this weekend.
During a preseason game against the Green Bay Packers, Bolden collided with a teammate and ended up lying motionless on the field for minutes. The scene bringing back memories of Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin and, of course, his collapse during a game just earlier this year. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on Bolden's recovery and the NFL's response to the entire situation.
After an unsettling weekend in the NFL as it concerns injuries, positive news this morning for Isaiah Bolden. He is the Patriots player that went down. According to the team, he was released from the hospital after a series of medical evaluations and returned with the rest of the team on the bus to Foxborough on Sunday. Now, the Patriots have not specified exactly what the nature of the injury is, but the NFL suspended the game quickly with player safety top of mind.
A regular preseason game between the Packers and Patriots quickly elevated to something much more serious Saturday. Pat's rookie cornerback Isaiah Bolden went for a tackle but collided with a teammate, ending up on the field motionless for minutes. Players praying, with Bolden ultimately carried off on a stretcher. Both coaches backing the NFL's decision to suspend play with more than 10 minutes left.
I appreciate the way the league handled it. I think that was the right thing to do.
It's a scary situation, one that you never want to see in our game.
In a boost to Patriots fans, the team writing, after undergoing a series of evaluations and being held for overnight observations, Isaiah Bolden has been released from a Green Bay hospital. Returning home on the team bus and posting on social media, appreciate the prayers, more excited to be back with the guys. It follows another weekend scare with Buccaneers quarterback John Wolford, who suffered a neck injury and also needed to be stretchered off the field. The incidents coming 7 months after Bills safety Damar Hamlin experienced cardiac arrest during a nationally televised game, only to make his miraculous preseason return a week ago.
It was real special, like a moment of serendipity, just like life coming full circle for me, you know, just go through what I went through.
Players who watched Bolden scare certainly felt flashbacks.
It brought that Damar feeling of, and it's just scary. That's just how it feels. So it's just praying for him, man, that he's okay.
The NFL continues to update its rules to protect player safety, from tightening concussion protocols mid-season last year to reducing violent collisions on kickoffs. The league just grateful that Bolden will return to full health.
The NFL says it's made great strides when it comes to player safety, both on the equipment and the rule side of things. With the equipment, during training camp now, you'll see players wearing those Guardian caps, the soft shell covers over their helmets. It reduces the impact of hits. And so far, the NFL says that's led to a 52% drop in concussions. In addition to that, on the rule side, a new topography this year when it comes to kickoffs. When a player fair catches a ball, if he's before the 25-yard line, they start on the 25 now, not the 20. The NFL truly believes that's going to reduce some collisions and ultimately concussions. They're projecting a drop of 15% of concussions during kickoffs as well. So they're trying to attack this from multiple angles. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Well, straight ahead, back to school is just around the corner. We've got information on one of the very best ways to keep your kids not only safe, but also healthy and set them up for success. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
All right, can't believe we're saying this already. It's the back-to-school season. Getting your kids back into healthy habits to avoid getting sick, that's this time of year, especially coming off of last year's triple-demic.
Well, now health officials are reminding families that up-to-date vaccinations could be the most crucial part of a safe school year. Joining us now to explain more about the key to a healthier school year is board-certified surgeon and clinical associate professor of surgery, Dr. Cedric McFadden. Dr. McFadden, thank you so much for joining us again in studio, no less.
Yes.
Listen, when we talk about the safety of our kids, especially when they're around other kids, we know that germs spread quickly. What is the top priority we should focus on?
I think the top priority is maintaining those habits that we cultivated during COVID, right? Often we've forgotten that we were singing happy birthday as we washed our hands.
Right.
It's time to remind ourselves and our children that that's going to be very important, that hygiene, keeping germs away, because schools can be breeding grounds for many of these infections. And so not sharing items like hairbrushes and making sure you're keeping your hands clean and sneezing into the elbows and with tissues, that's going to be critical to make sure we control any infection during the school year.
Would you add masks to that? Would you?
So we're not quite at that point. I think, it depends on your own risk factors and what's happening in the regions where you are. And that's why it's going to be critical that we pay attention to the trends of what's happening over the next several weeks or so. Most schools are not mandating masks yet, but I do think it's still some of personal preferences right now.
Dr. McFadden, let's talk about some of this recent data from the CDC. It basically looked at the rates of vaccination, particularly with the MMR, the mumps, measles, rubella vaccine for kindergartens. It's fallen below the target rate for 95%. For the second year in a row, fewer people are basically getting their kids vaccinated. What say you about that?
Well, I'm not terribly surprised by this. I mean, I think there are a couple of reasons to perhaps explain that. One of which is there could still be some lag of people getting into those appointments, right? Because, we generally begin those vaccinations the first year or so of life. If a kid was born during COVID, there still may be some, latency in getting those initial vaccines.
You don't think it's a reluctance of parents to get shots?
That's the second one, is that hesitancy. I think there's a little bit of just fatigue. We've talked about vaccines for years and years, and we're just kind of a little bit worn out about it. It doesn't change the importance of getting these vaccinations and the potential damages that could ensue if they're not done.
Right. What about the timing of it, though? I mean, we're talking about this triple-demic already. We're talking about the flu. We're talking about RSV. We're talking about COVID. Is the timing of these vaccines, does it matter? Can you get them all at once?
Well, so the short answer is yes, you can get them all at once. And, once we get into the early fall period, September, October, we're going to start seeing the flu vaccine, the COVID boosters, and those are going to come back around. And those are safe to be getting, and I think it's expeditious for us to actually get them for our children at the same time.
What about when it comes specifically to the COVID booster? We're hearing that the health officials are going to be releasing an updated booster sometime later this fall. Is it better to just wait? Even if school is starting, should you wait for the updated booster?
Well, again, I think it depends on what's happening regionally where you are. I think in most cases, it's probably safe to wait until that comes out. And I actually like advice that one official said, that they're going to be moving to more of a yearly vaccination, as opposed to thinking of as a booster, have you had your yearly COVID shot?
Like the flu shot?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Can we take a step away just from the physical for a minute? Because I think when we talk about health and the health of our children, health is very robust, right? It also has to do with their minds. Why, for example, is stress management such an important part of making sure our kids are going back healthy?
Well, first of all, children may not exhibit stress the same way adults exhibit stress. And one of the ways in which we can see that a child may be stressed or dealing with mental health issues is their performance in school. So we're sending our children to school to perform well academically. Well, if they can't perform, if they are mentally stressed and they're having challenges, so it's important that we address them, because then it can permeate into their social activities, their sports, and even their academic performances.
We've got maybe a little bit of time left, but just what's something you can look for specifically to tell if your child is stressed because of school?
Well, look for changes in their pattern, changes in their sleeping patterns, changes in their wanting to participate in activities with their friends. They're not wanting to go anywhere. They're not eating as much. Perhaps even you see a change in their mood. They also can exhibit signs of anger or frustration. Those are signs that we can't ignore, that we have to then pay some attention to sort out why that's the case.
Very good. Thank you so much, board-certified surgeon Dr. Cedric McFadden. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
Pleasure. Thank you. and you are watching NBC News Daily.
Coming to you live, breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, let's take a deep dive down under to investigate how climate change is impacting one of Australia's biggest mascots, of course, the koala bear.
The cute koala bear. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter shows us how activists are working to protect these beloved endangered animals.
While we were down under, we could not miss the opportunity to meet this country's most famous ambassador. The sad part and the very scary part, though, is that it is becoming harder and harder to find koalas in the wild, but we went looking.
Driving an hour outside of Sydney to Campbelltown, we link up with local activists and koala whisperers Pat and Barry Durham.
We're so lucky.
That morning, they got news of a sighting. By a residential driveway high above in a eucalyptus tree, there he is.
There he is up there. They're so cute, aren't they? They are cute.
The iconic face of this country, snacking, scratching, but mostly snoozing as he does 20 hours a day. He appears healthy, and this in the wild is rare.
Everyone knows what koalas mean Australia, and the koalas are like the face of our forests. Now, we may lose them from the wild this century.
Dr. Stuart Blanche of the Worldwide Fund for Nature, WWF Australia, was part of the team that got the Australian government to list koalas as an endangered species last year in several eastern states. Nationwide, the rough total estimate is half of what it was 20 years ago, 350,000 koalas. The fear is the rapid decline and the extinction in eastern parts of the country by 2050. These famed marsupials face an expanding urban population, habitat destruction, the highest rates of deforestation of any developed country, disease, and the threat of climate change, which Australia knows well.
A bit like the bushfires in Maui at the moment, just devastating. We go through those fires and they're getting worse, and we lose thousands of koalas burnt to death. And we got to globally work to stop climate change, otherwise we won't have koalas in the wild.
Back in 2019, bushfires ripped through nearly 60 million acres of Australia, displacing or eliminating 3 billion animals. But one of the ways WWF Australia is working to grow the koala population now is with drones to seed koala food and shelter trees. Here outside of Brisbane, but a model for elsewhere.
Come over here.
And that morning outside of Sydney, remarkably, we spotted a second koala.
Stuart, you almost sound hopeful. I'm hearing a little bit of hope.
I have hope at times. It's hard.
Maybe. We can hope.
Maybe.
They're pretty snoozy.
At Sydney's Taronga Zoo, their 19 koalas are a priority, and they're breeding for what Wildlife Conservation Officer Rachel Schildkraut calls an insurance population.
Hi, Bialy.
Hi, Bialy. I'm Molly.
One of the things I love about koalas is that they're kind of like a flagship species for a lot of other animals.
Back in the wilds of the Sydney suburbs, Dr. Blanche says it's a clear choice.
We can have coal or we can have koalas. We can't have both. That's the future.
Pointing out the latest development plans threatening koalas, Pat and Barry are still fighting.
How about you? Any hope? Any optimism?
I mean, God my goodness, you can't just give up, can you? I mean, they're cute. And our grandchildren are worth fighting for as well.
They deserve to see koalas.
Absolutely, yes.
Now, you just heard a lot of hope from people that care very deeply about these animals. But Dr. Blanche says it's not just about stronger legal protections, about better wildlife corridors, about more natural parks. All of that is needed. It is also about training average people, residents who live near koalas, about how to make sure that area stays safe for these beloved animals. Guys?
So cute. Molly Hunter, thank you. And here's what's trending right now. DC's newest superhero film, Blue Beetle, has replaced the Barbie movie as the #1 film at the box office this weekend. Yeah. Blue Beetle managed to draw in more than $25 million in its opening weekend, barely knocking Barbie out of that top spot.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Barbie held the #1 spot for 4 straight weeks and brought in more than $21 million during its 5th weekend in theaters. Imagine that.
Yeah, still going strong.
Still going
We got
strong.
a little Barbie vibe going on today.
A little Barbie core. All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network. It's NBC News Now, and do it on all those places: YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news.
sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Happy Monday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, August 21st. Storm surge. California officials calling Tropical Storm Hillary a once-in-a-lifetime weather event. How the state is faring today as catastrophic rain topples trees, submerges cars, and triggers landslides.
Player safety, a scary incident during NFL preseason when a rookie cornerback collided with a teammate and ended up lying motionless on the field for minutes. Now, the all-too-familiar scene is sparking changes to the league's health and emergency protocols.
Travel crackdown. Airlines starting to penalize passengers who try to save a little bit of money with a clever but risky travel hack. More on the open secret known as skip lagging and the consequences you could actually face if you're caught.
Health Alert Maryland reporting its first locally acquired case of malaria in 40 years. Why doctors there are sounding the alarm and how to protect yourself from the disease.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Monday, and thank you again for joining us. We start right now with the destruction from post-tropical cyclone Hillary. Officials are calling it a once-in-a-lifetime storm as it barrels up the West Coast. Millions of people now under flood alerts, and California's governor declared a state of emergency after that storm dumped more than 10 inches of rain on the southern part of the state Sunday. Nevada's governor also declaring a state of emergency as the state now braces for the storm.
The catastrophic rainfall is shattering records. It triggered life-threatening flash floods and mudslides that forced cars off the road, toppled trees, and cut off street access in some areas. Schools in Los Angeles and San Diego also canceled classes today as officials urged people to stay home. To make matters worse, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rattled parts of LA at the same time Hillary made landfall on Sunday. That prompted people to start calling the extreme weather events a hurricane. Our team is covering the storm from all angles. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking Hillary's path, but we begin with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, who's live in one of the hardest hit counties there in California. Priscilla, it is good to see you. So you're in Palm Springs. They got almost 50% of the city's yearly average rainfall in just 6 hours. What is the situation there today? And do you have an idea of how many water rescues happened? I think we...
So, Vicki, yes, that's exactly right. We're in Rancho Mirage right now, actually, and it looks like it is a river behind me, but this is actually a road. And as you can see, the water is still completely coming across this road. It's typically supposed to run under the road if there is a flooding incident like this. But a city official tells us that there may be debris that is getting stuck in those drainage areas under the road, preventing it from going under. And so as you're seeing, this road has been completely shut off, and it looks like a raging river that is coming across it. And you mentioned just the amount of rainfall that this area in Palm Springs saw. We're talking about Palm Springs getting 0.9 inches of rain within an hour. And we were out there and saw how quickly the roads began to flood. Within 10 to 30 minutes, those roads were beginning to flood. And so this is what folks are waking up to as they're trying to figure out how to get to work and assessing any damage to property and homes. Vicki, Morgan?
Yeah, Priscilla, we know that storm also knocked out all 911 calls in the area. That's pretty scary. They were still down as of this morning. What's the latest there? Are local officials advising people to do something differently if they need emergency assistance?
Yeah, so officials were able to find a workaround for that issue, and people can call 911, and those calls are being rerouted to the city's call center. They're also saying that you can text 911, that you are able to do that, and they're asking folks with non-emergency calls to please call the full phone number. But of course, that is a huge concern in an incident like this. We know that there were several swiftwater rescues yesterday, according to the mayor, and so to think that folks may not have been able to reach first responders in need of help, certainly a big concern, especially given how hard they tried to prepare for this in these cities. Vicki, Morgan?
Priscilla, before you go, what should people be on the lookout for in the next couple of days here?
Yeah, the big thing that we're hearing, especially from the mayor in Palm Springs, is that if folks do not have to be outside driving around right now, please try to stay home so that officials can get out and work to restore electricity. There are a number of street lights that are out in this area, and there are also roads like this one that are closed. And so they're trying to assess how to get those roads open and get things back up and moving here. Vicki, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, you've had some tough assignments there, from the heat down south now to this. Our hat off to you. Thank you. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. What are you seeing from your sort of bird's eye view?
Yeah, my experience with all these storms is that, it takes a while to gather all the information. First, you hear from the major cities, how they're doing, and then you get more rural areas, and we can see how bad the landslides and the mudslides were. But every hour that goes by that we don't hear about any towns that had water in them and ruined, or hillsides that collapsed with homes on them, is a great hour, because we haven't heard of any loss of life at this point in California or Nevada, for that matter. So the storm itself is all the way racing northward in other areas of Oregon, of all places, and in Idaho. That's where the heavy rain threat is. Everything in California is over with. The rivers have receded. I haven't heard any reports of any new mudslides, landslides, rock slides, or debris burn flow areas. So everything is improving. We did see up to about a foot of rain in a few spots, and that was as advertised. But the storm was moving so quickly, I think it kept the rainfall rates down a little bit, especially compared to Kathleen in '76, which took almost an identical track. That one killed about 10 people and almost $200 million of damage. So we'll see when this is all said and done. But we only have one flash flood warning left, areas outside of Las Vegas, and a new one up here outside of Boise.
Bill, you're also monitoring some new storm systems in the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico. What do you know about them? Are those going to pose a big threat?
Just one is going to pose a threat to the lower 48, and then another one possibly some squally weather towards Puerto Rico. So let me get to the big picture here in the Atlantic, because we had just fired up this weekend. So we got Franklin, we got Gert, Emily is now falling apart, and we have potential tropical system number 9. The reason they do that is it's not quite a system yet, but they think it's going to be. And so this was a new thing they did a couple of years ago, because they wanted to issue tropical storm warnings for the coast of Texas, because this big, massive cloud, it's not quite spinning enough yet to have a center of low pressure, and that's required to call this a tropical storm or a tropical depression. But the Hurricane Center does think that'll happen later on today, and they do bring it tomorrow morning. We will have a landfalling tropical storm somewhere between Brownsville and Corpus Christi. In some cases, though, these can be beneficial. They need the rain. This is not strong enough to big devastation. So as long as we avoid any isolated tornadoes, it should actually be helpful.
That's actually a silver
good
lining
news.
there.
Exactly.
Right. All right. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, thank you.
All right, well, thousands of people are evacuating their homes in Washington state as 3 wildfires burn out of Spokane.
Firefighters are working really nonstop to control those flames. Here's NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch with more.
This is incident command for the Gray Fire. Of the 3 blazes currently burning outside of Spokane, Washington, officials say this fire has destroyed the largest number of structures and has threatened the largest number of residents here in eastern Washington state. Hundreds of firefighters have been working around the clock to battle this blaze, which has been burning out of control.
As the summer of wild weather and vicious wildfires continues, blazes raging overnight in the Northwest. The Oregon Road Fire turning structures into rubble. So far, fires causing more than 25,000 acres to burn in Spokane County alone. The Gray Fire burning more than 10,000 acres.
We saw a big plume in the air and we were like, oh, that looks a little bit close.
Sparked Friday, claiming roughly 185 structures in its path, forcing evacuation orders for thousands. Mary Cox and her daughter Lisa were told to get out.
If our home's there, fine. If it's not, well, we'll just take it as it comes.
While the city of Medical Lake ravaged.
I just can't imagine what Medical Lake is going through. There's going to be a lot of displaced people.
Also burning the far smaller Winona Fire. The trio of fires fueled by excessive heat and high winds. Governor Jay Inslee touring an evacuation shelter Sunday.
We've got to understand we're up against a monster here that we've never felt before. That's climate change.
Some families now holding on to memories after leaving so much else behind. People like Melissa Thurman, who says her home burned down.
When you lay eyes on that, what goes through your mind?
I can't even explain the feeling of knowing that like everything that you worked for is gone. Yeah, so there's going to be insurance and stuff, but it doesn't make up for what you see when you see all of your stuff turn to ash.
Such devastation. Officials tell us that one person was found dead in the Gray Fire Zone, another person found dead in the Oregon Road Fire Zone. However, at this point, officials have not confirmed if the fires were the causes of those deaths. There is some rain in the forecast that should hopefully calm things down. However, officials expect those two fires, the Gray and Oregon Road fires, to continue to need to be battled for weeks. Back to you.
Jesse, thank you. We want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. U.S. workers are asking for more money to take a new job. The minimum acceptable salary offer to switch jobs, well, that rose to nearly $79,000 last quarter, according to a New York Federal Reserve survey.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. Steve, it's good to see you this Monday. We're talking about an 8% jump from just last year, and it's the highest level that we've actually seen since that survey began back in 2014. So why are workers asking for higher wages to switch jobs? And what does that sort of tell us more broadly about the U.S. economy?
Yeah, Morgan, well, part of it is, of course, inflation. Things cost more and people need more money to keep up with those higher costs. Wages have always been seen as a driving force of inflation. And while it's dropped from those record high levels, it's still well above the Fed's target rate of 2%. Meantime, a big drop in package volume and a move combining FedEx and ground delivery units has FedEx pilots worried about their jobs. FedEx says it has a total of 5,800 pilots after a big hiring spree during the pandemic. And it says, as a result, 700 of the pilots are excess. And finally, parents are pulling out their wallets for back-to-school shopping. According to the National Retail Federation, spending is expected to reach $41.5 billion this year. That's up from $37 billion just last year. Guys, I'll send things back over to you.
Big jump.
Yeah. All right, CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac. Steve, thank you.
And coming up next, the president and first lady in Hawaii seeing the devastation firsthand with a shocking number of people still missing. More NBC News Daily just after this. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
President Joe Biden and the First Lady are heading to Hawaii today. They're going to survey the damage from the devastating wildfires and meet with survivors and first responders. The disaster is now the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history, with at least 114 people confirmed dead. 850 more are still missing. Biden has faced mounting pressure to visit, and he has been criticized for vacationing during much of the aftermath of these fires. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Maui. So, Dana, the president we know is leaving for Hawaii from his vacation at Lake Tahoe today. Tell us a little bit more about what to expect during this visit.
Yeah, Vicki, good morning. We expect the president to arrive here around 11 a.m. local time. He is still in the air as he makes his way from Reno, Nevada, here on Maui. He's expected to be here for about 6 hours. He will meet with survivors, first responders, and officials and get an up-close look at the devastation in Lahaina. We hope to hear more about what he plans to do as far as providing more aid and resources to the people of Maui. And a lot of people here, some are excited to see the president finally visit. He said that he did not want to come too early just because there was such a focus on trying to find the missing. And people who have criticized his visit, who don't want him here, that's another part of this story. So it'll be interesting to see when he rolls through how that looks and what will he say to the people of Maui to help reassure them that the government is here to provide the necessary resources, Vicki.
Dana, we know much of the burned area is really attractive to developers. There's a lot of concern that they're going to use this disaster as an opportunity to buy prime real estate on the cheap. Tell us more about what's happening, Dana, and is there anything being done to try to curb all of these developers from reaching out to these residents in this particular time?
Yeah, this has been one of the main talkers here on the island. People who have had their homes burned to the ground say they've already received calls from investors wanting to buy up that land. The governor and other officials have said they're making sure they're going to put a stop to that. They're trying to get a moratorium in place so that land sales cannot happen for the next 60 to 90 days. And we've even heard from celebrities like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who are trying to work with the government to make sure that that land does not leave the hands of the people here in Lahaina. And we're told that money is being raised to make sure that that land can stay with the people so that they're not forced to sell, because it will take years to rebuild. And for some people, they could be taken advantage of, knowing that the land could possibly generate some revenue that they may not be able to get otherwise. Vicki?
Yeah, it's going to be a really long and expensive rebuilding process. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. Dana, thank you.
Well, Vicki, now there's a renewed focus on player safety after yet another scare on the football field this weekend. During a preseason game, New England Patriots rookie Isaiah Bolden collided with a teammate and ended up lying there motionless for several minutes. The scene, of course, bringing back memories, if you recall, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin and his collapse during a game just earlier this year. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on Bolden's recovery and the NFL's response.
A regular preseason game between the Packers and Patriots quickly elevated to something much more serious Saturday. Pat's rookie cornerback Isaiah Bolden went for a tackle but collided with a teammate, ending up on the field motionless for minutes. Players praying, with Bolden ultimately carried off on a stretcher. Both coaches backing the NFL's decision to suspend play with more than 10 minutes left.
I appreciate the way the league handled it. I think that was the right thing to do.
It's a scary situation, one that you never want to see in our game.
In a boost to Patriots fans, the team writing, after undergoing a series of evaluations and being held for overnight observations, Isaiah Bolden has been released from a Green Bay hospital. Returning home on the team bus and posting on social media, appreciate the prayers, more excited to be back with the guys. It follows another weekend scare with Buccaneers quarterback John Wolford, who suffered a neck injury and also needed to be stretchered off the field. The incidents coming 7 months after Bills safety Damar Hamlin experienced cardiac arrest during a nationally televised game, only to make his miraculous preseason return a week ago.
It was real special, like a moment of serendipity, just like life coming full circle for me, just go through what I went through.
Players who watched Bolden scare certainly felt flashbacks.
They brought that Damar feeling of, and it's just scary. That's just how it feels. So it's just praying for him, man, that he's okay.
The NFL continues to update its rules to protect player safety, from tightening concussion protocols mid-season last year to reducing violent collisions on kickoffs. The league just grateful that Bolden will return to full health. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Coming up, a busy week on tap for former President Donald Trump. When he's expected to surrender in Georgia, and where we won't be seeing him at all this week. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
People right now mourning the loss of Emmy Award-winning actor Ron Cephas Jones, who died at age 66 this past weekend. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson takes a look at how his co-stars are remembering him and shows us the legacy that he leaves behind.
Starting to not feel so bad about leaving you at that fire station.
If Ron Cephas Jones made you feel William Hill's pain on This Is Us,
it just makes me feel sicker.
An unexpected joy as the biological father to Sterling K. Brown's character.
Okay does not do justice to how I feel.
It's because Jones, too, was a former drug addict and suffered from disease. The actor saying, "I realize that so much of the man is inside of me and my history." Jones would win 2 Emmys for his performance as William Hill.
I want to thank my daughter, Jasmine. I love you.
With Jasmine, they would become the first father-daughter duo to win Emmys the same year. At the time, Jones posting, "Second time around, how sweet it is. History. Father-daughter Emmys same year." The accolades continued on Broadway, where Jones was nominated for a Tony for his work in the play Clydes, just a year after receiving a double lung transplant. It is Ron Cephas Jones, the person, lauded by his former cast members. Mandy Moore captioning a photo in part, "He was pure magic as a human and an artist. I will treasure all of the moments forever." And Sterling K. Brown, who played Randall Pearson, the son of Jones' character, writing, "One of the most wonderful people the world has ever seen is no longer with us. The world is a little less bright."
This is quite sad, isn't it? The end.
way I see it, if something makes you sad when it ends, it must have been pretty wonderful when it was happening.
Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Well, there are new concerns about the safety of self-driving taxis in California. One company just pulled half of its fleet after a recent string of accidents. This all comes just a week after the state approved an expanded rollout of those cars. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward has the latest.
Look at this, guys.
This video posted to Citizen.com.
Have an emergency and pound.
Highlighting questions over robot taxis on the road.
They're going to ruin our life. That's right.
A driverless vehicle from GM's Cruise and a San Francisco fire truck collided Thursday night. Police say the truck had lights and sirens on as it entered the intersection. Cruise says its vehicle, with no driver and one passenger inside, had a green light. The passenger was treated on scene for minor injuries. The incident came 1 week after California regulators granted permission to Cruise, as well as Google's driverless car company Waymo, to expand their fleets to 24 hours of operation a day.
I'm seeing at least one incident a day now with autonomous vehicles.
The approval came despite long-standing concerns from first responders here.
When a fire department has to roll out on a call like this, if they can't get to a fire in time, every minute that goes by, the fire can double in size.
The technology is not ready for prime time.
A self-driving car and no driver.
Incidents like this collision with a city bus have fueled criticism. And although driverless car companies have touted their relative safety benefits, a recent NBC News investigation found that in California, driverless cars had been involved in 280 crashes over the past 5 years, though it was not clear in how many cases the autonomous vehicle was at fault.
You can see there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 Cruise cars blocking. No one can get through.
The very day after California approved the expanded use of driverless cars, nearly a dozen robo-taxis froze, creating a traffic jam in San Francisco's North Beach neighborhood.
I looked and there were no drivers in them.
Cruise posted on social media saying a large festival posed wireless bandwidth constraints causing delayed connectivity to our vehicles, and that it was investigating to prevent the situation from happening again. Cruise is now cutting its San Francisco fleet in half as the city is pushing the state to rescind its decision to let these vehicles operate around the clock. Jake Ward, NBC News, San Francisco.
Well, still ahead, travel hack crackdown, how skip lagging works, what it is, and why airlines are trying to put a stop to it. Vicki Nguyen will have the latest for us. You're watching NBC News Daily, and don't forget, you can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. It's really wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now on this Wednesday. So glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
This Monday, and we're so glad you could join us. That's right. Here's what's making news right now. The man who sold a fatal dose of drugs to actor Michael K. Williams has been sentenced to 10 years in prison. Irvin Cartagena pleaded guilty earlier this year to selling fentanyl-laced heroin to Williams just shortly before his accidental overdose death in 2021. Cartagena was one of 4 men charged with running a drug trafficking ring out of New York City's apartment.
A store owner in California was killed after a dispute over a pride flag turned violent. 66-year-old Laura Ann Carrollton was shot and killed in front of her clothing store on Friday by a man who confronted her about a pride flag displayed outside of her shop. Authorities say the suspect fled the scene but was later found and then killed by police. Carrollton is a mother of 9. She was pronounced dead at the scene.
And Russia's first lunar mission in nearly 50 years ended in failure over the weekend. The country's state-run space agency confirmed on Sunday that the Luna 25 spacecraft crashed into the moon just 10 days after it launched. The Russian spacecraft was set to be the very first to land on the moon's south pole.
Well, the debate stage will be missing one very notable figure Wednesday night when the Republican presidential candidates gather for their first primary debate.
Former President Donald Trump is skipping out on the event in favor of an interview with former Fox News host Tucker Carlson. And we're hearing now from 2 sources familiar with that matter that the interview has actually already been recorded. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now live from Atlanta. Ali, it's good to see you this Monday. We know that the Trump-Tucker interview will reportedly be sort of counter-programming for that debate. What do we know about when this interview was actually recorded and what was discussed, and frankly, when and how it airs?
Well, look, our understanding from our sources is that this interview's already been taped and that it's likely to be the counter-programming that you mentioned to Wednesday night's debate, which will be aired on Fox News and is the first opening salvo of this Republican presidential primary. Everyone on that stage is going to use this big Fox News audience as a chance to make their first pitch to the largest group of voters that they've seen thus far. Of course, Trump won't be there, and this counter-programming really works as a troll on multiple levels here, Morgan. Of course, Tucker Carlson has no affinity for Fox News. They did not have an affable parting of ways when they actually parted ways several months ago. We know that Carlson, of course, is going to be likely to release these clips of an interview maybe on Twitter, which is now called X. We've seen him do these kinds of interviews before. But for Trump, he has said in the past that he doesn't see a political upside to going on this debate stage because he knows that all eyes are going to be on him, and every single one of his rivals is going to want to have a moment potentially at his expense. I think what's true here, no matter what, though, is that even if Trump isn't physically on the stage, he's going to be looming over all of it because we know these moderators are likely to ask about what happened in the aftermath of Trump losing the 2020 election and, of course, all the indictments that we've seen since.
Speaking of which, Ali, I mean, Mr. Trump has until noon on Friday to actually turn himself over to authorities in Georgia for charges linked to exactly what you're describing, the efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Do we have any more details, Ali, sort of at this point about what we expect to see in regards to his surrender?
Well, look, Morgan, we know that while this is unprecedented, there are the normal processes that people go through when they do intake to the Fulton County Jail, which is right behind me. We've been standing here watching and waiting in part because we know the deadline for these 19 co-conspirators to turn themselves in is Friday. For Trump, our law enforcement sources tell us that he's likely to turn himself in no earlier than Thursday. But what we would expect to happen is that he would go into that courthouse. There would be a mugshot and the typical processing. But of course, there's nothing typical about a former president turning himself in here as one of the co-conspirators in this case. So unprecedented, but they'll treat it as normal process, or as normal as they can, Morgan.
As normal as they can. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent, I know you bring us everything as it happens. Ali Vitale there live for us in Atlanta, Georgia. Thanks so much, Ali.
Morgan, as schools across the country begin welcoming students back, many are also introducing new bans on cell phones. Teachers love the policy. Students, not surprisingly, not such big fans. Here's NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra with what parents have to say.
At Montgomery, Alabama's Carver High, the morning rush to school is now a morning rush to scroll.
Power your phone off.
New this year, middle and high school students now forced to lock away their phones before the bell rings.
When do they get it back?
2:45.
2:45.
Right.
Principal Gary Hall pushed for the policy and the pouch to enforce it.
They were texting, tweeting, you name it, while classes were going on.
Put it in the pouch, then.
Here's how it works. At the beginning of the day, students put their cell phones in these pouches.
Once it's locked, it is really hard to get back open.
They can keep it with them, they just can't open them. They're sealed.
There you go. Have a good day.
This unlocking magnet, the only thing designed to free them. It's not completely foolproof.
We found a lot of cell phone cases with no phone.
For students,
Show of hands, who doesn't like the pouch?
it's a painful adjustment.
I just love watching TikTok, so I gotta have my phone.
Why don't you like the pouch?
I don't like the pouch because like, when I'm in math class, I like to take pictures of the notes and stuff.
What's your favorite part?
We communicate more with each other now that our phone be locked up.
It make me pay attention when I don't got my phone.
Who would be using their cell phone if it weren't for the pouch? That's a lot of hands. What would you be doing?
Cheating.
Montgomery Public Schools isn't alone. The maker of the pouch, Yonder, says they're seeing an estimated 150% increase in schools using them in 2023. Now working with over 2,000 schools across the country. While most parents are for the pouch, others fear their children will not have their phone when they need it most.
If there's an emergency, how can I contact my child?
That means I'm in panic waiting until someone from the school calls and say, well, hey, there's a shooting.
It's been 1 week. Has it gone the way you thought it would?
Things are going really well.
District Superintendent Dr. Melvin Brown tells us the benefits are worth the risk.
We have to find a happy medium, while at the same time, our ultimate goal is to make sure everybody's 100% as safe as possible.
All right, so moving on.
Just 1 week in, this school is already seeing a difference.
I just see engagement, honestly. I see talking. They're using their words.
It's revolutionized teaching for me this year. Work gets done faster. We move along faster.
A new routine.
Things are locking. Keep moving.
Educators hope will unlock their full potential. Marissa Parra, NBC News, Montgomery, Alabama.
Well, Spain is taking a victory lap today after winning the Women's World Cup. The national women's football team beat England 1-0 in the final match yesterday, securing their first ever World Cup trophy. A pretty big deal. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from London. Matt, it's good to see you this Monday. We're talking triumph, we're talking tragedy. We had all the great elements of a strong story yesterday. Of course, there was also some controversy, though, for the Spanish team. Tell us how they pulled off this historic win, but also about some of the other news that happened off the field.
Yeah, I mean, that controversy is still developing. Actually, we just heard about an hour ago or a couple of hours ago that Luis Rubiales, he's the head of Spain's National Soccer Federation, he apologized, but for behavior that shocked a lot of fans and players and reminded some of the challenges still facing women's sports. So what happened? Just after Spain won the World Cup yesterday, Rubiales kissed the team's star, Jenny Hermoso, on the lips. And at one point, he also kind of grabbed his crotch in a sort of victory gesture. So basically, he wasn't behaving in a very gentlemanly way, and the reaction was swift and scathing. Spain's equality minister said it was a form of sexual violence that we women suffer on a daily basis. But none of this, I gotta say, should overshadow Spain's upset win. England was ranked higher than Spain going into this tournament, and England had just won the Women's European Championship tournament last year and had to beat Spain to do it. So there was a lot of expectations that England would take the day, but Spain's side had also been suffering from a lot of drama in the last year leading up to this. A lot of the Spanish players had actually been on strike for much of the last year, demanding that they get a new coach. So they weren't necessarily playing that whole year. So it was a challenge for them.
You talk about the strike, you talk about sexual violence, frankly. Given all of that, but we saw this record viewership. I mean, we saw numbers, people who were just tuning into this, the likes of which we've never seen before. Do we think this sort of signals anything for the sport as a whole? Do we think that more people are now likely to invest in women's soccer?
Yeah, and that's not the only indicators. You know, there were other indicators. Also, the prize money, the winning pool for this year for the Women's World Cup, which Spain won, as we mentioned, was $110 million. Now, that's nearly 4 times the prize money that was on offer during the last Women's World Cup back in 2019, not that long ago. So, but still, the prize pool for the Men's World Cup remains 4 times that much, $440 million. So, yeah, we're seeing a lot more interest for the Women's World Cup compared to previous years. And even though the popularity still trails behind the men's sport, the change is very fast. So we could start to see some kind of convergence between the two genders playing football. Soccer, excuse me.
We will see football. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley for us there. Matt, thank you. And as travel demand continues to surge, more people are searching for a bargain, and it's causing travelers to use a controversial tactic, Vicky, called skip lag.
Yeah, it is a smart but also very risky travel hack that can save you hundreds of dollars on airfare, but many airlines say it's a violation of their policies, and now they're starting to crack down.
It's been called an open secret in flying for years.
Do you know what hidden city ticketing is?
Hidden city ticketing, also known as skip lagging.
You said we were flying New York to Denver. Yeah, I know we are. My boarding pass says we're flying to Los Angeles with a layover in Denver.
When a traveler purchases a ticket with a connecting flight, but gets off at the layover airport rather than the final destination.
You can often save hundreds of dollars per ticket. That's why hidden city ticketing works.
For instance, a nonstop flight from Atlanta to Orlando might cost $250, but a flight from Atlanta to Dallas with a layover in Orlando could be nearly half the price at $130. For some, the choice is simple. Buy the cheaper ticket and skip the second flight to Dallas. But that decision comes at your own risk. Most major carriers, including American, Delta, United, and Southwest Airlines, all prohibit the practice. And though it's not illegal, now American is cracking down, filing a lawsuit against the travel website Skiplagged, accusing the company of unauthorized and deceptive ticketing practices and tricking customers into believing they've gained access to a secret loophole.
You look fresh. I travel with Skiplagged.
Skiplagged promises ridiculous travel deals and says it exposes inefficiencies in airline pricing, such as hidden city flying. The site also lists precautions, including this warning: you might upset the airline, so don't do this often. And failure to comply with airline rules can have consequences.
They can deny you boarding. They can confiscate frequent flyer miles, even in some cases suspend you for a length of time from flying that airline.
In June, American Airlines canceled a North Carolina teen's trip and made him purchase a direct flight to his actual destination after discovering his hidden city ticket. The family claims they purchased his ticket from Skiplagged and says they weren't aware they were doing anything wrong. Cassia Rand also bought a ticket from Skiplagged to save some money. But when she checked in at the airport, she says American Airlines knew she was planning to ditch her second flight.
She's like, if you don't go to Boston, you'll be banned from American Airlines forever.
Rand was able to cancel her trip, but says she's now learned her lesson about skiplagging.
Would never recommend doing it.
Well, we reached out to Skiplagged for comment. We have not heard back. American Airlines tells us this hidden city tickets, they can create larger operational issues. For example, if people check bags or maybe other travelers don't get to book seats, you know, because they think that someone's going to take that extra leg and they don't. Here's the thing. Experts say if you're trying to save overall on a flight, set alerts on Google Flights or FlightAware. That'll tell you about travel deals. And you can fly to your destination on one airline, try to fly home on another. You don't always have to do it round trip. That can be cheaper than a round trip ticket.
I didn't even know that existed.
The skiplagging, I know. Well, people are in the know. There's whole industries that have sprung from it. But apparently the airlines are not happy with it.
All right. You've kept us in the know, Vicky Nguyen. Coming up next, a malaria case in Maryland is raising some pretty serious concerns. What you need to know about the disease and really how to keep yourself safe. More NBC News Daily right after this.
stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
It's good to see you. So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
An alarming case of malaria detected right here in the United States. In fact, for the very first time in 40 years, Maryland reported a locally acquired case of a potentially deadly disease.
Yeah, this all comes after a string of concerning infections in Texas and Florida since May. NBC News correspondent George Solis has our report.
A new warning after a case of malaria was found in Maryland, hundreds of miles north of where recent cases have been. Health officials on edge because this was locally contracted. That means the patient didn't get it overseas or any place further south that has already seen infections.
It's certainly unusual. We want to let people know just so they can be on the lookout.
That patient now recovering after being hospitalized. So far, officials at a loss as to how they got infected.
If it is in Maryland, could it be anywhere?
Well, I suppose it could. Conceivably, it could. It's probably going to be a pretty rare event, though. Trying to understand where this locally acquired case came from is going to be very difficult to understand.
It's the first this far north, with cases found in the warmer southern states of Florida and Texas.
We have the eggs, we have the larvae.
NBC News' Blaine Alexander got an exclusive look inside a CDC mosquito lab where a malaria response team is on high alert, with mosquitoes that carry malaria being found here at home for the first time in 20 years.
Why are we seeing these cases now?
It's a good question, and we don't have a good answer for absolutely why didn't we see it in 20 years and it came up now.
Malaria can appear a week to a month after infection and can cause fever, chill, and body aches. Experts say a national outbreak is unlikely, but they are tracking it closely. George Solis, NBC News.
Here now with more is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta. Dr. Gupta, thanks for joining us. So let's start where George ended. How concerned should we be here in the U.S. about this particular case of malaria? And also, what would it take for malaria to become a massive outbreak here?
Well, Vicki, thank you for asking that. The chances of this becoming a massive outbreak, very unlikely. Critical for your viewers to keep in mind the chance of becoming infected in the first place with malaria, since it's not endemic to the United States, extremely low. Chance of a massive outbreak, extremely low. This is likely a case where somebody who traveled to the United States was infected, didn't realize it, and then passed it on through mosquito bites to somebody who has never traveled, in this case, outside the U.S. So very low chance of an outbreak.
And Dr. Gupta, I mean, we know that malaria is a mosquito-borne disease. So, I mean, I'm one of those people who always gets. I'm the center of the mosquito world whenever I'm outside. How do we sort of proactively protect ourselves from it?
Well, Morgan, I'm glad you asked that. The best way to reduce your risk is to use a mosquito repellent. There's many that exist online. Look for something for your viewers that has DEET in it, D-E-E-T, or Picardin. Those are the key ingredients to help keep mosquitoes away. If you're somebody that has to work outdoors for many hours in the day, and there's many folks that have to wear long sleeve shirts, fix holes in insect screens, that's really critical. And then lastly, if you're especially you're in the southeast of the United States where there's often standing pools of water, try to eliminate them. That's where mosquitoes tend to breed.
What if you're out, maybe you have a new baby, like some of us do? Is DEET safe for kids too?
It is. DEET can be safe for kids, as can these other types of repellents. Repellents with eucalyptus, Vicki, is something that I've seen young parents often use. Eucalyptus can keep mosquitoes away. It smells great as well.
All right, that is good to know, and good to know that go see a doctor if you are worried, if you've gotten a bite and have some serious symptoms. But otherwise, we're probably going to be all right. All right, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta, thank you so much.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand delivery.
All right, it just me too.
Well, the latest TikTok trend raising some red flags. We're talking about girl dinner. It's a meal made up of whatever you have sitting around. It's really trending.
I kind of like the girl dinner.
Yeah, you like the girl dinner?
I mean, we're talking things like chips and cheese, maybe even a little bit of pickles, you know, on the side. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers spoke to some health experts, though, about the idea and whether it could actually put you at risk.
Some popcorn and tangerines, cups of mac and cheese, maybe some homemade nachos. Does this really count as a dinner?
This is my meal. I call this girl dinner. Girl dinner.
Maybe not, but girl dinner is a trend with over 1 billion views on TikTok. Mostly women home by themselves, grabbing whatever food they've got without having to extensively plan, cook, or plate. It's so popular that now there's even a couple TikTok filters for it.
I made a My Girl Dinner filter,
which will pick some random snacks to make up your girl dinner for the night. But this quirky meal trend is getting some major backlash. Some online creators and medical experts worrying that some girl dinner videos aren't actually satisfying a person's appetite. And worse, it could be masking and normalizing disordered eating.
It's just like these girls being like, oh my God, like 1 cube of cheese, like girl dinner. It's like, no, like, let's not glorify that because I think that's called something else.
Licensed clinical psychologist Kelly Ruggles says that several of her patients have spoken to her about their difficulties with the girl dinner trend.
If you are eating like a normal sized dinner and then this trend comes up of girl dinners, you might push yourself to eat smaller amounts and consider it a dinner because it seems like that's what everybody else is doing.
And with some people posting their girl dinners of a glass of wine or even just some chunks of ice, even if only in jest, the joke may end up influencing eating habits for people of any gender.
It's really problematic because it's making a snack or a combination of snacks seem like the equivalent to the nutrition that you would get with a normal sized dinner when it's not.
Girl dinner is the most recent food-related trend circulating online, but it definitely isn't the first. Content creators have been posting about their eating habits for years, stirring controversy.
My new What I Eat in a Day video.
One trend called What I Eat in a Day is posting videos of all your meals throughout the day. But some mental health professionals are skeptical. It tells the full story.
Again, they give the false assumption that if you eat like this, you'll look like this, which is not true.
These trends are becoming more popular as the issue of disordered eating among young people, particularly girls, is becoming more and more serious. A recent report from the Center for Countering Digital Hate found that within 8 minutes of a 13-year-old joining TikTok, the teen was recommended content tied to eating disorders. TikTok told NBC News its platform offers multiple tools for users so they can avoid seeing certain types of videos by filtering out particular keywords or hashtags if they choose. Ruggles says all content around food and eating isn't inherently harmful. It can also amplify other messages like body positivity. But there's still a lot of progress to be made.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
The dark
ice
side of girl
chips?
dinner. Oh, no. I think that person was just being facetious. But as the mother of a girl, right, and thinking about that stat that within 8 minutes of logging onto TikTok, they're seeing content related to eating disorders.
Girls,
really important to, like, manage that social media. And, you know, what you see on there, it's not always reality.
What you intake, quite literally and figuratively. All right, here's what's trending right now. Swifties causing some chaos in New Jersey. You weren't causing
I
chaos,
was. No,
but you are a Swiftie. Fans rushed to Long Beach Island on Friday to get a glimpse of Taylor Swift celebrating Jack Antonoff and Margaret Qualley's wedding at a local bar. The police were eventually called to try and just control the crowd. Other celebrities, Channing Tatum, Zoe Kravitz, Cara Delevingne, they were also there in attendance.
No, I was not wreaking havoc, just admiring from afar. Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer, it is now the 4th highest grossing film this year. Over the weekend, the movie surpassed $700 million at the global box office. It's beating movies like Fast and Furious 10 and the new Spider-Man. The film He's also Nolan's fourth highest grossing film.
And singer Lana Del Rey is announcing a tour across the United States with just 10 dates. In fact, that tour is going to kick off this fall, starting in Tennessee and ending in wild and wonderful West Virginia. The Summertime Sadness singer is fresh off the March release of her 9th studio album, which received critical acclaim. Tickets go on sale on August 25th, 10 a.m.
She's actually on World Music Radio, the new collabo with John Batiste. His album was on. He was on the Today Show on Friday. Yeah, but she's one of the guests, which is great.
Wow, we love
a really
to see
great
that.
sound. Yeah.
Listen to that album. All right.
Thanks for being with us this Monday. I'm Vicky Wynn.
It's been our pleasure. I'm Morgan Radford, and you're watching NBC News Daily. Remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Ellison Barber, in for Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, August 21st, 2023, West Coast washout. Tens of millions in California and beyond are still dealing with intense flooding from the remnants of Hurricane Hillary, where the worst of it is hitting right now and what's coming behind the storm.
Island in crisis. Officials on Maui say 850 people are still missing after the devastating wildfires. The president and first lady are about to arrive there. The message they're hoping to send:
no phone zone. More students are returning to schools where cell phones are now banned in the classroom. Could the idea take off in more districts?
And a shot in the arm. The vaccines parents need to check off their list as kids get ready to head back to school.
It's that season, after all.
It is.
And a busy one indeed. We're going to begin this hour with weather, though. Millions of people under flood watches because of now post-tropical cyclone Hillary. This is how bad it was across the Southwest today after the storm made landfall in Mexico. Fast-moving water made road conditions tricky, if not impossible in some cases.
Like in Palm Springs, California, one of the hardest hit areas where roads were just completely overrun by rainfall. Rainfall that shattered records from L.A. to San Diego. It's Southern Southern California's first tropical storm in 84 years. And in the middle of all of this, a magnitude 5.1 earthquake rocked the area northwest of LA on Sunday. You can see bottles falling off the shelves in this restaurant, causing some customers to scramble.
We're covering the latest out of California, but let's begin with NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's tracking it all across the country. Bill, what do you know?
Well, we've had a couple hours since sunrise now, and we haven't seen any devastation. We haven't seen homes going down hillsides. We haven't heard of any towns buried in mud and debris. And these are all the things we were highly concerned with in the days leading up to this huge rainfall event. So it doesn't mean we still can't have some problems, or maybe we just haven't seen it yet. But every hour that goes by, it gets a little better. We get a little happier with how we made it through this event. So the storm itself is now, the moisture, what's left of it, is all the way up in Idaho and portions of Oregon. So that's where the flash flooding concern is for the rest of today. The highest totals we've seen, just almost up to a foot of rain in the mountains outside of LA and outside of San Diego. Mountains just north of LA were up there around 6 to 8 inches of rain. So it was a significant rain event. That happened as expected. And we've seen the pictures of the runoff and all the mud. There's a lot of bridges and highways that have to be cleared. It'll take days, maybe even a week or so to get done. But as of now, we only have 2 spots with flash flood warnings. That's great. Earlier this morning, much of Southern California was under a flash flood warning. And if we get that additional heavy rain, it'll be up here in areas right on the border of Idaho and Oregon, and then pushing into Montana later on this evening. 3 to 4 or 5 inches in mountainous terrain still can cause some problems. And we're not done yet. We also have to watch this storm in the Gulf of Mexico. This one has a chance to bring some heavy rain to South Texas, beneficial rain, and hopefully it'll be weak enough only to be a low-end tropical storm with no wind damage. That's tomorrow for Texas.
All right. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in San Diego for us. Guad, the National Weather Service says Sunday was the wettest August day on record for the San Diego area. Where do cleanup efforts stand today?
Ellison Sinclair, well, we're still waiting for the last of that flooding to make its way through the San Diego area. As Bill said, things are much better now. The weather's clearing up. It was very cold this morning. Right now, I'm about to take off my jacket. The temperature is rising, and we've seen the sun come out today after a day of rain here in San Diego. Now, when we look at these images, those flash floods, those roads under the water, these are areas that officials had identified as vulnerable parts of Southern California. We see this road with that big rock that came down. That's a freeway that connects San Diego to the desert area. That was one of the vulnerable areas. Now, fortunately, this storm came through the mountain area east of San Diego and then made its way north. So there are some remote communities up in the mountains that were affected. We've seen the images of some of that flooding, and that's the water that then made its way towards the rivers going west, and also it made its way into the desert moving east. That's why we saw some of that flooding also in Palm Springs. But fortunately, officials, again, had identified all of these low, flat areas that were vulnerable to the flooding. They shut down some of those roads. Residents knew what to expect. So there was a lot of preparation that went into this before the storm. We also had some power outages here in the San Diego area reported by the power company. Thousands of people were affected, but they have been working on bringing back the power for those individuals. But fortunately, no major damage other than the roads. We did see some fallen trees here around San Diego, but as of now, the big part of the storm has cleared the area in Southern California as we wait for the last of that water to make its way through.
Yeah, some welcome good news, and clearly preparation is key when it comes to these weather systems. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, I know you're on the ground in Rancho Mirage, California, which is near Palm Springs. What are you seeing today, and what are local residents telling you?
Yeah, Zinclay, this is what folks woke up to this morning. This is a road that we are standing on right now, and as you can see, it looks more like a river. The water is supposed to flow under it, but it appears there may be debris blocking that flow, and so the water is just coming over the road. It's moving pretty quickly, and it's been going like this all morning long. Folks have been coming out to look at what is happening and just in awe and shock, saying that normally this is completely dry. They have never seen anything like this. And while there are blockades up on this road, we just saw a truck drive right through those blockades and come right through here. And officials are very concerned about that kind of behavior. They're urging people, if you can stay home, try to stay home so that officials can get out, begin to assess this damage, and try to figure out how to get these roads back open so that folks can get going to where they need to be. And right now, this is one of the biggest concerns here. Zinclay, Ellison.
Priscilla, we also want to ask you quickly about 911 emergency calls. We have been told that some people are not able to make 911 emergency calls. There's been progress on restoring some outages. What do you know right now?
Yeah, that was a big issue overnight. The 911 call center got knocked out, and there were at least 3 cities that were unable to call in to 911, and officials were telling them they would have to call the full phone number in order to get that assistance. We know that they have now found a workaround, at least in Palm Springs. So if people call 911, they will be rerouted to a call center, and they're also telling folks that they can text 911, and if it's not an emergency, to please call that non-emergency line so that they can keep those emergency lines open. But certainly a lot of questions about how that happened, especially given how prepared the city and the state tried to be here. Ellison, Zinclay.
Yeah, really critical information. Priscilla Thompson, Bill Cairns, and Guad Venegas, thank you all. Stay safe out there.
Right now, President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are on their way to Maui to see the devastation from the deadly wildfires firsthand.
The president and First Lady are expected to meet with survivors and first responders. They're scheduled to land in Hawaii a few hours from now. At least 114 people are dead. Maui's county mayor says 850 people are officially missing. We'll get the White House perspective in a moment. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin in Maui.
The people of Maui really want this visit by the president to be hopeful, and they want accountability. They want to know why this fire started, what went wrong, and what steps should be taken in the future so that this doesn't happen again. They also want to be reassured that the help and resources that are being provided will continue to last, especially when it comes to the land. The people are very concerned about a potential for a land grab. Many have gotten calls from investors who want to buy up land even before the search has been completed. They want to make sure that Maui is protected, the town of Lahaina is protected from potential poachers for land, and they want to make sure that the people who are impacted the most get those resources, food, water, shelter. We know that only 16 people right now remain in shelters, so that's more than 1,000 people who have been put into housing. But the question is, what is that long-term housing going to look like? They need more help that is going to last for years, and they hope that this visit will be one that provides answers so that they can start to rebuild their lives. Zinclay, Ellison.
Thank you, Dana, for that. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa. She's in Washington, D.C. Ali, what do we expect to hear from President Biden when he arrives in Hawaii later today? And how is the White House responding to criticism about the response both on the local and federal level here?
Yeah, Allison, well, we've seen President Biden take trips like this many times in the past, going to these areas of the country in the aftermath of these natural disasters. But we expect this visit to be somewhat different, in part because of just the sheer magnitude of loss on the ground in Maui. This is a community already mourning the losses of over 100 people, still desperately searching for over 800 more, still searching for answers, for accountability. We know that even some Lahaina residents have developed their own aid networks because of mistrust in state, local, and federal response efforts. And the president has faced criticism over the past a little over a week because of the time it took him to deliver a full-throated response to the situation in Maui. The president choosing to wait a few days as the death toll continued to grow before delivering a full-throated response on the situation on the ground there. The White House on defense saying that the president was working tirelessly behind the scenes on the federal response efforts there, and they didn't want to take this trip too soon so as to not pull resources away from the recovery efforts. But today the president will have the chance to allay that criticism. He'll tour the damage both aerially and on the ground, as well as meeting with survivors and local and state officials as he tries to reassure this community that the government will be there for as long as it takes to rebuild. Ellison.
All right, Dana Griffin and Ali Rafa, thank you both. It is time for today's CNBC Money Minute. 100,000 toddler towers are now being recalled.
And pizza chain Domino's is leaving Russia. Christina Portanevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi, Zinkley and Ellison. Well, unfortunately, there's a voluntary recall, like you mentioned, of over 100,000 toddler towers. These are almost like stepping stools for kids to reach a counter. For those wondering which toddler towers, it would be models between November 2018 all the way until June 2023. Reason being is because these towers are a little unstable and children, some have fallen off and hurt themselves. Switching gears, first it was McDonald's, then it was Starbucks, and now Domino's is leaving Russia. The franchise operation that runs all of the Domino's in Russia as well as nearby countries has filed for bankruptcy and will be closing over 140 locations in the region. And are you looking for a car that's under $20,000? Well, maybe if it was 5 years ago, you could find over a dozen models. Flash forward to today, and you can only find one model. That would be the Mitsubishi Mirage. But there are reports right now that even that car may not be under $20K for very long. There's reports that they're going to possibly discontinue the 2024 model. So there goes all chances of finding a $20,000 new car, I should say.
Oh, wow. I mean, I'm impressed just by the color selection, I gotta say.
I know, that was fun.
Impressive. I don't know if you saw that, Christina, but it's a good selection, if nothing else.
Unfortunately not.
There are options, we assure you. Yes. Christina Parzanevelos, thank you.
Coming up, a major ruling in the world of artificial intelligence and what it could mean for the ongoing writer's strike.
Plus, former President Trump announces he is sitting out the first debate, and a brand new NBC News poll might explain why. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Republican presidential hopefuls are preparing to hit the debate stage for the first time on Wednesday night, but the frontrunner will not be there. Former President Donald Trump, who is running for a second term, announced he will not attend the debate and may skip future debates as well. It will be a crowded stage, even without Trump. So far, 9 other Republicans appear to have qualified. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in Des Moines, Iowa with more. So, Vaughn, what's behind Trump's decision to skip this first debate, and how could his absence actually impact the event?
Right. When you look at Donald Trump, so far he has pointed to his polling results as the main reason for why he won't take the debate stage, suggesting that this is that, as he said over the course of the weekend, that he is, quote, the man. And when you look at national polls, he's up from anywhere from 30 percentage points to 50 percentage points as late as a poll here this weekend. But the big caveat to all this is the new polling here from NBC News right here in Iowa, just released today, that shows the race here in the caucus state. The caucus slated for January 15th, about 5 months from now, is much closer than that. When you look at the numbers, he has a 23-point lead over Ron DeSantis, which is notable, but also you're looking at the reality that folks like Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, Mike Pence, Chris Christie, they are very much still in the running too. So on that debate stage, you're going to have those other Republicans with a national audience in front of them, Donald Trump choosing to sidestep it and not take part in what could potentially be an aim and fire of him if he were to go on the stage.
So, Vaughn, Trump is saying he's the man in this. I know you've been actually talking to voters, though, on the ground, and this will be the first Republican caucus state. So what are these voters saying? Do they actually want to see Trump on the debate stage?
Right. I actually talked with some of the actual participants in this new NBC News poll. And the question I posed to them was whether they think that anybody else actually has a shot of beating Donald Trump here in Iowa. I want to let you listen to a little bit of what they told us. Do any of you think that somebody not named Donald Trump has a chance to win the Iowa caucus this next year?
Yes. I think that a lot of people that are in my shoes that want someone other than Donald Trump aren't as vocal as the Donald Trump supporters.
It's a possibility that remains, but it seems to be diminishing.
I think he has an excellent chance of winning in the general election.
So, Zinkley, there's very much an opening for one of these other candidates, but right now they're diluting sort of the Trump alternative vote at this point. And for Donald Trump, you've got to be feeling good if you're on his campaign right now, because 2/3 of Iowa Republicans do have a favorable view of him, and 2/3 of those who said that they intend to caucus for him say they will definitely caucus for him. So for now, this is going to be really a big indicator here this Wednesday in terms of this debate of who may come across as really that key potential Trump alternative.
Yeah, we'll see how Wednesday night goes. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you.
Lawmakers in Tennessee are set to convene for a special session today focusing on public safety and mental health. The state's Republican Governor Bill Lee called the session in response to a shooting at a Nashville school earlier this year. 6 people were killed, including 3 children. It comes as a new study highlights the grim reality of gun violence in the United States. It finds that from 2018 to 2021, the firearm death rate among children and adolescents increased 41.6%. NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. is joining us now from Washington. Berkeley, what else are we learning from this new study?
Yeah, so unfortunately for the second year in a row, gun-related injuries are the second or first leading cause of death in children. If you look at the stats, over 4,700 children have died from gun-related injuries in 2021. Over 80% of those were in male teens. There's also a racial disparity. Over half of Black people died from gun-related injuries. More than 50% also died from homicide, and while white are also more likely to die from self-inflicted gun wounds. And so we're seeing a very stark reality here with gun-related injuries.
All right. Berkeley Lovelace Jr., thank you for breaking that down.
Coming up, another region dealing with devastating wildfires. The fight to control the flames in Washington state. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
It's no secret we've been following air travel chaos all over the world this summer, from stranded passengers to near misses on the runway. But this newest incident is unlike any other. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details.
It's hard to look away. An axe-wielding airline pilot waging war on a parking lot gate. Cameras capturing the bizarre moment at Denver International Airport when United Airlines pilot Kenneth Jones, still in uniform, hacks away at the gate over and over again, more than 20 times. The pilot told police that multiple cars were backed up behind the gate. That's when he decided to get the axe he already had in his car and solve the problem himself. He told police he had, quote, hit his breaking point. When a parking lot employee tries to take the axe away, the pilot won't let go, both of them gripping it for 2 minutes until another employee arrives.
This is somebody that's probably really had a really tough trip, very stressed.
United Airlines has suspended the pilot as they investigate.
Will this pilot be allowed to return to the cockpit?
Oh, I think so. I think he will be evaluated by professionals, and I think once they determine what caused it and to be able to reduce the stress in his life to a manageable state, I think he'll return to fly.
When police arrived, the pilot turned himself in. He was charged with criminal mischief. A pilot going to extremes after he was forced to wait at the gate. George Solis, NBC News.
We're learning new details about a dramatic story in Orange County, California. Newly hired firefighters still in training were called to the scene of a cardiac arrest. Now they're sharing how they managed to step up in a life or death scenario.
Fire department wants you out of the emergency.
Yeah, my husband just had a heart attack. He collapsed on the floor. He's turning red and purple. Please come.
The Orange County Fire Department had rookies on the job the day Sharon Kilty dialed 911.
How old is the patient? Especially so early in my career, I have to say this was a little unexpected.
Chris Carvalho was a dispatcher in training when he got the call.
He just went down. He made just a deadly sound I can't even imagine. I think it's probably his last breath.
Sharon was desperate after she saw her husband of 34 years collapse after complaining of chest tightness. But Chris knew exactly what to do.
I need you to press hard and fast at a rate of about 100 per minute, okay? You're going to follow this cadence. 1, 2, 3.
My savior, Chris, came on the phone immediately.
He doesn't seem like he has a pulse.
Keep going. You're acting as his pulse right now. Remember that. So just keep going.
Okay. I didn't feel alone in the moment. Helped me get through it.
Firefighters came to the rescue within minutes.
We were able to take over care, start CPR, and deliver that first shock that got his heart back going.
Getting Steve to the hospital, where he underwent a series of procedures over the span of 14 days, turning to family and faith.
He came every day and prayed over Steve and gave him anointing of the sick when we didn't know if he was going to survive or not. We enjoy our life. We have fun together, you know, and these are our golden years to go have more fun. And in the darkest hours when you didn't know if he was going to survive, you have to start contemplating that. And I couldn't imagine living my life without him.
Finally, Steve was released with no permanent brain damage, and a new normal began for these empty nesters.
The fifth one you take 2 times a day, baby.
There's one of these I take twice a day.
A focus on health.
Oxygen's 98.
Now a top priority. Together they're grateful.
It's a minor inconvenience.
For each other.
It's great to be alive.
And their heroes. They met on the worst day of their lives.
Thank you. Thanks for saving me.
But now they're a family.
They saved my family. I'm indebted to them. But we've also said we're now family together, so we'll stay in touch.
It's part of the job and something that we do. When something like this happens, we don't mention it after work, but to have gotten to meet the family, getting to meet people who come out when things go well is really something different.
And now Sharon and Steve are determined to share an important message.
Everyone needs to learn CPR. Everybody can do this.
I think we'd all like to be participants in helping someone survive than being onlookers and watching and not doing a thing.
After all, the golden years are just beginning.
They're just beginning. How incredible and really important, her point about CPR.
Yes, such an important reminder that anybody can do it. And like her husband said, we'd all rather be a participant helping someone live. And
Yes.
it's a good thing to learn that we can all do.
So glad he's okay. Thank you for that. All right, and thanks for watching NBC News Daily. Don't go anywhere. The news continues.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
2 U.S. servicemen have been arrested in Western Germany over the stabbing death of a man at a fair. Authorities say the 28-year-old man was stabbed after an argument with the 2 suspects. The Air Force confirmed the 2 servicemen, who have not been named, have been transferred to U.S. custody.
At least 8 people have now died in the United States after contracting a rare flesh-eating bacteria. 5 of the cases are in Florida. The deaths are linked to bacteria found in seawater and raw and undercooked seafood. Research shows infections have been on the rise in the eastern U.S. and could continue to increase due to climate change and warming waters.
A Russian spacecraft has failed to make the first ever landing on the south pole of the moon. According to the Russian space agency, the unmanned ship spun into an uncontrolled orbit before crashing into the moon. Russia was hoping to land on the south pole of the moon before an Indian spacecraft currently attempting the same feat.
We've got breaking news this hour. Thousands of people have been evacuated in Washington state as crews work around the clock to battle 3 different wildfires. Fire officials say at least 1 person has died. Dozens of homes have been destroyed. And unfortunately, that number is expected to go up. All 3 fires have been raging outside of Spokane since Friday, and now there's concern they could keep spreading. Here's NBC's Jesse Kirsch.
This is incident command for the Gray Fire. Of the 3 fires that are burning outside of Spokane, Washington, officials say that this fire has destroyed the largest number of structures and has threatened the largest number of residents here in eastern Washington state. Hundreds of firefighters have been working around the clock to battle this blaze, which has so far not been put under control. In Spokane County alone, there are reports of upwards of 25,000 acres burning. Thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate, including the city of Medical Lake, where roughly 5,000 people were ordered to evacuate. And we know that there have been dozens of structures, including homes, which have been burned down in these fires so far. The air quality has been a concern here and across much of Washington state because of the wildfires in Washington, as well as wildfires in Canada. All of this unfolding as we've learned from officials that there's one confirmed death, someone who was found in the Gray fire zone, another person confirmed to have been found dead in the Oregon Road fire zone. However, at this point, officials have not confirmed whether or not those deaths have been caused by the fire. So we'll be watching for an update there amid this devastation as firefighters again continue working to battle these blazes. Back to you.
There's a new focus on football safety after another health scare on the field over the weekend. This time it happened during an NFL preseason game. New England Patriots rookie cornerback Isaiah Bolden was seen lying motionless on the field after a play. This comes just 7 months after Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin almost died during a game. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
A regular preseason game between the Packers and Patriots quickly elevated to something much more serious Saturday. Pat's rookie cornerback Isaiah Bolden went for a tackle but collided with a teammate, ending up on the field motionless for minutes. Players praying, with Bolden ultimately carried off on a stretcher. Both coaches backing the NFL's decision to suspend play with more than 10 minutes left.
I appreciate the way the league handled it. I think that was the right thing to do.
That's a scary situation, one that you never want to see in our game.
In a boost to Patriots fans, the team writing, after undergoing a series of evaluations and being held for overnight observations, Isaiah Bolden has been released from a Green Bay hospital. Returning home on the team bus and posting on social media, appreciate the prayers, more excited to be back with the guys. It follows another weekend scare with Buccaneers quarterback John Wolford, who suffered a neck injury and also needed to be stretchered off the field. The incidents coming 7 months after Bills safety Damar Hamlin experienced cardiac arrest during a nationally televised game, only to make his miraculous preseason return a week ago.
It was real special, like a moment of serendipity, just like life coming full circle for me, you know, just go through what I went through.
Players who watched Bolden scare certainly felt flashbacks.
It brought that Damar feeling of, and it's just scary. That's just how it feels. So it's just praying for him, man, that he's okay.
The NFL continues to update its rules to protect player safety, from tightening concussion protocols mid-season last year to reducing violent collisions on kickoffs. The league just grateful that Bolden will return to full health. The NFL says it's made great strides when it comes to player safety, both on the equipment and the rule side of things. With the equipment, during training camp now, you'll see players wearing those Guardian caps, the soft shell covers over their helmets. It reduces the impact of hits. And so far, the NFL says that's led to a 52% drop in concussions. In addition to that, on the rule side, a new topography this year when it comes to kickoffs. When a player fair catches a ball, if he's before the 25-yard line, they start on the 25 now, not the 20. The NFL truly believes that's going to reduce some collisions and ultimately concussions. They're projecting a drop of 15% of concussions during kickoffs as well. So they're trying to attack this from multiple angles. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
A judge has just issued a very big ruling involving artificial intelligence.
Yeah, it could have an impact on the movies we see, the books we read, and the art we buy. There has long been debate over whether or not work created by artificial intelligence can be copyrighted, and this particular case is proving to be a big win for humans. Joining us now to talk about it is NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward and legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Jake, let's start with you, our resident AI junkie, and take a step back. What was this case all about, and how did the judge rule here?
Well, Zinkley, the case was on the face of it about the work of someone named Stephen Thaler, or more specifically, the work of an algorithm that he created called Creativity Machine. It created a piece of art the way so many pieces of AI can now, and then he tried to copyright that piece of art and was rejected over and over as he applied again and again. But the real player here to know is Ryan Abbott. That's his lawyer, who in 2020 wrote a book called The Reasonable Robot and has been arguing ever since that AI and humans should be treated the same when it comes to the law. Now, I'm going to need a little help with the legal aspect of this, but fundamentally, he's arguing that whether you're talking about liability or taxing the work of robots, or in this case, intellectual property, we should, in theory, treat humans and AI the same. In this case, Thaler and Abbott lost their case, and the judges essentially refused to take up the questions that Abbott would like to get into, and simply says, we've never given copyright to AI. We're not going to start now.
All right, Danny, legal minds were name-checked here, so you help us out. What do you make of this?
This is actually not a new area of the law insofar as humans have always been required for copyright. Now, applying that has gone on long before AI. For example, about 10 years ago, a monkey took a selfie. It was adorable, but the owner of the monkey, there he is. I mean, come on. The owner of the monkey, the owner of the camera tried to apply for copyright, and the court said, no, because you admitted that the monkey took the selfie with your camera. Therefore, because copyright must be human, therefore you have no copyright. So AI is just an extension of a longstanding principle, which is that human activity must be present in order to copyright. Now, it's also long been the case that's a gray area. For example, you may be a gardener. You may be an amazing gardener, but a gardener who has a particular arrangement of flowers can't apply for copyright because the idea is that it's the flowers doing the work, not the gardener. But, you know, in the same vein, a photographer is just pointing something and a machine is doing all the work. So it's always been a gray area, but human involvement has always been required for copyright.
And Danny, you say it is interesting, and you say it's been a gray area. Jake, of course, all of this is happening during the writer's strike, and AI has been a sticking point in that, right? There's been talk of movie and TV execs turning to AI to create scripts. How might that impact Hollywood right now?
Well, the reason that everyone in the AI community was watching this case so closely is, of course, because of all of these creative issues that Danny is laying out. Because it's not just, you know, monkey selfies that raise this issue. It's the increasing use of AI in Hollywood to create title sequences, to choose which scripts get a green light. That sort of work is everywhere in Hollywood. And we, of course, now have a couple of lawsuits going forward, including one from Sarah Silverman, who says, I was stolen from, essentially. My intellectual property rights were violated when AI sucked up my work into its algorithm. And we've seen, of course, writers and actors now striking on the verge of AI being able to do their work for them. And so the fact now that the court has basically said humans have to be involved and only they get intellectual property protection, maybe, and again, I don't want to walk past my expertise here, but maybe that creates some additional argument on the part of somebody like Sarah Silverman to say, I'm the human, it all originates from me, and as soon as you take it away from me, you've stolen something.
All right, Jake Ward, Danny Savalos, thank you both.
Thanks so much. Well, all across the country, students are returning to the classroom, but this school year, more and more are finding a new rule. Their cell phones are banned. Some schools are even investing in ways to better enforce the policy. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now. So, Marissa, you actually traveled to Alabama, where one district is now requiring all middle school and high school students to lock away their cell phones. I wonder if that's popular or not. How exactly does, first off, the policy work, and how's it going?
Yeah, well, you can probably take a guess who likes that policy and who doesn't, Zinkley. The way it works is, with this school in particular, they're using something called a Yonder pouch. This pouch, it's interesting. So what we saw is students were lining up. There you see them outside of the school. They are required to put their phones inside of that pouch. There are people who check to make sure it is fully sealed, because once you click it closed, it's really hard to get it back open. Not that students aren't trying to find ways of doing that. Just do a quick Google search. You'll see plenty of Reddit threads of all the ways they're trying to find ways to open it discreetly. But the way it's supposed to work is it's really only supposed to be unlocked by a magnet that at the end of the day, 2:45, there's certain little installations that, teachers will walk around, put those magnets on. At the very end of the day, their phones are free. And again, when we talk about the response, I would say it's pretty mixed in terms of how students and parents feel, Zinkley.
Well, let's dig into that. What are students telling you, and what are parents saying? I know some have expressed safety concerns, right?
Yeah, and so let's start with that one, because that's definitely the heavier part of this, right? There's a lot of pros and cons to this, but I know that parents largely were in support of it. But the number one concern I heard from both parents and even students, Zinkley, was that safety concern. When we talk about what if the worst happens, and you can imagine all kinds of different scenarios there, even if it's health related. A lot of parents were a little unsettled thinking about their students not being able to quickly reach their cell phone. And that was something that we asked the superintendent about. And I know that there's, the response really from superintendents around the country, including here at this school district, was that there really isn't one perfect solution, but they're leaning heavily on the school safety plans that are already in place. But let's get to how the students feel. We actually had a chance to go into the classrooms, and I'm going to let you listen for yourself on how they feel about the pouches.
If there's an emergency, how can I contact my child?
I mean, I'm in panic waiting until someone from the school calls and say, well, hey, there's a shooting.
I just love watching TikTok, so I gotta have my phone.
Why don't you like the pouch?
I don't like the pouch because when I'm in math class, I like to take pictures of the notes and stuff.
What's your favorite part?
We communicate more with each other now that our phone is locked up.
It made me pay attention.
So Zinkley, quickly, one thing I will also add is a lot of students and teachers were talking about how cheating was much easier with the cell phones. So teachers are relieved because they said that rather than having to change the answers after every single class, after every exam, now they're communicating better and they're able to focus on their classes and learning much easier, Zinkley.
All right, pencils up, phones down. Marissa Parra, thank you.
Coming up, the best ways you can make sure your kids do not get sick, especially during the first few crucial weeks of school. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should make the decision.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All this week, NBC News Daily is helping you get ready to send your kids back to school.
Yes, so in today's Daily Health, we're going to talk about healthy habits to help them avoid getting sick. One of the biggest ones is making sure their vaccinations are fully up to date. Joining us now is board-certified surgeon and clinical associate professor of surgery, Dr. Cedric McFadden. Dr. McFadden, thank you for being with us. So we'll talk about vaccines in a minute, but let's just go big picture broadly for parents at home. What is the best way to prioritize their health as you head into such an important, busy time of year where you're around a lot of people with a lot of germs?
Yeah, there's a lot of changes that happen in this time of the year, and I think it's important to remember the wellness visit that you can do with your primary care doctor, the pediatrician, that does a great job of assessing where that child has been, where they are now, and where they're going. It's a great time to connect about medications that need to be refilled before the school year starts, as well as conversations about vaccinations that are super important that the child may need to catch up on. So never neglect the power of a great wellness visit, especially this time of the year.
And especially now, right? Because Dr. Rebella, something striking, or excuse me, Dr. McFadden, something striking was that the CDC found that rates of vaccination for measles and mumps and rubella, as I said earlier, were actually below the target rate of 95% for the second year. How big of a problem is that for students?
Well, it can potentially be a big problem. I mean, we're like you said, 2 points below where we'd like to be at 93%. Think about this. The World Health Organization says that one infected person can then spread that to at least 9 out of 10 unvaccinated persons. So
that's big.
Absolutely could be. And if you think about the classroom, that can be, a place where a lot of children are, in close quarters. And if some of them are not vaccinated, that has the potential of making a really big impact.
So if you are a parent and your child is about to start school, right? In some places, people maybe already have gone back. It's really crunch time right now, and if you're a little worried about, oh no, did I wait too late? Is it safe to get multiple vaccines at once, say flu, COVID, RSV? And if you are at a point where you're trying to decide, okay, I need to do stuff now, what should be prioritized first?
Yeah, so we've seen from previous years with COVID and the flu that it is safe to get those vaccinations together. And that's also really great for time, right? We're crunched for time, and it's helpful to do all those at the same time. And I think that if you think about the RSV vaccination, obviously, we've seen that for the adults. We've not seen that same directive come for the school-aged children yet. Maybe that will change, but it's certainly going to be one of those things that you could also do at the same time.
And notably, we've also heard from the CDC about the COVID vaccine. They said they're going to have an updated booster with the most up-to-date variant. Should parents be waiting to get that updated booster? What do you recommend?
So I think in most cases, it's probably safe to wait. But this is a space where you want to go back to what's happening in your region, look at your own personal risk factors, what are the diseases you could be dealing with. But in most cases, it's likely safe to wait into the fall when you're getting not only the flu, but also the COVID vaccination as well.
And quickly, before we let you go, let's talk about mental health. We talk about it a lot on this show. It's a stressful time. Any tips for parents to manage stress with their kids?
Well, I think, first of all, talking about it and talking about what those triggers are, having an open dialogue and recognizing the signs that your child may be stressed. They may look different from adults. And in many cases, it comes out as poor performances in school. And we don't want that to happen. So early recognition and talking and getting the help they need as soon as they can get it.
Amazing. Great stuff. Dr. Cedric McFadden, thank you.
Thank
you so much. And we've got a whole lesson plan for you this week, so be sure to join us tomorrow. We're going to take a closer look at what you can do if your child has a hard time fitting in the classroom. That's tomorrow on NBC News Daily. And we do want to hear directly from you. Do you have questions? Connect with us on social media. You can find me at Simply Zinkley on all your favorite platforms, and we'll get you some answers. Well, there's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
There is a new Women's World Cup champion.
Yes, Spain defeated England 1-0 over the weekend. It's the team's first trophy ever and the first time since '07 that a team other than the U.S. has won the final. NBC News forward correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from London. So, Matt, you're coming to us from the home of the losing side right now.
We're sorry.
But for less heartbroken fans, first walk us through some of the match's biggest highlights.
Yeah, well, I mean, guys, this really was an upset win for Spain. England was ranked higher than Spain going into this tournament, and England had just won the Women's European Championship tournament, when that was just last year, and they had to beat Spain in order to do that. So there was a lot of expectations on the England side. And also, you know, Spain's side had been suffering from a lot of drama in this past year leading up to this tournament. A lot of the Spanish players had actually been on strike for the better part of that year, demanding they get a new coach. And that strike was unsuccessful. But it wasn't only the lack of training and playing that went into that strike. It also left a lot of distrust among the players and with the coaches. And then you add to that, one of the top Spanish players was out for an injury for much of last year. So this really was a remarkable win. And Spain dominated from the first half. They chose a player-to-player defensive strategy. And that really got under England's skin and underneath their team organization. And this is a team that's really known for their organization. So that's really how Spain dismantled them. Sinclair?
And Matt, there is also a story that has been distracting a bit from the success of the players on the pitch. It's related to the president of Spanish soccer. He's facing some backlash over his actions during the trophy ceremony. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, you know, and actually that controversy is still developing as of a couple of hours ago. We just heard that Luis Rubiales, who's the head of Spain's National Soccer Federation, he had to apologize, and he did that just today, for behavior that really shocked a lot of the plans and players and reminded a lot of people of the challenges that still face women in sports. So what happened? So just after Spain won that World Cup yesterday, and there was, you know, this sort of trophy ceremony, and Rubiales actually grabbed on to one of the team's star players, Jenny Hermoso, and kissed her 3 times, once of them actually on the lips. So this was kind of ungentlemanly behavior, and the reaction was swift and scathing. Spain's equality minister said it was a form of sexual violence that we women suffer on a daily basis. Guys?
Yeah, sour note to an otherwise pretty victorious day for them. Matt Bradley, thank you for that.
Thanks, Matt. And look what you made them do.
We're talking about Taylor Swift, of course. She sparked pandemonium over the weekend while attending a star-studded wedding on the Jersey Shore. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer reports on the Taylor takeover.
A tidal wave of A-listers hitting the Jersey Shore over the weekend, including Taylor Swift. Causing chaos as she arrived for the wedding of music producer Jack Antonoff and actress Margaret Qualley. Antonoff, the lead singer of the band Bleachers, is a longtime collaborator and friend of Swift.
One shift. Okay.
Qualley, who starred in the series Made and the Quentin Tarantino film Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, is the daughter of actress Andie MacDowell. Other celebrity wedding guests included Channing Tatum and Zoe Kravitz. But it was Swift who caused the biggest stir.
I love you, Taylor.
I love you. A massive crowd of her fans filling every blank space outside the event, forcing police to shut down the street.
A lot of families are having their beach vacations on LBI right now and did not expect that they'd be running smack into Taylor Swift, walking right into, you know, their local bar for the rehearsal dinner.
I bet you think about me. The pop superstar attended the wedding just days before kicking off the international leg of her record-breaking Eras tour in Mexico. She and Antonoff have been close for more than a decade. He produced her last 6 albums, has appeared in her music videos, and helped write some of her greatest hits.
Took the money in the bag and I stole the keys. That was the last time you ever saw me.
Antonoff and Qualley got engaged in May. The actress showed off her ring on Instagram. And now their love story also making some Swiftie fans' wildest dreams come true. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Wildest dreams come true. I mean, they say you shouldn't take attention away from the bride.
I know.
I don't know how you do that if you're Taylor Swift.
I know. Very hard. Not her fault. But congrats to the couple for getting married. That's a big day for
Big
me.
congrats.
So,
and
yes.
shout out to her for showing up for her friends. I'm Zinkley.
And I'm Ellis, and you're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7. Keep watching us.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinkley Asamoah.
And I'm Ellison Barber, in for Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, August 21st, 2023, Mother Nature's wrath. The remnants of Hurricane Hillary slam into Southern California, a once-in-a-lifetime storm. Roads have turned into rivers, and in the middle of it all, a powerful earthquake rocks Southern California. How the region is recovering and where the storm is headed now.
On the ground, President Biden is on his way to Maui to get a first-hand look at the damage caused by the deadly wildfires. How long will it take crews to search the burn area for more than 800 people who are still missing?
State of the art, a judge issues a major ruling concerning art made by artificial intelligence, the impact that could have on the ongoing strikes in Hollywood.
And growing concerns, yet another case of malaria is detected right here in the United States. Why this latest infection has health officials sounding the alarm. We begin this hour with millions of people under flood watches because of now post-tropical cyclone Hillary.
This is how bad it was across the Southwest Sunday after the storm made landfall in Mexico. Fast-moving water made road conditions tricky, if not impossible in some cases. And check out this water rescue in Los Angeles. A car stranded in the flooded L.A. River was pulled out Sunday. L.A. and surrounding areas shattered daily rainfall records, and the tropical storm was Southern California's first in 84 years.
And if all of that was not enough, a magnitude 5.1 earthquake rocked the area northwest of L.A. on Sunday. You can see those bottles falling off of the shelves in this restaurant. Customers scrambling. We're covering the latest out of California. So let's begin with NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns.
Bill, where is Hillary heading next, and what are the biggest concerns right now?
Yeah, the storm is just a rainmaker, but it's bringing tropical rain to areas that don't typically get it. And we're not going to see totals like this. I mean, we did pick up almost a foot in the mountains east of L.A. and east of San Diego. And we have a lot of debris, a lot of mud to clean up, rocks, bridges that are clogged, that sort of things. But we haven't seen pictures of like hillsides that collapsed. We haven't seen neighborhoods that have been ruined, or towns even for that matter. So every hour that goes by, we don't have those reports. That's great news. So we can deal with cleanup. So as far as the storm goes, a heavy rain is all the way now heading through the northern Rockies. Idaho is even getting these tropical rains, areas of Oregon. We don't have many flash flood warnings left. This morning they were covering Southern California. Now they're all expired. One near Las Vegas and another one there just east of Boise in some of that higher terrain. So we could see isolated problems with flash flooding, but not a lot, mostly from Baker City northwards up there to the areas of western Montana. But we're not done. There's other areas of concern. We will likely have a tropical storm making landfall tomorrow morning in Texas. And across the Atlantic, there is Emily, Gert, Franklin, and then what should be Harold will be the H-name storm, the next one that'll be developing in the Gulf over the next 12 hours. The Hurricane Center is going to send an aircraft in there to check it out. But the Hurricane Center forecast does bring it on shore tomorrow morning with another tropical storm. It doesn't look powerful, but still something else to watch.
Oh, just when you think it's done, you get another one.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in San Diego for us. Guad, the National Weather Service says Sunday was the wettest August day on record for that area. Talk us through what you've seen, what you're seeing. How are the cleanup efforts going?
Ellison, it was, and it's crazy how fast things are going back to normal in San Diego. It is sunny. It is a nice day in San Diego. After a day of rain, it poured as the storm went through Southern California here in San Diego. Now, officials were aware of the vulnerable areas, the roads, the areas in the mountains where the rain could be dangerous. These flash flood warnings went into effect early enough for people to know what areas to stay clear of. Some residents that lived in those parts also tried to protect their home as best as possible. So we know that some of the roadways were flooded here in Southern California. We had some trees that fell on structures in the San Diego area, but most of the storm hit the mountains east of San Diego. And there is some good news with this storm, Ellison, just so you can see how strange it is to have a storm like this in the summer. Just a few days before this storm came through San Diego, firefighters were dealing with a wildfire in East San Diego. And because of the storm, it's now been communicated that they've been able to contain that fire. You can imagine the help that this rain brought to control that fire happening in East San Diego. Meanwhile, the storm made its way north, and it also caused some flooding north of San Diego. As of now, the floods, which were the most dangerous part of the storm, have been contained to these areas that, again, authorities had identified before the storm, and we have seen some rescued, as you showed in the video, in Los Angeles. We had some other rescues here in San Diego, but as of now, no major concern as the storm has made its way out of Southern California.
Yeah, all right, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, you're in Rancho Mirage, California, which is near Palm Springs. What are you seeing today, and what do locals need most right now?
Yeah, so I'll give you a look at some of what we're seeing here. This is a road that I am standing on, and as you can see, it does look more like a river. The water has been rushing through here like this all day today. It is normally supposed to flow under the river if there is something like this that happens, but it appears that there may be some debris preventing that from happening, and so it's cutting off traffic here. And this is some of what we're seeing in this area. A lot of the flooding has subsided, but there are still some places that are having issues, and officials are trying to get out to these places and to see how they can reopen these roads. But some of it is just waiting for the water to continue to subside. And these are some of the images that we saw as this was going on. This water came in so quickly. We're talking about 0.9 inches of rain in an hour. That is, and we saw it for ourselves. In about 10 to 30 minutes, the roads were starting to flood in some areas. Palm Beach got nearly 50% of what it would get in a year in a matter of hours. And so right now it is recovery. It is picking up the debris. But the good news, no fatalities reported. And we're not hearing a lot of reports about major damage to homes and businesses. But it is a matter of getting these roads back open and getting folks going. Sinclair, Ellison.
Great news, given the flash flooding and how dangerous those can be.
It could have been so much worse. Bill Cairns, Guad Venegas, and Priscilla Thompson, thank you all. We appreciate it.
Well, President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are on their way to Maui to get a firsthand look at the devastation from those deadly wildfires.
The president and First Lady are expected to meet with survivors as well as first responders when they arrive later today. At least 114 people are dead, and according to the Maui County mayor, at least 850 others are officially missing. Joining us now is NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa and NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Steve is on Maui. Ali, what else are we expected to see from President Biden during his visit?
Yeah, Allison, well, we've seen President Biden make trips like this to areas of the country in the aftermath of these disasters, but we expect this trip to be somewhat different, in part because of just the sheer magnitude of the devastation on the ground there in Maui. This is a community still mourning the losses of more than 100 people, as you mentioned, still desperately searching for over 800 more. They're still searching for answers, for accountability. So this is going to be a chance for the president to allay their fears, allay their worries, console this community as it continues to grieve. So we expect the president and First Lady to tour the damage and devastation, both from the air and then on the ground. They'll also meet with first responders, with survivors of these wildfires before they announce that the FEMA regional administrator will now head the federal response efforts as this long-term recovery really just begins, Allison.
I mean, Steve, you're on the ground there, and notably there has been a lot of criticism over the government's response, both on the state and federal level. What are people on the island hoping to hear from the president right now?
Well, look, I think people in Hawaii are quick to say what's happened has happened, and I think they want to see moving forward an open pipeline from the president and the White House. The White House offering $700 per household to sort of get kick-started supplies for folks. I think people would like to hear that that number could increase if it has to. I think people are just worried about the future here. They're worried about housing. How are you going to rebuild? How are you going to do that and live in a place like Hawaii, where a starter home is $1 million, where people spend 42% of their paycheck on rents? People have been living in generational housing in places like Lahaina where they can afford it, and they inherit those houses. So I think they want a little more federal help on knowing that moving forward, the government will be here when they need it, especially when it comes to rebuilding and housing and being able to live as a native Hawaiian in an area like Lahaina again.
Steve, I mean, you have been here since the very beginning, reporting on so many of the human stories there, telling us about the helpers and those who are in need of help. What more can you tell us right now about some of the victims here?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we just hear so many tragic stories every single day. It is endless. And one of the worst things about this fire is when exactly it struck, which was while kids were at home and parents were away. So childcare wasn't a factor. So in effect, we're expecting to hear a lot more about kids that were killed in that fire. One of them was the Fuentes family. They came home to find their 14-year-old son in his room, sheltering his dog, burned to death. And they made that discovery. We spoke to his brother, who talked about the spirit of his brother and what he saw. Listen to this.
It's always been in us to help other people, no matter the situation, you know, because it was not just us. There's more families. My brother was just one of hundreds of victims that went through this. It just feels good to have your mind distracted and to be helping the community out.
Just 1 in 100, still 850 people on that missing persons list. The scene still being scoured by cadaver dogs and crews. It's going to take a long time before a lot of families have answers, guys.
Yeah, harrowing story. Steve Patterson on the ground there, and Ali Rafa with the latest from the White House. Thank you both so much. We're going to turn now and talk about your money with today's CNBC Money Minute. Nissan is issuing a major recall.
And is anybody interested in buying a $20 million car? Contessa Brewer joins us now. Hi, Contessa.
Hi, Ellison. Hi, Zinkley. Nissan is recalling more than 230,000 Sentras due to potential loss of steering control. It includes model years 2020 to 2022. It's the second recall the company's issued due to tie rod problems that could affect steering. Nissan said new tie rods will be available this winter, and the company will complete the repair free of charge. 3 people died, 3 were hospitalized after drinking contaminated milkshakes in Tacoma, Washington. State investigators say those drinks had listeria bacteria, that they were linked to ice cream machines at a Frugal's restaurant. The machines were not properly cleaned. And for everyone out there who just has an additional $30 million to spend on a set of wheels, here's a Rolls-Royce drop tail. The Roadster was inspired by high-speed sailing yachts in the 1930s. It's expected to cost more than $30 million. The company will only make 4 of these 2-seaters, and buyers can customize it to their liking. So, you know,
I mean,
that's
you
where
better be able to for that price.
Anything you want. That's the answer. Anything you want.
Oh, man. Whether it's 30 or 20 million, I don't think I have 1 million to offer. So
I don't.
Okay.
Contessa Brewer, thank you.
Thank you. Well, up next, former President Trump says he's skipping the first primary debate. Why some voters think it's the right decision. You're watching NBC News Digital.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Republican presidential hopefuls are preparing to hit the debate stage for the first time Wednesday night, but the frontrunner, he will not be there. Former President Donald Trump announced he will not attend the debate and may skip future debates as well. It will be a crowded stage, even without the former president. So far, 9 other Republicans appear to have qualified. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in Des Moines, Iowa for us. Vaughn, what's behind Trump's decision to skip this first debate, and how could his absence impact the event?
Ellison, look, Donald Trump has made clear that he is not partaking in this debate for the foremost reason that he is so far ahead of any of the other Republican candidates in national polling. A recent poll here from just this weekend showed him with a nearly 50 percentage point lead over his next closest rival, Ron DeSantis. But this is where it becomes a little interesting. The Republican race is not over. Look at NBC News' new poll right here from the state of Iowa. We are 5 months from the Iowa caucus. Of course, Iowans are going to be the first to get to have a say in this process. And that lead, it's not 50 points, it's 23, which is still considerable. But when you look at how diluted the anti-Trump vote is, you see that if that field were to dwindle, potentially an alternative could rise and beat Donald Trump here. But right now, you're looking at Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Mike Pence, Vivek Ramaswamy, all of these folks, Chris Christie, they're still very much in this thing here. And again, we're 5 months away, so this race is far from over.
So, Vaughn, what do voters in Iowa especially think about this? Do they care that former President Trump will not take the debate stage?
Right, Ellison. That is really the heart and soul of this conversation, is that Donald Trump essentially has been the leader of this party now for the last 8 years. And, you know, the Trump supporters of his that I've talked to have said, look, this is his party as long as he wants it to be his party, and nothing could shake them, essentially. I want to let you hear, though, from some others who had a little slightly different take. Do any of you think that somebody not named Donald Trump has a chance to win the Iowa caucus this next year?
Yes. I think that a lot of people that are in my shoes that want someone other than Donald Trump aren't as vocal as the Donald Trump supporters.
It's a possibility that remains, but it seems to be diminishing.
I think he has an excellent chance of winning in the general election.
Excellent chance of winning in the general election. The Trump supporters largely believe that he is still their man. The question is, though, that other 60%, could they coalesce around one or two other individuals? And could we have a tight Iowa caucus? Because that is what the other Republicans are going to make their case in front of millions of Americans on Wednesday night in that first GOP debate.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard in Des Moines, Iowa. Thank you.
Lawmakers in Tennessee are set to convene for a special session today focusing on gun safety and mental health. The state's Republican Governor Bill Lee called the session in response to a shooting at a Nashville school earlier this year. 6 people were killed, including 3 children. It comes as a new study reveals the grim reality of gun violence in America. It finds that from 2018 to 2021, the firearm death rate among children and adolescents increased 41.6%. NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. joins us now to break this all down. So, Berkeley, what else are we learning from this new study?
Yeah, so for the second year in a row, guns are the leading cause of death in children, surpassing motor vehicles. So if you take a look at the stats, nearly 5,000 children died from guns in 2021. About 2/3 of them were homicides, and about a majority of them were in older teen males. If you break it down racially, there are some disparities. Black people or black children were more likely to die by homicide, and while white children were more likely to die through self-inflicted injuries. Southern states also had the highest level of death rates as well, but overall, it's much higher than it was over 2020.
And Berkeley, briefly, this study includes data up until 2021, but what about the last year and a half? Have things gotten better or worse?
Yeah, so we don't have data on that yet, but right now experts aren't very optimistic. People actually expected the death rates to actually go down in 2021 after 2020 when kids were inside and cooped up at home. They expected when things were opening up that the death rates would actually decrease, but that didn't happen. So now there's an expectation that things may be actually getting worse.
All right, Berkeley Lovelace Jr. with the latest. Thank you so much.
Coming up, we are following breaking news. Deadly wildfires raging across the state of Washington. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Well, it's hard to believe we're nearing the end of summer, which means you might be trying to squeeze in a last-minute vacation or even starting to plan your next trip. If you're out there looking for ways to save, you may have heard of skip lagging. It's a controversial tactic used when booking flights, and while it's not illegal, you could get into trouble with some airlines. Here to break it all down for us is NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent and anchor Vicki Nguyen. Vicki, good to see you. So for those of us who do not know, what is this so-called skip lagging, and why are airlines so opposed to it?
Well, skip lagging, Zincle, it's viewed as a clever but risky hack when it comes to airfare. It can help travelers save hundreds of dollars on their tickets, but many airlines say it is against their policy, and now they're starting to crack down.
It's been called an open secret in flying for years.
Do you know what hidden city ticketing is?
Hidden city ticketing, also known as skip lagging.
You said we were flying New York to Denver. Yeah, I know we are. My boarding pass says we're flying to Los Angeles with a layover in Denver.
When a traveler purchases a ticket with a connecting flight, but gets off at the layover airport rather than the final destination.
You can often save hundreds of dollars per ticket. That's why hidden city ticketing works.
For instance, a nonstop flight from Atlanta to Orlando might cost $250, but a flight from Atlanta to Dallas with a layover in Orlando could be nearly half the price at $130. For some, the choice is simple. Buy the cheaper ticket and skip the second flight to Dallas. But that decision comes at your own risk. Most major carriers, including American, Delta, United, and Southwest Airlines, all prohibit the practice. And though it's not illegal, now American is cracking down, filing a lawsuit against the travel website Skiplagged, accusing the company of unauthorized and deceptive ticketing practices and tricking customers into believing they've gained access to a secret loophole.
You look fresh. I travel with Skiplagged.
Skiplagged promises ridiculous travel deals and says it exposes inefficiencies in airline pricing, such as hidden city flying. The site also lists precautions, including this warning: you might upset the airline, so don't do this often. And failure to comply with airline rules can have consequences.
They can deny you boarding. They can confiscate frequent flyer miles, even in some cases suspend you for a length of time from flying that airline.
In June, American Airlines canceled a North Carolina teen's trip and made him purchase a direct flight to his actual destination after discovering his hidden city ticket. The family claims they purchased his ticket from Skiplagged and says they weren't aware they were doing anything wrong. Cassia Rand also bought a ticket from Skiplagged to save some money. But when she checked in at the airport, she says American Airlines knew she was planning to ditch her second flight.
She's like, if you don't go to Boston, you'll be banned from American Airlines forever.
Rand was able to cancel her trip, but says she's now learned her lesson about skiplagging.
Would never recommend doing it.
We reached out to skiplag.com for comment. We have not heard back. American Airlines, meanwhile, tells us hidden city tickets can also create larger operational issues. If people have checked bags, it can prevent other travelers from booking seats, also when they have an urgent need to travel.
Our thanks to Vicki Nguyen for that. We've been following air travel chaos all over the world this summer, from stranded passengers to near misses on the runway. But this newest incident, it is unlike any other. NBC News correspondent George Solis has the details.
It's hard to look away. An axe-wielding airline pilot waging war on a parking lot gate. Cameras capturing the bizarre moment at Denver International Airport when United Airlines pilot Kenneth Jones, still in uniform, hacks away at the gate over and over again, more than 20 times. The pilot told police that multiple cars were backed up behind the gate. That's when he decided to get the axe he already had in his car and solve the problem himself. He told police he had, quote, hit his breaking point. When a parking lot employee tries to take the axe away, the pilot won't let go, both of them gripping it for 2 minutes until another employee arrives.
This is somebody that's probably really had a really tough trip, very stressed.
United Airlines has suspended the pilot as they investigate. When police arrived, the pilot turned himself in. He was charged with criminal mischief. George Solis, NBC News.
Coming up, food for thought. The growing debate over whether TikTok's girl dinner is in poor taste. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
In northern England, a former neonatal nurse was sentenced to life in prison for the murders of 7 babies and the attempted murders of 6 others at a hospital. Lucy Letby maintained her innocence but refused to appear in court to face the grieving families. She was given the most severe sentence possible under British law.
A California business owner was shot and killed Friday after someone allegedly took issue with the pride flag she had hanging in her store window. Police say the suspect made disparaging comments about the flag before shooting owner Laura Ann Carlton. Carlton was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect got away before police arrived.
And a new discovery is shedding light on the lives of enslaved people in ancient Rome. Archaeologists have discovered a small bedroom in a Roman villa that they believe was used by the enslaved. It contained 2 beds, only one of which had a mattress, as well as 2 small cabinets and a number of urns. The room was found just north of Pompeii, the Italian city that was wiped out by a volcanic eruption nearly 2,000 years ago.
Breaking news this hour. Thousands of people have been evacuated in Washington state as crews work around the clock to battle 3 different wildfires. Fire officials say at least 1 person has died. Dozens of homes have been destroyed, but that number is expected to go up. All 3 fires have been raging outside of Spokane since Friday, and now there's concern they could keep spreading. Here's NBC's Jesse Kirsch.
This is incident command for the Gray Fire. Of the 3 fires that are burning outside of Spokane, Washington, officials say that this fire has destroyed the largest number of structures and has threatened the largest number of residents here in eastern Washington state. Hundreds of firefighters have been working around the clock to battle this blaze, which has so far not been put under control. In Spokane County alone, there are reports of upwards of 25,000 acres burning. Thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate, including the city of Medical Lake, where roughly 5,000 people were ordered to evacuate. And we know that there have been dozens of structures, including homes, which have been burned down in these fires so far. The air quality has been a concern here and across much of Washington state because of the wildfires in Washington, as well as wildfires in Canada. All of this unfolding as we've learned from officials that there's one confirmed death, someone who was found in the Gray fire zone, another person confirmed to have been found dead in the Oregon Road fire zone. However, at this point, officials have not confirmed whether or not those deaths have been caused by the fire. So we'll be watching for an update there amid this devastation as firefighters again continue working to battle these blazes. Back to you.
Jesse Kirsch, thank you. A judge has just issued a big ruling involving artificial intelligence.
Yeah, it could have an impact on the movies we see, the books we read, and the art we buy. Joining us now is NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward and legal analyst Danny Savallo. So, Jake, let's start with you, our resident AI expert. What was this case all about, and how exactly did the judge rule?
Well, already, Zinkley, we've seen art and music and other forms of creativity that have been made by AI and that fool the human eye. Now the question has been, are you allowed to actually give copyright protection to the AI systems that created those things? And in this case, a federal judge has struck down an appeal by a man named Stephen Thaler, who claimed that his algorithm deserved copyright credit for art it had created. Now, this is, in fact, on the face of it, not just about Stephen Thaler's case, but also about the interests of his lawyer, a man named Ryan Abbott, who has been working for years to try to create parity, legal equality between AI and humans, because he argues that will incentivize innovation, give us a chance to tax the work of AI as it takes over more and more jobs, and give intellectual property rights to AI in a way that he says will be better for everyone, make us all more creative. Very complicated things here, but they lost in court. The judge here saying that because the Copyright Office has never given any kind of copyright protection to anyone except for humans, a human has to be involved. That would continue to be the case. They say they will appeal, though, you guys.
So, Danny, from a legal perspective, what do you make of this? Is this some sort of new precedent, or does this mirror decisions we've already seen in the past?
AI may be new technology, but the legal issue here is actually centuries old. And the judge cites things going back to the Federalist Papers, which arguably predate our country itself. So the bottom line is this. Copyright has always required a human element. AI is not human. Therefore, copyright must not be given to anything that does not have a human element involved in its creation. And that may sound like a simple rule, but it's easier described than done. You can think of a number of different instances where something, a human is maybe sort of involved, but something else does all the work. Gardening, for example, one court refused to give copyright protection to a gardener who created a beautiful garden. That is not going to get copyright protection. But for some reason, whatever the case may be, a human taking a photograph where the machine is doing all the work is copyrightable. I think reasonable minds could find a lot of gray area in this part of the law.
And I mean, you're talking about gray area. Jake, of course, all of this is happening during the writer's strike. The AI has been a big sticking point in that. There's been talk from movie and TV execs of turning to AI for scripts. How might that impact Hollywood?
Well, the way that experts I've been speaking to describe it to me is that if you imagine a world in which AI was allowed to be the author legally of a creative work, well, then you might be in a case where these studios, which have already begun to use AI to create title sequences, compose music, even approve and sometimes even write pieces of scripts, if they could give copyright protection to the AI, maybe they really don't need humans at all, and the copyright remains with the studio rather than with the creators. That's the fear of people like SAG-AFTRA and the Writers Guild, and that's probably why this ruling today is a source of enormous relief to them, because as long as humans retain copyright, then suits like the comedian Sarah Silverman's can go forward, in which she says, AI companies are stealing my intellectual property and training their models with it. They shouldn't be allowed to. that's presumably, again, a relief to SAG-AFTRA, the Writers Guild, and plaintiffs like Sarah Silverman, you guys.
All right, Jake Ward and Danny Ceballos, thank you.
Thanks. Well, all across the country, students are returning to the classroom. But this school year, more and more are finding a new rule. Their cell phones are banned. Some schools are even investing in ways to better enforce the policy. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now. So, Marissa, you traveled to Alabama, where one district is now requiring all middle and high school students to lock away their phones. I'm sure that's a little controversial for the students. First off, how exactly does it work, and how is the policy going so far?
Yeah, so first we'll start with the logistics of it, Zinkley. What happens is there's a little pouch. It's a Yonder pouch. You're going to see video in just a moment. You see outside of school before the bell rings, students have to line up. They put their cell phones into that pouch, and there is security before they go to their classes to make sure that that pouch is in fact locked, because once it is locked, it is very hard to get back out. The idea is that they're not supposed to be able to unlock that pouch unless they have access to a magnet, and those magnets are put in the hallways of the school right at 2:45 when the bell rings for the end of class. Now, Yonder, the maker of the pouch, says they're working with over 2,000 schools across the country, and they say that that number is only growing as schools move towards banning cell phones or making them very difficult for students to use during class, Zinkley.
And Marissa, what's been the response, given all that, from students and parents you've spoken with about this cell phone ban?
Yeah, so you can probably guess who feels what, right? Students, maybe not so much in favor. We'll get to that in just a moment. But I will say that in terms of parents, the ones that I spoke to, they were excited about the idea of their students, their children being able to focus on classes more. But they were worried about the safety aspect. What happens in the worst case scenario, their students, their children don't have access to their phones. Now, in terms of students, when we asked them, the majority of them said they didn't like it. But take a listen to their reasons why.
I just love watching TikTok, so I gotta have my phone.
Why don't you like the pouch?
I don't like the pouch because like, when I'm in math class, I like to take pictures of the notes and stuff.
What's your favorite part?
We communicate more with each other now that our phone is locked up.
It made me pay attention.
So, Zinkley, I will leave you with this very quickly. What I found really interesting is of all the students we polled in the classrooms, almost everyone raised their hands saying they didn't like it. When I asked who they felt like was actually seeing an improvement in their classes and their mental health, almost every hand also went up, Zinkley.
Lots of pros and cons there. Okay, well, pens up, phones down. Marissa Parra, thank you.
Zinkley, fans and co-stars of the hit show This Is Us are remembering actor Ron Cephas Jones. Listen.
Who was I to insert myself into your life against your mother's wishes? Who was I?
The two-time Emmy Award-winning actor died on Saturday from a long-standing pulmonary issue. He was 66 years old. The show's creator, Dan Fogelman, said, quote, Ron was the best of the best on screen, on stage, and in real life. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson looks back at Jones's life and career.
Starting to not feel so bad about leaving you at that fire station.
If Ron Cephas Jones made you feel William Hill's pain on This Is Us,
It just makes me feel sicker.
an unexpected joy as the biological father to Sterling K. Brown's character,
Okay does not do justice to how I feel.
it's because Jones, too, was a former drug addict and suffered from disease. The actor saying, I realized that so much of the man is inside of me and my history. Jones would win 2 Emmys for his performance as William Hill.
I want to thank my daughter, Jasmine. I love you.
With Jasmine, they would become the first father-daughter duo to win Emmys the same year. At the time, Jones posting, second time around, how sweet it is. History, father-daughter Emmys same year. The accolades continued on Broadway, where Jones was nominated for a Tony for his work in the play Clydes, just a year after receiving a double lung transplant. It is Ron Cephas Jones, the person, lauded by his former cast members. Mandy Moore captioning a photo in part, he was pure magic as a human and an artist. I will treasure all of the moments forever. And Sterling K. Brown, who played Randall Pearson, the son of Jones' character, writing, one of the most wonderful people the world has ever seen is no longer with us. The world is a little less bright.
This is quite sad, isn't it? The end.
Oh, I don't know. The way I see it, If something makes you sad when it ends, it must have been pretty wonderful when it was happening.
Though you probably know Jones from TV, it's the stage that nurtured him and where he honed his talent, both on and off Broadway, telling the New York Times, "My whole life has been the stage." Back to you.
Ann Thompson, thank you. Well, health officials detect yet another new case of malaria right here in the U.S. Coming up, what you need to know to keep your family safe. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
In today's Daily Health, Maryland is reporting its first case of locally acquired malaria, meaning the person who contracted it actually did not travel outside of the United States. They got it here.
Yeah, that has not happened in the United States for 40 years. As NBC News correspondent George Solis tells us, it's just the latest in a string of malaria infections this summer.
A new warning after a case of malaria was found in Maryland, hundreds of miles north of where recent cases have been. Health officials on edge because this was locally contracted. That means the patient didn't get it overseas or any place further south that has already seen infections.
It's certainly unusual. We want to let people know just so they can be on the lookout.
That patient now recovering after being hospitalized. So far, officials at a loss as to how they got infected. If it is in Maryland, could it be anywhere?
Well, I suppose it could. Conceivably, it could. It's probably going to be a pretty rare event, though. Trying to understand where this locally acquired case came from is going to be very difficult to understand.
It's the first this far north, with cases found in the warmer southern states of Florida and Texas.
We have the eggs, we have the larvae.
NBC News' Blaine Alexander got an exclusive look inside a CDC mosquito lab where a malaria response team is on high alert, with mosquitoes that carry malaria being found here at home for the first time in 20 years.
Why are we seeing these cases now?
It's a good question, and we don't have a good answer for absolutely why didn't we see it in 20 years and it came up now.
Malaria can appear a week to a month after infection and can cause fever, chill, and body aches. Experts say a national outbreak is unlikely, but they are tracking it closely. George Solis, NBC News.
Our thanks to George for that. Let's go a little more in depth on malaria with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, put this into context for us. Where is malaria most common? And for people watching this thinking, oh my goodness, I'm nervous, should they be worried?
Yeah, so I mean, just to get to the second part of the question first, Ellison, in medicine, we often will say common things are common. So if you have some of the symptoms that you guys just cited in the piece, some headache and fever, chills, etc., I wouldn't automatically think of malaria. I would not think of it first, but it's definitely something that the CDC wants the public to be aware of. If you take a look at a map of where we typically would see malaria transmission, you can see that the place with the most transmission, of course, is Africa. You see that a lot of transmission can also happen in the Far East as well as South America, Mexico. But in the United States, as we were saying, we really don't see local transmission. We do, however, have about 2,000 cases a year, but those cases are imported, again, from someone who traveled from an endemic area and brought the disease with him or her.
And Dr. Azar, I mean, I've spent a lot of time traveling in Africa. I'm familiar with taking anti-malarials. How soon after someone gets bitten by an infected mosquito would they start experiencing symptoms? And does this mean, do people need to be taking anti-malarials, or are we good?
So typically the symptoms will begin about 7 to 30 days, but can actually happen up to a year after a mosquito bite. And there's a pretty firm no that people are not recommended to take an anti-malarial empirically if they think they are infected. That is, you shouldn't ask for a prescription for an anti-malarial from your doctor if you think you might have malaria. You must be tested. It is not a difficult diagnosis to make with a blood sample before treatment is instituted.
And if someone does get diagnosed with it, what is treatment like?
So the treatment is very effective, you guys. We have a number of different medicines that can be taken orally, that is by mouth, as well as IV treatment for more severe cases. That's why diagnosis is so important, because the type of antibiotic depends on which strain you're infected with. And it also depends on the patient. Are you pregnant? What's your age? Underlying medical condition. So a lot of factors go into it. Part of the CDC alert a few months ago was really to make the public aware, but also for healthcare providers and hospitals, so that they have testing and treatment on hand should they come up against a case of malaria.
Yeah, really helpful information. And of course, people can prevent bites, right? Not being near water, wearing long sleeves, doing all those things, having the bug spray around you.
All the things that we talk about during the summer, this will also protect you, yes.
Absolutely. Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much.
There is a whole lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily. Don't go anywhere.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now. We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida. Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
So you might have seen this like all over TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. Creators sharing their mishmash of snacks and calling it a girl dinner.
Yeah, but is this growing trend actually good for you? NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers shows us why health experts are concerned.
Some popcorn and tangerines, cups of mac and cheese, maybe some homemade nachos. Does this really count as a dinner?
This is my meal. I call this girl dinner. Girl dinner.
Maybe not, but girl dinner is a trend with over 1 billion views on TikTok. Mostly women home by themselves, grabbing whatever food they've got without having to extensively plan, cook, or plate. It's so popular that now there's even a couple TikTok filters for it.
I made a My Girl Dinner filter,
which will pick some random snacks to make up your girl dinner for the night. But this quirky meal trend is getting some major backlash. Some online creators and medical experts worrying that some girl dinner videos aren't actually satisfying a person's appetite. And worse, it could be masking and normalizing disordered eating.
It's just like these girls being like, oh my God, like 1 cube of cheese, like girl dinner. It's like, no, like, let's not glorify that because I think that's called something else.
Licensed clinical psychologist Kelly Ruggles says that several of her patients have spoken to her about their difficulties with the girl dinner trend.
If you are eating like a normal sized dinner, and then this trend comes up of girl dinners, you might push yourself to eat smaller amounts and consider it a dinner because it seems like that's what everybody else is doing.
And with some people posting their girl dinners of a glass of wine or even just some chunks of ice, even if only in jest, the joke may end up influencing eating habits for people of any gender.
It's really problematic because it's making a snack or a combination of snacks seem like the equivalent to the nutrition that you would get with a normal sized dinner when it's not.
Girl dinner is the most recent food-related trend circulating online, but it definitely isn't the first. Content creators have been posting about their eating habits for years, stirring controversy.
My new What I Eat in a Day video.
One trend called What I Eat in a Day is posting videos of all your meals throughout the day. But some mental health professionals are skeptical. It tells the full story.
Again, they give the false assumption that if you eat like this, you'll look like this, which is not true.
These trends are becoming more popular as the issue of disordered eating among young people, particularly girls, is becoming more and more serious. A recent report from the Center for Countering Digital Hate found that within 8 minutes of a 13-year-old joining TikTok, the teen was recommended content tied to eating disorders. TikTok told NBC News its platform offers multiple tools for users so they can avoid seeing certain types of videos by filtering out particular keywords or hashtags if they choose. Ruggles says all content around food and eating isn't inherently harmful. It can also amplify other messages like body positivity. But there's still a lot of progress to be made.
So here are some tips from the experts that we spoke with. It might be easier said than done, but the issue is that with the algorithm, even if you're not following accounts, you might still get some of that content surfaced to you. So if you're struggling at all, try to take a break from social media, maybe even delete it altogether, at least for a little while, to try to make sure that you're getting yourself in the right headspace. Back to you.
Savannah, thank you. Let's take a look at some other stories that are trending right now.
Well, the box office is no longer all pink. Warner Bros. And DC movie Blue Beetle has ended Barbie's 4-week streak in the top spot at the U.S. box office. The movie opened over the weekend and earned $25.4 million in the U.S. and Canada and is making headlines for its all Latino or majority Latino cast. Barbie moved into second place, earning $21.5 million in its 5th week in the theaters, and I think someone over here just saw it.
I finally saw Barbie. You were right. It was worth seeing.
Lives up to the hype.
Yeah, it was a little heavy in some ways. It was charming, but I had a lot to think about after. Things, you already know as a woman existing in society, but it was good to take a minute and go. It was a good recommendation. You were right.
Anytime.
You were right. Okay, singer Lana Del Rey is hitting the road this fall with 10 new tour dates. She revealed her tour will be across the U.S. in September. September and October. It'll kick off in Tennessee and hit 7 other states before wrapping up in West Virginia. Tickets go on sale starting this Friday.
And the voice behind the iconic Mario Nintendo games is stepping into a new role. Charles Martinet will no longer voice characters like Mario and Luigi and Wario. He's taking on a new role as a Mario ambassador, traveling the world, meeting fans. Martinet has been with Nintendo since 1991 and has been the voice of Mario since the first Super Mario game was released in 1996, and that happens to be the only video game I know how to play.
Well, good. That's all you need. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Zink Lay. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
If it's Monday, catch me if you can. Former President Trump opens up a commanding 23-point lead in Iowa. We've got new numbers hot off the presses in the first Des Moines Register NBC News Mediacom poll. Plus, state of emergency in California. Tropical storm Hillary slams into the state, dumping historic levels of rain as a magnitude 5.1 earthquake shakes Southern California. And President Biden prepares to land in Hawaii to see the first-hand devastation in Maui, as officials confirm for the first time that there are a staggering 850 people still missing after those deadly wildfires. Hello and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles, in for Kristen Welker at the beginning of the busiest week so far in the 2024 Republican primary for the frontrunner and the field. At some point in the next few days, former President Donald Trump will have to surrender to authorities in Georgia after being charged in that alleged racketeering scheme to overturn the 2020 election. Now, moments ago, several members of Trump's legal team were spotted leaving the Fulton County Courthouse. They say they have, quote, just about finalized the terms of Trump's surrender. Of course, on Wednesday night, it's the first Republican presidential debate, featuring at least 9 of his primary rivals, but not Trump, who says he's not going to show. And today, we're kicking off the unofficial start of the Iowa caucus season with the first Des Moines Register NBC News Mediacom poll, which just came out this morning. And we also have some new numbers hot off the presses just for this show. So let's dive in right now. Right now, among likely Iowa Republican caucus goers, 42% say that Donald Trump is their first choice. He's up 23% on his closest rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. As you can see, no other candidate even cracks the double digits. For Mr. Trump, that 42% of support tracks closely with the 41% of Iowa Republican caucus goers who say they want him to continue as the leader of their party. 26% say that he was a good president, but it's time to move on. This is an interesting number, though. 31% say they want a clean break. There are more signs of strength for the former president in this poll. 65% of Iowans polling have said they have a favorable opinion of him. Now, that's higher than his standing in the Des Moines Register poll just before the 2016 Iowa caucuses, which he lost to Ted Cruz. So Iowa Republican voters like Donald Trump, but our poll shows they also have favorable views of some of his rivals. Take a look at this. Trump is actually the third most popular Republican running based on net favorability numbers. Behind him, ahead of him is South Carolina Senator Tim Scott and DeSantis, with Nikki Haley not far behind Trump. Now, the numbers suggest there is an opening for some of these candidates if the race ends up changing and Trump is weakened. So what weakens the former president among Iowa Republicans? Well, it's not more criminal charges, apparently. Despite 4 criminal indictments, 65% of likely Iowa Republican caucus goers say that Trump has not committed serious crimes. It's also worth noting that the poll was in the field during Trump's latest indictment, and his lead over DeSantis grew after that news broke. One more sign of strength for Trump in this poll. 2/3 of Trump's supporters say their mind is made up and they are sticking with the former president. The bottom line, if other candidates want to have a shot in Iowa and beyond, they're going to have to change this race and do it fast. We've got a great team to break down the new Iowa poll. NBC's Kristen Welker and Vaughn Hilliard are in Iowa. They've been talking to voters. Also with us, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray and Ann Seltzer, the president of Seltzer & Company, which conducted the Des Moines Register NBC News Iowa poll. So, Kristen, let's start with you. You've been talking to these voters in Iowa. What are you hearing? What stood out to you?
Well, Ryan, we've been talking to respondents of that poll, and they really reflect the diverse set of opinions that you essentially just laid out. I want to talk to you about 2 folks who we spoke with here in Iowa. Jordan Vandermolen, he is a cattle farmer here. He's a staunch Trump supporter. He voted for former President Trump in 2016 and 2020. He plans to do so again. He says despite the 4 indictments that the former president is facing, he thinks that that is all politics, so he's dismissing that. We also spoke with Rachel Murdoch. She is a college professor, a self-described moderate, and she says it is time to move on from former President Trump. She hasn't made an opinion yet about those indictments facing the former president, but she doesn't think he's the future of the party. Take a listen to what both of them had to say. Is there anything that could shake your support in former President Trump?
Absolutely not. I really don't think I would go any other way unless it wasn't an option.
And he has a lead here in Iowa of more than 20 points over his nearest rival. How confident are you that former President Trump is going to win the Iowa caucuses?
I think without a question of a doubt, he is going to be a Republican nominee.
I felt like President Trump caused chaos and was self-serving in his office. This is my opinion. I know there are people who disagree with me, but I did not feel like he was there to serve us. He was there to serve himself and enrich himself, and has not been entirely ethical. And that was one of the reasons I didn't like him from the first. I didn't think he was an ethical human being in the first place.
Now, Rachel Murdoch there says she hasn't decided who she plans to caucus for. We also spoke with Whitey Stang. He is someone who has supported former President Trump in the past in 2016 and 2020, but says after January 6th, he no longer will. Right now, he likes Nikki Haley, but he says his mind is still open to the possibility of other candidates. And notably, Ryan, all of them, they have a diverse set of opinions, but their number one issue is the economy, high inflation, government spending. So They have a lot of differences, but that is where they agree. And it really reflects and bears out the numbers that we're seeing in the new polling today, Ryan.
Wise men once said, it's the economy, stupid, right? And so, Kristen, from what voters have told you, are they going to be tuned into this Trump-less debate that's going to happen later this week?
They absolutely will be watching very closely. And again, Ryan, what is so notable and what is reflected in the poll numbers that you just talked about is the fact that so many Iowa voters are still keeping their minds open when it comes to who that ultimate choice is going to be. So they're going to be watching very closely for the debate. Who's the strongest on the economy? And notably, Jordan Vandermolen, who supports former President Trump, says he wishes he would be on the stage. He says it's critical to participate in those types of events. He also thinks it's important not to be too confident at this point in the race. So they're going to be watching very closely, Ryan.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. Let's turn to Vaughn now. You also spent some time talking with some of the actual respondents in this new Iowa poll. The numbers tell us one thing, but what did these voters tell you about what they believe should be the role of Trump in the party? How did they describe that?
Right now, Donald Trump is effectively the leader of this Republican Party, as he has been. He's been the figurehead for 8 years now. And while he's dominating national polling, here in Iowa on January 15th, when the caucus comes around, it could completely scramble this race. And that's why I'm glad, I know all of us are, that we've teamed up with Ann Seltzer for this poll, because this is the indicator that these other Republicans were looking for. And notably, not just the Republican candidates, but also voters, including two of the folks you're about to hear from, Jody and Dennis, who said that they are hands down anti-Trump, being the future of this Republican Party. But for both of them, the question is, who is the alternative, and is that person viable come January 15th to take on Donald Trump? Take a listen. Do you believe the future of the Republican Party is being held up by Donald Trump?
I think it's being destroyed by Donald Trump. In 2016, I had some hopes, well, this is a 4-year blip and we'll be rid of it in 2020. But given his hold on the party, the 50+% that stick with him no matter what.
There are a lot of people like me that have been lifelong Republicans that will not vote for Donald Trump if he is the candidate. And I voted Democrat last year, even though I did not want to. I felt like it was the only choice I had. And so I'll vote for any Republican that gets on the ticket other than Donald Trump.
Ron DeSantis.
Yes.
Tim Scott.
Yes. Any of them. I will vote for any Republican.
Would you vote for any of the other Republican candidates?
I would vote for any of the other Republican candidates.
Is there anything that you have seen so far that has merit when it comes to arguments you hear from others that want to move on from Donald Trump?
I cannot think of any. I think that what I've heard mostly are people, particularly within Republican circles where I've heard, that have listened to the narrative by the left and have bought it.
Ryan, you said the number at the top of the show. 2/3 of Trump supporters say they will definitely caucus for him on January 15th. Bob, who you heard from there at the end, being one of them. But those other two, Jody and Dennis, they represent that more than 50% of the constituency who suggest the Republican Party should move in a different direction from Donald Trump. But can they coalesce around one candidate? That's the outstanding question here.
It feels like that was the same conversation we were having in 2016 as well. So speaking of Donald Trump, though, Vaughn, we did get some news on the legal front regarding the former president out of Fulton County ahead of Friday's deadline. What do we know about that?
Right, we have news here in just the last few minutes that a $200,000 bond has been set for Donald Trump in Georgia. We expect him to surrender to the Fulton County Jail in the back half of the week. Terms of that bond include a requirement that Donald Trump is not able to communicate directly or indirectly unless one of his attorneys is present for those conversations with any of the other 18 co-defendants. Donald Trump, right as we're talking about being 5 months away from the Iowa caucus, is staring at the legal peril of these litany of cases that also await him here in the months ahead, Ryan.
All right, thank you, Vaughn. Let's bring in Ann and Mark now to talk more about this poll. Ann, I want to start with you and something that you said about this poll. You said, quote, I've been doing this for a long time. We've had candidates who started low and ended up winning. Anybody can come to Iowa and win. Anybody. And you are no doubt our Iowa expert. You know, Trump has a big lead here. Has there ever been a candidate who's made up this amount of ground based on the lead that Trump has here? I mean, what's your read on the state of the field right now?
Well, my read is it's certainly a tough hill for another candidate to climb, but so many things can happen that shape the trajectory of the race that it's hard to sit here in August and say, this is the way things are going to go. We had George W. Bush back in 2000 who held a consistent lead all the way through, but it's more common that candidates go up and down and up and down. Now, we're in an unusual situation, and I would couch President Trump's lead as dominating right now. But there are other little tea leaves in this poll that says there's opportunity for other candidates to make a better showing even in our next poll.
All right, Mark, let's talk about that because you've pointed out some of these openings for these Trump rivals if the GOP race ends up changing, and the things that traditionally change races, like criminal charges, for instance, they really haven't had any kind of an impact. So what would it take for one of these candidates to take advantage of what does appear to be a little bit of a soft spot in some of these numbers for Trump?
Yeah, the indictments have actually ended up making former President Donald Trump stronger, not weaker. Overall, the poll has 65% of likely Republican caucus goers saying that, no, we don't believe that these charges, these investigations, these are amount to serious crimes, versus just 26% who say that, no, they are serious. And I think the poll ended up showing that Donald Trump's lead got stronger in the days after the indictment rather than before. The poll was conducted right in the middle of what was going on in Fulton County, Georgia. But importantly, you mentioned there's going to be another Iowa poll. And this right now is kind of the baseline we're going to see over the next 5 months. And we'll be able to track to see, has that actually changed? Do Republican caucus goers start to believe, you know what? After I've heard more about what's actually gone on, maybe things actually change, and we'll be able to find out from this polling all the way up to the caucuses that start on January 15th.
And do you think that one question really kind of tells us the story of this primary so far in a nutshell?
Yeah, right. I think that overall the primary has been about Donald Trump, and whether it is the investigations, the indictments against him, whether it's the voters that Vaughn and Kristen end up speaking to, dealing with do you want Donald Trump still to be your leader or not? I think that is right now the most important question going on in this Republican race.
So to that point, Ann, 66% of Trump supporters say that they've made up their mind, and that adds up to about 20% of the vote. That wouldn't have been enough to win in 2016. So unless something radically changes, is that Trump's floor in Iowa? Is this where he has to build from?
Well, I don't like to talk about floors or ceilings because what you have to keep in mind is the constituency that makes up likely Republican caucus goers. This is an evolving, changing, morphing pool of Iowans who are out there, and from cycle to cycle, it can dramatically change in terms of just the raw numbers and their makeup. So the opportunity for these candidates who are not Donald Trump is to build new caucus goers out of people who maybe haven't caucused before and maybe they're not completely tuned in, and so outnumber that core that is very staunchly for President Trump and unlikely to move.
In terms of his stranglehold on the party, Mark, our poll, the numbers we just revealed this hour say that 41% of Republican caucus goers want him to remain the head of their party. That is pretty well in line with his favorability numbers. That's probably not a coincidence.
Yeah, not only his favorability number, but also his ballot position. It's 41% say, hey, we want Donald Trump, the leader of the party. 42% of likely caucus goers say we believe Donald Trump is our first choice. And Ryan, we were just talking about what is Donald Trump the question? I think this gets at really the zeitgeist of the Republican electorate right now. And interestingly enough, among those 41% who say, hey, I want Donald Trump to be the leader, overwhelmingly Donald Trump is their first choice. But then on that second question, kind of middle ground, Donald Trump was a good president, but maybe it's time to consider other options. Ron DeSantis comes out on top top when you look at the Republican horse race that way, but number 2 is Donald Trump. And so it's almost going to end up being that if you do want to start picking off the half or more Republicans who want to even consider a new leader, one of those candidates has to consolidate all of that vote to be able to beat Donald Trump.
So, Ann, we've seen some of these Trump rivals attempt to try and find an opening by reaching out to evangelical voters. Tim Scott in particular, we know that Ron DeSantis has done that as well. That is a key in Iowa, right? It was probably part of Trump's downfall in 2016. He's now their favored candidate among that group. What do you think has changed?
Well, what do I think has changed? I think, I'm sorry, who did you say was the favorite among evangelicals?
Donald Trump, 74%.
Donald Trump,
yeah.
Which he led with in 2016 as well. What I think is interesting about evangelicals is that Mike Pence, I think he thought his play was Iowa and the evangelical sector that makes up the likely caucus goers, and he is no better among evangelicals than his overall number. So he has no traction, no special traction with that group. In 2016, they were the majority of people who showed up on caucus night. According to entrance polls, 64% were evangelical.
So that is
they're a powerhouse demographic.
Right, and an area that Donald Trump has made a lot of inroads in. So, Mark, we've run this graphic about 1 million times. The winner of the contested Iowa caucus has not won the Republican nomination since 2000. Ann talked about George W. Bush's win back then. The GOP looks a lot more like the Republican Party than it has in years past. Could this be the year where they break that trend?
Yeah, and again, I think 2000 is the one here. We haven't really seen a Republican candidate have a lead of this magnitude since George W. Bush was running in 2000, and ended up leading consistently in the Iowa poll, ended up winning the Iowa caucus in 2000. But you're exactly right. Ever since then, really the person who's ended up winning Iowa on the Republican side hasn't necessarily gone on to win the nomination. But I think the reason we're talking about Iowa, that Ann is polling about Iowa, is that this is really, I think, the make or break contest. If you want to be able to defeat Donald Trump for the Republican nomination, has to start in Iowa. You can't come in second or third to him in Iowa, come in second or third to him in New Hampshire, and still have a really good slingshot to the nomination. So I think it really has to start in the Hawkeye state if you want to pull off the upset.
All right, Mark Murray and Ann Seltzer, I'm sure you've heard this a million times from NBC folks, but we're so glad to be partnering with you in the 2024 election. We'll have a lot more conversations like this to come. Coming up, President Biden, he's on his way right now to the wildfire-ravaged Maui. We're live on the ground in Hawaii as the president prepares to tour the disaster zone and deliver remarks. But first, one of former President Trump's most outspoken critics on the campaign trail prepares to take the debate stage Wednesday night. My one-on-one interview with former governor and current presidential candidate Asa Hutchinson is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wait for this? Should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. With our new Iowa poll showing President Trump's continued dominance in the Republican presidential primary, Wednesday night's first debate could be a chance for one of his rivals to try and change the trajectory of the race. There's a few hours left to hit the polling and campaign donor thresholds, but as of right now, we expect 9 candidates to be on the debate stage. Donald Trump confirmed in a social media post over the weekend that he will not be among those attending. Joining me now, though, is one of those candidates, former Arkansas Republican Governor Asa Hutchinson. Governor, first of all, congratulations. You've now qualified for the debate stage, which is a huge accomplishment for your campaign. What's going to be your strategy on that stage Wednesday night?
Well, thank you, Ryan. And it has been a good success story in which we were down 30,000 donors just weeks or a month ago, and now we've met the debate threshold. So we're thrilled with that. You know, the strategy is to introduce myself to America. They really don't know me. I've been governor for 8 years in the Bush administration, head of the DEA, and we've got a great track record. So we want to be able to focus on that level of experience that fits the needs of our nation. And so this is my opportunity to introduce myself in a new way to Americans all across the board. And so we're excited about it. I think it will be a vigorous exchange, even though Donald Trump will not be there. He's obviously going to be a topic of some of the conversation anyway, but we're going to contrast the ideas for the future that Americans want to be able to focus on.
And it's interesting you bring that up. Do you think voters are more interested in hearing your track record, your experience, your accomplishments, or do you think they're going to be looking for a way for you to differentiate yourself from the front runner?
Well, it all ties together. Whenever you look at the front runner, Donald Trump, of course, I'll make the case that we need to have a new leader of the party and a new direction. So that's a very specific case that we make. And it's about, he lost in 2020. We didn't do well under his leadership in 2022. And we're headed for disaster in 2024 if he's a leader. We've got to make that case, and it resonates. I just spent a week at the Iowa State Fair, and what you hear on the ground is not reflected yet in the polls that you have recited. And I'm not disputing the polls, but I think you'll see that gradually change as they see experienced alternatives that can lead this country.
Well, you mentioned the poll, so let's take a look at those numbers. According to our Des Moines Register NBC News Mediacom poll, you did not even crack 1% for the first choice. You were the second choice of 2% of the respondents. 7% were actively considering your candidacy, but your net favorability is about 12 points underwater. You have been campaigning in Iowa for quite a while. Are these the numbers that you expected to see?
Well, you'd always like to see them higher, but the fact is we have not spent one dime in media advertising in Iowa yet. Many of the other candidates have, and you have not seen any movement on some of the other candidates that have spent literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in ads. And I think what that says is that Iowa's not ready to make a decision yet. They're still studying the landscape, and they haven't had the opportunity to know me in a larger way. So we expect those numbers to change, but they're going to have to change first for Donald Trump, and then they're going to have to see where they're going to go after that. We'll be making our case that we're the right leader for Iowa and America.
All right, to that point, I want to show you another set of numbers from this new Iowa poll, and there seems to be a major divide on net favorability. Candidates who've been loudly and openly critical of Donald Trump have negative numbers, and you fit in that category. Those who've held their tongue have positive numbers. If that's what the electorate wants right now, do you think that you're going to have a difficult case to the voters here, or are you going to continue to be critical of the former president?
Well, you got to speak the truth. And if you ask me a question about January 6th, I'm going to give you an answer on it. If you're going to ask me a question about the seriousness of the charges that have been filed against him, I'm going to answer that. And truth is important. And so this doesn't set well with some people. And you make it in a way that hopefully will bring us all together after the primary election is over with. But you've got to make that case. The path to victory is going to be through Donald Trump. I don't know whether the soft approach or whether hitting it head on is the right way, but we're speaking the truth. I think it's important, and that's the only way you're going to change those numbers in the end. As to whether I'm the beneficiary of that change, we will see. But I think as they see the experience factor, my optimism for America, and what we've done as a governor and as someone who served in times of crisis in our country, I expect I'm going to get a large share of those votes.
Okay, to that point, I want to play for you what Governor Ron DeSantis said over the weekend. Take a listen.
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. If all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
Do you agree with those comments?
Well, I think you're right. We do a little bit of judging of each other in terms of name calling, and it's a purity test. Are you 100% pure behind Donald Trump or whatever the ideological movement is? And we have to have diversity in our party for ideas, for differing views, and then be able to come together whenever the primary is over. That's the vision that I have. And so, sure, right now, you've got Donald Trump in the key position despite the indictments that are against him. The question is that going to change? And I believe that we'll start changing in Iowa first. You won't see it probably until late fall or even early winter, but I do expect those to change, and Iowa will start that.
All right, we have less than 30 seconds, and this may be a tough question to answer in such a short period of time, but how do you fight through a field of 9 other candidates on that debate stage? How do you make your mark and resonate with the voters watching?
You be authentic, you be clear in your positions, and you make sure that you communicate your difference. And there's going to be a lot of difference between the candidates. We're going to showcase those differences, and I think that you'll see that what my message will be something that captures their imagination for the future.
All right, former Governor Asa Hutchinson, thank you so much for being here. We'll look forward to seeing you on the debate stage Wednesday night. And be sure to tune in for Meet the Press special after the debate Wednesday night at 11 p.m. Eastern. Chuck will have analysis and reaction with an all-star team of reporters, analysts, and interviews with top campaign officials. Don't miss it. And up next, the fallout from the first tropical storm to slam Southern California in more than 80 years. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. For the first time in decades, a tropical storm hit Southern California over the weekend. 5 million people are under flood alerts right now after Tropical Storm Hillary made landfall on Sunday. First responders rescued more than a dozen people from the San Diego River last night as the storm toppled trees and flooded streets. The storm broke virtually every daily rainfall record in L.A. and the surrounding areas. More than 50,000 businesses and homes are without power across the state, and schools in Los Angeles, the second largest district in the country, I should say, are closed today. At one point, even the 911 system in Palm Springs went out as the storm raged. In addition to the catastrophic flooding, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake also shook Ventura County Sunday. Fortunately, no deaths have been reported in the U.S. From the storm or the quake. Meanwhile, up north in Washington, at least 2 individuals have died as multiple wildfires broke out this weekend. The fires destroyed nearly 200 structures and scorched around 20,000 acres in Spokane County alone. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now to explain the latest on all of this. So, Bill, first, take us through what happened in Southern California this weekend, and what is the latest on what you're seeing today?
Yeah, so we've now had the sun up for about 6 to 8 hours on the West Coast, and we were all kind of afraid what we would see, because we know when we went to bed last night and when the sun set, there were torrents of mud, there was reports of flash flooding all over. It was the peak of the storm. So we were afraid of what we'd see when we woke up. But we haven't seen neighborhoods that have collapsed down hillsides. We haven't even heard of any casualties or any injuries in the U.S. from this storm. And it doesn't look like we had any towns that had debris flows even go through them, to ruin like downtowns. And that's what's all happened with past storms in California. So far, so good. We have a lot of cleanup. A lot of roads are washed out, bridges washed out. We got debris, boulders everywhere, but we're not looking at, homes that have been wrecked. And the power outages are only at 40,000. So like the wind wasn't even all that big of a deal. When you consider they deal with, the Santa Ana winds and all the high winds during this recent winter during El Nino, it's been okay. So let's go through the storm. Most of the flooding is over with, just a little bit possible in northern portions of Idaho. We've dropped a lot of our flood watches. The areas from Boise northwards has the best chance of getting some additional heavy rainfall, but even that's going to be ending as we go throughout the night. And as far as the California storms go, there's been so much confusion in this throughout all the media. There's only been 3 tropical storms that have been over California at any given time. This was the 4th one. The other 2 was Nora. That was the most recent back in 1997. And those both crossed the Baja just like this one did. And the same with Kathleen in 1976. So this storm is not unprecedented. It's happened before, but it's been a good 30 years to 50 years since anything like this has occurred. And now we're in that peak of that hurricane season. We get numerous storms to watch, but the closest is the one that's developing in the Gulf of Mexico. Likely tomorrow morning, you're going to hear a tropical storm has made landfall in Texas. That's how quickly things are changing here as this is heading towards the Texas coast. The Hurricane Center is watching it, and they've already issued tropical storm warnings here for areas of South Texas, Ryan. So, this is that time of year. These storms pop up in a hurry. We also have Franklin out there, which will likely be a storm we'll have to watch closely for the East Coast come about a week from now.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you so much. We appreciate it. After the break, how the White House is addressing the historic tragedy out of Hawaii amid an urgent need for housing and a desperate search for the hundreds of people still missing. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Officials have now confirmed that 850 people remain missing after the devastating wildfires in Maui. This is the first time that officials have released a firm number of missing since the fires began 2 weeks ago. Those 850 people are in addition to the 114 people confirmed to have died in the fires. And sadly, the death toll is expected to keep rising as search and recovery teams continue to work through the affected areas. And as that search for victims goes on, President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are expected to land in Maui in the next few minutes. They will take a tour of the devastation and meet with residents, first responders, and local officials. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins me from Maui ahead of the president's visit. Dana, 850 people now officially classified as missing in these wildfires. How did the county get to that number, and what is the latest on the search and recovery efforts to find them?
Yeah, Ryan, that's a really great question. Officials have not yet explained their methodology for getting to that number. We know earlier on during this disaster, a Google document was actually created, and it helped a lot of families to see where their loved ones were, if they were still missing. And that document, I believe at this hour, is at $7.99, so that may play a role in the numbers of missing. We're also told that the FBI has been assisting with that count, along with some aid groups here on the ground. As far as the search and recovery goes, 85% of this decimated area has been searched so far. Officials tell us the next 15% will likely take weeks, and that's because a lot of these buildings are not structurally sound. I actually spoke with a FEMA representative. He says that they actually have to take some of these taller buildings layer by layer just to search the remains, just to search that for remains. So we're expected to see that over the next several weeks, and it's going to be yet another slow, painstaking process. And for people who are wondering, how do you have that high a number of people still missing, yet a majority of the burn areas searched? We are told by officials, including Governor Green, that this fire burned so hot it turned a lot of those remains to ashes. And he said, unfortunately, some of the missing will never be found. Ryan?
That is heartbreaking. Dana Griffin, thank you. Housing, of course, one of the main concerns right now for survivors of the fire. And I'm joined now by Adrian Todman, who's the Deputy Secretary of Housing and Urban Development for the Biden administration. Thank you for being here, Deputy Secretary. Nearly 2,000 buildings were destroyed in the fires, the majority of them houses. Can you give us an update on what the current housing and shelter situation is like on the ground there? And does HUD have a plan for making sure that survivors have long-term housing?
No, thank you. And thank you for having me on. You know, first, I want to express our prayers with everybody who's grieving today a loss of a family member, a loved one in this horrific wildfire in Maui County. And this administration and this HUD are ready to work with individuals. I lost my mic there. To continue to work to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to help families now and in the future. You asked about what are we doing now, what can we do? So as you know, there's over 1,000 federal personnel who are on the ground now supporting the people of Maui County, and our partners at FEMA are playing a strong leadership role in getting that work done. But the president has made it clear his expectation that this is a all-of-government event. So HUD, Commerce, USDA, VA, SBA, all of us have a role to play to make sure that the Maui is rebuilt. One of the things that HUD has done is to provide maximum flexibility across our suite of programs to ensure that the governor and the mayor and all of the leaders impacted are able to use our funds to provide shelter, to fix housing, and really just meet the moment with whatever the people of Maui need.
And historically, FEMA has given housing credits to people who've lost their homes in natural disasters. But on Maui, affordable housing is really a limited resource. Do these specific circumstances require different solutions than you would deal with in a mainland hurricane or fire?
Well, certainly we're watching what the leaders of the state and the county would like to do with HUD's funds and with the vision they have for what comes next. We have been providing aid and assistance in terms of the short-term housing needs shelter, but we are standing ready to make sure that all of the flexibilities, all of the great ideas that are out there about new innovative housing types, that we are there to be a resource for the leaders in Hawaii, not just in terms of ideas, but funding as well.
And you've already put into place a foreclosure moratorium for residents with federal loans, and you're also providing a support package. What's the best way for residents to access these support benefits going forward?
Absolutely. So, we join our partners, FEMA, in their disaster recovery center and make sure that there's information there as families are availing themselves and signing up for disaster assistance. There'll also be information about ways that they can protect their assets. And as you mentioned, HUD has joined with all of our housing partners, whether it's Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, FHA, where we're all come together to make sure that we are providing families with an opportunity to hold on to their land, hold on to their homes, and creating an opportunity for forbearance so they don't have to worry about payments right now. They can just focus on the path ahead and their loved ones.
And you've already sounded the alarm on predatory real estate companies who are trying to buy out land from under survivors. The governor said that he'd like to put a moratorium on the sale of land. Is there any role that HUD can play on that front?
Look, we work with the private sector all the time to build housing and to improve housing supply across the country. But I've got to say, if there are people who are using this moment to take advantage of folks while they're at their lowest, while they're grieving families and loved ones, while they're trying to figure out what the future holds, to take their land and home from them, I find that distasteful, quite frankly. And we certainly echo the governor when he says that this is not the moment, that we need to make sure that the land, which is so very precious to the people in Hawaii, that people are able to hold on to their land and rebuild in the future.
And how concerned are you about the displacement of the local Maui community? We did see thousands of people displaced from Puerto Rico in the wake of Hurricane Maria. Many of them never came back. How do you avoid that happening in this particular instance?
Well, first of all, we have to give people hope that we will be there for them in the future. And that is certainly what the president seeks to deliver when he and the First Lady land shortly, that we will be there for them now and we will be there for them during rebuilding. We're also going to provide funding. Certainly our partners at FEMA are first in line, and we'll be providing families immediate individual assistance. And HUD, through our disaster recovery funds, which we are sure that we will receive from the Congress at some point, that we'll receive those funds and be able to provide leaders with the funding they need to build back in a more resilient way that really respects the tradition, the cultures, and the land of Hawaii.
All right, monumental task in front of you. Adrienne Todman, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. And still to come, my new reporting on a rising Republican star with potential presidential ambitions and why Democrats are getting nervous. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
It's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Welcome back. We have some new reporting about how off-year elections in Virginia this November could shake up the 2024 race for president. Virginia Democrats are raising alarms that the state's governor, Glenn Youngkin, could use momentum from possible statewide wins this fall to mount a presidential bid, and that the White House and the National Party aren't doing enough to stop him. Currently, Republicans hold a slim majority in the Virginia House, while Democrats hold an equally slim majority in the Senate. Recently, I spoke to Virginia's Democratic Senator Tim Kaine about his concerns. Here's part of that conversation. In terms of raising money at a national level, as we have this time around, what type of influence do you think he's having over these races?
Well, look, I think you're right that he is going all in to win these races, and it's heavily with out-of-state fundraising. And, to the extent I have a little bit of concern standing here in August, a couple months before the election, I don't think there's the same national donor focus on Virginia as Governor Youngkin is pushing on the Republican side.
Joining me now to break down all of this is my panel, the co-author of the Washington Post's Early 202, Leanne Caldwell, Democratic strategist Amisha Cross, and Republican strategist and NBC News political analyst Rick Tyler. So, Leanne, should we be talking about Glenn Youngkin? We saw all these polls that show no one else breaking through the Republican field. Could he jump in at some point and shake things up?
He could. We'll see if he does it. I do know that his team has been he has been working really hard, in part as you've reported, to really ensure that Republicans do well in these off-year elections. They're expanding ballot access, early mail-in voting. They're really trying to ensure that Republicans do well. And so we'll see. I'm talking to a bunch of Republican strategists who don't really believe the hype around Youngkin, that he's going to be the savior, but he might be setting himself up in case Donald Trump and the others collapse.
Well, there's more at play here, Rick, than just whether or not Youngkin runs for president. What could happen here in the state legislature is significant as well. If he's able to flip both the House and the Senate, that would allow him a governing agenda that he doesn't currently enjoy. That would certainly set the stage for him to make an argument to national Republicans that he's able to do something in a purple state that maybe others can't.
I think there's no doubt that they're having this argument. The team is having this argument. Youngkin's having this argument, and donors are having the argument. But he does have to win the Senate first. I think it'd be very hard for him to make a justification that he's a winning candidate if he doesn't win the Senate. If he does win the Senate, I know this for a fact that there are a lot of Republican donors who are looking for an alternative to Donald Trump, and they have not found it. Now, Youngkin's big challenge, of course, would be that he would have to forego the early states. That's never been done before, but that would be really exciting, I think.
Exciting for us, at least.
Well, that's right. But he would have to literally sweep Super Tuesday, which I think is unconventional, but not out of the possibility of if we get through the first three states and it's a muddle and Youngkin looks strong.
Well, right now, it's not a muddle, right, Amisha? I mean, our poll shows that Donald Trump has a pretty commanding lead. And if these other Republicans can't take Trump down, and he has a commanding lead after those first three states, not the muddle, which Rick is describing, would there be any shot for Youngkin to come in at the last minute?
It would be extremely tough. I mean, we have a situation where by double digits and even more at this point, 30% poll, some 40, where you're seeing Donald Trump basically command regardless of the indictments in multiple jurisdictions. Glenn Youngkin, though, I think that he could be a sleeper here because, quite frankly, his fundraising and his own pockets are very deep. But in addition to that, he has run what I would consider an almost pitch-perfect Republican leadership across the country when it comes to everybody spotlighting Virginia. One, because he's used anti-CRT, he's used a lot of the culture war issues himself, but he hasn't done it in a way that is as bombastic as what we've seen from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He's been very smart about his approach. He also won Virginia by essentially telling Donald Trump to stand back. He used a lot of Trumpy rhetoric in terms of the policies that came out of it, but he was very cautious as to not have Donald Trump there. And I think that he's still an extremely wise strategist here.
Well, it's interesting you point out that he hasn't had the same sort of agenda that Ron DeSantis has. Democrats would argue that's because he hasn't had the votes in the legislature, right? This is what Senator Kaine told me about that. Could he potentially turn Virginia policy in a pretty far-right direction as a way to establish himself as a national Republican
You think
figure?
about a DeSantis model, and, you know, I think Governor Youngkin has often talked about Governor DeSantis of Florida as kind of a role model for him as a governor. With 2 Republican houses, look, you see efforts underway around Virginia in some local school jurisdictions to ban books, pull books out of school libraries, pull books out of the public library system. You will see an effort to end Virginia's status as the only southern state that follows Roe v. Wade, and you'll see efforts to dramatically change voting rules, even though the expanded voting rules helped Governor Youngkin win in 2021.
Now, he can't run for re-election, Rick, so could he just go all in on these Republican policies to make him a more attractive national Republican candidate?
I think part of his attractiveness, as you outlined very, very well, by the way, is going to be that he is sort of an unknown. So when I say that there is a muddle after the first 3 states, I don't necessarily mean that Donald Trump's going to lose. He may or may not lose. But remember, Iowa is well established because people get organizations there, and then the rest is like people are semi-organized in Virginia. They're not organized in South Carolina. And then it's Super Tuesday. Nobody's organized because there's no money to do all that. And he may, if these indictments go through and we have court dates, things could change very, very quickly. And DeSantis, in my opinion, has already run his course as the second choice. He's not it. He's not going to be it. And nobody knows who the second choice is now. And, of course, the debates are going to try to figure that out. But Glenn Youngkin is in a very good position, I think, to do that. It would be unconventional, but he might be able to pull it off.
All right, let's talk where things are established, Leanna, and that is Iowa. And our new poll out today showing Donald Trump holding on to this commanding lead. If you are the others in this Republican field, is there anything that you can take out of these numbers that would demonstrate any sort of hope leading into these caucuses now in just a couple of months?
Well, it's interesting. Looking at these numbers, especially the favorable versus unfavorable numbers, the people who are underwater, the candidates who are underwater, are the candidates who have been attacking Donald Trump. Mike Pence, Chris Christie, Asa Hutchinson. And so maybe that is not the path to winning the Republican primary. They might have alternative motives, especially Chris Christie and Asa Hutchinson. But, you know, looking towards this debate on Wednesday, I spoke to a lot of Republican strategists over the weekend, and they are unanimously in agreement that Donald Trump has sucked all of the oxygen out of the room. And how do you compete with someone who isn't even there? And so it's a huge challenge for all of these Republican candidates to get beyond the power of Donald Trump's support.
And Amisha, when you look at those same poll numbers that Leanne's talking about in terms of favorability rating, the candidates are at the top of this list, and some of them actually have better net favorability ratings than Donald Trump, are all candidates that have been kind to Donald Trump. Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, DeSantis to a certain extent. Are they just running for second place? Are they doing anything to distinguish themselves from Trump as the front runner?
They're absolutely running for second place at this point. But even before this poll came out, they knew the base, and the base isn't just the MAGA crowd. The base is Republican voters, and they know that they do not support you attacking Trump. So they were not going to go on the offense extremely hard, which I think that we've definitely seen from a handful of people who are at the bottom of this poll. But they weren't going to do that because they still have to court that base. But the issue they're going to have is how do you separate yourself from the top guy? Because aside from Donald Trump saying essentially that there was a place in his cabinet for Tim Scott, I don't know where the rest of them will end up. And I think that as this becomes more and more, you know, less steady, I guess, as we continue to go, because we're still over a year out of the election. Anything could happen between now and November. But by all manner of reporting we've seen thus far, Donald Trump isn't losing his grip at all. Yeah. So these others, they've got to cozy up to him as much as they can because his base isn't going anywhere.
And Rick, we've talked about him sucking all the oxygen out of the room. Can he suck the oxygen out of a room he's not in on that debate stage Wednesday night?
But let me just comment on 2 things. One is, I think Ted Cruz was in single digits at this point.
But there wasn't somebody else at 42%.
That's true. Yeah. The second thing is, while it is true that the high negatives correspond to the people who are attacking Trump, what I think that the unknown, Trump is always an unknown how to run against, but now he has a record. He does not have a conservative record. He doesn't have a Republican record as president. The deficit didn't get smaller, it got bigger. The budget wasn't balanced. The border isn't better, it's worse. The trade deficit with China is not lower, it's higher. All of these things, like what did he achieve? What Republican, what do I get as a conservative, my values, policy-wise, did Donald Trump deliver? And not only deliver nothing on policy, he delivered nothing politically. He lost the White House, he lost the Senate twice, once willfully, and the third time, and he lost the House. So what do you get? You get losing, losing, losing.
Yeah, but at this point, we haven't seen any evidence that that's resonated with Republican voters.
That's why I'm on, so they listen to me.
Right. We're going to have to leave it there. Leanne, Amisha, Rick, this is going to be a busy week. Thank you guys for kicking it off for us. We appreciate it. Kristen will be back with you tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. The News Now continues right now with Hallie Jackson now.
As we come on the air tonight, the remnants of Hurricane Hillary right now are wrecking the West Coast, slamming roads, taking trees down. We're talking massive mudslides with concerns now about the wind moving north that could make the deadly wildfires in Washington state even worse. Plus, President Biden set to land in Hawaii really any second now. We're going to show it to you live after the devastating wildfires there. Why not everybody is happy he's making the trip. We're going to take you live to Maui. Plus, just into us, bond is now set for former President Donald Trump in that Georgia election interference case. How much money he's agreeing to pay to stay out of jail. We're going to take you live to Fulton County with the latest. Plus, new calls for the Spanish soccer head to step down after he kissed a player on the lips during their gold medal ceremony. He's apologized, but is it too little too late? And in tonight's original, it's like Lyft or Uber, but without a driver, a car service that's popped up in California and now cutting its fleet in half after a pileup of controversies in a matter of days. What officials want to know now, later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight as Storm Hillary moves north and west after sending tons of rain cascading through streets in Nevada. That's right, that's a street right there, with people in Southern California still reeling from this super rare storm. In Palm Springs, some people are stuck in their homes because of mud covering the streets. Look at this car, it's stuck. There are some people who say this stuff is kind of like quicksand. They just can't get out of it. There's also been big mudslides like these in the mountains, sending firefighters running for safety. Look at that. Rocks coming flying down. Eventually, they buried the roads on both sides of that fire station. Near LA, look at this. Rescue crews pulling a car up and out of a flooding river, waterway, stream underneath that bridge. We don't even know how that car got there in the first place. Then you have Dodger Stadium looking like an island there, water surrounding it. Its parking lot just covered. And as Hillary heads north, it's also packing strong winds. That may be double trouble if those gusts whip up the wildfires, burning up some 25,000 acres in Washington state. 2 people have been found dead in the area. Their exact cause of death is still being investigated. One official says what's happening now, it's not at all like the fires the state normally sees. Listen.
We're not a stranger to wildfire, but what we see here is probably one of our most densely populated area being destroyed and impacted by wildfire. That is rare.
The smoke from it all, creating a problem, too. You can see here basically the entire state of Washington, plus parts of Idaho and Oregon under air quality alerts. We are also watching some unbelievable heat today in some places where it's so hot you can see heat stroke or other heat illnesses. 90 million people under those alerts. Jesse Kirsch is live for us in Washington. Guad Venegas is in San Diego, and we've also got meteorologist Bill Cairns joining us. Guad, I want to get to you first. The wettest summer day San Diego has ever seen. Now Hillary has moved on, but people in Southern California and in the region are still dealing with what it left behind.
Hallie, there was a lot of rain that came through yesterday here with the tropical storm coming into Southern California. So in San Diego, we knew from the beginning the risk from this storm was because of the possibility of these floods. Now, officials had identified the areas that were vulnerable to flooding. These are roads, these are neighborhoods, parts in the desert, parts in the mountains, where we know the flooding could take place. The storm also entered Southern California through the mountains. This is east of San Diego. So these are the areas in those mountains as you move up north into San Bernardino and Riverside County, where we've seen a lot of these dramatic videos where the rain came down. It created a lot of these mudslides, and then those rivers flowing towards San Diego, towards Los Angeles, towards the ocean is where we've seen these images with that car in Los Angeles. We also had some rescues here in San Diego. But again, these were areas that officials had identified as vulnerable that residents were trying to keep away from. We also have areas in the desert. This is east of where the storm hit, like in Palm Springs, where we've had this flooding. This is flat land that doesn't absorb water well. Here in San Diego, we got about 2 inches of rain downtown, but up in the mountains, it was a lot more than that. So right now, the storm has cleared from Southern California. You can see behind me, it's a beautiful day. And now authorities are waiting for the water, for the floods that continue coming down from the mountains to clear out as conditions have improved today, Hallie.
Yeah, and the cleanup's going to take a while, right, Quad?
It is, especially for the areas that flooded. So there's still an alert out there for communities that have some of that water clearing out. For example, here in San Diego, the San Diego River, which is getting a lot of the water that came from the mountains, is still flooded. So authorities are asking people to stay clear of that, or others that live in neighborhoods that are very low. They have to wait for that water to clear, just like they have to do in Palm Springs and other areas. And it's only after the water has receded that authorities can then come and do the work that's necessary. We're going to hear from one of the residents in Palm Springs talking about what he's seeing right now.
How long will it take to get it cleaned up and people can be on their way to work again and home? A lot of people are kind of laughing this off and thinking that it's not a big deal, but it is, and it's going to affect people for a long time.
So for those residents who live in the mountains where the storm hit the hardest, in the desert areas where they're seeing the flooding, of course, they're going to have more damage to the properties, to the roads around their homes. And these are the ones that are going to have to work on the rebuilding. But the resources are there. There was an emergency declaration by the state and also local communities, at least the county here in San Diego and in Los Angeles, declared a local emergency, which will make more resources available to respond once that water clears out, Hallie.
Squad, Venegas, thank you very much. I want to get to Jesse Kirsch now, who is in Washington State with more on those wildfires there.
This is incident command for the Gray Fire. Of the 3 fires that are burning outside of Spokane, Washington, officials say that this fire has destroyed the largest number of structures and has threatened the largest number of residents here in eastern Washington state. Hundreds of firefighters have been working around the clock to battle this blaze, which has so far not been put under control. In Spokane County alone, there are reports of upwards of 25,000 acres burning. Thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate, including the city of Medical Lake, where roughly 5,000 people were ordered to evacuate. And we know that there have been dozens of structures, including homes, which have been burned down in these fires so far. The air quality has been a concern here and across much of Washington state because of the wildfires in Washington, as well as wildfires in Canada. All of this unfolding as we've learned from officials that there's one confirmed death, someone who was found in the Gray Fire Zone, another person confirmed to have been found dead in the Oregon Road Fire Zone. However, at this point, officials have not confirmed whether or not those deaths have been caused by the fire. So we'll be watching for an update there amid this devastation as firefighters again continue working to battle these blazes. Back to you.
Our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for that reporting. I want to get to our NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who is tracking all of it, not just where Storm Hillary is headed next, but what's up with these wildfires, any relief in sight in Washington state and the Pacific Northwest, and then these heat alerts too, Bill. It's a lot tonight.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and even some things that I'm scratching my head with, trying to figure out if it's accurate or not. So with what we know with the heat right now, this is one of the hottest heat domes we've ever recorded in the middle of the country. Areas like Topeka and Springfield, Missouri, they release weather balloons in the sky that measure the temperatures. It's kind of the hottest it's ever really been. So it's not surprising we're getting these crazy numbers. So the heat index is taken in the shade, combination. It's an equation that goes with the temperature and the dew point, the amount of moisture in the air. And right now it feels like 119 in Kansas City. Now there's a phenomenon called corn sweat. This time of year when you get the corn crops, if you're out in the fields, it sweats, they hold a lot of moisture. So the dew point's even higher than it would be, say, in a city or somewhere else. And we have these wild numbers popping up here in the Corn Belt areas here in Iowa, in western Iowa. Denison 143, Harlan's 125, Atlantic's 150, Creston is 133. Usually when you have like one number that's this high, you're like, okay, the sensor's broken, we can kind of ignore it. But we have numerous areas here. I know there's a 137 being reported in Kansas right now. So it's possible, and we got a 125. Sioux City's at 121. So regardless, it is very dangerous to be out there in the heat in the middle of the country right now, especially if you're around near those near the cornfields. Other things we're watching: this tropical wave in the Gulf of Mexico. Franklin, we're going to have to watch this storm in the next couple days, heading for Dominican Republic and also a little bit of Puerto Rico. But don't be surprised tomorrow morning you wake up and hear a headline saying Tropical Storm Harold has made landfall in South Texas, because that's what the Hurricane Center is predicting. It'll be somewhere here just north of Brownsville. Thankfully, Hallie, not enough time for this storm to get strong. It'll bring some beneficial rain, hopefully not too many tornadoes and severe weather.
I just have to get a heat index of 150, Bill, 140, 130. I mean, that is like almost literally off the charts, right? I don't even think that's like tracked.
Yeah, the chart that I have goes up to 135. And I've heard of corn sweat before and looked into it, and I know it can give you these crazy numbers, and it's in isolated areas. I'll try to confirm. We're trying to figure out if it's real or not, but regardless, it's extremely hot throughout all of that region.
Yeah, no kidding. Bill Cairns, thank you very much. A lot on your plate tonight. I know. Appreciate it. Also, of course, a lot going on in Hawaii. President and the First Lady are set to land literally any minute. We've actually got our teams of camera folks, photographers, journalists covering every second of this. He's going to be meeting with people on Maui, touring the absolute devastation after the town of Lahaina was incinerated. You can see where the president is set to speak. He's got to land. He's got to get there. So we're still a few minutes away from that. But you are seeing that live look right now. The latest numbers show that at least 850 people are believed to be missing. At least 114 people have been confirmed dead. And officials say it could take weeks to finish the search of that huge burn zone. FEMA now warning its disaster fund could run dry soon. I want to bring in Dana Griffin, who is on the ground for us on Maui now. Dana, this is a significant moment for President Biden. It is significant because it takes the presidential spotlight and shines it on this island that has been just ripped apart by these wildfires. Not everybody is celebrating President Biden's visit here, right? Explain that.
Yeah, some people say that they feel it's a little too late. You know, this disaster happened nearly 2 weeks ago. And some people probably wanted to see the president here on the island sooner and addressing the fire a lot sooner. But the president has said that he did not want to distract or take away from the search and rescue, which has been the priority right now. As you mentioned, 850 people still unaccounted for. We're told also by officials, including the governor, that unfortunately many of those victims will never be found, because the fire burned so hot, it's turned remains into ashes, burning hotter than an incinerator. We've heard from people who are hoping to hear from the president that there's a plan in place for the next few years to come, because this is not just a few week type, disaster. This is a disaster that will take years, if not decades, to rebuild for the people of Lahaina. So many people want to know, how will they get long-term housing? How will they be able to afford to take care of themselves? Tourism has also been impacted here on the island. What's the plan to make sure that the economy doesn't tank? And listen to what some other residents have said in light of the president's visit.
I just would encourage the president to come, meet us, see the pain, see the grief, feel it, embrace it.
And we are told the president will be meeting with survivors, first responders, and some of the officials here, and hopefully he'll get a better sense of what the needs are here in Lahaina and on Maui. Hallie?
Dana, as you've been talking, we have seen Air Force One land there on Maui. You can see Marine One now as the president. Obviously, the plane is coming in for the taxi. The president will get off along with the First Lady, get on that helicopter, and then head to Lahaina. He will obviously get a sense aerially from the sky of what this looks like, as you can see that shot pulling back, and we expect to see the plane pulling up any second here, Dana. It comes as there's been some criticism of FEMA as well, questions about whether that federal agency did enough soon enough, right?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people on Maui were very frustrated in the very few days
when this fire tore through the town of Lahaina. Many were concerned that enough resources weren't getting to West Maui, where we currently are, because they closed down the main road here and weren't allowing people to go back and forth to check on their families, their homes, their pets. That road has since reopened, and we haven't heard as much criticism to that because a lot of people have gotten the resources that they need. But there's still a lot more that the people of Maui are going to need in the coming weeks and years. So we're hoping to get a better sense of what this relief has been like for people. We know some 1,800 people that have been displaced are now in hotels, but many of them now need permanent housing. So that's a major concern for people here on Maui. And we've even heard from the FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell, that the FEMA fund could soon run out. They're projecting in September, because it's been fueled by these back-to-back natural disasters that have cost the country so much money. They say they are working on a plan to try to postpone some projects to try to keep that fund afloat, but that is definitely a major concern when you've got people here saying, hey, the $700 that you've deposited into our accounts is not going to be enough.
Dana Griffin live for us there on Maui. Dana, thank you. As we are seeing, of course, Air Force One taxiing in there ahead of President Biden's remarks in the town of Lahaina, that historic town that has been just devastated by those wildfires on the island. We're going to bring you live coverage of the president's visit throughout the evening here on NBC News Now. We'll get back to this story. We're keeping an eye on it as warranted. We've also got to tell you about some other developing news that's happening late tonight, because in just the last hour, we've learned just how much it's going to take to keep former President Trump out of jail on bond. With our team watching his attorneys leave in court late today in Fulton County, Georgia. That bond, $200,000, with the district attorney herself signing off on it. And there are some conditions that come with it. Specifically, no threats against witnesses, co-defendants, victims, or the Fulton County community and property. That includes anything, by the way, that former President Trump posts or reposts on social media. NBC's Blaine Alexander is joining us now from Atlanta. That list of conditions is so interesting, Blaine, because the other co-defendants that we've seen come to these bond agreements so far, they don't face the same thing, right? Like, this is very specific to Donald Trump himself. Tell us more.
That is absolutely specific to Donald Trump himself, and that was something that caught our eyes immediately when we looked at that. Throughout the day, we've kind of been seeing a flurry, I guess you could say, or several of those consent bonds kind of hitting the docket one by one, but certainly it was the one for Donald Trump, and notably, that one became public maybe within 20 to 30 minutes of his attorneys walking out of the courthouse. I stopped them and I asked them, hey, did you come to an agreement with the DA's office? And the lead attorney, Drew Findling, told me, quote, you'll find out shortly. Less than a half hour later, we saw that consent bond. So that is what we found out. Those are the agreements. But yes, that's something that is only on Donald Trump's. The other thing that's only on his is it was signed specifically by Fani Willis. The other ones were signed by representatives from her office, a representative from her office. But this is one that she signed personally, which is certainly interesting as well. So while we've been on surrender watch down at the Fulton County Jail, what we've been watching here at the courthouse is a lot of just kind of coming and goings of legal representation. We saw, of course, the attorneys for Ken Cheesebro come in and out and then come in and out again. We know that they were meeting with the DA's team to negotiate his terms of surrender, and certainly seeing from the former president's attorneys as well. So a lot of movement, and I think that that's what we can suspect to see in the coming days as we watch and see people turning themselves in down at the jail, Hallie.
And to be clear, Blaine, just because I think there's not a lot of folks who are as steeped in this as you and your team are, this is not the surrender. In other words, there is still the expectation that later this week, Donald Trump will in some form have to show up at the jail to essentially turn himself in on the charges he faces. And then separately, he'll have to be arraigned. Still a question mark on whether he has to appear for that or not. But in other words, this $200,000 bond thing, this is just like the I hate to use this, like almost an appetizer course to a couple of other main events coming up in the next couple weeks.
That's a great point, Hallie. This is not the surrender. He has not turned himself in yet, to be very clear. He's not turned himself in yet. He's not turned himself in down to the Fulton County Jail. And at last check, none of the 19 co-defendants have turned themselves in. What this does is essentially this sets the terms of bond. So really, theoretically, it should make it so that they're in the building for a shorter amount of time because all of the processes have already been worked out. They've already come to agreement on how things look. They don't have to do that once he actually gets booked in. So it's just a matter of going down, doing whatever needs to be done to process, and then getting out because this is already in place, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander live for us there in Atlanta. Blaine, good to see you. Thank you. So that is the legal landscape for former President Trump. But tonight we're getting a new look at the political landscape in the key state of Iowa. And in just the last hour, some of the newest numbers show a big divide over Republicans there about whether Mr. Trump should remain the leader of their party. Still, for now, in that state, he is stomping his competition. Look at this, by 23 points. We haven't seen a lead like this since the year 2000 in Iowa. When George W. Bush led the first poll there by nearly 30 points, he went on to win. But dig a little bit deeper, and the numbers out late tonight show about half of Iowa Republicans say the party needs a new leader, though they're divided on why they feel that's the case. Some thinks, he was a good president, but we need others. Some feel a little bit differently. All that said, though, these new numbers from our NBC News Des Moines polling probably only reinforced Donald Trump's decision to skip out on Wednesday night's debate and maybe some future ones, too. He said over on Truth Social he's not going to be doing the debates, plural. Doesn't mean he wants the other candidates to take the spotlight, of course. With NBC News confirming tonight he has already taped an interview with Tucker Carlson. As rumors fly that Carlson will try to put that out somewhere to try to counter-program Wednesday's debate. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard is covering all of it from Des Moines. And what's interesting about this poll, if you're Donald Trump, you feel good about what is in this poll, right? Not just beating his competition, but beating them to a level that we haven't seen in a couple of decades here. Talk through what you're hearing behind the scenes and from voters in Iowa.
Hallie, you're absolutely right. On one hand, these numbers, if you're Donald Trump and his campaign, they make you feel really good, especially when you look at the number of folks that say they're firmly behind his camp and they've made up their mind. Of those who said Donald Trump was their first choice, about 2/3 of them said that they are firm in their decision that Donald Trump is their guy on January 15th. Compare that to Ron DeSantis. Just 1/3 of his folks say they are firmly in his camp here. And so that 23-point advantage for Donald Trump from that end, it looks pretty good. But at the same time, you can also look at this Iowa poll from all of the other candidates' vantage points and say, there is, perhaps for the first time, a true opening here in the state of Iowa because Donald Trump is far and away from more than 50% of the vote here. And when you're looking at the number of Iowa Republicans who are actively considering somebody else, you got to feel good if you're Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, even the likes of Chris Christie and Ron DeSantis here, because there is an indicator from Republicans that they are open-minded, and this may not be a sure bet. Right now, the rest of the field, they're diluting that vote alternative to Trump, but there could be an open field in the next 5 months.
One of the things we talked about less than 4 minutes ago, Vaughn, with our colleague Blaine Alexander, was one of the indictments facing former President Trump. One of 4 indictments that he is now facing. We have seen him and his team seek to campaign off that, right? I mean, they've raised a lot of money off of these indictments by framing it as a political persecution against the former president. Is there a limit, based on some of the new polling that we're seeing, to how far he can basically take that as a campaign issue?
Right. Largely, Donald Trump has remained defensive. And, 2/3 of Iowa Republicans do not believe that Donald Trump has committed serious crimes. And so largely the Iowa Republican electorate, they're sympathetic to Donald Trump. Take a listen to part of the conversation we had with a few folks about the future of the Republican Party. Hallie.
Do you believe the future of the Republican Party is being held up by Donald Trump?
I think it's being destroyed by Donald Trump.
I'll vote for any Republican that gets on the ticket other than Donald Trump.
Ron DeSantis?
Yes.
Tim Scott?
Yes. Any of them.
Hallie, 1/3 of Iowa Republicans are like Jody and Dennis, saying they want to move on from Donald Trump and believe that he has committed serious crimes here. The question is, can any of these other Republican candidates convince the other 2/3 that they should move away from Donald Trump and give them a shot to be their party's nominee in 2024?
Well, they've got 4+ months to try to figure that out. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you very much, live for us tonight in Iowa. Appreciate it. Let's take you live to Tennessee now, where state lawmakers, as we speak right now, are starting a special session called by the Republican governor to look at public safety after that terrible school shooting at a Nashville elementary school in March. It left 6 people dead, including 3 little kids and 2 of the governor's friends. Since the shooting, you've seen groups in that state and around the country demonstrating, asking the governor and lawmakers to do something. It's all happening as a new analysis out tonight of CDC data shows that gun-related injuries, things having to do with guns, are the leading cause of death for kids and teens for the second year in a row. Not car crashes, not overdoses, not cancer, it's guns. Guns killed more than 4,700 kids in 2021. That is a grim record. The majority of those deaths, about 2/3, were homicides. Berkeley Loveless is joining us now. Berkeley, what explains this? What does the study say about the reasons behind this?
Yeah, so this actually surprised the researchers. So they actually thought that gun sales or gun deaths would actually go down in 2021, not up. And so during the pandemic, kids were at home, and so gun deaths rose sharply. And the thinking was that gun deaths would actually go down the following year as more people were going outside. And so that didn't happen. And so they're currently blaming social or structural inequity, racism, social determinants of health, food insecurity. Gun sales also went up during that time. And so right now they're advocating for stricter gun laws and also for parents to store their guns in safer places in the house.
You mentioned race. Race does have an impact in these numbers here. Walk us through that.
Yeah, so Black children were more likely to die by homicides. In fact, 2/3 of Black male children were dying by homicides. And then white children are more likely to die from self-inflicted gun injuries. And so kids who also survive these things also have other things that they may have to deal with, such as mental health problems and substance abuse disorders. So this is to say that this is also like a public health issue as well as a political one.
Does this new analysis wade into potential solutions here, things that we can do?
It does not.
Yeah.
Currently, it's just they're kind of going through the surprise. I actually spoke with somebody, her name is Dr. Emily Lieberman. She was the survivor of the Highland Park shooting. And so she's currently advocating for more mental health services as well as stricter gun laws as well. And she's still currently seeing many children dying from gun.
Yeah, guns in this country. Berkeley Loveless, thank you very much for bringing us these new numbers and what they mean. Appreciate it. We've got a lot more to get to coming up here on the show, including a mass shooting at a hookah lounge in Seattle, killing at least 3 people. What officials say they found on scene. Plus, more cases of that deadly flesh-eating bacteria we've been telling you about, where it is and what to do about it, coming up. Let's take it to Southern California now, where we're learning more about the death of a clothing store owner shot and killed outside her store over a pride flag hanging at her boutique. Police say Lori Carlton was pronounced dead on the scene. The suspect initially ran away and was later shot and killed by police after a confrontation. You can see all the flowers that people have placed at the entrance to the store. Carlton was a mother of 9, described as a pillar in her community. One of her daughters calling her death a senseless act of violence. She says her mom's flag had been torn down before, and she always responded by putting up a bigger one. You can see the quotes here. A lot of celebrities, Jamie Lee Curtis, Kristen Davis, have been posting their support and calling for Carlton to be remembered as a hero. I want to bring in Maggie Vespa now, who's covering more on this story. What else do we know about the details here, what happened, and where this goes?
Yeah, so basically, Hallie, this happened on Friday. We just spoke to another store owner who told us that she has a shop basically down the block. She didn't hear an argument. She didn't hear the gunshots, but she said neighboring store owners had seen a guy kind of peering into store windows, basically freaking people out a little bit earlier in the day, and then ducking between cars. Authorities say, and this is the person who neighbors believe was in the neighborhood earlier, that a suspect was upset about the pride flag. And moments after getting into a confrontation with Carlton about that flag, shot her inside her store, which is called Magpie. It's in this area of San Bernardino, just kind of a small mountain town. And she was, make no mistake, a renowned fashion designer for the stars, as well as this store owner. We're seeing a lot of tributes that you just named pouring in from celebrities, including from famed director Paul Feig. He directed, among other big movies, Bridesmaids, and he said that she was a close friend of his. And he also wrote, I want to get this right here, he said, quote, "This intolerance has to end. Anyone using hateful language against the LGBTQ plus community has to realize their words matter." So a lot of pain here, Hallie. I should note the suspect in this case has yet to be named. We are waiting on that here today.
But the backdrop and the context is important, too, as you pull out to the macro, Maggie, because this comes as there has been a spike in anti-LGBTQ plus rhetoric, right?
It has, and that, again, played, obviously, a key role in this case. We're waiting to hear from police who, and I'll note, deputies later shot and killed the suspect. That's an important detail here, so we don't have this person who we can talk to and find out any more about why this played out. But absolutely, hate is mounting against the LGBTQ plus community. No one knows that better than the president of GLAAD, Sarah Kate Ellis. Take a listen to what she said earlier.
A symbol like a flag that is for us supposed to be love and acceptance has been weaponized and has been turned into something that now someone loses their life over. It's horrible.
Yeah, and she says that knowing that people in the community name Carlton as an ally. You know, she was a straight woman, essentially, who had a pride flag in front of her store because she was an ally to the community. But again, the numbers are really jarring. In fact, we found one study that shows 145 attacks against the LGBTQ community in the U.S. this year. That's 3 times the rate of last year, Hallie.
Maggie Vespa, important reporting. Thank you very much for bringing us this story. Appreciate it. Florida health officials are out with a warning tonight after 5 people died because of a rare flesh-eating bacterial infection in the Tampa Bay area. Another 21 people have gotten sick from this bacteria since the start of the year. It happens, this bacteria, very naturally. You can get it if you swim in what they call brackish water. So that's like warmer water. It's where fresh water meets salt water. So think bays, think sounds, for example. This bacteria gets in through like an open cut or an open wound. You can also get it from eating bad shellfish. It is deadly in about 1 in every 5 people who get it. Now, Floridians are used to seeing at least some cases in the summer, but the group of deaths now in such a short period of time is what has these local health officials so worried. If this sounds a little familiar, we reported here on this show just last week that 3 people died in the New York area from getting sick from the same kind of bacteria. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is joining us now. Put this into context, right? We know that this bacteria is out there in the summer. This happens. How concerned should we be about the number of deaths in this short period of time?
I think that officials are going to be following this trend really carefully, Hallie. I mean, what are we now, like 8 months into the year, and we've already surpassed some of the past year's totals. You know, really, I hate to say it, but there's 2 words, climate change. We see that warmer temperatures allow bacteria to flourish. And there's also, if you take a look at 2022, there were 74 cases and 17 deaths. Why? Well, climate change, triggering all these hurricanes. And we know that in a hurricane situation, again, with standing water, that's one of the consequences and the fallout of such a natural disaster, Hallie.
What about if you live near like a bay or a sound or these, brackish, as they call them, areas of water? What do you need to do? Not eat, would you say to your patients, don't eat shellfish, don't go swimming? Or is that too far?
Yeah, look, I mean, people aren't going to stop eating, raw fish, unfortunately, but raw or undercooked fish that are contaminated, that shellfish, that is definitely a risk factor. Obviously, if you are, in brackish or salt water with an open wound, or you recently had surgery, a piercing, tattoo, you're putting yourself at risk. You also definitely want to wash your hands very, very carefully after handling raw food. The symptoms of something like this, Hallie, typically a skin infection after about 24 hours after exposure, but you can get sick really quickly. Nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal cramping can very quickly lead to fevers, chills, and even sepsis. As you mentioned, 1 in 5 people die from this. So it happens really, really quickly. The CDC health officials want people to be aware of this. And again, we'll see by the end of the year if we've really surpassed, past year's averages.
Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you very much. Definitely one to watch. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, officials say 3 people have been killed, 6 others hurt after a shooting at a hookah lounge in Seattle. Police say they found 5 guns at the scene, but they haven't released any other information yet about the potential suspects. It's still under investigation. Number 2, a federal judge in Georgia is temporarily blocking part of a state law that stops or restricts doctors from prescribing hormone therapy to transgender minors. The judge says the harm trans people could face from the ban, like depression, anxiety, self-harm, outweighs any harm to the state. But the part of the law that bans gender transition surgery for minors is going to stay in place. The judge says her ruling will stay in effect until a further court order or trial. Number 3, Domino's is going to close all of its stores in Russia. And the company that owns the franchise rights for the brand says it'll file for bankruptcy. This is the 3rd biggest pizza delivery business in Russia. They've got like 140 stores there. McDonald's and Starbucks already left the country more than a year ago after its invasion of Ukraine. Number 4, Sunday, National Cinema Day. Tickets for all movies, anytime, any format, will be under $4 at something like 3,000 participating theaters. Number 5, Meta says it'll launch the web version of its Threads app soon. That's after Threads saw a monster drop in users. Remember all the excitement? Everybody was like, Threads, it's taken over the world. Well, didn't really sustain that energy. Threads, which is like part of the Meta Insta family, is trying to beat out X, formerly known as Twitter. According to the Wall Street Journal, the web desktop laptop launch could happen as soon as this week. When we come back, the nurse at the center of a case that has gripped the UK getting a rare sentence today. How victims' families are reacting. Plus, a scary new report on the number of close calls at airports that may surprise you. What the FAA is saying, coming up.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you, man. So much work to be done here still.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
At least 3 people have died after drinking something pretty popular at a restaurant over in Washington State. We'll tell you what officials are blaming coming up in just a second. But first tonight, new reporting that there are way more close calls at airports around the country than we thought, according to a New York Times review of some initial safety reports by the FAA. The paper found 46 close calls on runways in just the last month. We know about some of them. Remember this? This is a screen grab from inside the cockpit of a JetBlue plane that came within seconds of hitting a chartered plane that was taking off, didn't have permission, over at Boston Logan. Then there was this moment at New York City's JFK. You can see it here, right? This American Airlines flight forcing a Delta jet to abandon its takeoff. They somehow crossed the same runway. In Boston, 2 planes actually clipped wings on the tarmac. Oof, remember that moment? I know Tom Costello does. He covered all of them. He is joining us now. So listen, the FAA says, hey, listen, most of these incidents are minor, but there are more of them, right?
Yeah.
Why are they happening so much more often, and what is the FAA going to do about it?
I think there's a number of reasons, but let's be clear. These are called runway incursions. In other words, you have a close call on a runway.
Yeah.
But they are grouped differently. You got category A, B, C, D. Why does that matter? Because if you count all of them together, then it does seem like we've had a real rash of them. But if you break them down into the most serious categories, less so. But nonetheless, the New York Times did go ahead and categorize all 46 in July as more serious. Doesn't much matter, but here's a couple of reasons maybe why this is happening. And by the way, I've talked to the Air Traffic Controllers Union, the pilots, the FAA. Everybody agrees there's an issue here. Number one, staffing now with less experienced crews because, of course, we've had a rash of new hires for pilots in the last couple of years post-pandemic. And then you've had the rise in post-pandemic air travel. In other words, there are far more passengers today. The skies are packed with planes right now. And is there some complacency after a period of no fatalities? We have not had a U.S. airliner go down and crash with fatalities in this country in about 14 years. Thank God.
Yes.
Nobody wants that. But have we now had some complacency seep in the tower and in the cockpit? That's the concern right now.
So if I am a passenger, right, and I'm not an aviation correspondent, transportation correspondent like you, and I'm listening to this and I'm thinking, okay, I get it. Tom Costello is telling me that 46 close calls on the runway in the last month, not all of them were serious, fine. Still doesn't feel good. It doesn't make you feel good from it, like just an optical, you know, whatever, optic perspective even. Like, how much is the FAA grappling with that piece of it? Just passenger vibes.
They are taking it very seriously. The NTSB is very serious about it, and the unions are very serious. Now, we know that the FAA earlier this year called this safety summit, you may recall, right? Essentially, it wasn't a ground stop, but it was a safety, not a standstill or stand down. But with these incidents you see listed on your maps, this has got the FAA's attention, the Air Traffic Controllers Union's attention, the airlines' attention. All of them have said for the last few months, we are doubling down on safety, drilling down. And among the issues, Hallie Jackson, is this. There has to be a sterile cockpit. Now, if you're a pilot, you know what that is. Essentially, it means when you are sitting in the cockpit, you don't talk about the football game this weekend. You don't talk about the kids. You talk about the job until you're at 10,000 feet. You don't take the conversation off the job until you're at 10,000 feet cruising altitude. They're drilling down on that. Get back to the basics in the cockpit and in the tower.
It's like our newsroom. We don't talk about anything other than the news.
I don't know who you're talking to.
5 to 7 p.m. That's it. Tom Costello, thank you. We're going to look for more on your reporting. Coming up tonight on Nightly News at 6:30 Eastern with Lester Holt. You can find it wherever you watch your local NBC station. Tom, thank you.
You bet.
Lots more coming up here on the show, including Maryland reporting its first case of malaria and somebody who hasn't been outside the country in like 40 years. What we know about the recovery. Plus, the head of the Soccer Federation in Spain apologizing after a ton of backlash for a kiss on the lips to a Women's World Cup winner. We got more on that after the break.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see that again.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A former neonatal nurse sentenced to life prison in the UK today. We told you about this stunning case last week. Lucy Letby, convicted of killing 7 babies and trying to kill 6 others that she was supposed to be taking care of. Here's what the judge said at her sentencing.
There was a deep malevolence bordering on sadism in your actions. During the course of this trial, you have coldly denied any responsibility for your wrongdoing and sought to attribute some fault to others. You have no remorse.
We also heard from family members in court making statements off camera for their privacy. One mother whose child was killed telling Letby, and I'm quoting here, "There is no sentence that will ever compare to the excruciating agony that we've suffered as a consequence of your actions." Josh Letterman is joining us now. It is such a horrific story, Josh, and this life sentence is rare in the UK, right?
It is rare, but it is also the harshest penalty that was available to them in this case, Hallie, because remember, the UK doesn't have the death penalty like we have in the States. The most they can do is ensure that someone like Lucy Letby, who's 33 years old, will die in prison. And in fact, they have provisions for early release the way we would have probation or other types of release in the U.S. But the judge in this case specifically ordering that she not be eligible for that early release any time in her life, saying there were no mitigating factors to enter into the record here. And also, her own attorney, in fact, did not put up much of a fight to that, saying there was no mitigating factors that they could present either. And so she will end up dying in prison. But during this sentencing, we heard from a lot of these parents saying that they have essentially been re-traumatized by this entire ordeal, this 10-month trial. The father of 2 twins who are referred to as Child O and Child P to protect their identity. He said that he found that Lucy Letby was staring at him in the courtroom during parts of this trial. He had to move seats. He said, "It has destroyed our lives." This father saying that it has destroyed me as a man, as a father. Even after the trial has ended, he says, it will continue to haunt us and will always have an impact on our lives. Now, the last time that Lucy Letby was actually in court was on August 17th. And after that, she told her lawyers she didn't want to be in court anymore. And that has been attracting a whole lot of attention today, Hallie, because while the life sentence was not totally unsurprising given the severity of this case, what shocked so many people was the fact that she decided to skip her own sentencing. She said she didn't want to be there. She didn't want to look in the faces of anyone as she was being given this sentence. And that is prompting some real blowback here in the UK about why it is that suspects, in this case convicted criminals, are allowed to not be present. We heard from Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, as he was actually visiting a nursery today in the northern part of England, and he reacted to the fact that she did not attend her own sentencing. Take a listen.
I think it's cowardly that people who commit such horrendous crimes do not face their victims and hear firsthand the impact that their crimes have had on them and their families and loved ones.
And so now this is prompting a real call for that to change. We heard today from Rishi Sunak's spokesman saying he supports changing the law to require these people to be in court for their sentencing. The opposition leader, Keir Starmer, has said that he, too, if elected, would change the law. So this may prompt some changes in the way the UK handles these criminal cases, Hallie.
Josh Letterman, thank you for that reporting there live for us from London. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it'd be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Midwest bureau, the Ohio teenager Nicknamed Hell on Wheels, convicted of intentionally crashing a car at 100 miles an hour, has been sentenced to 15 years to life today. That car crash killed her boyfriend and friend. The two sentences will be served at the same time. She'll also have her driver's license permanently suspended. Out of our Western Bureau, officials say 3 people have been killed, 6 hospitalized after a listeria outbreak at a fast food spot in Washington state. Investigators found this bacteria in all the flavors of milkshakes, saying the ice cream machines there hadn't been cleaned right. You can see the chain here. It's like local to the state of Washington. Officials don't think any of the other locations were affected. And out of our Eastern Bureau, a rare case of locally acquired malaria in the D.C. area. Officials say the patient has not been outside the U.S. recently. They were hospitalized but are now recovering. It's been a really long time since Maryland has seen any kinds of cases like these. There have been 7 in Florida, 1 in Texas since May. Still to come, some pretty surprising new video out of the Women's World Cup and the apology from the president of Spain's Women's Soccer Federation. We'll have that in just a second. Plus, these kinds of cars driving a big debate in San Francisco. Videos going viral, raising questions about their safety. We'll tell you the context check that you should know about coming up.
Coming to you live, breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight we're taking it to San Francisco, where a fully driverless taxi service called Cruise just agreed to slice its fleet in half, while officials investigate a whole bunch of crashes and some pretty strange behavior from these driverless cars. It is a big reversal from just a couple weeks ago when regulators there gave Cruise and another company, Waymo, the green light to run these robo-taxis basically all over San Francisco.